Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Lanterns on the Lake. The town had no name worth remembering. It sat at the edge of a lake so still in autumn that the water seemed less like water than a held breath. Dark, patient, waiting to be told what to do next. The pines crowding the shore leaned inward like listeners. By 4 in the afternoon the light was already failing, and by 5 the lake had swallowed it entirely, and the world reduced itself to the sound of cold air moving through needles and the occasional, careful creak of ice forming at the margins. Helen Marsh had driven 3 hours to get here. She told herself it was for the story. That was true, as far as it went. The Lantern Festival was genuine, the kind of small ritual that made editors lean forward in their chairs and say, "This is what we need more of." A piece about impermanence, about grief made portable, about a town that understood, without being told, that some things could not be kept. But she had also come because she needed to be somewhere that did not know her, somewhere that would not ask. She checked into a pension at the edge of the lake road, a narrow place, clean and austere, run by a woman who handed over the key without a word and pointed toward the stairs with a chin that said up there, "Second door, don't ask questions." The room was small, a single bed, a window facing the water, a writing desk beneath it with nothing on it but a square of folded paper and a pencil. Helen set her bag down and stood at the window for a long time, watching the lake go dark. She was 42. She had been writing other people's stories for 18 years. She was very good at it. Good enough that people sometimes called her work luminous, which she understood was a word editors used when they meant the writer had disappeared so completely into the subject that the prose itself seemed to glow with borrowed life. She had profiled a widow in coastal Maine who spoke of her dead husband in the present tense. She had written about a boy in Guatemala who carried his younger sister 11 miles to school each morning without complaint. She had made readers weep, laugh, feel the texture of lives they would never live. She had never once written about her own. There was a grief inside her that she carried the way one carries a stone in a coat pocket, always aware of its weight, always adjusting her posture around it, never setting it down. It had been there for 4 years. She did not name it. She did not write about it. She had decided, in the way one decides such things, that language would cheapen it, that to put it into sentences would be to admit it was something that could be contained, and it could not. It was not a thing with edges. It was a condition of the air. She unpacked her notebook, her recorder, her good pen. She told herself, observe, listen, leave before it touches you. She saw him the next morning at the paper folding station. It was set up in the town's single gathering hall, a room that smelled of pine resin and old wood, with long tables laid with stacks of thin, translucent paper, in colours so pale they were almost white. Volunteers moved quietly among them, showing newcomers how to fold, how to press, how to write. There was no music, no banners, just the sound of paper turning and beneath it the occasional murmur of a voice explaining something with care. He was standing at the end of one of the tables, waiting. Not for paper, there was paper in front of him, still folded. He was waiting for something else, or perhaps for nothing at all. He had the posture of a man who had learned to occupy space without demanding it. Shoulders slightly forward, hands at his sides, eyes moving over the room with a quietness that was not indifference but something more deliberate, as though he had made a decision long ago to stop expecting anything from the world, and the world had rewarded him for it with a kind of stillness. He had the quality of certain old buildings, solid, rooted, quietly significant. The kind of presence that doesn't announce itself but changes the weight of a room simply by being there. Helen felt it before she consciously registered him. A steadiness, a a centered quality that made the nervous energy of the volunteers around him seem suddenly louder by contrast. He was broad-shouldered, with dark hair, and seemed to have a casual quality about him. Helen noticed him the way one notices a particular tree in a forest. Not because it is the tallest, but because it is the one the light falls on in a way that makes you stop. She did not approach him. She went to her own place at the table, took a sheet of paper, and began to watch the room, the way she always watched, with her journalist's attentiveness, cataloguing details she might use later, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the light came through the high windows in long, thin bars, the way the paper, when held up to that light, became almost luminous. You could see the shadow of your own fingers through it. A child appeared at the man's side. A girl, perhaps 7 or 8, with dark hair pulled back in a braid that was already coming undone. She tugged his sleeve and said something Helen could not hear. The man looked down at her with an expression so unguarded, so quietly devastated by tenderness, that Helen looked away, the way one looks away from something private, something not meant to be seen. She did not speak to him that day. They met properly on the second evening at the dock. It was an accident, or it seemed like one. Helen had come down to the water at dusk, notebook in hand, intending to write. The festival's main event was still 2 days away, and she wanted to capture the town's atmosphere before it changed, the way it held itself in these preparatory days, taut and quiet, like a breath being drawn in before speech. He was already there, standing at the end of the wooden dock with his hands in his pockets, looking out at the water. The girl was not with him. He did not turn when she approached, but he shifted slightly, an acknowledgement without words, and she understood that he was making room for her on the narrow platform without being asked. They stood in silence for several minutes. The lake was black now, absolutely black, and the sky above it was the deep violet blue of high-altitude winter dusk. A single star had appeared, faint and uncertain, as though it were not yet sure it wanted to be seen. "You were at the paper station today," he said, without turning his head. His voice was low, unhurried. It was the voice of someone who had spent a long time alone and had stopped rushing his sentences to fill the space. "I was," she said, "writing or watching." She almost smiled. "Both." "For what?" "A story about the festival." He nodded, as though this confirmed something he had already suspected. "And is it interesting? The festival?" "It's very quiet," she said. "Quieter than I expected." "Did you expect noise?" "I didn't know what to expect. I was told it was a ritual. I imagined something more elaborate." "It used to be," he said. "There were lanterns hung from the trees, music, a bonfire. My wife—" He stopped. The word landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The silence that followed was not awkward. It was simply full. Helen did not say, "I'm sorry." She'd been interviewing grieving people long enough to know that the phrase, however well-intentioned, was a door closing, a way of marking the conversation as finished, of telling the other person that their loss had been acknowledged and could now be set aside. Instead, she said nothing, and let the silence remain open, like a window left unlatched. After a moment he said, "They stripped it back, years ago. Someone decided the simplicity was the point. Just the paper, the water, the letting go." He paused. "I think they were right. Do you come every year?" "No." A long pause. "This is the first time in a while. Why now?" He looked at her for the first time. His eyes were light blue, and there was something in them that she recognized. Not sadness exactly, but the particular wariness of someone who had been sad for so long that it had become a kind of intelligence, a way of reading the world. "My daughter asked me to," he said, simply, as though that were the only explanation that mattered, and it was. His name was Thomas. He told her this the next afternoon, when they happened to find themselves sitting near each other during one of the volunteer explanations. A quiet woman in a grey cardigan describing, in a voice barely above a whisper, how the lanterns were meant to be released. "You write what you need to release," she said, "not what you want to keep. The lake does not return what you give it. That is the point." Thomas listened with his head slightly tilted, the way one listens to something one already knows but wants to hear again anyway. Afterward they walked together along the shore, not quite side by side. There was a foot of space between them, enough to maintain the fiction that this was not a companionable walk, but merely two people moving in the same direction. The air was bitterly cold. Their breath came out in small white clouds that vanished almost instantly. "Her name is Maren," he said, without preamble, as though continuing a conversation they had already begun. "She's 8. She has her mother's stubbornness and my terrible sense of direction." Helen smiled. A real smile, not the careful one she wore in interviews. "Is that why you got lost?" "I'm not lost," he said, with a faint, dry humour that surprised her. "I simply don't know where I am." They walked in silence for a while. The lake moved beside them, dark and slow, making small sounds against the rocks. Not waves exactly, but a kind of breathing, a rhythm that had nothing to do with wind. "What do you do?" she asked. "When you're not being lost?" "I teach," he said. "History, adolescent history specifically, which is mostly about convincing 16-year-olds that the past is not boring." He paused. "I am not always successful." "What kind of history?" "The kind that doesn't make it into textbooks. The private kind. Letters, diaries, the record of what people actually felt, as opposed to what they were supposed to feel." Helen looked at him. There was something in his voice when he said this, a quiet passion, a conviction, that she had not heard before. It was the first time he had spoken about something other than grief, and the difference was striking, as though a light had been switched on in a room she'd assumed was dark. "That sounds like what I do," she said, from the other side. "How do you mean?" "I find the private record, the thing no one else saw, and I put it into a story that other people can read." She hesitated. "I'm not sure whether that's a gift or a theft." He considered this. "It depends," he said, "on whether the person knows you're there." Maren found Helen on the third morning. She appeared at Helen's elbow while Helen was sitting alone at one of the folding tables, staring at a blank sheet of paper and trying to write down her observations. The girl simply materialized, the way children do, without announcement or preamble, and sat down beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "What are you writing?" she asked. "Notes," Helen said, "for a story." "What kind of story?" "About this place, about the lanterns." Maren considered this with the gravity that children bring to questions adults have long since stopped taking seriously. "What do people usually write on them?" she asked. "On the lanterns?" Helen thought about it. She had read the volunteer's explanation, had heard the older residents talk about it in careful ritualistic language. Release, surrender, letting go. But the girl was asking something different. She was asking what actually happened, what people actually wrote, when they were alone with a piece of paper and the knowledge that no one would ever read it. "Anything," Helen said, "whatever they need to say." "But where do they go, after you put them in the water?" "They sink," Helen said. "Eventually, the paper dissolves." "So nobody ever reads them?" "No." Maren was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I'm afraid mine won't reach anyone." Helen looked at her. The girl's face was very serious. Not sad exactly, but holding something that was too large for her small frame. Something she'd been carrying without complaint, the way children carry things that adults have failed to take from them. "It doesn't have to reach anyone," Helen said. And then, because this felt insufficient, because the girl deserved more than a platitude, "The writing is the reaching." The act of putting it down, that's the part that matters. The water just carries it away. Maren nodded slowly, as though this were a piece of information she'd been waiting for someone to give her. Thomas appeared at the edge of the table a few minutes later, looking slightly breathless, slightly embarrassed. "She escaped," he said, with a half-smile that was also an apology. "I turned around for 30 seconds. "She's good company," Helen said. "We were talking about lanterns." "Were you?" He looked at his daughter with an expression of such naked tenderness that Helen had to look away again, not from embarrassment this time, but from something else, something that felt dangerously close to recognition. That evening, after Maren had been put to bed in their shared room at the pension, Thomas came down to the common area where Helen was sitting by the wood stove, her notebook open on her knee. He did not sit beside her. He sat across from her, in the other armchair, with the fire between them, a deliberate distance that acknowledged what was happening without naming it. "She told me what you said," he said, "about the writing being the reaching." "Did she?" She seemed relieved by it. He paused. "She's been very quiet about all of this, about her mother. I didn't know how much she was holding until tonight." Helen said nothing. She knew from years of interviewing grieving people that this was a moment that required stillness, that the wrong word, even a kind one, could seal something shut. "Can I ask you something?" he said after a long silence. "Of course." "You write about other people's grief, professionally, skillfully." He chose his words carefully, the way a man chooses his footing on uneven ground. "But you don't write about your own." It was not a question. Helen looked at him across the fire. The flames moved between them, casting shadows that shifted and reformed, and for a moment she could not see his face clearly, only his eyes, as blue as the sky, watching her with an attention that was not intrusive but simply present. He was not pushing. He was simply seeing her and letting her know that he had. "No," she said, "I don't." "Why not?" The question was so direct, so without ceremony, that it bypassed all her defences, the journalist's deflections, the careful reframing she used in interviews when someone turned the questions back on her. She sat with it for a moment, feeling its weight, and then she said the truest thing she knew how to say, "Because I'm afraid that if I put it into words it will become a story, and stories have endings, and this doesn't have an ending, it just continues." Thomas was quiet for a long time after that. The fire crackled. Outside the lake was invisible, but she could hear it, that slow, patient breathing against the shore. "I know what you mean," he said finally, and she believed him. The lantern release was scheduled for the evening of the 4th day, the last evening of the festival, after which the town would fold back into itself, and the visitors would drive away along the mountain roads, and the lake would return to its ordinary silence. Helen had spent the afternoon alone, sitting at the dock with her notebook, trying to write the piece her editor was expecting. She had pages of observations, beautiful ones, she thought, the kind of precise, luminous description that had made her reputation, the way the light fell on the paper, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the town itself seemed to hold its breath in the days before the release, as though it were bracing for something it could not quite name. But when she tried to write the emotional centre of the piece, the thing that would make it more than a portrait, the thing that would make it matter, the words would not come. She kept circling it, approaching from different angles, and each time she found herself writing around it rather than into it. There was a wall inside her, and she had built it carefully over years, and she did not know how to get to the other side without demolishing something she was not sure she could rebuild. She closed her notebook and watched the water go dark. The release began at dusk. There were perhaps 40 people gathered at the shore, not a crowd, but a congregation. They stood in small groups or alone, each holding a folded lantern of paper in which a single tea light had been placed. The flames flickered in the cold air, casting each person's face in a warm, unsteady glow that made them all look younger, softer, more vulnerable than they had in daylight. There was no ceremony, no speeches, no music. A volunteer simply walked along the shore and nodded to each person in turn, and one by one they knelt at the water's edge and set their lanterns on the surface of the lake. The paper boats held for a moment, catching the light, trembling slightly in the current, and then they drifted slowly away from shore. The flames burned steadily as they moved, tiny, points of gold spreading across the black water like a slow, silent detonation. Helen stood at the edge of the group watching. She had her own lantern. She had folded it that morning carefully, following the volunteers' instructions. The paper inside it was blank. She'd not written anything on it. She told herself she was still deciding what to write. She told herself she was observing. Thomas was 20 feet away, standing with Maren at his side. The girl held her own lantern in both hands, cradling it the way one cradles something precious and fragile. She was looking down at it with an intensity that Helen recognized. The look of someone about to do something that matters enormously, something that cannot be undone. Helen watched Thomas's face as his daughter knelt at the water's edge. The expression there was one she'd seen many times in her career, in the faces of people watching their children do something brave, something hard, something that reminded them of their own helplessness. But there was something else in it too, something that looked almost like fear. Maren set her lantern on the water. It caught the current and drifted outward, the flame steady and bright. The girl watched it go, her face lit from below by the reflected light, and then she turned and pressed herself against her father's side, and he put his arm around her, and they stood together watching the small flame move away from them across the dark water. Helen did not release her lantern. She stood holding it, the tea light flickering against her palms, and watched the other lights drift and scatter across the lake. They were beautiful, genuinely, achingly beautiful, and for a moment she allowed herself to simply look at them, without analysis, without the journalist's habit of turning experience into material. Just the light, and the water, and the cold air, and the silence. Then she looked at Thomas. He was looking at her. They did not speak. There was no need. The distance between them, 20 feet, 30, it was hard to tell in the dark, contracted not because either of them moved, but because the crowd thinned, drifted away, and suddenly they were simply two people standing on a shore in the dark, each holding a light that had not yet been released. Helen looked down at her lantern. The paper was still blank. She'd carried it all evening like a prop, like evidence that she belonged here, and she had not written a single word on it. The tea light burned steadily, indifferent to her hesitation. She looked up at Thomas. His lantern was also unlit. No, not unlit. She could see now that he held it in both hands, the way Maren had held hers, but his hands were shaking. Not from the cold. His face, in the reflected light of the lantern still drifting on the water, was very still. The stillness of someone holding something back, holding it in, the way one holds breath before diving under. "You didn't release yours either," she said. "No. Why not?" He looked at her for a long moment. The lake moved behind him, dark and patient, and the lanterns drifted past like small burning prayers. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet, not because he was afraid of being heard, but because the words were heavy, and he was setting them down carefully one at a time, the way one sets stones into water. "Because I'm afraid," he said, "that letting go of it, even symbolically, means letting go of her, and I'm not ready. I thought I was. I thought that's why I came here, but I'm not." Helen nodded. She understood this perfectly. It was the same wall she'd built inside herself, the same fear, dressed in different clothes, the fear that grief, once released, could not be taken back, that it was the last thread connecting you to the person you had lost, and that cutting it would not set you free, but would simply leave you alone in a world that had already moved on without you. I have never written about my loss, she said. The words came out before she decided to say them, surprising her with their ease, as though they had been waiting at the surface for a long time and had simply been waiting for the right moment to be spoken. 4 years, I have written about everyone else's grief. I have made people feel what other people felt, and I have never once put my own into a sentence. Why are you telling me this? He asked, not unkindly, with genuine curiosity. Because you told me yours, she said, and because I think we're afraid of the same thing. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of the sound of the lake and the distant murmur of the last festival goers making their way back to the pension, and the small, steady hiss of the tea lights burning on the water, full of everything they had not said to each other over the past 4 days, all the conversations that had circled and approached and retreated, all the silences that had been held open like doors. Thomas set his lantern down on the dock carefully on its base, so that the flame did not gutter. Then he stood up and looked at Helen, and his face in the dim light was open in a way she had not seen before. All the careful composure gone, all the disciplined privacy lifted, and underneath it something raw and real and frightened and alive. "Come inside," he said. "It's freezing." They sat in the common room of the pension, side by side on the bench nearest the wood stove. Not across from each other this time. The distance between them was inches, close enough that Helen could feel the warmth radiating from his body, close enough that when he shifted, his shoulder pressed against hers, and neither of them moved away. The fire was low, the room was empty. Outside, the last of the lanterns were dissolving on the lake, their flames going out one by one as the paper softened and the water took them. Thomas told her about his wife. Her name had been Ruth. She had been a painter, landscapes mostly, though in the last year she had turned to abstraction, painting in long sweeping gestures that Helen, from the way Thomas described them, could almost see. Colours bleeding into one another, edges dissolving, the boundary between one thing and another becoming uncertain and then disappearing entirely. She had died of an illness that progressed quickly, that gave them very little time to prepare, and Thomas had spent the months afterward in a state of such bewildered grief that he could not remember, afterward, how he had gotten through them. He had simply done what needed doing, fed Maren, kept the house standing, gone to work, and the grief had moved through him like weather, unpredictable and uncontrollable, and he had let it, because there was nothing else to do. He spoke about her the way Helen had learned, in 18 years of interviewing, that people speak about the dead when they are finally ready to, not with the careful reverence of the recently bereaved, but with a kind of aching specificity. The way Ruth laughed, too loudly, always in movie theatres. The way she left paint under her fingernails and never noticed. The way she'd looked at Maren in the first months of her life, with an expression of such stunned, delighted wonder that Thomas had felt watching her, that he was witnessing something sacred. "I loved her," he said, simply, as though this were the most important fact he had ever stated, and the simplest. Helen listened. She did not take notes. She did not shape what he was saying into a narrative, didn't look for the arc or the turning point or the moment of resolution. She simply listened, the way she had listened to him on the dock, on the first night, with the full weight of her attention, without trying to fix or redirect or contain. When he finished, the fire had burned down to embers. The room was very warm and very quiet, and Helen felt something shifting inside her, something that had been locked for a long time, something she had built walls around so carefully that she had almost forgotten it was there. She told him about hers, not everything, not in one breath, but enough. The shape of it, the weight, the way it had settled into her life like sediment settling to the bottom of a glass, invisible but changing everything above it, the way she'd learned to work around it, to build her career on the grief of others, because it was the only grief she could bear to touch, the way she had convinced herself that this was not avoidance but discipline, that it was a choice, not a flight. It wasn't, though, she said when she'd finished. It was flight. I know that now. Thomas looked at her. The firelight moved across his face, and in it she could see, clearly, without the protective distance of darkness or the mediating presence of other people, what she'd been seeing for days without letting herself name it. Not desire exactly, or not only desire, something deeper, a recognition, the quiet, stunned awareness of finding in another person the precise shape of something you had believed was uniquely yours. He reached out and took her hand. The touch was not romantic, or not yet. It was the way one takes someone's hand when they have just said something true and difficult, and you want them to know that you heard it, and that it did not frighten you. His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady, and Helen felt the wall inside her, the one she had built so carefully, the one that had kept her safe for 4 years, crack, not shatter, crack, a single fracture running through it like a line of light. She did not pull away. They stayed in the common room for a long time after that, talking, quietly, easily, the way two people talk when the hardest things have already been said, and what remains is simply the pleasure of each other's company. They talked about books, about teaching, about the particular loneliness of doing work that required you to pay close attention to other people's inner lives while keeping your own hidden. They talked about Maren, about the way she had inherited Ruth's stubbornness and Thomas's habit of asking questions that no one else thought to ask. They talked about the lanterns and what it meant to release something into water, and whether the act of letting go was really as simple as it seemed, or whether it was the hardest thing a person could do. At some point, Helen could not have said exactly when, Thomas's hand moved from hers to her shoulder, and then, as the conversation wound down and the silences between sentences grew longer and warmer, his arms settled around her and she leaned into him, and the contact was so natural, so unforced, that it felt less like something beginning than like something that had already been in progress for a long time, quietly, beneath the surface of all their careful conversations. They did not kiss, not yet, but when Helen finally stood to go to her room, the fire was out, the room was dark, and the cold was beginning to seep through the walls. Thomas stood with her, and they faced each other in the darkness, and the space between them was so small that she could feel his breath on her face, and for a moment neither of them moved. "Tomorrow," he said, "I want to show you something." "What?" "The lake at dawn, before anyone else is awake. It's different." "Different how?" He smiled. She could hear it in his voice, even though she could not see his face. "You'll have to come and see." She did. She woke before dawn and dressed in the dark and went down the stairs and out into the cold. The air was so sharp it hurt to breathe. The sky was the colour of iron and the lake was invisible, a darkness so complete that it seemed to have no edges, no boundary, no end. She stood at the shore and waited, and after a few minutes she heard his footsteps on the dock behind her, and then he was beside her, and they stood together in the silence and watched the light come. It came slowly, not all at once the way it does in summer, but gradually, a lightening at the horizon, a softening of the darkness, a slow and patient revelation. The lake emerged from the black like a painting being uncovered. First the nearest shore, then the water itself, then the far bank, indistinct and grey, and finally the sky above it, turning from iron to pewter, to a pale, fragile blue that looked as though it might shatter if you touched it. And then The lanterns. They were still there. Not all of them. Most had dissolved in the night, the paper softening and sinking, the flames going out. But some, the ones made from thicker paper or placed in the stillest part of the water, had survived. They floated scattered across the lake's surface, their flames long extinguished but the paper still intact, catching the first light of morning and holding it. They glowed, faintly, almost, imperceptibly, like something remembered, like a record of something that had happened here in the dark, that the water had not yet finished dissolving. They stay until the sun is fully up, Thomas said. Then they go. Helen watched them. She thought about what the volunteer had said. The lake does not return what you give it. She thought about the blank piece of paper she'd carried all evening the night before, the one she'd never written on, the one she'd set down on the dock beside Thomas's unlit lantern. She thought about the wall inside her, and the crack running through it, and the light coming through. "I want to write it," she said, quietly, not looking at him, looking at the lanterns on the water. "My story, the one I've been afraid to write. Now? Not now, but I want to. I think I'm ready." He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He simply stood beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched, and watched the lanterns dissolve in the morning, light, slowly, quietly, without drama, the way all true endings happen. Later, an hour later, or two, it was hard to tell. Time moved differently here, at the edge of this lake, in this cold and silent place. They walked back along the shore toward the pension. The morning was fully bright now, and the lake was empty. No lanterns, no trace. The water had taken everything and given nothing back, and the surface was smooth and dark and still, as though nothing had ever floated on it at all. They walked close together, their breath making small clouds in the air. Maren would be waking soon. The festival was over. In a day or two Helen would drive back to the city, and Thomas would drive back to his school and his house and his ordinary life, and the careful distance that the world required of them, the distance of strangers, of two people who had met by accident at the edge of a lake, would reassert itself. But not yet. Thomas stopped walking. Helen stopped too, and turned to look at him, and found him looking at her with an expression she had not seen on his face before. Not the wariness, not the careful composure, not even the quiet tenderness he wore when he looked at Maren. Something else. Something that was frightened and hopeful and very, very still, the way a person is still when they're about to say something they cannot take back. "I haven't felt this way," he said, "in a long time. I wasn't sure I could anymore." Helen looked at him. The lake stretched behind him, vast and dark and patient. The pines stood silent on the shore. The morning light fell on his face, at his temples, on the lines around his eyes, on the mouth that was trying very hard not to shake. And she thought, this is what it looks like. Not rescue, not salvation, not the end of grief, just this. Two people, standing in the cold, choosing each other with full knowledge of what it costs. She stepped forward and closed the distance between them. She put her hand against his chest, feeling his heart beneath her palm steady and warm and alive. And she looked up at him, and she said, "Then let's not waste it." He kissed her. It was not the kind of kiss that happens in stories, not dramatic, not breathless, not the culmination of some long agonized wait. It was slow. It was careful. It was the kiss of two people who had spent years learning to hold themselves together, and who were now, for the first time in a long time, allowing themselves to be held. His hand came up to the side of her face, his fingers cold against her cheek, his touch so gentle it was almost a question, and she leaned into it, and the kiss deepened, and the world contracted to the small warm space between them, and for a moment, just a moment, The grief was not gone. It was still there, in both of them, heavy and permanent and real. But it was no longer the only thing. It shared the space with something else now, something that had no name yet, and did not need one, something that simply was. When they pulled apart, the lake was still. The lanterns were gone. The morning light moved slowly across the water, turning it from black to grey to a deep, quiet blue. "Come back inside," Helen said. "Marin will be wondering where you are." "Yes," he said. And then, because he was a man who understood that some things did not need to be said but needed nonetheless to be acknowledged. "Thank you." She didn't ask what for. She understood. They walked back along the shore, side by side, close enough that their hands brushed with every step. The lake breathed beside them, slow, patient, holding nothing, returning nothing, simply there. And the morning continued, as mornings do, indifferent to the small, enormous thing that had happened at its edge. Two people choosing, in the cold and the quiet, to begin again. The table we once shared. The party was the kind that happens without anyone deciding it should. Someone's roommate knew someone whose girlfriend had just turned 21, and by 9 o'clock on a Thursday in early October, the backyard of a house on Elm Court was full of people who had arrived separately and would leave in clusters, having stumbled into conversations they would carry with them for days without knowing why. String lights had been strung between the elm tree and the back porch in a way that suggested no one had measured anything. The music came from a speaker propped on a patio chair, loud enough to feel but not so loud that you had to stop talking. Someone had set out cheap wine on a folding table. The air smelled like fallen leaves and the particular sweetness of a fire pit that had been lit too recently to have settled into its rhythm. Maya had come because her roommate Diane had practically dragged her out the door. She'd been reading. She was always reading. And the pull of the book had been strong, the kind of pull that makes the physical world feel like an interruption. But Diane had said please, and Maya had closed the cover and put on a jacket and walked the 6 blocks with her hands in her pockets, telling herself she would stay an hour. She was standing near the fire pit with a cup of wine she hadn't really tasted, watching the way the flames went from orange at the centre to almost white, when the conversation began. It didn't begin the way conversations are supposed to begin. There was no introduction, no "I'm so-and-so, do you know so-and-so?" It began mid-thought, as if they had both been thinking the same thing, and one of them simply said it aloud. "It's strange how fire is the one thing that actually looks the way we draw it," said the boy standing beside her. Maya turned. He was not looking at her. He was looking at the fire, and his face in its light had a quality she could not immediately name, something between attentiveness and ease, as though he were both watching something carefully and also at rest. "We don't draw it," she said. "We only ever guess at it." He turned then, and she saw that he had the kind of face that changed depending on the light, serious in shadow, unexpectedly warm when something caught it. His eyes were dark and steady, and there was nothing performing in his expression. He seemed genuinely interested in what she had said, not in the way people are interested when they want to seem interested, but in the way a person is interested when they have just heard something they hadn't thought of before. "Fair point," he said. His name was Eli. He told her this only because she asked, and she asked only because they had been talking for 20 minutes without it, and it suddenly seemed like something she wanted to know. He was a junior, studying history, though he said this almost apologetically, as if he expected her to ask what on earth he planned to do with it. She did not ask. She was studying English literature, and she understood the quiet embarrassment of loving something that the world did not consider useful. They talked about fire. Then they talked about the party, about how strange it was to be surrounded by people and feel, not lonely exactly, but separate, as if there were a glass wall between you and everyone else, that only certain conversations could dissolve. Then they talked about the season, about the way October had a particular quality of light in the late afternoon that made everything look both more real and more temporary than it was. None of it was important. All of it was important. At some point Maya realised she had stopped seeing the fire pit. The world had narrowed to the space between them. Not physically, they were standing a normal distance apart, but attentionally, the way a lens narrows when it finds its focus. She was aware of this happening and did nothing to stop it. When they finally parted, Diane appearing, tugging at her arm, saying they should go, Maya walked back to her apartment with the feeling that something had changed in the arrangement of the world, though she could not have said what. It was like noticing after weeks of not paying attention that a familiar street has been gradually losing its trees. They found each other again without trying, which is to say they tried without admitting it. The first time was at the campus library, 3rd floor, where the shelves were tall enough to create private corridors and the light came through high windows in long gold bars. Maya was reading Middlemarch, rereading actually, the way you reread a book you love when you need the comfort of a known country. She looked up and Eli was at the end of the aisle, browsing the history section with the same quality of attention she had noticed at the party. Quiet, unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world and meant to use it honestly. He saw her at the same moment. Neither of them seemed surprised. Middlemarch, he said, reading the spine, for the 3rd time. Is it better? Differently, she said. And then, because it seemed true and she could not explain why, each time I understand a different thing about what it means to be afraid of your own life. He nodded slowly, as if this were an answer he'd been waiting for without knowing it. He sat down at the table across from her, opened his own book, a biography of someone she'd never heard of, and they studied in silence for 2 hours. The silence was not empty. It was the kind of silence that happens when two people are comfortable enough to stop performing for each other, and it felt to Maya like the first genuinely restful thing that had happened to her in months. After that they fell into a rhythm. It was not planned. It emerged the way a path emerges in a field when enough people walk the same way, worn smooth by repetition until it looks as if it was always meant to be there. They walked across campus at night, after the library closed, when the string lights on the quad made everything look like a stage set for something tender. They talked about their childhoods in the way young people do when they're not yet ready to be precise about it. Broad strokes, the names of towns, the particular flavour of their family dinners. Maya's parents were warm and loud and Italian in the way that Italian Americans are Italian, which is to say not very, but with great enthusiasm. Eli's family was quieter. His mother laughed easily. His father was a man of long silences that were not uncomfortable. They had travelled a great deal when Eli was young. He mentioned this once, casually, and then did not elaborate, and Maya did not ask him to. What she noticed in those early weeks was not the facts of his life, but the texture of his attention. Eli listened the way very few people listen, not waiting for his turn to speak, not assembling a response, but actually receiving what she said, turning it over, considering it. When he spoke, it was because he had something to say, not because silence made him nervous. He had an opinion about almost everything and held it lightly, ready to be changed by a good argument. He made her laugh, not with jokes exactly, but with observations so precisely true that laughter was the only possible response, the way you laugh when someone names a feeling you've been carrying without words. The first kiss happened on a Tuesday evening in late October, after dinner at the dining hall, where they had sat together with a group of people and talked about nothing, and then walked outside into air that was sharp enough to make their breath visible. They were standing under an elm tree near the science building, and Maya was saying something about a passage she had read that afternoon, something about the way certain sentences in a novel can make you feel that the author has seen you, truly seen you, in a way that no living person has managed. And Eli had listened. And then he had said very quietly, "I know exactly what you mean." And something in the way he said it made her look at him differently, and the look held, and then he leaned forward and kissed her. It did not feel urgent. It felt inevitable, as if they had both been moving toward this point for weeks and had simply arrived. After that, the intimacy deepened in the way intimacy deepens when it is built on something more than attraction, when it is built on the accumulation of small recognitions, each one a kind of proof that the other person exists in the same way you do, that the world looks, from their particular angle, like something you could inhabit. They held hands walking to class. They fell asleep on the couch in Maya's apartment on Saturday afternoons, her head on his shoulder, his arm around her, the television playing something neither of them was watching. They cooked dinner together in the tiny kitchen, badly, enthusiastically burning things and laughing about it. They lay in bed at night and talked in the dark about things they had never told anyone. Small fears, half-formed ambitions, the particular loneliness of feeling like you understand the world differently from the people around you. Desire, when it came, did not arrive as a disruption. It arrived as a deepening of what was already there, a warmth that had been present all along suddenly acknowledged. It was not the fire pit kind of wanting, all heat and urgency. It was quieter than that. It was the wanting that comes from trust, from having seen someone at their most unguarded and finding them beautiful there. The first time they slept together was unremarkable in the way that the best intimate moments are unremarkable. Not because nothing happened, but because everything that happened felt like a continuation of something already in motion. Afterward, Maya lay with her head on his chest and listened to his heartbeat and thought, with a clarity that surprised her, that she had never felt so known. Nothing went wrong. This is important to understand, because when something begins to feel wrong without any identifiable cause, the mind searches desperately for one, and in the searching it can create damage where none existed. It started with Eli. The first time it happened was a Wednesday in mid-November, 3 weeks into their relationship. They were in Maya's apartment studying, her at the desk, him on the floor with his back against the bed, a book open in his lap. Maya's phone rang. It was her mother calling from home, and Maya put it on speaker and said hello, and her mother's voice filled the small room with its particular warmth, animated, a little too loud, full of questions about classes and whether Maya was eating enough. Eli looked up from his book. His expression shifted, not dramatically, not in any way Maya could have pointed to and named, but something in his face went still, the way a pond goes still when the wind stops. He set the book down carefully and stared at the phone as if he were hearing something underneath the words, some frequency the conversation was broadcasting that only he could detect. Maya noticed but said nothing. When the call ended, he picked his book back up and continued reading, and the moment passed. The second time was stranger. They were at dinner together, and Maya mentioned casually that she was going home for Thanksgiving, that her parents were expecting her, that her mother had already planned the menu, that her younger brother would be there with his girlfriend for the first time, and it would be chaotic and wonderful. "You should come," she said without thinking about it, the way you say something when it feels obvious. Eli's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. He set it down. "I'd like that," he said. But there was a pause before he said it, a pause in which his eyes had gone to some middle distance focused on nothing Maya could see, and his face had worn that expression again, the stillness, the faint bewilderment, as if he were trying to solve a problem he could not quite articulate. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Of course." And he smiled, and the smile was genuine, and Maya believed him. But over the next 2 weeks she began to notice other things, small things, the kind of things you notice only when you're already watching. The way he sometimes fell silent in the middle of a conversation, not because he had nothing to say, but because he seemed to have been suddenly, privately transported somewhere else. The way certain pieces of music made him close his eyes with an expression that was not quite pleasure and not quite pain, something older than either. The way, once or twice, he looked at her with an intensity that seemed disproportionate to the moment, as if he were seeing not just her but something behind her, or beneath her, something he recognized but could not name. He did not tell her any of this. She did not ask, not directly, because she did not know how to ask without sounding frightened, and she was not frightened exactly. She was unsettled. The feeling was subtle and persistent, like a note played just below the range of conscious hearing. You don't hear it, but it changes the quality of the silence. And because she could not name what was wrong, her mind invented explanations. He was pulling away, he was losing interest, he was seeing someone else. Each explanation felt wrong the moment she thought it, because nothing in his behaviour toward her suggested any of them. He was tender, he was present. He held her hand and read beside her and kissed her forehead when she fell asleep on his shoulder. Everything he did said, "I am here," and yet something in him was elsewhere, turning over a question she could not hear. The distance, when it came, was not a rupture. It was a gradual cooling, like a room in which someone has quietly turned down the heat. Fewer texts during the day, not none, but fewer. Longer pauses before he responded, as if he were reading her words carefully, weighing them against something. When they were together, he was still himself, attentive, quiet, kind. But there were moments when Maya felt she was not quite reaching him, as if she was speaking into a room where the acoustics had changed. She lay awake at night and tried to understand what she was feeling. It was not the fear of losing him, though that was part of it. It was something more specific, a sense that the happiness between them was not fragile because it was weak, but because it was deep, that the very completeness of what she felt made her vulnerable to its loss in a way that smaller feelings did not. It was as if love, in its fullness, carried within it the seed of its own anxiety. They chose Thanksgiving together. Maya suggested it again, lightly, giving him an easy way to decline. He did not decline. He said yes with a quiet certainty that felt to her like a decision rather than an agreement, as if he were choosing not just to go but to choose her, deliberately, in the face of whatever private uncertainty had been haunting him. They drove to Maya's parents' house on a Wednesday afternoon, the highway lined with bare trees and the sky low and grey, in the way it gets in late November, as if the clouds have settled down to stay. Eli drove. Maya sat in the passenger seat with her feet tucked under her, reading aloud from a novel she'd brought, not because either of them needed entertainment, but because she liked the sound of her own voice in the car, and because Eli liked listening, and because reading aloud was one of the small rituals they had built together, unremarkable and irreplaceable. The house was exactly as Maya had described it, loud, warm, cluttered with the evidence of a family that had lived in the same place for decades. Her mother greeted them at the door with an embrace that lasted too long, and a question about whether Eli had eaten, delivered before he had fully crossed the threshold. Her father shook his hand and then, apparently deciding that was insufficient, pulled him into a brief backslapping hug. Maya's brother Jake was in the kitchen with his girlfriend, and there was wine already open on the counter, and someone had put on music that was too loud for the size of the room. Eli stood in the middle of it all, and something happened to his face. Maya saw it from across the room. She'd been turning to introduce him to someone, her aunt perhaps, or a neighbour, when she looked back and found him standing very still in the flow of family around him, his eyes moving slowly from face to face, from object to object, as if he were reading a book he had read before and was now encountering again after a long absence. The expression on his face was not bewilderment exactly, it was recognition, deep, wordless, disorienting recognition. It lasted only a moment. Then her mother was pressing a glass of wine into his hand and asking him about his family, and Eli smiled and answered, and was charming in the quiet way he was always charming, and the moment passed. But Maya had seen it. She filed it away without knowing what it meant. Thanksgiving dinner was loud and chaotic and wonderful. Maya's mother had cooked too much, as she always did, and the table was crowded with dishes and elbows and overlapping conversations. Eli sat beside Maya and ate and listened and laughed at her brother's jokes, and answered her father's gentle interrogation about his studies with patience and good humour. He fit into the family the way a key fits into a lock, not because he was shaped to fit, but because the fit was simply there, as if it had always been there. After dinner, when the dishes were being cleared and her brother and his girlfriend had retreated to the living room and her parents were arguing cheerfully about whether to have coffee or dessert first, Maya and Eli sat together on the back porch in the cold. The yard was dark beyond the porch light, and their breath made clouds in the air, and somewhere down the street a dog was barking. "It feels known," Eli said quietly, looking out at the yard. Maya turned to him. "What does?" He was quiet for a moment, not searching for words exactly, searching for the right way to say something that resisted language. "Being here," he said. "This house, your family, the way your mother laughs. It's like I've heard it before, not just tonight, before tonight." He paused. "I can't explain it. It sounds absurd." "It doesn't sound absurd," Maya said, though she did not yet understand what he meant. "It feels like coming back to a place I've been," he said. "But I haven't been here." She took his hand. The cold had made his fingers stiff, and she held them tightly, and for a while they sat together in silence, and the silence was not uncomfortable, but it was charged with something, a question that neither of them knew how to ask. Later that night, after the house had quieted and Maya's parents had gone to bed, and the dishes were done and the kitchen smelled of coffee and cinnamon, they lay together in Maya's childhood bedroom, which was small and still had her high school bookshelves and a faded poster of someone she no longer remembered. Eli held her close, and she listened to his breathing slow as he drifted towards sleep, and she thought about what he had said on the porch and felt, not frightened but alert, the way you feel when you're standing at the edge of something and can sense its depth without being able to see the bottom. The photo albums came out on Friday afternoon, after lunch, when the house had settled into the particular languor that follows a holiday meal. Maya's mother had a weakness for nostalgia that expressed itself in albums, actual physical albums bound in leather and cloth, arranged chronologically on a shelf in the den. She brought them out whenever she had an audience she thought would appreciate them, and Maya, who had seen every photograph a dozen times, had long since developed the ability to smile and nod while her mind wandered elsewhere. But Eli had not seen them, and of course Maya's knew this, and smiled the smile of a woman who has found the perfect gift, and carried the albums out to the living room where everyone was sprawled in various attitudes of post-lunch contentment. "Come, come," she said. "You have to see these. Maya as a baby. You won't believe it." They gathered on the couch, Maya, Eli, Jake, his girlfriend, Maya's father in the armchair with his coffee. Her mother opened the first album on the coffee table, and the laughter began almost immediately. Maya at 2, gap-toothed and furious about something. Maya at 5, in a Halloween costume that was clearly meant to be a butterfly but looked more like a crumpled brown paper bag. Maya at 8, holding a fish she had caught, her face radiant with an accomplishment she would forget by the following week. Eli laughed with them. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, watching the photographs with genuine delight, and Maya watched him watching them, and felt a warmth so simple and uncomplicated that it surprised her. The pleasure of being seen in your own history by someone you love. Her mother turned the pages. The albums moved through time. Maya at 10, at 12, the awkward years arriving like weather. Jake's baby photos, family vacations, Christmas mornings, a parade of ordinary days preserved against forgetting. Then her mother reached for the second album, the older one, the one that began before Maya was born, and opened it and began flipping through with the same casual ease, narrating as she went. Maya's parents' wedding, their first apartment, the early years of Jake before Maya existed, and then her mother stopped. It was not a dramatic stop. She did not gasp or cry out. She simply paused, her hand resting on an open page, and looked at the photograph with an expression of mild surprise, as if she had forgotten this particular image was here. "Oh," she said, "look at this one. I'd forgotten we had this." Maya leaned forward to see. It was a formal photograph, the kind every cruise line takes on gala night, when the dining room is dressed in white and gold, and the passengers come down in their best clothes, and the professional photographer stations himself near the entrance, catching each family as they arrive. But this one was different from the standard portrait. These two families had clearly asked to be photographed together, the kind of thing families do when they have spent a week sharing a dinner table and have become, in the compressed intimacy of a cruise, something close to friends. They were posed together in a single group, standing in front of the ship's grand staircase, everyone dressed up. The men in dark suits, the women in evening dresses, the whole arrangement carrying the particular formality of an occasion that also feels, underneath, like a celebration. Maya's parents were younger. Her mother's hair was different, her father thinner, and beside them was a small girl of perhaps 8 or 9, dark-haired and serious-faced, standing very straight in a white dress, looking directly at the camera with an expression of frank curiosity. Maya recognized herself immediately, and beside the other family, a man and woman Maya did not know, the woman laughing at something, the man smiling with the quiet amusement of someone who finds the world perpetually interesting. There was a boy. He was perhaps the same age as Maya in the photograph, maybe a year older. He stood slightly apart from his parents, one hand in his pocket in a posture that was oddly adult for a child, and he was looking not at the camera but at the girl beside him, at Maya, with an expression of calm, attentive interest. Maya looked at the photograph for a long moment. She looked at the boy's face. Something tugged at the edge of her memory. Not a clear recollection, but the ghost of one. A sensation like reaching for something in the dark and feeling only air where it should have been. She turned to show Eli. He was not looking at her. He was looking at the photograph. His face had gone very still. The same stillness she had seen in him before, the one she'd never been able to name. But this time it was different. This time the stillness was not confusion. It was the stillness of someone who has just seen something confirmed that they had been trying, without success, to deny. "That's me," he said. His voice was quiet, not shocked exactly. Something quieter than shock. The sound of a door opening onto a room you have been trying to find for a long time. Maya looked at him. She looked at the photograph. She looked at the boy in the photograph, and she looked at Eli, and the resemblance, once seen, was so obvious that she could not understand how she had not seen it before. The same shape of face, the same dark, steady eyes, the same quality of attention, even in childhood, as if the world were a book he intended to read carefully. "What?" said her mother. "That's him," Maya said, pointing. "That's Eli." The room went quiet. Not the quiet of discomfort, but the quiet of people trying to absorb something that has no frame yet, something that needs a moment to settle into the shape it will eventually take. Maya's mother looked at the photograph. She looked at Eli. She looked at Maya. And then she laughed. A short, startled laugh. The kind that comes when something is too strange to be met with any other response. "Well," she said. "Well, I'll be damned." What followed was the kind of conversation that happens when coincidence reveals itself to be something larger than coincidence. The rapid, overlapping reconstruction of shared history. The phone calls to parents on both sides. The piecing together of a night on a cruise ship years ago when two families had been seated near each other at dinner and had talked and laughed and enjoyed each other's company, and then parted, as families do, without exchanging names or addresses or any of the information that would have allowed them to find each other again. Eli called his mother. Maya's mother got on the phone. There was a long silence while they listened to each other, and then laughter, real laughter, the kind that comes from genuine astonishment, and then more talking, and Maya's father shaking his head and saying, "Well, I'll be damned" again, and Jake saying, "This is insane," with the particular incredulity of someone who has grown up believing that the world operates according to reasonable, explicable principles, and has just watched those principles dissolve. Maya sat beside Eli on the couch through all of it, and at some point his hand found hers, and she held it, and she watched his face as the conversation unfolded around them. The stillness was gone now. In its place was something she had not seen on him before. A kind of quiet wonder, not frightened but awed. The expression of someone who has just discovered that the ground beneath them is not what they thought it was, and is not afraid. When the calls were over, and the laughter had subsided, and Maya's mother had made tea for everyone because it seemed like the only thing to do, Maya and Eli sat together on the back porch again. It was evening now. The yard was dark and the air was cold, and somewhere in the distance a church bell was ringing. 6 slow strokes that carried across the neighbourhood and faded into silence. "So?" Maya said. "So," said Eli. They looked at each other, and for a long moment neither of them spoke, and the silence was not empty but full of the particular texture of two people who have just discovered that their story is older than they, knew that the path between them was not made in October, but in some earlier season, laid down by hands they did not know were laying it, worn smooth by time before they were old enough to walk it consciously. "I knew something," Eli said finally. "I couldn't name it, but I knew." "The stillness," Maya said, "when you'd go quiet." He nodded. "It kept happening. Every time I was with your family, every time I heard your mother's voice, it was like..." He stopped, tried again. "It was like remembering a dream, not the content of it, just the feeling of having been somewhere before." Maya leaned her head against his shoulder. The church bell had stopped. The neighbourhood was quiet in the way small towns are quiet on the night after Thanksgiving. A stillness that felt not like emptiness, but like rest, like a world that had finished its work for the day and was content. "Does it change anything?" she asked. Not because she needed to know the answer, but because she wanted to hear him say it. Eli was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "It doesn't change what I feel. It just explains it. Or not explains it. Confirms it." He turned toward her, and she turned toward him, and in the porch light his face had the same quality it had had the night they met, serious and warm, attentive and at ease. He took her hand, and she laced her fingers through his, and they sat together in the cold and the quiet. Two people who had found each other once before without knowing it, and had found each other again, this time with their eyes open. Inside, through the window, the kitchen light was on. Maya's mother was washing cups. Her father was drying them. Jake and his girlfriend were laughing about something. The house was warm and bright and full of the ordinary sounds of a family at the end of a day, and it was exactly as it had always been, and it was entirely new. They didn't remember each other, but their lives did, and when they sat down at the table, again, older now, aware, hands intertwined across the white cloth, it was not the beginning of something. It was the confirmation of something that had always been true, waiting, patient as a seed in winter soil, for the season when it could finally bloom. Bitter moon, bright star. Harvey Davenport squinted against the low autumn sun as he guided his dun gelding down Silver Creek's main thoroughfare. The small Montana settlement had the distinct smell of a town caught between civilization and wilderness, sawdust and manure, whiskey and wood smoke. His back ached from 3 days in the saddle, tracking a man who'd ultimately proven not worth the trouble. The bounty for Carl Weber had barely covered expenses. 15 years of hunting men had taught Harvey one immutable truth. The price on a man's head rarely matched the cost of bringing him in. Mayor Julian Collier's telegram had been cryptic but promising. Urgent matter requiring discretion and experience. Compensation generous. Harvey had learned to read between the lines of such messages, usually a wealthy man wanting revenge without legal entanglements. The mayor's office occupied the upper floor of the general store announced by a weather-worn sign. Harvey secured his horse and climbed the exterior staircase, boots leaving imprints in a thin layer of dust. Davenport, Collier greeted him, rising from behind a desk cluttered with papers. The mayor was a slight man with spectacles and thinning hair, the kind who'd never skinned a knuckle in a fight. Grateful you came so quickly, Harvey removed his hat but remained standing. Your telegram mentioned generous compensation. Indeed. $500 for 3 months' work. Harvey raised an eyebrow. That's steep for a small town. Who needs killing? The mayor blanched. Good heavens, no. I'm not hiring you to hunt anyone. I need protection. For yourself? For our new school teacher, Miss Florence Hart. Harvey stared at the man, certain he'd misheard. A school teacher? She arrived last week from Boston. Brilliant young woman, educated at Mount Holyoke Female Seminary. The mayor paused, looking uncomfortable. Silver Creek has been under William Tate's thumb for too long. His gang controls everything from cattle to mining claims. Miss Hart represents something Tate can't abide. Progress, education, civilization. And you think a schoolmarm can change that? I think education changes everything, Mr. Davenport. But first, she needs to survive long enough to teach. Harvey paced to the window, looking down at the street where a group of children chased a rolling hoop. I'm not a nursemaid. No, you're a man with a reputation for staying alive in situations where others don't. Collier opened a desk drawer and removed an envelope. Half now, half when her term ends in December. Harvey weighed the envelope in his palm. It was heavy with coin. Where do I find her? The schoolhouse at the edge of town. You can't miss it. Indeed he couldn't. The one-room schoolhouse stood alone on a gentle rise, painfully new against the weathered landscape. Fresh-cut lumber still leaked sap from its seams, and someone had planted flowers along the walkway, a futile gesture in the Montana autumn. Through the open door he heard a woman's voice, melodic and clear. Now, who can tell me where we might find the Rocky Mountains on our map? Harvey leaned against the doorframe, observing without announcing himself. The schoolteacher stood before a dozen children of various ages, gesturing to a large cloth map hung on the wall. She wore a practical blue dress. Her honey-brown hair swept into a loose knot at her nape. "They're right here," piped a small boy. "Excellent, Thomas." She beamed as if the child had solved complex mathematics instead of identifying the most obvious geographical feature in their territory. Harvey cleared his throat, and 26 eyes swiveled toward him. 12 pairs belonging to children, 1 to the teacher, and the last his own reflection in the small mirror by the door. "May I help you, sir?" Her smile remained, but caution entered her eyes. "Harvey Davenport. Mayor Collier hired me." Understanding dawned on her face. She turned to her students. "Children, please practice your letters while I speak with Mr. Davenport." She approached with an extended hand. "Florence Hart, I've been expecting you, though I did express to the mayor that this arrangement seems unnecessary." Her grip was firm, her palms slightly chalked from the blackboard. Up close he noticed her eyes, amber flecked with green, direct and unflinching. "Mayor's money, Mayor's worries," Harvey replied, removing his hat. "I'll be staying close, keeping watch. Mr. Davenport, I appreciate the concern, but I've come to teach, not cower. These children need education more than I need protection. With respect, Miss Hart, you don't know William Tate. I know men like him exist everywhere, just wearing different clothes. In Boston, they wore fine suits and called themselves businessmen while exploiting immigrant children in factories." Her chin lifted slightly. "I didn't bend to them, and I won't bend to Mr. Tate." Harvey almost smiled at her. Naivety. Almost. Those Boston men probably didn't gut people for sport. Colour drained from her face, but her posture remained straight. "I see. Well, I won't be frightened away, Mr. Davenport. These children deserve better. Most folks deserve better than they get, Miss Hart. Doesn't change how things are." "Perhaps not," she replied, her voice soft but steel-edged. "But it absolutely changes how things will be." Harvey watched her return to her students, marvelling at the peculiar mixture of innocence and determination. 3 months suddenly seemed interminable. He'd met her type before, idealists who believed goodness would triumph simply because it should. They were always the first to fall when reality came knocking with blood-stained knuckles. She wouldn't last a week. That night, as he secured the schoolhouse, Harvey noticed a figure watching from the tree line. He drew his Colt but made no move toward the shadow. A warning shot would only confirm the watcher's suspicions about the schoolteacher's importance. Instead, he deliberately turned his back and continued his checks, keeping the figure in his peripheral vision. The message was clear. "I see you, but I'm not concerned." When he turned again, the shadow was gone. Florence's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Is someone there?" She stood in the doorway of the small cabin adjacent to the schoolhouse, a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. "Just the wind," he lied. "Go back inside." She studied him for a moment, those amber eyes too perceptive. "You're not a very convincing liar, Mr. Davenport. And you're not very good at following directions, Miss Hart." A smile ghosted across her face. A failing my own teachers often noted. "Good night, Mr. Davenport." As her door closed, Harvey settled on the porch steps, rifle across his knees. The Montana night unfurled around him, stars pricking the velvet darkness. An owl called from somewhere distant, a lonely sound that echoed his own hollow spaces. 3 months of protecting a woman who believed kindness could overcome cruelty. It was like being hired to shield a candle from a hurricane. The irony wasn't lost on him. Once he'd been the one with faith in humanity's better nature. Once he'd believed in things like justice and hope. Once, before Bitter Creek. The schoolhouse door displayed a fresh-burned message by morning: "Leave or bleed." Florence traced the charred letters with her fingertips, leaving sooty smudges on her skin. Well, they certainly lack subtlety. Harvey, who'd been inspecting the surrounding ground for tracks, straightened with a scowl. "This isn't a joke, Miss Hart." "Do I appear to be laughing?" She met his gaze steadily. "Intimidation tactics are the weapons of small men, Mr. Davenport. I won't dignify them with fear." With that, she retrieved a bucket of whitewash from the supply shed and began coating the damaged door. Her methodical brush strokes revealed nothing of her thoughts, but Harvey noticed the slight tremor in her hands. "You should consider returning to Boston," he said, leaning against the schoolhouse wall. Florence continued painting, not sparing him a glance. "I should consider many things, Mr. Davenport. The migration patterns of monarch butterflies, the mathematical principles behind cathedral architecture, the proper preservation of wild berries for winter consumption." She paused, finally looking at him. Abandoning these children isn't among those considerations. The arrival of her students ended their conversation. Harvey watched as Florence transformed, her apprehension tucked away behind genuine warmth as she greeted each child by name. He positioned himself by the window, scanning the tree line while the lesson progressed inside. "Mr. Davenport?" A small voice interrupted his surveillance. A girl of perhaps 7 stood beside him, clutching a slate. "Miss Hart says you might help me with my numbers." Harvey frowned. "I'm not a teacher." "She says you're good at calculating distances and angles for shooting." The child spoke matter-of-factly. "I don't understand fractions." He glanced at Florence, who was helping another student. She gave no indication of having orchestrated this interaction. "Let me see," he said gruffly, taking the slate. 20 minutes later, Florence dismissed the children for their midday meal. She approached Harvey, who was still working with the girl. "So if you have 3/4 of a pie, and you eat 1/3 of that amount, what do you have left?" he was asking. The child's face scrunched in concentration. "Half a pie? How do you figure that?" 3/4 times 1/3 is 1/4, so 3/4 minus 1/4 is half. "That's right. You're quick." The girl beamed and hurried off to join her friends outside. "Sarah struggles with arithmetic," Florence said, sitting beside him on the bench. "Her father's a trapper, rarely home. She helps her mother manage their supplies, so fractions are essential for her." Harvey grunted, uncomfortable with her approving gaze. "Shooting requires math. Nothing special about it." Florence gathered papers from a nearby desk. "You know, Mr. Davenport, for a man so determined to appear heartless, you have remarkable patience with children." "Children are different," he said after a moment. "They haven't had time to become monsters yet." "And adults have?" "Most." He stood, eager to escape her scrutiny. "I'm going to patrol the perimeter." Over the following weeks, an uneasy routine developed. Harvey kept watch while Florence taught. Occasionally, despite his resistance, he found himself drawn into lessons, explaining tracking methods for geography, demonstrating how to calculate a horse's travel distance for mathematics. The children, initially wary of his scarred face and taciturn manner, gradually began greeting him each morning. One boy even presented him with a whittled wooden horse, crudely carved but recognisable. "Mr. Davenport, might I ask a favour?" Florence approached him one afternoon as the children departed. "Depends on the favour." "I need to visit Miller's Crossing tomorrow. There's a shipment of books arriving by stage, and supplies I ordered for our harvest celebration." Harvey frowned. "Miller's Crossing is 15 miles. "Indeed, which is why I've arranged to borrow Mr. Peterson's wagon. We could depart after breakfast and return before dark." "We? Unless you plan to abandon your duties for the day," she challenged, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The journey began in awkward silence. Florence attempted conversation several times, only to receive grunts or one-word answers from Harvey. After an hour, she sighed dramatically. "This will be a tedious journey if you're determined to remain mute, Mr. Davenport." "Not much worth saying." "I disagree. For instance, you might tell me how a man with your education, and don't deny it. I've seen you correct grammar in the children's work when you thought I wasn't looking, became a bounty hunter." He glanced at her, surprised by her observation. "Life happens." A profoundly uninformative answer. She adjusted her bonnet against the strengthening wind. "Very well, I'll begin. I'm the youngest of 4 sisters. My father was a professor of literature who believed women deserved education equal to men's. My mother died when I was 12. I taught in Boston for 3 years before answering the advertisement for Silver Creek." When he remained silent, she continued undeterred. "I came west because I was suffocating in Boston drawing rooms, expected to marry a banker's son who thought women should discuss nothing more substantial than fabric patterns and menu planning." Her voice softened. "I wanted to build something meaningful. These children deserve futures beyond what their parents could imagine." Harvey felt a reluctant admiration for her conviction. Noble goals don't keep you alive when men like Tate decide you're inconvenient. Perhaps, but fear of dying isn't the same as living. She studied him. "What are you afraid of, Mr. Davenport?" The question struck too close to truths he kept buried. Before he could form a response, the sky darkened ominously. "Storm's coming," he said, grateful for the diversion. "We should find shelter." They barely reached the abandoned Thornton homestead before the deluge began. The small cabin's roof leaked in 3 places, but its stone hearth remained sound. Harvey built a fire while Florence arranged their supplies away from the drips. "Will it pass quickly?" she asked, watching sheets of rain obscure the landscape. "No, it's settling in." He gestured to the western horizon, where dark clouds massed like an invading army. "We're staying the night." Her eyes widened. "That would be inappropriate. Drowning would be fatal. Take your pick." The storm intensified as evening approached. Wind howled through the cabin's gaps and thunder shook the timbers. They shared a simple meal of bread and jerky, the fire casting long shadows across the weathered walls. "Who were you before?" Florence asked suddenly, breaking their companionable silence. Harvey stared into the flames. "What makes you think I was someone else?" "The way you speak when you forget to be coarse. The Latin phrase you used when Thomas fell last week. The books I've seen you reading when you think no one is watching." He remained silent so long she thought he wouldn't answer. "I was a lawyer in St. Louis," he finally said. "Had a practice with my father-in-law." "You were married?" "Catherine, and a daughter, Emma." His voice roughened. "They died at Bitter Creek. Stagecoach robbery." Florence's hand moved involuntarily toward him but stopped short of touching. "I'm so sorry." 8 years ago, last spring, he prodded the fire, sending sparks upward. "I tracked the men responsible. That's how I started bounty hunting." "Did you find them?" "Eventually." The word hung between them, heavy with unspoken violence. "And did it help?" she asked softly. "Did vengeance ease your grief?" Harvey met her gaze, his eyes reflecting firelight and old pain. "No, but it gave me somewhere to put the rage. And now I exist. It's enough." He stood abruptly. "You should sleep. I'll keep watch." "There's room enough for both of us to rest," she offered, gesturing to the cabin's small space. "I don't sleep much anyway." Florence studied him for a long moment. "Do you even believe in anything anymore?" The question wasn't accusatory, but genuinely curious, which somehow made it harder to deflect. "I believe people show their true nature when tested," he answered finally. "I believe comfort breeds illusion, and suffering strips it away. That's a lonely philosophy. It's a realistic one." She shook her head. "Grief doesn't have to define you, Harvey. It can transform you, certainly, but the direction of that transformation remains your choice." It was the first time she'd used his given name, and the intimacy of it disturbed him more than her words. "Get some sleep, Miss Hart." Outside, the storm continued its assault, mirroring the turbulence he felt within. Florence's presence was becoming dangerous, not because she needed his protection, but because she made him question the walls he'd built around himself. The rain didn't let up until dawn, and they returned to Silver Creek by mid-afternoon. News of their overnight absence had preceded them, generating knowing looks from townspeople as they passed. "Reputation is a luxury I can't afford to lose," Florence murmured as they approached the schoolhouse. "The children's parents must trust me." "I'll speak to Reverend Kane," Harvey offered. "He can quell the gossip." She smiled gratefully. "Thank you." As she unlocked the schoolhouse door, Harvey noticed a folded paper nailed to the frame. He snatched it before she could see. "The teacher or the children? Your choice." The threat was clear. Tate was escalating. Harvey crumpled the note, his decision immediate. It was time to confront Tate directly. Florence Hart might be willing to risk herself for her principles, but he wouldn't let her risk the children. Some lessons came at too high a price. The Silver Creek saloon reeked of unwashed bodies and spilled whiskey. Harvey entered at dusk, scanning the crowded room for his target. William Tate held court at a corner table, a mountain of a man with a beard like iron filings and eyes that calculated profit from others' misfortune. Harvey approached without preamble, stopping just beyond arm's reach. Tate. Conversation died as heads turned. Tate looked up lazily, a reptilian smile spreading beneath his moustache. "The schoolmarm's watchdog," he drawled. "Come to beg for scraps." "Come to deliver a message," Harvey's voice carried in the sudden silence. "The teacher and the children are off limits." Tate leaned back, amusement dancing in his cold eyes. "Is that so? And what exactly are you offering in exchange for my generosity?" "Nothing. I'm telling you how it's going to be." A dangerous stillness settled over Tate. "Nobody tells me anything, bounty hunter." "Then consider it friendly advice. The schoolhouse isn't worth the trouble I'll bring you." Tate's men shifted, hands hovering near weapons. Harvey remained motionless, his calm exterior belying the calculated awareness of every potential threat in the room. "You know," Tate said conversationally, "I heard an interesting rumour about that pretty teacher. Seems she spent a night alone with you at the old Thornton place." He smirked. "Perhaps she's not as virtuous as she pretends." Harvey's expression revealed nothing, but his voice dropped to a dangerous register. "Choose your next words with extreme care." Tate stood, towering over most men in the room. "Or what? You'll shoot me? In front of witnesses?" He gestured expansively. "Every man here works for me. You'd be dead before you cleared leather." "Probably," Harvey agreed, "but you'd still die first." Something in Harvey's eyes, the absolute certainty of a man who'd already calculated the cost and found it acceptable, gave Tate pause. 3 days, Tate finally said. "The teacher has 3 days to leave. After that," he shrugged. "Well, schoolhouses burn easily, children too." Harvey's hand moved faster than perception could track. Suddenly his knife pressed against Tate's jugular, drawing a bead of blood. "Listen carefully," Harvey whispered, his mouth close to Tate's ear. "I've killed men in 23 territories. I've hunted human beings like animals and ended them without losing sleep. If anything happens to Miss Hart or those children, anything at all, I will dedicate whatever remains of my life to finding new ways to make you suffer." He stepped back, sheathing his knife with fluid grace. "Sleep well, Tate." The saloon remained silent as he departed, the batwing doors swinging in his wake. Outside, Harvey exhaled slowly, adrenaline ebbing. He'd bought time, but also accelerated the inevitable confrontation. Tate wouldn't tolerate such a public challenge. The only question was whether he'd come for Harvey first, or strike at Florence to prove his dominance. Harvey found her still at the schoolhouse, arranging books on newly built shelves. "You should go home," he said from the doorway. "It's late." Florence looked up, a smudge of dust on her cheek. "There's so much to organise before tomorrow's lesson." "Tomorrow might not come if you exhaust yourself tonight," she smiled. "A surprisingly philosophical observation, Mr. Davenport." He didn't return her smile. "I spoke with Tate." The book in her hands faltered. "I see. Was it productive?" "No." She placed the book carefully on its shelf. "What happens now?" "You leave. Tonight preferably. Return to Boston." "That's not happening." Harvey crossed the room in 3 strides, frustration breaking through his composure. "This isn't a negotiation, Florence." Tate threatened the children explicitly. "All the more reason I can't abandon them." Colour rose in her cheeks. "If I leave, Tate wins. He'll ensure no teacher ever comes again. These children will grow up under his shadow. Believing might make us right." "They'll grow up," Harvey emphasised. "Alive." "Existing isn't living." She echoed his words from the cabin. "You taught me that." He turned away, struggling against emotions he'd thought long buried. "I can't protect everyone all the time." "I'm not asking you to," her voice softened. "But I can't run from this, Harvey. I won't." The use of his given name again, deliberate this time. He faced her, finding her closer than expected. The lamplight gilded her features, revealing determination alongside fear she wasn't bothering to hide. "You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met," he said, the accusation lacking heat. "Consider my teacher." Her smile was tentative. "You're rather obstinate yourself." Something shifted between them, a recognition, a possibility. Her eyes dropped to his mouth, then back to his eyes, a question in them that stirred embers he'd thought long cold. Harvey stepped back abruptly. "I'll keep watch outside tonight." "Harvey?" "Good night, Miss Hart." He escaped into the darkness, his heart pounding with emotions he couldn't afford. Attachment was weakness. Weakness got people killed. The night passed without incident, but Harvey's vigilance didn't waver. By morning, exhaustion dragged at him, yet he escorted Florence to school as usual. Children arrived, lessons proceeded. Florence taught with her characteristic enthusiasm, though Harvey noted the frequent glances she cast toward the windows. Shortly after noon, a commotion outside drew their attention. Mayor Collier hurried up the path, his face ashen. "Thomas Jenkins is missing," he announced, breathing heavily. "His mother says he never arrived at school this morning." Florence paled. "But I marked him absent. I assumed he was ill." "His mother sent him with his lunch pail at 8 o'clock. Collier's eyes shifted to Harvey. "She found this nailed to their door an hour ago." The note contained a single sentence. "Education has its price." "Tate," Harvey growled. Florence pressed a hand to her mouth. "This is because of me." "No," Harvey countered firmly. "This is because Tate is a monster who uses children as pawns. Gather the other students and take them to the church. Stay with Reverend Kane until I return." "Where are you going?" Collier asked. "To find Thomas." Florence caught his arm. "Harvey, Tate wants you to come after him. It's a trap." "I know." He gently removed her hand. "But Thomas is still alive. Tate wants leverage, not a body." "Let me come with you," she pleaded. "I'm the one he wants to intimidate." "Absolutely not." His tone brooked no argument. "Your job is to protect the other children. Mine is to bring Thomas back." Her amber eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Promise me you'll be careful." "I'm always careful." The lie came easily. Harvey tracked Tate's men to an abandoned silver mine 3 miles outside town. The entrance was poorly guarded, an intentional invitation. He dispatched the sentries silently, using the hilt of his knife rather than the blade. This wasn't about killing, it was about the boy. The mineshaft descended into darkness, the air growing damp and cold as he ventured deeper. Voices echoed from a side chamber, including a child's frightened sob. Harvey assessed his options. 5 men based on the voices. 1 terrified boy. A confined space with limited visibility. The odds were poor, but he'd faced worse. He removed his boots, setting them aside to enable silent movement on the rocky floor. Then he drew his revolver, checked the loads, and slipped into the shadows. The first man fell to a blow to the base of his skull. The second turned at the sound of his companion collapsing and received Harvey's fist to his throat. Both would live, but neither would participate further. 3 remaining. In the chamber ahead, lantern light spilled across a macabre tableau. Thomas sat bound to a chair, tears streaking his dirty face. Tate himself lounged nearby, watching as one of his men played with a knife, deliberately frightening the boy. "Thought you'd come alone," Tate called out, not bothering to look toward the entrance where Harvey stood. "Predictable." "Let the boy go, Tate. Your quarrel's with me." "My quarrel's with anyone who challenges my authority in Silver Creek." Tate finally turned, his eyes glinting in the lantern light. The schoolteacher refuses to leave. Perhaps seeing what happened to her favourite pupil will change her mind. Thomas whimpered as the knife-wielding man drew the blade across the boy's cheek, not cutting, but threatening. Last chance, Harvey warned, his gun trained on Tate. You won't risk hitting the boy, Tate smirked. And my men have clear shots at you, Harvey smiled, thinly. Who said anything about shooting? He kicked the lantern, plunging the chamber into darkness. Gunfire erupted immediately, bullets striking stone as Harvey dropped to the ground. He crawled forward, guided by Thomas's terrified cries, and reached the boy's chair. "It's Mr. Davenport," he whispered, cutting the ropes. "Stay down." A bullet grazed his shoulder as he shielded the child with his body. Harvey returned fire, aiming at the muzzle flashes. A scream confirmed at least one hit. "Can't hide forever, Davenport," Tate's voice echoed. "Don't need forever." Harvey guided Thomas toward the entrance. Just long enough. Another shot rang out. Pain exploded in Harvey's side as the bullet found flesh. He staggered but remained upright, pushing Thomas ahead of him. "Run," he commanded, turning back to cover their retreat. Harvey fired 3 rapid shots, forcing Tate and his remaining man into cover. Then he backed away, following Thomas up the shaft toward daylight. They nearly reached the entrance when Harvey stumbled, the blood loss taking its toll. He fell to one knee, vision swimming. "Mr. Davenport," Thomas cried, turning back. "Keep going," Harvey gasped. "Get help." The boy hesitated, then bolted for the entrance. Footsteps approached from behind. Tate, coming to finish what he'd started. Harvey summoned his remaining strength and turned, gun raised. Tate emerged from the shadows, his own weapon levelled. "Should have minded your own business, bounty hunter." "The children are my business now," Harvey replied, his finger tightening on the trigger. 2 shots thundered in the narrow passage. Harvey felt the impact like a mule kick to his chest. He slumped against the wall, watching with detached fascination as Tate collapsed, a crimson stain spreading across his shirt. Darkness crept into the edges of Harvey's vision. His last conscious thought was of Florence, her amber eyes, her stubborn hope, her belief that even the most bitter soul could find redemption. He hoped she was right. Harvey dreamed of Bitter Creek, not the blood and gunfire that haunted his usual nightmares, but the moments before. Catherine's laugh as she tucked a flower behind Emma's ear, his daughter's gap-toothed smile when she spotted him waiting by the stagecoach. "They're beautiful," a voice said, not from the dream but somewhere beyond it. Harvey struggled toward consciousness, fighting through layers of pain. He opened his eyes to find Florence beside his bed, her fingers gently intertwined with his. "Catherine and Emma," he rasped, his throat desert dry. "You were in my dream." She reached for a water glass. "You spoke their names." Supporting his head, she helped him drink. "Dr. Whitman wasn't sure you'd wake up." Memory returned in jagged pieces. The mine, gunfire, Tate. "Thomas?" "Safe." Her smile trembled. "You saved him, Harvey. He hasn't stopped telling everyone how you fought off 100 outlaws in the dark." Harvey tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through his chest and side, stealing his breath. "Don't," Florence pressed him back gently. "The bullet missed your heart by less than an inch. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Tate, dead." Her expression held no joy in the news, only tired relief. His remaining men fled Silver Creek afterward. The town is organising a proper sheriff's office now that his shadow's lifted. Harvey's eyes travelled past her to the unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" "My home." At his questioning look, she continued. "The doctor's office was unsuitable for extended recovery, and the hotel is too noisy. I have the spare room, so—" She shrugged, a faint blush colouring her cheeks. "Your reputation is the least of my concerns." Her tone brooked no argument. "Reverend Kane visits daily to check on you, which provides sufficient propriety to satisfy the gossips." Harvey managed a weak smile. "You've thought of everything." "Not everything," her expression grew serious. "I never considered you might die protecting us. That possibility—" Her voice faltered. It wasn't acceptable. Something in her gaze, Vulnerability mixed with fierce determination stirred emotions he'd kept buried for years. Harvey looked away, uncomfortable with their intensity. "It's my job," he said gruffly. "Is it?" Florence challenged softly. "Mayor Collier hired you to watch over me, not to confront Tate alone or risk your life for Thomas." When he didn't respond, she continued, "You pretend to be untouched by what happens around you, Harvey Davenport, but your actions reveal a different truth. Don't make me into something I'm not," he muttered. "I'm not a hero." "I never said you were." Her fingers tightened around his. "Heroes exist in storybooks, Harvey. I'm talking about a man who couldn't walk away when a child was in danger, even when it would have been easier, safer. I've walked away from plenty." "Perhaps," she acknowledged, "but not this time. Not from us." The word hung between them. Us. Small but significant. Harvey found himself unable to deny its truth. Somewhere between reluctant protection and genuine care, these people had become his responsibility, his choice. "You should rest," Florence said, rising. "The children made you cards. I'll bring them later." As she reached the door, Harvey called out, "Florence." She turned, silhouetted in the doorframe. "Thank you," he said simply. Her smile was radiant. "You're welcome." Recovery was neither quick nor painless. Harvey chafed at confinement, his restless nature ill-suited to invalidism. Florence proved both a gentle nurse and an implacable warden, insisting he follow Dr. Whitman's instructions to the letter. The children visited daily, bringing drawings, wild flowers, and endless questions about his adventures. Harvey found himself sharing carefully edited stories from his travels, omitting the violence but preserving the wonder of distant mountains and prairie, vastness. "You're good with them," Florence observed one evening after shooing away the last persistent visitor. "They adore you." Harvey, now able to sit in a chair by the window, watched a hawk circle above the distant hills. "Children are easy. They haven't learned to hide their feelings yet. Unlike certain adults I know." She settled across from him, her hands busy with mending. "Dr. Whitman says you can return to light duties next week." Something twisted in Harvey's chest that had nothing to do with his healing wound. "I suppose Mayor Collier will be reducing my wages, given the threats eliminated." Florence's needle paused mid-stitch. "Actually, the town council voted to maintain your position through winter. The security for the school. That seems unnecessary now." "Perhaps." She resumed sewing, not meeting his eyes. "Or perhaps they recognize the value of your presence beyond mere protection." "And you?" The question escaped before he could reconsider. "What do you think?" Now she looked up, her expression unguarded. "I think you belong here, Harvey. I think you've been wandering long enough." He turned back to the window, unwilling to let her see how deeply her words affected him. "I'm not suited for settled life." "Aren't you?" Her voice held gentle challenge. "These past weeks, despite your injuries, you've seemed more at peace than when you arrived." "Pain has a clarifying effect," he deflected. "So does purpose." She set aside her sewing and moved to stand beside him at the window. "You've been running from happiness because losing it once nearly destroyed you." Her insight was too accurate, too raw. "Florence." "I know about loss, Harvey." Her voice softened. "Not like yours, but enough to understand that grief changes us. It doesn't have to diminish us. And if I can't be what you need..." The question revealed more than he intended. "I'm not asking you to be anything other than who you are," she touched his shoulder lightly, "but I am asking you to stop pretending you don't care." Their gazes held, the moment stretching between them like a tightrope. Harvey found himself leaning toward her, drawn by something he'd thought long dead within him. A knock at the door shattered the moment. Florence stepped back, colour rising in her cheeks. That will be Reverend Kane for his evening visit. As she went to answer the door, Harvey remained at the window, his heart pounding with emotions both familiar and terrifying. What Florence offered wasn't just connection, but possibility. A future he'd convinced himself was forever closed to him. But wanting something and deserving it were different matters entirely. By the following week, Harvey had moved back to his room at the hotel, though he took his meals with Florence most evenings. The school thrived, with 3 new families enrolling children now that Tate's shadow no longer loomed over the town. One crisp October afternoon, Harvey sat on the schoolhouse steps whittling a small wooden bird while waiting for Florence to finish organising her classroom. The scent of approaching snow hung in the air, a promise of winter's imminent arrival. Mayor Collier approached, his breath fogging in the chill. "Davenport, good to see you on your feet." Harvey nodded acknowledgement. "Something I can help you with, Mayor?" "Actually, yes." Collier looked uncharacteristically hesitant. "The town council met yesterday. We'd like to offer you a position. I'm already employed until December. This would be permanent. Silver Creek needs a sheriff, someone who can maintain order without—" He adjusted his spectacles. "Without Tate's methods." Harvey stared at the man. "I'm a bounty hunter, not a peacekeeper." "You've been more than that these past months," Collier gestured toward the schoolhouse. "What you did for Thomas, for all the children, that's the kind of law this town needs. Firm but just." "I'm not staying in Silver Creek, aren't you?" Collier's gaze was knowing. "Miss Hart seems to think otherwise." Heat rose in Harvey's neck. "Florence doesn't speak for me." "Perhaps not," the mayor conceded. "But she sees what the rest of us do. A man who's found something worth protecting." He placed a sheriff's badge on the step beside Harvey. "Think about it." As Collier departed, Florence emerged from the schoolhouse. "Was that the mayor I heard?" Harvey pocketed the badge before she could see it. "Just checking on my recovery." Her smile suggested she didn't quite believe him. "I was thinking we might visit that new photographer in Miller's Crossing this weekend. The children have been asking for a class portrait before winter sets in." "Makes sense," Harvey agreed. His mind still caught on Collier's offer. Sheriff of Silver Creek. The idea was simultaneously absurd and compelling. "You seem distracted," Florence observed, sitting beside him. "Just thinking about winter," he half lied. "Stage routes get unpredictable once the snow falls." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "You're considering leaving." "My work here is finished." The words felt hollow even as he spoke them. "Is it?" Her voice remained steady, but he caught the slight tremble in her hands as she adjusted her shawl. "Tate may be gone, but Silver Creek still needs good men." "I'm not." "If you say you're not a good man one more time, Harvey Davenport, I may be forced to take drastic measures." Despite her light tone, her eyes held intensity. "I've watched you with the children. I've seen how this town responds to you now, with respect, not fear. Don't tell me who you think you are. I know who you've shown yourself to be." Her conviction staggered him. In her eyes he glimpsed not the man he'd been, but the man he could become, if he had the courage to claim that future. "I've been alone a long time, Florence," he said finally. "I'm not sure I remember how to be anything else." "You're not alone anymore," she covered his scarred hand with her own. "Unless you choose to be." The simplicity of her statement belied its profound challenge. Harvey looked down at their joined hands, hers smooth from chalk and books, his rough from years of hard living. Different paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. "I don't want to fail you," he admitted quietly. "Then don't." She smiled. "I'm not asking for guarantees, Harvey. Love isn't about certainties. It's about choosing each other. Every day, even when it's difficult, especially then." The word hung between them. Love. Neither questioned nor explained. Harvey felt something long dormant unfurl within him, fragile as a spring leaf but undeniably alive. Slowly, deliberately, he leaned forward and kissed her. Not the desperate, confused kiss they'd almost shared weeks ago, but a conscious choice, a beginning rather than an escape. When they parted, Florence's eyes shimmered with emotion. "Does this mean you're staying?" Harvey reached into his pocket, removing the sheriff's badge. "Collier offered me a job. And?" Her breath caught. "And I'm considering it." He traced the badge's edges thoughtfully. "If I took it, I'd be committed to Silver Creek, to building something here." "With me?" The vulnerability in her question pierced him. "Only with you," he confirmed, the last of his defences crumbling. "I can't promise I'll be good at it, at any of it, but I want to try." Florence's smile rivaled the setting sun for brilliance. "That's all anyone can ask, Harvey." She leaned against him, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder as if it belonged there. "That's all I'm asking." They remained on the schoolhouse steps as twilight deepened around them, speaking quietly of practical matters, the sheriff's lodgings, winter preparations, the Christmas pageant Florence planned for her students. Ordinary conversations, everyday concerns, the building blocks of a shared life. For the first time in 8 years, Harvey allowed himself to imagine a future, beyond the next bounty, the next town, a future with roots and purpose, with love. He knew there would be challenges ahead. His nightmares wouldn't vanish overnight. His past would follow him even in this new beginning. But as Florence's hand remained steady in his, Harvey felt something he'd abandoned at Bitter Creek finally return. Hope. 1 year later, December 1886. Snow-blanketed Silver Creek in hushed white, transforming the frontier town into a scene from a Christmas card. Garlands of pine-decorated storefronts and lanterns cast golden pools across fresh-fallen snow as townsfolk hurried through the early evening darkness. In the newly expanded schoolhouse, excitement buzzed like electricity. Children in their Sunday best practiced songs and recitations, while parents arranged benches and hung paper stars from the rafters. The Christmas pageant, Florence's ambitious vision brought to life through weeks of preparation, would begin in less than an hour. Sheriff Harvey Davenport leaned against the back wall, watching the controlled chaos with amused tolerance. His silver badge caught the lamplight as he absently fingered the small box in his pocket for perhaps the 20th time that evening. "Nervous, Sheriff?" Reverend Kane asked, appearing beside him with 2 steaming cups. He offered one to Harvey. "Cider, Mrs. Peterson's special recipe." "Appreciate it." Harvey accepted the drink. "And I'm not nervous." The Reverend's knowing smile suggested otherwise. "Of course not. I imagine proposing marriage is routine for a man who's faced down outlaws." Harvey nearly choked on his cider. "Who told you?" "No one needed to tell me," Kane chuckled. "You've been carrying that ring box for 3 days, checking your pocket every few minutes like it might sprout legs and run away." Harvey sighed. Small towns and their observant residents would be the death of him. "I was waiting for the right moment." "After tonight's pageant would be ideal," Kane suggested, "when she's flush with success and surrounded by the community you've both helped build." He patted Harvey's shoulder. "She'll say yes, you know." Before Harvey could respond, a crash from the front of the room drew their attention. One of the larger paper stars had fallen, taking a garland down with it. Florence hurried to address the minor disaster, her green dress swirling around her ankles as she directed repairs with characteristic efficiency. She caught Harvey watching and flashed him a smile that still, after a year, sent heat through his chest. He raised his cup in silent salute, marvelling at how completely she'd transformed not just the school, but the entire town, and him most of all. The past year had brought changes neither could have predicted that autumn day on the schoolhouse steps. Harvey's transition from bounty hunter to sheriff had raised eyebrows initially, but his fair-minded approach to law enforcement gradually won respect. He worked with neighbouring towns to establish regular patrols, making the stage routes safer for travellers and commerce alike. Florence's school flourished, expanding to 2 rooms with the addition of Miss Collins, a young teacher from Denver who shared Florence's progressive ideas about education. Together they'd established Silver Creek's first lending library, operating from a corner of the general store until a proper building could be constructed. Their courtship had progressed with a blend of public propriety and private intensity that still made Harvey's collar feel tight when he thought about it. Florence, to his continual amazement, loved him, not despite his scars, both visible and hidden, but as an integral part of who he was. She never flinched from his darkest memories, never pretended his past hadn't shaped him. In return, he supported her ambitions without reservation, even when they challenged convention. When she proposed evening classes for adults who wished to improve their reading, Harvey was the first to volunteer his time. When she advocated for women's suffrage at a town meeting, he stood beside her, silently daring anyone to object. They balanced each other, her optimism tempering his pragmatism, his caution anchoring her idealism. They argued, certainly. Florence remained stubbornly idealistic about human nature, while Harvey's ingrained suspicions sometimes proved difficult to overcome, but they always found their way back to common ground, stronger for the journey. Sheriff, Thomas Jenkins, now 11 and sporting his first proper suit, interrupted Harvey's reflections. "Miss Hart says we need more chairs. There's folks coming from Peterson's Ridge and Miller's Crossing." "I'll handle it," Harvey assured him, handing his empty cup to Reverend Kane. "Tell Miss Hart not to worry." As he organised a group of men to bring additional seating from the church, Harvey marvelled at the change in Thomas. The terrified boy from the mine had grown into a confident young man who excelled in mathematics and talked of becoming an engineer. Harvey had begun teaching him to track and shoot, skills still necessary in Montana Territory, but Thomas's true passion was for building and design. He'd sketched plans for the schoolhouse expansion that had impressed even the professional carpenter brought in from Helena. Florence predicted Thomas would design bridges or buildings in Chicago someday, and Harvey didn't doubt it. The boy had a future limited only by opportunity, not circumstance. Exactly what Florence had envisioned for her students. By the time the pageant began, the schoolhouse overflowed with attendees. Harvey stood at the back, preferring to maintain a view of both the performance and the crowd. Old habits died hard, even in times of celebration. Florence took centre stage, her smile radiant as she welcomed families from 3 communities. "Tonight, we celebrate not just the Christmas season, but the power of education to unite us across differences and distances." As she spoke, Harvey surveyed the audience. Ranchers sat alongside shopkeepers. A Chinese family who'd opened Silver Creek's laundry occupied front row seats, their daughter playing Mary in the nativity scene. Former adversaries who'd stood on opposite sides during Tate's reign now exchanged friendly nods. The community Florence had envisioned was taking shape, imperfect but striving, diverse but finding common purpose. The performances proceeded with the charming imperfection of children's pageants everywhere. Lines were forgotten, songs occasionally veered off key, and the cardboard Star of Bethlehem briefly caught fire from a nearby candle before Harvey swiftly extinguished it. Throughout it all, Florence beamed with pride at her students, meeting Harvey's gaze occasionally with looks that spoke volumes. This moment, this place, these people was what they'd built together. After the final carol, as families mingled and enjoyed refreshments, Florence made her way to Harvey's side. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, a few strands of honey-brown hair escaping her careful arrangement. "Was it wonderful?" she asked, slipping her hand into his. "Tell me honestly." "It was perfect," he assured her, and meant it. "You've accomplished something remarkable here, Florence." She squeezed his hand. "We have. I couldn't have done any of this without you." "I think you underestimate yourself." He guided her toward the door. "Take a walk with me. I need some air." Outside, the night had turned crisp and clear, stars pricking the velvet darkness above freshly fallen snow. Their breath formed clouds in the still air as they followed the path toward the small gazebo the town had built in the square that summer. "You're awfully quiet," Florence observed as they reached the shelter. "Is something troubling you?" Harvey shook his head, gathering his thoughts. He'd never been particularly eloquent, but she deserved better than stumbling words for what he needed to say. "I've been thinking about promises," he began, turning to face her. "About the ones we make to others and the ones we make to ourselves." Florence's expression softened as she recognized his serious tone. "What promises are on your mind tonight?" 8 years ago, I promised myself I'd never risk loving anyone again." He took both her hands in his. "It seemed safer. For me, for them. Loss had nearly destroyed me once." She remained silent, allowing him space to continue. "But then you arrived with your books and your stubborn belief in possibility." A smile tugged at his mouth. "You challenged everything I thought I knew about myself." "I simply saw what was already there," she murmured. Harvey shook his head. "You saw what could be there. And somehow, impossibly, you made me see it too." He released one of her hands to reach into his pocket, withdrawing the small box that had been his constant companion for days. Florence's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "I can't promise that loving me will always be easy," Harvey said, opening the box to reveal a modest diamond set in silver. "I'm still learning how to do this, how to build a life instead of just surviving one. But I can promise that I'll choose you, Florence Hart, every day, through whatever comes." Tears spilled onto her cheeks, catching the starlight. "Harvey Davenport, are you asking me to marry you?" "I believe I am," he confirmed, sudden nervousness making his voice rougher than intended, though apparently I'm making a mess of it. "No," she whispered, touching his face with gentle fingers. "You're doing it perfectly." "Is that a yes?" Her laugh was like music in the winter stillness. "Yes, absolutely. Unreservedly yes." Harvey slipped the ring onto her finger, his hand steadier than he'd expected. Then he drew her close, sealing their promise with a kiss that spoke of journeys ended and journeys yet to begin. When they parted, Florence's eyes reflected both joy and mischief. "I suppose this means I'll have to become respectable Mrs. Davenport, the sheriff's wife." "Heaven forbid," Harvey replied with mock horror. "I fell in love with Florence Hart, the woman who stands her ground against any challenge. I expect her to continue causing the occasional uproar." "Only occasional?" She raised an eyebrow. "I have plans for a women's literary society that will positively scandalize Mrs. Peterson." Harvey laughed, the sound startling a nearby crow from its perch. "I wouldn't have it any other way." They walked back toward the schoolhouse, arm in arm beneath the winter stars. Behind them, their footprints marked a shared path across the snow. 2 trails converged into one, stretching toward the future they would build together. In the distance, Silver Creek's lights welcomed them home. Not the home Harvey had lost, but the one he'd found when he least expected it. Not the life he'd planned, but the one that had found him anyway. As they reached the schoolhouse, "Steps," Florence paused, looking up at him with quiet wonder. "Are you happy, Harvey? Truly?" He considered the question with the honesty they'd always shared. The grief of Bitter Creek would never fully leave him. Catherine and Emma would remain in his heart, cherished memories rather than open wounds. But alongside that old sorrow now lived joy, purpose and love, a fullness he'd thought forever beyond his reach. "Yes," he said simply, "I am." And in that moment, beneath a bright winter moon that no longer seemed bitter at all, Harvey Davenport knew it was the truest thing he'd ever said. Night Takes Queen. Andrew Welsh had always been more comfortable with algorithms than emotions. In the soft glow of his laptop screen, he moved chess pieces across a digital board with the kind of precision that had earned him a 2600 rating online, a fact known only to the anonymous usernames he regularly defeated. Here, in his darkened NYU dorm room, he could be brilliant without having to be seen. The autumn sun was setting over Washington Square Park, painting his sparse room in shades of amber. His economics textbooks lay untouched on his desk, his latest problem set only half completed. On his screen, another victory flashed. Grandmaster X99 has resigned. Andrew leaned back in his chair, feeling the familiar hollow satisfaction of winning without risk, of being exceptional in a void. His phone buzzed. Probably Liam, his roommate, trying to drag him to another party he'd only pretend to enjoy. Andrew ignored it, opening another chess game instead. This was safer. This made sense. Here, every move had a clear consequence, every choice a logical outcome. Unlike life, unlike relationships, unlike... A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Dude, you're not seriously staying in again?" Liam's voice carried through the wood, tinged with equal parts concern and exasperation. "It's Friday night. The whole city's alive, and you're in here playing computer games?" "Chess isn't just a computer game," Andrew muttered, but he opened the door anyway. Liam stood there, already dressed for a night out, his easy smile a stark contrast to Andrew's perpetual overthinking. "Look," Liam said, leaning against the doorframe, "I'm not saying you need to come clubbing, but at least get some fresh air. Central Park's beautiful this time of year. Who knows? Maybe you'll even find someone to play chess with in real life." Andrew almost smiled at the irony. If Liam only knew how good he really was, how many grandmasters he'd defeated online. But explaining would mean revealing himself, stepping out of the shadows he'd grown so comfortable in. Ever since that crushing defeat in his one and only tournament at 16, he'd learned that being exceptional came with expectations he wasn't sure he could handle. "Fine," Andrew conceded, more to end the conversation than anything else. "I'll take a walk." The crisp October air hit his face as he stepped onto Fifth Avenue, his hands tucked deep in the pockets of his navy peacoat. The city thrummed with its usual energy, students rushing to Friday night plans, tourists snapping photos, street vendors calling out to passers-by. Andrew walked north, letting his feet carry him while his mind wandered through potential chess variations, safe in the abstract. He was halfway through Central Park when he noticed the crowd. A circle of people, phones raised, excited murmurs rippling through the gathering. Curiosity drew him closer, though he usually avoided crowds. Then he heard it, the distinctive sound of chess pieces on wood, followed by scattered applause. "Another challenger," a voice called out, bright and confident. "Come on, New York, show me what you've got." Andrew's heart skipped. He knew that voice. He'd heard it countless times in YouTube videos, watching her take on players around the world. Sky James, the chess prodigy turned content creator who'd made the game accessible to millions. He'd studied her matches, admired her aggressive style, even while telling himself he could probably beat her if they ever played. The crowd shifted, and suddenly he could see her. Blonde hair catching the late afternoon light, her blue eyes sparkling with the thrill of competition as she reset the pieces on a wooden board. She was even more striking in person, her presence magnetic in a way videos couldn't capture. She wore a cream sweater that caught the autumn light, her hands moving with practiced grace over the board. "No one else wants to try?" Sky asked, scanning the crowd with a playful smile. "I promise to go easy on you." Andrew's feet moved before his brain could stop them, pushing through the crowd until he stood at the edge of the circle. Sky's eyes met his, and for a moment the city seemed to hold its breath. "Well," she said, her smile warming, "looks like we have a challenger. What's your name?" His throat felt dry. "Andrew," he managed, his voice steadier than he expected. "Andrew Welsh." "Nice to meet you, Andrew Welsh." She gestured to the empty chair across from her. "Fair warning, I've won my last 17 games today." As he sat down, his hands nearly trembling, Andrew noticed a detail that almost made him smile. She'd set up the board wrong. The white queen was on the wrong square. She was testing her opponents, seeing if they'd notice. Most wouldn't. Without comment, he reached out and corrected the piece's position. Sky's eyebrows rose slightly, a flash of genuine interest crossing her face. "Well," she said softly, just for him to hear, "this might be interesting after all." Their fingers brushed as they shook hands, and Andrew felt an electric current run through him, not just from her touch, but from the recognition in her eyes. She saw him, really saw him, and for the first time in years he wasn't sure if he wanted to hide anymore. The game began, and with it, everything changed. The first game lasted exactly 27 minutes. Andrew played white, opening with the Queen's Gambit, a choice that made Sky's eyes light up with appreciation. What followed was a dance of minds, each move carrying whispers of possibility, of paths not taken. The crowd around them grew, their murmurs fading into white noise as Andrew lost himself in the game. He won with an elegant bishop sacrifice that brought a genuine smile to Sky's face. "Well," she said, leaning back in her chair, "I definitely wasn't expecting that today." The setting sun painted Central Park in shades of gold, the autumn air crisp with possibility. Sky studied him with curious intensity, as if trying to solve a puzzle. "You said you've never played in tournaments?" "Just one," Andrew admitted, his fingers absently tracing the edge of a captured pawn. "A long time ago. And yet you play like..." Sky trailed off, then started resetting the pieces with practiced efficiency. Another game. They played until darkness fell, the park lights casting long shadows across the board. With each game, their conversation flowed more freely, chess terminology giving way to personal revelations. Sky told him about growing up in Los Angeles with her poker-playing mother, about the freedom and loneliness of travelling the world for her channel. Andrew found himself sharing things he'd never told anyone, about the tournament that broke his confidence, about finding refuge in anonymous online matches. "You're hiding," Sky said during their 5th game, her knight capturing his pawn with a decisive click. "Why?" The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Andrew stared at the board, seeing not just the current position but all the games that had led him here. "Sometimes," he said finally, "it's easier to be exceptional in theory than in practice." Sky's hand paused over her bishop. "And sometimes," she countered, "the theory isn't worth anything until you test it." Their eyes met across the board, and Andrew felt something shift in his chest, a recognition of someone who saw through his carefully constructed walls. Sky wasn't just beautiful, she was dangerously perceptive. That night turned into coffee the next morning, which became daily games in Washington Square Park between Andrew's classes. Sky postponed her next trip, claiming New York had unexplored content potential. They developed a routine. She would try new opening tactics for her channel, and he would counter with strategies he'd perfected online, their games becoming increasingly personal conversations. "Your style," Sky observed one afternoon, her coffee growing cold beside the board. "It's like you're always holding something back, playing it safe, even when you could win with a riskier move." "Says the woman who turns every game into a performance," Andrew replied, surprising himself with his boldness. Always giving the crowd what they want to see. Sky's laughter caught in her throat. For a moment, her carefully maintained persona cracked, showing something vulnerable underneath. "Touché," she said softly. "Maybe we're both hiding something." The weeks blurred together, autumn deepening into winter. They played chess in cafe corners while snow fell outside, their games lasting longer, as neither wanted them to end. Sky's YouTube subscribers began to notice her extended New York stay, speculating about her reasons. Andrew found himself watching her videos at night, seeing how she edited their games, how she presented herself to the world. It was a version of Sky that felt both familiar and distant, like looking at a reflection in warped glass. The breaking point came during a late-night game in Sky's hotel room, the city lights twinkling below like fallen stars. They'd been analysing a particularly complex endgame, their heads bent close over the board, when Sky's phone buzzed with an email from her manager. "They want me in Dubai," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "There's a major tournament next month. Good content opportunity." Andrew felt the familiar tightening in his chest, the fear of being left behind, of returning to his solitary world of online matches and silent victories. But something else too, a growing certainty that if he let Sky leave without taking a risk, he'd regret it forever. "You should go," he heard himself say. "But before you do..." He reached for his phone, pulled up a chess tournament website he'd been staring at for weeks. "There's a qualifier here in New York next weekend." Sky's eyes widened with understanding. "Andrew, I think..." He swallowed hard. "I think I'm ready to stop hiding." She reached across the board, her fingers intertwining with his. The pieces between them toppled, forgotten, as the game they'd really been playing all along reached its crucial moment. "About time," Sky whispered, and closed the distance between them. Their first kiss tasted like coffee and possibility, like all the moves they'd been afraid to make until now. But as Sky's lips met his, as his hands tangled in her hair, neither noticed the notification lighting up her phone, an email that would soon test everything they'd built. The subject line read, "Exclusive interview opportunity, the real Sky James, life, love, and the future of chess." The interview appeared online 3 days before Andrew's first tournament. Sky's name was trending. Her face splashed across chess forums and social media, but it wasn't her latest victory-making headlines. It was a single quote taken from an hour-long conversation, stripped of context and served up for maximum impact. "My relationship with Andrew Welsh? We're just friends. Chess is my priority right now." Andrew read those words on his phone screen in the pre-dawn quiet of his dorm room, feeling them sink into his chest like stones. Around him, the pieces of his life were arranged exactly as they had been for months. His laptop open to chess tutorials, Sky's latest video paused mid-smile, tournament preparation notes scattered across his desk. But suddenly, everything felt different, off balance, like someone had shifted the board when he wasn't looking. His phone buzzed. Sky's name lit up the screen. He let it ring. The tournament venue was a converted ballroom in the Marriott Marquis, all crystal chandeliers and burgundy carpets. Andrew arrived early, his tie feeling too tight, his new blazer stiff across his shoulders. Sky was already there, filming an introduction for her channel. Their eyes met across the room, and she started toward him, but he turned away, heading for his assigned table. "Andrew, wait!" Her voice carried over the pre-tournament buzz, but he kept walking. He couldn't face her, not now, not when every move felt like it could be his last. The games began. Andrew played like he was underwater, each decision taking too long, each choice feeling wrong. His first opponent, a teenage prodigy from Boston, took advantage of his distraction. By move 30, Andrew was in trouble. That's when he heard it. A familiar voice from the past cutting through his spiral. "You're playing scared, kid." Manny Ross, the old chess hustler from Central Park, had somehow materialized in the spectator area. He stood against the wall, his weathered face creased with concern. "The board doesn't care about your feelings," Manny continued, just loud enough for Andrew to hear. "Neither does she, but both of them deserve your best game." Something clicked in Andrew's mind. He looked at the position with fresh eyes, seeing not just the pieces but the patterns beneath. His opponent had overextended, eager for the kill. 3 moves later, Andrew had turned the game around. 5 moves after that, he'd won. Between rounds, Sky cornered him in the hallway. She looked different, smaller somehow, her usual confidence replaced by something raw and uncertain. "That interview," she started. "They twisted everything. I was trying to protect you from—" "Protect me?" Andrew's laugh felt bitter in his throat. "Or protect your image? That's not fair." "No." He met her eyes fully for the first time that day. "You've been filming this whole time, Sky. Even now. Even us. Where does the content end and the real you begin?" She flinched as if he'd slapped her. "You think this isn't real? You think what I feel for you is just— what? Content?" "I think," Andrew said carefully, "that you're afraid of anything you can't edit. And I think I'm tired of being afraid." The tournament director called for the next round. Andrew turned to go, but Sky caught his arm. "I'm leaving for Dubai tomorrow," she said, her voice tight. "Early flight. I needed you to know." He nodded once, not trusting himself to speak, and walked back into the playing hall. His next opponent was already waiting, the pieces set up, the clock ready. But as Andrew sat down, his hands shaking slightly, he realised something. He wasn't playing for Sky anymore. He wasn't even playing for himself. He was playing for the truth, whatever that turned out to be. The games blurred together after that. Andrew played with a clarity he'd never felt before, each move a declaration. He wasn't hiding anymore, not from his opponents, not from himself. By the final round, he'd qualified for the national championship, his ratings soaring past expectations. Cameras flashed, questions were shouted. Someone thrust a microphone in his face, asking how it felt to be the tournament's breakout star. "Chess," Andrew said quietly, "isn't about being a star. It's about being honest, with the board, with your opponent." He paused, his heart pounding. "And with yourself." He looked around the room, but Sky was already gone. Later that night in his dorm room, Andrew opened his laptop. His hands hovered over the keyboard for a long moment before he pulled up Sky's latest video. It had been posted an hour ago, titled simply, "Why I Play." The video opened not with her usual high-energy introduction, but with silence. Sky sat alone in what he recognised as her hotel room. No makeup, no carefully curated background. Just her, looking directly into the camera. "I've spent years turning chess into content," she began, her voice rough with emotion, "making it digestible, entertaining, safe. But the truth is, there's nothing safe about this game, and there's nothing safe about falling in love." She took a deep breath, and Andrew found himself holding his. "Today, I watched someone I care about choose truth over fear. So here's my truth. I'm scared. Not of losing. I've lost plenty of games. I'm scared of what happens when you can't edit out the hard parts, when you can't control the narrative, when you have to trust that what you feel is enough." She looked down at something off camera, and Andrew realised with a start that it was the scorebook from their first game in Central Park. "Someone once told me I was afraid of anything I couldn't edit," Sky continued. He was right. But here's the thing about chess, and about love. Sometimes the most powerful moves are the ones that leave you completely exposed. The video ended there. No outro, no call to subscribe. Just Sky, raw and real, putting everything on the line. Andrew's phone lit up with a text. "My flight leaves at 6 a.m. Gate B23. It was 2 a.m. Outside his window, New York hummed with possibility. The next move was his. He looked at his reflection in the darkened screen, seeing not just himself, but all the versions of himself he'd hidden away. The scared 16-year-old who'd run from his first tournament, the anonymous online player who'd racked up victories in silence, the the man who'd fallen for a girl who turned chess into stories. It was time for a new story. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. There was a cab to catch, a gate to find, and a truth to tell, if he was brave enough to make the move that counted. JFK Airport hummed with pre-dawn energy, a liminal space where time felt suspended between moments. Andrew bought a plane ticket so he could meet Sky before she boarded her plane. He ran through Terminal 4, his heart pounding against his ribs, checking gate numbers as he passed. B-21, B-22. He saw her before she saw him. Sky sat alone at gate B-23, her golden hair tied back messily, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept. Her camera equipment lay packed beside her, but her hands were occupied with something else, a travel chess set, the pieces arranged in a familiar pattern, their first game. She looked up as he approached, her eyes widening with recognition, hope and fear dancing across her face. "Andrew?" "The Queen's Gambit," he said, gesturing to the board in her hands. "That's how I opened." "And I declined," Sky replied softly, her fingers touching the black pawn she'd moved that day in Central Park. "We both played it safe." Andrew sat down beside her, close enough to feel the warmth of her presence, but leaving space for the words that needed to be said. "I watched your video." "I meant every word." "I know." He took a deep breath. "That's why I'm here. Because for the first time since I've known you, you weren't performing. You were just you." Sky's hands trembled slightly as she closed the travel board. "The interview," she started. "I've spent so long crafting this image, this persona that people want to see. When they asked about us, I panicked. I thought if I acknowledged what was happening between us, it would become content, something for public consumption. And I couldn't bear that because—" She met his eyes. "Because what I feel for you is the one thing I don't want to share with my subscribers." "I get it," Andrew said. "I've been hiding too. Behind screens, behind ratings, behind this idea that if no one sees me fail, it doesn't count." He smiled slightly. "But yesterday, at the tournament, I realised something. The games I played after our fight, they were the best games of my life. Not because I won, but because for the first time I wasn't afraid of losing." The first call for Sky's flight came over the speakers, making them both flinch. "Come with me," Sky said suddenly, "to Dubai. We could—" "No." Andrew's response was gentle but firm. "You need to go, and I need to stay. I have the national championship to prepare for, and you have your career. But maybe—" He reached for her hand. "Maybe we don't have to choose between love and ambition. Maybe we just need to trust that what we have is strong enough to survive being real." Sky interlaced her fingers with his, a tear sliding down her cheek. "I'm terrible at long distance. I've never—" She swallowed hard. "I've never cared enough to try. Then we'll get better at it. Together." Andrew pulled out his phone, opening his chess app. "We can play every day. Not for content, not for ratings, just for us. The time zones will be hell," he finished. "But I'm willing to lose some sleep if you are." Sky laughed through her tears, the sound pure and unedited. "You know what's crazy? I've played thousands of games for my channel, but the ones I keep replaying in my head, they're all with you." The final boarding call echoed through the terminal. Around them, passengers hurried to the gate, creating a bubble of chaos that somehow made this moment feel more intimate. "I have something for you," Andrew said, reaching into his coat pocket. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, the score sheet from the tournament. "My first official rating. I want you to have it." Sky took the paper with trembling hands, unfolding it carefully. Her eyes widened as she saw the number. "Andrew, this is proof," he said simply, "that sometimes the scariest moves are the ones most worth making." She stood, gathering her bags, but hesitated before turning to the gate. "Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that when I come back, you'll be ready to play without holding back. No safety moves, no protective strategies, just us." All in. Andrew stood, pulling her close. I promise, but only if you promise something too. What's that? Promise me that the next time someone asks about us in an interview, you'll tell them the truth, that some things are too important to turn into content. Sky's answer was a kiss that tasted of tears and possibility, of mornings to come and games yet to be played. When they finally parted, she pressed her forehead to his. Your move, Grandmaster. No, Andrew smiled. Our move. He watched her walk through the gate, her blonde hair catching the first rays of dawn through the terminal windows. But unlike every other goodbye in his life, this one didn't feel like an ending. It felt like an opening, the kind that required courage to play, but promised something beautiful if you were brave enough to see it through. His phone buzzed as he walked out of the terminal, a notification from the chess app. Sky James has invited you to a game. Below it, a message. Day 1 of forever. Don't you dare let me win. Andrew smiled, the morning sun warm on his face as he stepped out of the airport. Some games, he was learning, were worth playing in the light. 1 year later, the World Chess Championships playing hall was silent except for the gentle click of pieces and the steady rhythm of chess clocks. Andrew sat at the central board, his opponent, Viktor Novikov, the reigning world champion, studying the position with cold intensity. The crowd pressed against the barriers, their phones raised to capture what could be the final game of the match. But Andrew wasn't looking at Viktor, or the crowd, or even the critical position on the board. His eyes were fixed on a familiar figure in the front row, her camera steady in her hands, her blue eyes locked on him with the same intensity he'd felt that first day in Central Park. Sky hadn't just come to film. She'd flown in from Tokyo, interrupting her Asian chess tour because she'd promised to be here. Not as a content creator, but as herself, as his. The past year had been a maze of long-distance calls, late-night chess games, and brief, precious reunions in cities around the world. They'd learned to navigate time zones and tournament schedules, to share victories and defeats across continents. Sky's channel had evolved, becoming more personal, more authentic. She'd started showing the harder parts of professional chess, the struggles behind the glamour. Her subscribers had doubled. Andrew had risen through the ranks with a style all his own, aggressive yet thoughtful, willing to take calculated risks that left commentators breathless. Chess websites called him the hidden grandmaster, at first, then just the grandmaster as his reputation grew. But only Sky knew that his greatest games weren't played in tournaments. They were played in hotel rooms at midnight, over video calls, both of them laughing as they analysed positions in their pyjamas. Now, in the most important game of his career, Andrew faced a critical decision. The position was complex, full of hidden traps and subtle possibilities. Viktor had played brilliantly, pushing Andrew to the edge of defeat several times. But there was something there, a combination so risky it was beautiful. 6 months ago, he and Sky had analysed a similar position during one of their late-night calls. She'd challenged him to find the winning line, and when he did, she'd smiled that brilliant smile and said, "Promise me you'll play it like that if you ever get the chance. No holding back." Andrew touched his queen, feeling the smooth wood beneath his fingers. In that moment, he remembered everything, the fear that had kept him hiding for so long, the girl who'd helped him step into the light, the journey that had brought him here. He wasn't that scared 16-year-old anymore. He wasn't even the same person who'd walked into Central Park a year ago. He looked at Sky one more time. She wasn't filming now. Her camera had lowered, and she was just watching, just being present. She gave him a slight nod, and he knew she was thinking of the same late-night analysis, the same promise. Andrew moved his queen, not the safe move, not the expected move, but the true one. The crowd gasped. Viktor's eyes widened. The commentators began speaking rapidly into their microphones. But Andrew sat back, perfectly calm, watching as his opponent realised what was coming. 5 moves later, it was over. "Checkmate," Andrew said softly. The hall erupted. Cameras flashed. People were shouting, cheering, trying to get quotes and reactions. But Andrew stood up, walked past the press line, and went straight to Sky. She met him halfway, her eyes shining. "You played it," she whispered. "The line we found." "I made a promise," he said, pulling her close. "No holding back." Sky laughed, the sound both joyful and tearful. "You know this is all being filmed, right? We're giving them quite a show." "Let them watch," Andrew smiled. "Some things are worth being seen." Later that night, after the interviews and ceremonies, they sat in Andrew's hotel room with a chessboard between them. But for once they weren't playing. Sky was curled against him on the couch, both of them watching the city lights sparkle through the window. "I have a confession," Sky said, tracing patterns on his palm. "I'm tired of airports." Andrew kissed her temple. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying..." She sat up, meeting his eyes. "I'm saying I want to make New York my home base. Keep travelling for tournaments, but come home to you, if that's something you want." Instead of answering, Andrew reached for his phone, pulled up their chess app and started a new game. On the first move, he placed his king in the centre of the board, the most vulnerable position possible. Sky looked at the screen, then back at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That's your answer." "That's my answer," he said softly. "I'm all in if you are." She took his phone, made her move, placing her king right next to his. "Checkmate," she whispered, and kissed him. Outside, New York hummed with its endless energy. Tomorrow they would face new challenges, new games, new adventures. But tonight they had this, a quiet room, a shared future, and the knowledge that some victories aren't won on a chessboard. They're won in the moments between moves, in the courage to be seen, in the choice to stay. In the end, it wasn't about winning or losing. It wasn't even about chess, really. It was about finding someone who made you brave enough to play the game with your whole heart. No moves held back, no pieces left in reserve. It was about learning that love, like chess, isn't about perfect moves. It's about making the move that counts together. Something in her smile. The world was a blizzard of pink. In UNO Park, the cherry blossoms had reached their zenith, a transient, almost violent explosion of beauty that painted the air itself in soft hues. Petals drifted on the April breeze like perfumed snow settling on the shoulders of laughing families, clinging to the dark fabric of lovers' coats and dusting the surface of Shinobazu Pond with a delicate fleeting film. To Kenji Tanaka, the scene was a masterpiece of composition, a perfect frame. Yet, he felt nothing. He moved through the jubilant crowds with the practiced detachment of a seasoned photographer, his Nikon a cool, metallic shield against the world's relentless joy. At 32, Kenji was gifted, his eye for light and shadow preternatural, but his heart was a shutter closed tight. A recent bitter breakup had scoured him clean of sentiment, leaving him creatively numb and personally adrift. The city, his lifelong muse, now felt like a stranger. In an attempt to rekindle some flicker of connection, he had begun a personal project he called Anonymous Souls of Tokyo, a series of portraits of strangers, stolen moments of their lives captured on his sensor. It was a kind of penance, an exercise in trying to feel something, anything again. He saw businessmen in sharp suits looking lost, young women with defiance in their eyes, old men whose faces were maps of forgotten streets. He captured them all with technical brilliance and emotional distance. They were subjects, pixels, nothing more. He was composing a visual symphony of loneliness in the heart of one of the world's most crowded cities. Then he saw her. She was standing alone, slightly apart from the throng that gathered beneath the most resplendent of the sakura trees. She was not posing, not angling for a selfie, not performing for an invisible audience. Her attention was wholly directed upwards, at the canopy of pink and white, and on her face was a smile. It was not a wide, performative grin. It was a quiet, private sunrise, a gentle, unself-conscious bliss that seemed to illuminate her from within, curving her lips in a way that spoke of a deep, simple joy. Yet, within that luminescence, Kenji perceived a flicker of something else, a story, perhaps a melancholy one, that made the joy all the more profound for its existence. It was a smile that didn't erase sorrow, but bloomed in spite of it. His photographer's instincts, the only part of him that still felt alive, took over. The world dissolved into a shallow depth of field, the laughing crowds blurring into a soft, impressionistic backdrop. Only she remained sharp, clear, essential. He raised his camera, the long lens bringing her closer, making the moment impossibly intimate. He adjusted the aperture, his fingers moving with a forgotten grace. He was no longer a documentarian, he was a witness. He pressed the shutter. The quiet mechanical click was an obscene intrusion, a sound that both immortalized the moment and shattered it. As if she had heard the tiny sound across the expanse of the park, her smile faltered. It didn't vanish, but it retreated, the light pulling back from her eyes. She sensed the observation, the theft of her private peace. Her gaze dropped from the blossoms, and for a half-second it swept vaguely in his direction. There was no recognition, only the instinct of a person pulling a curtain closed. Before Kenji could even think to lower his camera, to offer an apologetic bow, to try and form a single word, she turned. With a quiet fluidity, she merged with the stream of people flowing toward the station, her dark hair a disappearing comma in a sentence he desperately wanted to finish. He took a step forward, then another, his heart beginning a strange, unfamiliar rhythm in his chest. But she was gone. The crowd, a moment ago a mere backdrop, was now an impenetrable wall. He was left standing with the cooling metal of his camera in his hand and an image burned not only onto its memory card, but into the very architecture of his mind. Back in the sterile quiet of his apartment, the city lights beginning to prick the darkening sky, he uploaded the day's work. Face after face filled the screen, anonymous, empty. Then, hers. The image glowed. The smile was even more potent in stillness, captured in perfect high-resolution detail. It held a universe of feeling. He zoomed in, studying the curve of her lips, the slight crinkle at the corners of her eyes. It was a face that felt both ancient and new, a paradox of quiet contentment and unspoken longing. "Who are you?" he muttered to the silent room, the words tasting strange on his tongue. He had asked this of his city, of his subjects, of himself for months. But this time the question was not rhetorical. It was a plea. He leaned back in his chair, the glow of the screen illuminating his own stark expression. He had captured hundreds of faces for his project, anonymous souls. But this one was different. It didn't feel like he had captured a soul. It felt like one had captured him. He ran a hand through his hair, a knot of frustration, and a strange, terrifying hope tightening in his gut. Another face, he thought, the words hollow. Another story I'll never know. But his own internal voice betrayed him, a softer, more honest whisper rising from the depths. But this one feels like a story I was meant to read. The soft pastels of spring bled into the electric, humid vibrancy of a Tokyo summer. The cherry blossoms were a distant memory, replaced by the relentless green of new leaves, and the oppressive weight of the air. For Kenji, the changing seasons did little to alter his internal landscape. He was living in a state of suspended animation, a quiet, persistent ache that had a name and a face, but no address. His apartment, a minimalist space of concrete walls and polished wood floors in Nakameguro, had become his monastery. By day, it was a studio where he worked with a renewed but hollow vigour. By night, it was a shrine. The city lights would paint shifting geometric patterns on his walls, but the only light he truly saw was the one emanating from the 27-inch monitor on his desk. On it, always, was the photo of the woman from the park. Unable to shake the image, and with a sense of fatalism he didn't understand, he had posted the photograph on his professional blog a few weeks after taking it. He hadn't used her face for his anonymous Souls project. It felt too personal, too sacred for that somber collection. He had simply created a new post, uploaded the single image, and after a long moment of deliberation typed a caption, "Something in her smile." The internet, in its mysterious and voracious way, took notice. The image struck a chord. It was shared on Twitter, reblogged on Tumblr, posted on Instagram with heartfelt captions about finding joy in small moments. It became a symbol of fleeting beauty, of unposed authenticity in a curated world. News aggregators picked it up. Art blogs wrote short, glowing pieces about the unknown photographer who had captured the Mona Lisa of the Sakura season. The photograph went viral. It was an anonymous sensation, a ghost in the machine that everyone felt they knew. Fueled by a strange mixture of the public's interest and his own deepening fixation, Kenji made a few tentative efforts to find her. He revisited Ueno Park on weekends, his camera hanging uselessly at his side. He would stand by the same tree, now heavy with green leaves, and watch the faces in the crowd, a fool's errand in a city of 13 million. He wandered through different neighborhoods, Shibuya, Shinjuku, Ginza, his eyes scanning, searching for a smile that he knew he would recognize anywhere. But Tokyo was a vast, indifferent ocean, and he was a man chasing a phantom. His search was always half-hearted, crippled by a paralyzing fear. What would he even say if he found her? "I stole a moment of your life and it made me famous." The thought made his stomach clench. Professionally, his life transformed. The viral photo acted as the world's most effective business card. Commissions poured in, portraits for magazines, ad campaigns for brands that wanted to capture that same authentic feeling. He was lauded, celebrated, and better paid than he had ever been. Yet, the success felt like a cruel joke. Every compliment, every new contract was a stark reminder of the woman he couldn't find, the source of his fortune to whom he could offer no thanks, no apology. The success was a frame, and the picture inside it was missing. He started to see her smile everywhere, in the turn of a stranger's head on the subway, in the soft light hitting a cafe window, in the brief, happy expression of a child. The world had become a gallery of her echoes. His ex-girlfriend, a pragmatic art dealer, had always mocked his sentimental streak. "Photography is a business, Kenji, not a religion," she'd said during their final scolding argument. To spite her memory, or perhaps to feed the new, tender part of himself that was stirring to life, he started doing something he hadn't done in years. He started reading poetry. He wandered the book-filled alleys of Jimbocho and bought slim volumes of translated verses, Rilke, Neruda, the stark haikus of Basho. He found a strange solace in the words of others who had known this same quiet, consuming longing. The words gave shape to the ache in his chest. One evening, his friend Haruki, a graphic designer with a sharp wit and a kinder heart than he let on, came over with beer and takeout. He found Kenji staring at the glowing screen, the famous photo illuminating his friend's haunted face. Haruki sighed, setting the plastic bags on the low table. "You're famous because of a ghost, man," he said, his voice gentle. "The photo is beautiful, a masterpiece even, but that's all. She is now. A picture. Maybe you should just let her be a beautiful memory." Kenji finally looked away from the screen, his eyes adjusting to the dim light of the room. "What if she's not a memory?" he asked, his voice low. "What if she's a question I'm supposed to answer?" Haruki popped the top on a beer and handed it to him. "And what if you find her, and the answer is just, she was having a good day? What then?" Kenji took a long drink, the cold liquid doing nothing to cool the suffocating feeling in his chest. He looked back at the screen, at the blue digital glow of the photograph that had become the sole source of light in his life. He didn't have an answer. All he had was the image, and the unshakable feeling that his life had been irrevocably cleaved into two distinct eras, before the smile and after. Autumn arrived and painted Tokyo in sombre, magnificent hues. The oppressive humidity of summer broke, replaced by a crispness that carried the scent of wood smoke and ginkgo leaves. The city seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, settling into a quieter, more contemplative mood. It was a season that suited Kenji's heart. His obsession had not faded, but it had changed. The frantic, searching quality had mellowed into a kind of gentle melancholy, a companion he had learned to live with. He no longer scoured crowds for her face. Instead, he sought out quiet places, the places where he imagined a person with a smile like hers might find solace. Temple gardens, small art galleries, and most frequently the backstreet cafes of Jimbocho, the city's book district. One Tuesday evening the sky opened up, a steady drumming rain washing the neon glow of the city into long, slick ribbons on the pavement. Kenji found himself in a small, intimate poetry cafe, a place called the Gilded Page. The air inside smelled of old books, brewing hojicha tea and damp wool. It was a haven, a world apart. He was there to listen, to feel something other than the familiar ache of his own longing. He was not searching. He took a small table in the corner, nursing a cup of tea, and let the atmosphere envelop him. A young woman with short, dyed blue hair stood at the front, reading her work from a crumpled notebook. Her voice was soft but clear. Her poems about the transient beauty of cicada shells and the loneliness of vending machine lights. "A fleeting stillness," she read, "like the pause between raindrops, a moment of grace before the world rushes in again." As the line settled in the quiet room, Kenji heard a soft, almost inaudible sigh from the table next to him. It was a sound of perfect, empathetic understanding. He glanced over, his curiosity piqued, and the world stopped. It was her. He knew it with a certainty that defied logic. She was sitting alone, her profile turned to him as she watched the poet. She was without the radiant smile of the photograph. Her expression was contemplative, almost sad, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. Her hair was a little shorter, and she wore simple dark-rimmed glasses that she hadn't had on that day in the park, but it was her. The elegant line of her jaw, the delicate shape of her ear, the quiet, centered stillness she possessed even in a room full of people. Seeing her in the flesh, so close, so real, was like being struck by lightning. He froze. His blood turned to ice in his veins, then to fire. For months he had rehearsed this moment in 1,000 different daydreams. He would be suave, charming, apologetic. He would explain everything. Now, faced with the reality of her presence, he was paralyzed by a tidal wave of doubt. The chasm between the ghost on his screen and the living, breathing woman a few feet away was terrifyingly vast. What right did he have to speak to her, to drag her private moment from the past and lay it at her feet? The reading ended. A polite smattering of applause filled the room. People began to shift to chat with their neighbours. She blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and a small, wistful smile touched her lips as she gathered her things. She was getting ready to leave. Now or never, a voice screamed inside him. Say something. Anything. Don't let her walk away again. His body moved before his mind could veto it. He stood up, his chair scraping softly against the floor. He walked the few steps to her table, his heart pounding a deafening rhythm against his ribs. "Excuse me," he said. The words came out as barely a whisper, hoarse and uncertain. She looked up, her expression politely questioning. Her eyes, magnified slightly by her glasses, were dark and deep. He swallowed, his throat dry. I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm the photographer who..." He couldn't finish. The words were too crude, too presumptuous. Recognition dawned in her eyes, slow and then sudden. A complex series of emotions flickered across her face. First, a shadow of annoyance, then a flash of embarrassment. But they were quickly replaced by something else, a gentle, weary curiosity. She knew exactly who he was. "Oh," she said softly. "The picture." "I'm sorry," he rushed to say, the words tumbling out of him. "I know it was an intrusion. I should have asked. I never meant for it to become what it became." She looked down at her hands, which were resting on a slim volume of poetry on the table. "It's okay," she said, though her voice held a note of reservation. "It was just a very private moment, made very public. It was strange seeing my own face looking back at me from a stranger's phone." They stood in a moment of awkward silence, the hum of the cafe around them. Kenji's mind was a blank. He had found her. Now what? He could feel her preparing to give a polite nod and leave forever. "I liked the poem about the cicada shells," he said, grasping for any thread. Her eyes met his again, and a genuine small smile appeared. It was not the smile from the park, but it was just as captivating. "Me too," she said. "It's hard to explain that kind of beauty to people." They talked then, not about the photograph, but about the poetry, about the soothing sound of the rain against the cafe window, about the strange comfort of being anonymous in a city of millions. Her voice was as he had imagined it, soft, measured, thoughtful. When she finally stood to leave, he said, "The station is a few blocks away. It's raining hard. Could I walk you? I have an umbrella." She hesitated for only a second before giving a small nod. "Okay." Outside, the rain was a silver curtain. He opened his large black umbrella and she stepped under it, the space suddenly intimate and charged. Their shoulders brushed as they walked. He was acutely aware of the warmth of her arm next to his, the scent of her hair, a faint mix of rain and something clean, like soap. They walked in silence, the rhythm of their footsteps and the drumming of the rain on the taut fabric above them the only sounds. It was a shared silence, not an empty one. Under the small dark canopy of the umbrella, they'd created a tiny private world, a moving island of stillness in the glistening, chaotic heart of Tokyo. A few weeks passed. The crispness of late autumn began to sharpen into the distinct chill of impending winter. Their meetings, which had started with the shared umbrella, had become a quiet, steady rhythm in the cadence of their lives. A series of coffees, of walks through parks now carpeted in gold and crimson, of more poetry readings at the gilded page. A fragile bridge was being built between them, plank by careful plank. He learned her name was Akari. He learned she was a librarian at a small university, a custodian of stories. He learned she cared for her aging, widowed father, a life of quiet duty that she spoke of with love and a faint, uncomplaining weariness. He learned that her smile in the park had been a rare, stolen moment of escape, a deep breath taken in the midst of a life that demanded so much of her. He never once asked to photograph her again. He was afraid to turn her back into a subject, to put the lens between them once more. One chilly Saturday, after a long walk, he found the courage to ask her back to his apartment. "I'd like to show you my other work," he said, his voice betraying a nervousness he couldn't hide. "The real work, the anonymous Souls collection." He needed her to see the rest of him, the part that existed before and beyond her famous smile. He needed her to see the man who'd been searching for connection in the faces of strangers long before he found hers. She agreed with a quiet nod. His studio apartment was minimalist and clean, the scent of photographic chemicals and old paper hanging faintly in the air. The walls were lined with large black and white prints, a gallery of his silent conversations with the city. There were no smiling faces here. There were portraits of exhaustion, of defiance, of quiet contemplation, of hidden grief. Each one was rendered with a stark, empathetic honesty. Akari moved through the space with a reverence that soothed his thrumming nerves. She didn't offer effusive praise. Instead, she was silent, her eyes taking in each face, each story told in shadow and silver halide. She saw what he saw. She understood. She stopped before a portrait of an old man sitting on a park bench, his face a road map of a long and difficult life, his hands knotted with arthritis, resting on a worn wooden cane. She reached out, her fingers hovering just over the surface of the print, as if she could feel the texture of his skin, the weight of his years. "You see people," she said, her voice soft with awe. "You don't just look at them. You see what's inside." Her words landed in his chest like a revelation. In that moment, watching her see his work, really see it, he understood the utter foolishness of his long quest. He had been obsessed with understanding her, with uncovering the story, behind her smile as if it were a mystery to be solved. But he didn't need to know her story to be captivated by her. He simply needed to see her, and he had, from the very first moment. The photograph wasn't the beginning of a mystery. It was the answer to a question he hadn't even known he was asking. The confession that had been lodged in his throat for months finally broke free. "That's what I felt, that day in the park," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He stood beside her, the gallery of lonely souls bearing witness. "I felt like I could see everything, right in that one moment. And it wasn't about fame or a viral photo. It was about feeling something real for the first time in a very long time. That picture, it didn't change my career. It changed me." The confession hung in the air between them, raw and vulnerable. She turned from the photograph to face him, her dark eyes searching his. The space between them was electric, filled with everything that had been left, unsaid over coffees and rainy walks. She stepped closer, closing the small distance. She raised a hand, and her touch on his cheek was tentative, a question. It was not the spark of sudden passion, but the slow, inevitable drawing together of two celestial bodies that had been in each other's orbit for months. He didn't move to kiss her. He didn't dare. He simply stood there, letting the warmth of her palms seep into his skin, a feeling of profound homecoming. He responded not with hunger, but with a deep, shuddering sigh of relief, as if a great weight he hadn't known he was carrying had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Then she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. He kissed her, like he was breathing her in after a lifetime of holding his breath. It was a kiss of gratitude, of recognition. Each gentle brush of his mouth against hers seemed to deepen the ache in his chest, transforming it from something painful into a resonant, beautiful longing. His hands, acting of their own accord, came up to trace the delicate line of her back, the movement drawing shivers from her that left them both breathless. When their bodies pressed together, it was fire and fragility all at once, a dance of need and tenderness, of silent questions and resounding answers. There was no rush to undress, no fumbling with clothes. This was not about that. It was about the astonishing discovery of being held, of being seen. It was about the profound, soul-deep comfort of finally being home. Later, as the city lights twinkled outside his window like a distant, beautiful chaos, he made her a cup of tea. They sat together on his simple sofa, the shared warmth of the single mug passing between their hands. They didn't speak much. They didn't need to. In the quiet of his studio, surrounded by the souls he had tried so hard to understand, he had finally found his own. Winter settled over Tokyo, stripping the trees bare and painting the sky in shades of pearl and grey. It was a season of stillness, of quiet introspection, and its stark beauty mirrored the new landscape of Kenji's heart. His relationship with Akari unfolded with the same quiet, easy rhythm. There were no grand pronouncements, no dramatic declarations. Their love was a garden they tended to with gentle hands, its roots growing deeper in the rich soil of shared silence and easy laughter. He photographed her constantly, but these images were different. They were not for his blog or a gallery wall. They were for him alone. He captured her sleeping, the morning light tracing the curve of her cheek. He captured her laughing, her head thrown back, a joy more radiant than the one he'd first seen. He captured her reading in his armchair, lost in a world of words, her glasses perched on her nose. He was no longer capturing a muse on a pedestal, but documenting the exquisite, ordinary miracle of the woman he was getting to know. One afternoon, Akari was at his apartment reading while he worked at his computer. She looked over and noticed something was different. "You took it down," she said, her voice soft. Kenji swiveled in his chair. "Took what down?" "The photo," she said, gesturing to his screen. "From your blog, the famous one." He had deleted the post the night before. The image of something in her smile no longer lived on the internet. He turned back to her, a gentle smile on his face. "I don't need that memory anymore," he said simply. "I have the reality." In that small act, he was letting go of the past. He was no longer the heartbroken photographer defined by a lucky shot, no longer the man obsessed with a ghost. He was the man who made tea for Akari, who knew the sound of her breathing in the dark, who was building a life not on a fleeting image, but on a foundation of love. A week later, he accompanied her to visit her father. They took the train to a quiet suburb, the city giving way to smaller houses with neat gardens. Her father was a frail but sharp-witted man who spent his days tending to his bonsai trees. He greeted Kenji with a polite, appraising eye, but as he watched his daughter's easy happiness, the way she would glance at Kenji and share a silent, secret smile, the old man's expression softened. It was a simple afternoon of tea and conversation, but the act of being there, of being accepted into the quiet fabric of her life, was a commitment more profound than any spoken vow. Later that day, they walked through a traditional Japanese garden near her father's house. The air was still and cold, their breath pluming in front of them. The maples were bare, their branches stark, beautiful lines drawn against the grey sky. Ponds, still as glass, reflected the quiet heavens. He stopped on a small arched bridge and simply looked at her. Her cheeks were pink from the cold, her dark eyes bright. A stray lock of hair had escaped her scarf. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He felt a love for her so immense, so complete. It was a physical presence in his chest. He didn't need to say the words. She saw it in his eyes. She saw it in the way he smiled at her, a smile that was all his own, but one that she had taught him how to find again. That night, back in the warm sanctuary of his apartment, the chill of the winter garden still clinging to their coats, they moved with the quiet, graceful accord of two people who no longer needed words to speak. He helped her out of her heavy wool coat, his fingers brushing the nape of her neck where the cold had kissed her skin. A shiver, not from the cold, traced its way down her spine. The world outside was a monochrome painting of stark branches and a sky the colour of polished steel. But here, inside, the air was soft and warm, smelling of the genmaicha tea he was already preparing. The ritual was its own form of intimacy. The pouring of hot water, the rising steam, the way their fingers brushed as he passed her the simple, handleless cup. They sat not on the sofa, but on the floor by the low table, the heat from the cups warming their hands. Akari had changed into one of his own white oversized shirts after a bath. The cotton soft against her skin, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. The top few buttons were undone, revealing the elegant column of her throat and the delicate hollow of her collarbone. It was an image of profound domesticity and startling eroticism. She was wearing his life, making it her own. He watched her over the rim of his cup, his photographer's eye now an artist's soul, drinking in the sight of her. The way the soft lamplight caught the curve of her cheek, the gentle way she held the cup in both hands, the fall of her dark, damp hair against the white cotton. She looked up and met his gaze, and in her eyes was a knowing welcome, an invitation that sent a current of heat through him, chasing away the last of the winter chill. He set his cup down. She mirrored the action. Without a word, he reached across the small table and took her hand. He led her to the sleeping area, a space partitioned only by a shoji screen that filtered the city's ambient glow into a soft, milky light. He didn't release her hand until they stood before the simple futon on the floor. There, he turned to face her fully. His hands came up not with haste, but with a reverence that made her breath catch. He gently traced the line of her jaw, his thumb stroking her bottom lip. It was a touch that said, "I see you, all of you." He leaned in and kissed her, a kiss entirely different from their first. That had been a discovery, a breathless question. This was a statement, a poem. It was slow and deep, a taste of tea and winter air, and a longing that had finally found its harbour. His hands slid from her face to the collar of the shirt. With infinite slowness, he undid the next button, and the next, his knuckles brushing the warm skin of her chest. The shirt fell open. He didn't remove it, but let it drape from her. Shoulders, a frame for the art of her body, bathed in the soft, forgiving light of the paper screen. His gaze was a physical touch, tracing the gentle slope of her shoulders, the soft curve of her stomach. She wore nothing underneath but a pair of simple white tabby socks, a charming, vulnerable detail that made his heart ache with tenderness. He knelt before her, his hands finding her waist, and drew her closer until her body was framed perfectly in his gaze. He rested his cheek against the soft skin of her belly for a moment, his arms encircling her, holding her as if she were the most precious, fragile thing in the world. She gasped softly, her fingers tangling in his hair, a silent permission, but he didn't stay there. It was an act of worship that had only just begun. With a reverence that made her tremble, he pressed his lips to her skin, breathing in the unique, intimate scent of her that was clean and warm and wholly Akari. His kiss, a tender mapping exploration, began a slow descent. He moved lower, past her navel, into the soft territory where her body curved inward. Her breath hitched. His touch moved with the patient focus of an artist, intent on learning every line, every texture, every secret. When his lips finally found the warm, secret heart of her, a sharp, broken gasp escaped her lips. Her fingers, which had been resting gently in his hair, now clutched him, anchoring herself as the world began to tilt on its axis. Her back arched in a silent, involuntary offering. A wave of heat, powerful and profound, washed through her, a pleasure so intense it bordered on pain and undoing. It started from that single, devoted point of his worship, and radiated through her entire being, making her knees weak, her mind a beautiful empty sky. He held her there, at the very peak of that shattering wave, his name a prayer on her lips, until she was undone completely by the tender, selfless reverence of his love. He rose, his lips tracing a path of fire from her stomach to the hollow of her throat. He kissed the frantic pulse he found there before claiming her mouth again, this time with a rising urgency. The slow, tender conversation was escalating, their bodies beginning to speak a more ancient, fevered language. The shirt slid forgotten to the floor. Skin met skin in the cool air, and the contact was electric, a silent explosion of warmth and need. He laid her down on the futon, following her, covering her body with his own. His hands moved with a gentle, reverent familiarity, rediscovering paths they already knew and charting new, secret territories. He learned the rhythm of her breath, the music of her sighs. There was a playfulness in their touches, a quiet laughter that echoed in the still room as his fingers interlaced with hers as she arched to meet his every caress. It was not the frantic collision of strangers, but the seamless, fluid intertwining of two souls who had finally found their native tongue. Their shared breath fogged, the cold window pane, obscuring the distant city lights, creating a sacred, shimmering world that contained only the two of them. Their movements found a rhythm, a dance as slow and sure as the turning of the earth, as urgent and elemental as a rising tide. It was a love that was less about a consuming fire and more about a generative, brilliant heat, the kind of heat that forges, that purifies, that makes two things irrevocably one. In the final, breathless moments, the world dissolved into pure sensation, a shared gasp, a tightening of grips, a silent, shattering peak where their souls seemed to leave their bodies and meet in the space between them before settling, like soft snow, back into the profound, soul-deep peace of being utterly known. Afterwards, lying tangled together under a thick quilt, Akari traced the line of his jaw with her finger. "What are you thinking about?" she whispered into the darkness. He turned his head, his lips finding her forehead. He thought of the man he used to be, the man who used his camera as a wall, observing life from a safe distance. He thought of the months he'd spent searching, chasing a feeling he couldn't name. "I was just thinking," he said, his voice soft with the truth of it. "I spent so long searching for the woman in the photograph for an explanation for her smile." He paused, pulling her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. "But I was looking for the wrong thing. The person I truly needed to find was the man I became when I finally looked away from the picture and into your eyes." And in the quiet darkness, with the warmth of her body pressed against his, Kenji knew he was finally home. The story wasn't in the single captured moment of a smile, but in all the quiet, unphotographed moments that came after. The last runway light. The desert heat made mirages of everything. Sarah Olson watched them shimmer across the tarmac as she pulled her rental car into the gravel lot of Meridian Field, if you could call 3 hangars and a single runway a field. The place looked like Ambition's graveyard, paint peeling from corrugated metal, windows opaque with dust, one windsock hanging limp as a broken promise. She'd come because the program was affordable, and the instructor had logged more hours than pilots half his age. She'd come because commercial aviation didn't care about the poetry of flight, only precision, repetition, and the muscle memory of competence. Meridian could give her that. What it couldn't give her was air conditioning. She stepped from the car into heat that struck like a physical thing. "You're early." The voice came from the shadow of Hangar 2. He emerged slowly, as if testing his welcome in the light. Tall, weathered, maybe 55, with the kind of economy in his movements that spoke of hard-won discipline. His eyes were the colour of dark thunderheads. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected. "If our session starts at 0600, it does." He extended a hand. "David Carver." His grip was brief, calloused, impersonal. She'd read about him, or rather, she'd found fragments online. Record-setting stunt pilot in his 30s, then nothing for 15 years, then this. A quiet instructor gig at the edge of nowhere. The gaps interested her less than the hours, 10,000 of them at least. "I assume you can follow instructions," he said. "I assume you can give them clearly." Something flickered in his expression, not quite approval, but acknowledgement. "Hangar 2. We'll start with ground school." The weeks that followed were austere, exacting, almost monastic. David taught as if flight were a language more precise than words, a grammar of physics, weather, and consequence. He praised nothing and corrected everything. When Sarah executed a perfect crosswind landing on her third solo, he simply said, "Again." She learned to read him in small occurrences. The slight nod when she remembered to clear the pattern, the way he leaned back in the instructor's seat when her radio calls improved, the particular quality of his silence when she got something exactly right. There was a rhythm to their days that felt almost sacred. Dawn broke pink and gold over the desert, and they would be there already. Sarah running her pre-flight check while David reviewed the weather briefing with the same intensity he might bring to scripture. The Cessna 172 they flew was older than Sarah, its panels worn smooth by thousands of hands, but David maintained it with meticulous care. "An aircraft will forgive you many things," he told her during their second week, his hand resting on the cowling, "but neglect isn't one of them." She learned that he'd rebuilt this plane himself over the course of 3 years, learned that he knew every rivet, every seam, every quirk of its particular engine. He taught her to listen, really listen, to the sound of the propeller, the quality of the vibration through the airframe, the subtle music of a machine operating at the edge of its capabilities. "Feel that?" he'd ask, his hand over hers on the yoke as they climbed. That's the stall warning. Not the horn, before the horn. The way the controls get soft, like they're asking permission instead of responding to command. Sarah felt it. More than that, she began to understand that David was teaching her something beyond the mechanics of flight. He was teaching her to be present, to notice, to develop the kind of attention that meant the difference between competence and mastery. Pre-dawn became their shared country. They met before the sun broke, when the air was still cooperative and the desert offered up coolness like a secret. He made coffee in a battered percolator that looked older than the aircraft. She brought pastries from the highway gas station, which he ate without comment. Words came slowly, if at all, but in the cockpit they spoke fluently, his hand occasionally steadying the yoke when she overcorrected, her instinct developing for when he wanted her to work through a problem versus when he needed her to listen. "You fly like you're afraid of wanting it," he said once, 40 minutes into a cross-country. Sarah kept her eyes on the horizon. "I fly like someone who can't afford mistakes. Those aren't the same thing. In my life they are." He didn't push. That was the thing about David. He left silence where other instructors stuffed advice. But she felt him thinking beside her, felt the weight of his attention even when his gaze was on the instruments. It was a Thursday evening, the sun dropping fast and turning everything copper, when the awareness shifted. They were reviewing her logbook in the hangar, standing close over the spread pages. He pointed to an entry and she leaned, in to see, and his shoulder brushed hers, and neither of them moved away. The contact lasted 3 seconds, maybe 4. Then he stepped back as if stung. "That's enough for today," he said, his voice rougher than usual. Sarah drove home with her hands tight on the wheel, her body humming with something that had nothing to do with altitude. The summer deepened. Sarah's hours accumulated. Solo time, night flying, complex maneuvers she could execute in her sleep. But what accumulated faster was the thing neither of them named: the gravitational pull that existed in proximity, in shared danger, in trust earned at 3,000 feet when the engine coughed, and he'd simply said, "You have it," and watched her bring them down with textbook calm. After evening sessions, when the heat finally broke, they began to linger. He'd lock the hangar and she'd still be there, and somehow they'd end up sitting on the hood of her car talking about her scholarship applications, about the airline, programs that wanted 90-day commitments and total geographic flexibility, about the future she was building with such careful determination. The conversation started surface level but deepened as the weeks passed. Sarah learned that David had grown up in Ohio, the son of a factory worker who'd never understood why anyone would want to leave solid ground. That he'd learned to fly at 17 with money saved from 3 part-time jobs. That his father had died never having seen him perform, which David said was probably a mercy given how the performing ended. She told him about her mother, who'd worked 2 jobs to keep Sarah in a decent school district. About the scholarship essay she had written at 14, mapping out her path to commercial aviation, with the certainty of someone who'd never been given the luxury of uncertainty. About the night her mother had told her, pride and terror mixed, that she'd applied to become an astronaut, and what a shame about her eyesight. She wanted the moon, Sarah said, watching stars emerge in the darkening sky. I just want to fly people safely from A to B. It probably sounds boring. It sounds honest, David replied. The moon is beautiful from a distance, but the people who need to get home, they're the ones who matter. It was the most she had heard him say about his own philosophy, and she understood then what the accident had done to him. Not broken him, but rebuilt him along different lines. Made him someone who valued return over departure, safety over glory. Do you miss it? She asked. The stunts, the crowds. He was quiet for a long moment. I miss the certainty. When you're 20 feet off the deck doing a knife-edge pass, there's no room for doubt. You're either perfect or you're dead. It's binary, simple. And now? Now everything is grey. Every decision is a risk calculation with incomplete information. It's harder, but it's... He paused, searching. It's more real. The person I was at 30 couldn't have taught you anything worth knowing. He was all reflex and no reflection. Sarah thought about the man beside her. Thoughtful, careful, present in a way that felt like a conscious choice rather than a default state. I'm glad I got this version, she said quietly. When she looked at him, something had shifted in his expression. His eyes held hers for 3 seconds too long, and in those seconds she felt the current that had been building between them suddenly surge into visibility. He stood abruptly. It's late. You should get back before the road gets any darker. But his voice was rough, and when Sarah stood too, close enough that she could smell the particular combination of aviation fuel and desert heat that seemed to live in his skin, he didn't step away. You'll get it, David said one night. You're the kind of pilot they're looking for. What kind is that? Competent, uncompromising, focused. Sounds thrilling. He smiled, rarely but genuinely. It's not supposed to be thrilling. It's supposed to be safe. And you hate that. I respect it. He looked at her then, really looked, and something in his face was undefended. I respect it because I used to be the opposite, and people got hurt. She'd wondered about the silences in his history, the years unaccounted for. What happened? David was quiet so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, I pushed too far on a stunt sequence. Low visibility, high stakes, ego higher than both. My wingman clipped a tower guide wire. Survived, but his career didn't. Neither did mine for a while. That's why you stopped. That's why I learned when to stop. He slid off the hood, put distance between them. It's the only thing I've gotten right since. But he'd gotten other things right, Sarah thought. He'd gotten her right. How to teach her, when to challenge her, when to simply be steady. He'd seen her not as potential to exploit or talent to claim, but as a person learning to trust herself in the air. The wanting started then. Not sudden, but surfacing. Acknowledgement of what had been building beneath every correction, every shared dawn, every moment his hand guided hers on the throttle. She told herself it was gratitude, transference, the predictable cliché of student and teacher. She knew, with the same certainty she knew how to read an altimeter, that it was none of those things. It was a Tuesday when everything shifted. She'd been practicing short field landings, and on the fourth approach, a dust devil materialized out of nowhere, a whirling column that grabbed the aircraft and shook it like a toy. Sarah's hands moved on instinct. Power, rudder, ailerons fighting for authority. For 3 seconds they were passengers. Then she broke through, wings level, and put the plane down hard but safe. Good, David said when they taxied clear and his voice was shaking. So were her hands. They sat in the aircraft, engine ticking as it cooled. Neither moved. I thought, Sarah. They started, then stopped. I know. His hand covered hers on the yoke, just for a moment, just long enough for her to feel his pulse through his palm. You did exactly right. When they climbed out, her legs were unsteady. He walked around the aircraft, checking for damage with methodical care. She watched his hands move over aluminum and fabric, capable, certain, and felt heat that had nothing to do with the sun. That night, she couldn't sleep. She lay in her rented room and replayed the moment. His hand on hers, his voice rough with something that wasn't just relief. The air between them that had felt charged, ionized, ready to spark. She wanted him, not as an instructor, not as a mentor, as a man she was absolutely, dangerously, unsurvivably in love with. The article appeared on a Wednesday. Sarah was reviewing weather charts when her phone lit up with a text from another student. Have you seen this? The headline, Where Are They Now? The Fall of David Maverick Carver. The piece was part retrospective, part exposé, a detailed cataloguing of his stunt career, the accident, and questions about whether proper oversight had existed. There were insinuations about recklessness, about inadequate safety protocols, about incidents that had been quietly settled, and there was footage, a decades-old video of David pulling a barrel roll 50 feet off the ground, smoke trailing from his aircraft, a crowd screaming in delight. He looked young in it, fearless, alive in a way she'd never seen. The comments were brutal. When Sarah arrived at Meridian that afternoon, David's truck was in its usual spot, but the hangar was locked. She knocked. No answer. She found him at the far end of the runway, standing alone in the scrub, looking at nothing. David. He didn't turn. You should go home. We have a lesson scheduled. Not anymore. Sarah walked until she stood beside him. Up close she could see the tension in his jaw, the careful blankness of his expression. One article doesn't... It's not one article. His voice was flat. The FAA wants documentation I don't have. The insurance company's reviewing my certification. And you... He finally looked at her. You need to find another instructor. I don't want another instructor. Sarah. Her name was rough in his mouth. You're 3 months from program applications. You can't afford association with someone whose credentials are being questioned. Let me decide what I can afford. No. It was the voice he used when discussing non-negotiable safety limits. I won't be the reason you lose this. You're not the reason for anything. You're the best instructor I've ever had, and I'm not walking away because someone dug up old footage to generate clicks. This isn't about loyalty. His control was fracturing, something raw showing through. This is about your future, the one you've worked for. I won't touch it. You already have, Sarah said, and immediately wished she could pull the words back. His eyes closed. Then I'm sorry. When she left Meridian that day, she didn't know if she'd ever return. The investigation took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of silence from David, of watching her phone not ring, of lying awake and replaying their last conversation. The FAA found no cause for action. His credentials were solid, his recent record impeccable. The article's innuendo died in the noise of the next news cycle, but the damage was done. Sarah tried calling, texting. She drove to Meridian 3 times and found the place locked. David's truck gone. No sign of life except the desert wind moving through the empty hangars. Other students had scattered to different instructors. The field felt abandoned, a dream half remembered. She finished her hours with a competent professional instructor in Phoenix who praised her skills and asked no questions about where she'd trained before. The lessons were fine, perfectly adequate. She learned nothing and remembered everything. At night she lay in her efficient studio apartment and thought about David's hands on the controls, the way he'd said her name in the cockpit, steady, certain, like an anchor in rough air. The moment on the hood of her car when she'd known, absolutely known, that he felt what she felt and was choosing not to act on it out of some misguided nobility that made her want to scream. She'd been so angry with him, so hurt by his assumption that she couldn't navigate her own risks, make her own choices about what mattered and what didn't. But underneath the anger was something worse, the terrible fear that he was right, that she would look back on this in 10 years, established and successful, and realise she'd dodged a bullet. That the intensity she felt was just proximity and adrenaline, the predictable chemistry of student and instructor, and that David's withdrawal had been the kindest thing he could have done. She didn't believe it, but she feared it might be true. The acceptance letter from Phoenix came on a Tuesday. Sarah stared at it for an hour, this thing she'd wanted since she was young enough to think wanting something was enough to make it happen. 90 days, full immersion, direct pipeline to exactly the career she'd mapped out. She should have been celebrating. Instead, she booked a rental car for Saturday and told no one where she was going. Sarah received her acceptance to the accelerated training program in Phoenix. 90 days, housing included, direct pipeline to regional carrier interviews. It was everything she'd worked for. She was supposed to leave in 5 days. She drove to Meridian on a Saturday unscheduled. The gate was open, but the hangars were dark. For a moment, she thought he'd already gone. Then she saw the light. Not in the hangar, at the end of the runway. The approach light, the one that hadn't worked in months, was burning steady in the dusk. Sarah walked the runway's length. David was standing beneath the light, his toolbox open, looking up at what he'd repaired. "I'm leaving Thursday," she said. He nodded slowly. "Phoenix program, I heard. Congratulations. I came to say thank you and goodbye. You don't owe me either. David." She stepped closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in his face, the careful distance he was maintaining. "Why did you fix the light?" "Because it needed fixing." "Why tonight?" His hands flexed at his sides. "Because you deserved a proper runway for your last flight." "I'm not flying tonight. I'm here to tell you that you're wrong." "About?" "About protecting me. About deciding what I can handle." Her voice was steady now, certain. "About thinking I'd choose career over—" She stopped. He was looking at her like a man at the edge of a cliff. "Over what?" he asked quietly. "Over you." The words hung between them, irrevocable. Sarah. Her name was devastation. "You have to go to Phoenix." "I know. You can't. We can't." "I know that too." She closed the last distance between them. "But I need you to stop deciding what I'm strong enough to want. I need you to trust that I know what I'm choosing. If I've compromised your judgment—" "You haven't. You've clarified it." She reached up, her hand gentle against his jaw. "I see you, David. Not the pilot in that old footage. Not the scandal or the silence or the way you've spent 15 years being careful. I see you, and I'm choosing you anyway. His control shattered. His hands came up to frame her face, his thumbs tracing her cheekbones with a reverence that made her breath catch. I'm 23 years older than you. I can count. I have baggage you don't even know about. Then tell me. I will wreck this. I wreck things. Then we'll rebuild. She leaned into his touch. David, stop running. He kissed her like a man who'd forgotten permission existed. Like devotion. Like surrender. They barely made it inside. The hangar office was cramped, cluttered with charts and manuals and the accumulated debris of years. David's hands shook as he fumbled with the door, and Sarah pressed herself against his back, her mouth finding the nape of his neck, tasting salt and sun and the particular flavour of him she'd imagined 1,000 times. He turned and caught her face between his palms, and for a long moment they simply breathed together, foreheads touching, the enormity of what they were choosing settling over them like dusk. Sarah. Her name carried every question he couldn't ask. She answered by rising on her toes and kissing him, soft at first, almost chaste, then deeper as she felt him yield. His mouth was warm and careful, learning her with the same methodical attention he brought to everything. When his tongue touched hers, she made a small sound of surprise and pleasure and felt his arms tighten in response. They moved backward through the cluttered space, bumping into filing cabinets, knocking a sectional chart to the floor. David's hands were everywhere. Her waist, her hair, the small of her back, mapping her through cotton and denim as if committing her to memory. Wait, he breathed, pulling back. His eyes were dark, pupils blown wide. If we do this, we're doing this. Sarah caught his hand and placed it over her racing heart. Feel that? That's not uncertainty, David. That's yes. Something in him broke open then. He swept his arm across the desk in one motion, maps and coffee mugs and the accumulated paperwork of years clattering to the floor, and lifted her onto the cleared surface. She gasped at the ease of it, the casual strength in his hands as he settled her there, then stepped between her knees. Tell me to stop, he said against her mouth, even as his hands found her hips and pulled her closer. No. His laugh was ragged, almost pained. I'm trying to be responsible. You've been responsible for 15 years. She wrapped her legs around his hips, feeling him pressed against her, separated only by layers of fabric that suddenly seemed unbearable. Be reckless with me, just this once. He pulled back just enough to look at her. Really look, his eyes searching her face with an intensity that made her feel seen in ways she'd never experienced. This isn't... I won't be what holds you back. You won't. Sarah caught his face in her hands, feeling the rasp of stubble against her palms, the heat of his skin. Phoenix is still happening. My career is still happening. But David... Her voice broke. I can't walk away from you without knowing what this is, without having this. It's everything, he said simply, and the naked honesty in his voice made her chest tight. It's been everything since the day you showed up early and corrected me about punctuality. Then he kissed her again, and the careful distance he'd maintained for months dissolved entirely. His hands found the hem of her shirt and hesitated there, trembling slightly. She answered by reaching down and pulling it over her head herself, dropping it somewhere in the darkness. The look on his face when she sat before him in just her bra and jeans was worth every moment of doubt, every fear, pure wonder mixed with hunger so raw it stole her breath. God, he whispered. Sarah, you're... Touch me, she said, and he did. His palms were rough from work, calloused from years of handling controls and tools, and they felt like revelation against her skin. He traced the line of her collarbone with his thumbs, then lower, following the edge of lace with a reverence that made her shiver. When he bent to press his mouth to the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, her fingers tangling in his hair. Sarah? Her name was prayer and question both. Yes. God. Yes. Please. They shed clothing between kisses, urgent and fumbling and perfect in its imperfection. His shirt came off, and she discovered the topography of him. Shoulders broad from years of physical work, a scar along his ribs he'd never mentioned, the surprising softness of his skin over muscle. She mapped him with her hands, her mouth, learning the places that made him gasp, the spots where touch made him shudder. When his skin finally met hers, nothing between them but heat and want, she felt the rightness of it in her bones. This man, this moment, this choosing that felt like being chosen in return. David laid her back on the desk, following her down, his weight settling over her like a promise. The wood was hard beneath her shoulder blades, but she didn't care. All she could feel was him, the press of his chest against her breasts, the rough denim of his jeans against her bare thighs, the way he braced himself on his forearms to keep from crushing her, even as she pulled him closer. "I need you to tell me," he said, his voice wrecked, his forehead pressed to hers. "I need to hear you say it. I want this. I want you." She slid her hand between them, finding him through his jeans, feeling him harden further at her touch. "I've wanted you since," she gasped as his hand found her in return, fingers sliding against slick heat. "Since forever." He touched her like he taught her to fly, attentive, responsive, learning through her reactions what made her gasp and what made her arch. His fingers moved with devastating precision, circling and pressing and withdrawing until she was trembling, incoherent, her nails digging into his shoulders. "David, please, I know." He kissed her deeply, swallowing her sounds. "I know, sweetheart. I've got you." When he finally freed himself from his jeans and settled against her, they both went still. Sarah looked up at him. This man who'd taught her to trust herself in the air, who'd shown her that wanting something didn't make her weak, and saw her own wonder reflected back. "Yes?" he asked, and the question held everything: consent and tenderness, and the terrifying vulnerability of wanting someone this much. "Yes," she said, and wrapped her legs around his hips, drawing him home. The first press of him inside her was exquisite, a fullness that made her cry out, not in pain, but in recognition. He moved slowly, carefully, watching her face for any sign of discomfort, and she'd never felt more cherished or more desired. When he was fully seated, they both exhaled shakily, overwhelmed by the intimacy of the connection. "Okay," he managed. "Perfect," she breathed. "Move, please move." He did, withdrawing almost completely before sliding back in, and the drag of him against her sensitive flesh made stars burst behind her eyes. They found a rhythm together, slow at first, then building, his hips rolling in deep, purposeful movement that hit something inside her that made coherent thought impossible. Sarah clutched at him, his shoulders, his hair, the flexing muscles of his back, anchoring herself as sensation built and built. The hangar was silent except for their breathing, the slick sound of their bodies moving together, the small sounds of pleasure neither could contain. "Look at me," she demanded, and when he did, she saw everything, desire and devotion, and the terror of wanting something this much, all laid bare in his storm-coloured eyes. "I love you," David said, the words torn from him like confession. "God help me. I love you." "Good." Sarah pulled him down into a kiss that was more breath than contact. "Because I love you too, and I'm not letting you forget it." His control frayed then, his careful discipline abandoned. His thrusts grew harder, deeper, and she met him movement for movement, chasing the pleasure building at the base of her spine. His hand slid between them, fingers finding the place where they were joined, and when he touched her with exactly the right pressure, she came apart beneath him, her whole body arching off the desk as wave after wave of pleasure crashed through her. She heard herself cry out his name, felt herself clench around him in rhythmic pulses, distantly registered the way his breathing went ragged against her neck. Sarah. God, I can't. Yes, she gasped. Yes, David, let go. I want to feel you. He buried his face in her shoulder with a sound that was half groan, half sob, his hips stuttering as he followed her over the edge. She felt him pulsing inside her, felt the trembling in his arms as he tried to hold himself up, felt the wet heat of what might have been tears against her skin. For a long moment they stayed like that, tangled and breathless and complete. Then David carefully withdrew and gathered her against his chest, turning so his back was against the desk and she was cradled in his lap. His heart thundered beneath her ear, gradually slowing as their breathing returned to normal. The night air crept in through the open window, cooling the sweat on their skin. Sarah shivered, and David reached for his discarded shirt, draping it over her shoulders with such tenderness it made her throat tight. "Okay?" he asked softly, his hand stroking through her hair. "More than okay?" She pressed a kiss to his collarbone, tasting salt. "That was... yeah." His arms tightened around her. It was. They sat in comfortable silence, the desert night settling around them. David's hand traced lazy patterns on her spine, circles and figure eights and abstract shapes that felt possessive and tender all at once. "I'm still going to Phoenix," Sarah said quietly. "I know. And you're still going to worry. Constantly." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "But I'm also going to trust you, to know what you want, to choose your own path. Even if it's complicated? Especially then." He shifted so he could see her face. "I spent 15 years avoiding complications. It didn't make me happy. It made me safe. And those aren't the same thing," Sarah smiled. "You sound like a good instructor." "I learned from a brilliant student." They stayed until the runway light flickered and died, its bulb finally exhausted. In the darkness they dressed slowly, reluctant to end the moment. "I'll write," Sarah said, "and call, and in 90 days you'll have your rating and your interviews and you'll be exactly where you're supposed to be." "And where will you be?" David pulled her close one last time. "Here, waiting, for however long it takes." 18 months later, Sarah returned to Meridian Field in a rental car nicer than the one she'd driven as a student. The desert looked the same, bleached and timeless, but she was different. Commercial rating earned. Type certification complete. 200 hours of right seat time at a regional carrier, with a major airline interview scheduled for next month. She'd done it. Everything she'd planned, worked for, sacrificed to achieve. The 90 days in Phoenix had been brutal and perfect. 12-hour days, simulator sessions that tested every limit, check rides that separated the competent from the qualified. She'd aced all of it. Then came the regional carrier, the endless reserve shifts, the nights in crash pads and hotel rooms that all looked identical. She'd flown through thunderstorms and mechanical issues and passengers who treated her like a waitress with wings. She'd loved almost every minute of it. And through it all, David had been there, not hovering, not limiting, but present. Letters that arrived on hard days, his handwriting careful and old-fashioned. Calls that lasted hours, his voice a thread connecting her to something solid while she floated through the transient machinery of commercial aviation. Visits when her schedule allowed, brief and fierce and sustaining. The first time he'd come to see her, 2 months into Phoenix, she'd barely recognized him in the airport crowd. He looked smaller somehow outside of Meridian, out of context. But when he'd smiled at her, that same rare, genuine smile, Everything had clicked back into place. They'd learned how to love across distance, how to trust without possession, how to be separate people building separate lives that nonetheless orbited each other with gravitational certainty. It wasn't easy. There were nights she'd wanted to quit, wanted to choose the simpler path of being with him full time, building something conventional and contained. But David had never let her. "You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do," he'd say when she called crying after a particularly brutal training session. "And I'm going to be here when you're ready to come home." Home. Somewhere along the way, Meridian had become that. Not despite her ambitions, but alongside them. Now she was home. The runway light was burning again. A new fixture, LED bright and steady. David had written about installing it, about small improvements to the field, about 2 new students whose hunger reminded him of someone he used to teach. She found him in Hangar 2, elbow deep in an engine rebuild. He looked up when her shadow fell across his workspace, and his whole face transformed. "You're early," he said, that old familiar line. "And punctual," Sarah corrected and walked into his arms. He held her like something precious and hard-won, like coming home. "How was the flight?" he asked into her hair. "Perfect. Textbook. Boring in all the best ways." She pulled back to look at him. "How's the field?" "Surviving, improving. The new light works." "I saw." She touched his face, thumb tracing the lines that had deepened over 18 months. He looked tired, happy, real. "I have 2 weeks before training starts again." 2 weeks? I was thinking... She hesitated, then committed. "I was thinking we could stop being careful." David's eyes darkened. "Define careful. Separate cities, visiting schedules. Acting like this is something I can compartmentalize." Sarah stepped closer. "I want messy, David. I want complicated. I want to figure out how to build a life that includes both flying and you, and I don't care how many logistics that requires. Your career is mine, and it's going exactly where I want it to." She smiled. "Turns out you can be an excellent pilot and in love at the same time. Someone very wise taught me that wanting something doesn't make you weak." "He sounds insufferable." "He is. I'm crazy about him." David kissed her then, slow and thorough and certain. When they broke apart, he was smiling, truly smiling, the kind of joy she'd spent 18 months working to earn. 2 weeks, he said. "We better not waste them." They didn't. They flew together, Sarah in the instructor's seat now, calling out corrections with the same exacting precision David had taught her. They fixed the windsock that had been broken since her first day. They sat under the new runway light and planned logistics, her flying schedule, his teaching commitments, the apartment they could rent halfway between Meridian and her base. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing worth having ever was. On her last night before returning to base, they lay in David's bed above the hangar, windows open to the desert, stars. Sarah's head rested on his chest, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear. "I used to think love would ground me," she said quietly, "that it would be weight I couldn't afford to carry. And now I think it taught me how to land." She tilted her head to look at him. "You taught me that coming back is just as important as taking off, that there's no shame in needing a place to return to." David's arms tightened around her. "You'll always have clearance here." "I know." She kissed his jaw, soft and certain. "That's why I'm not afraid to fly." Outside, the runway light burned steady. No longer the last light of a dying field, but the first light of something beginning. A beacon for the lost. A welcome for the returning. A promise that some landings are worth the risk of flight. And in the desert darkness, 2 people who had learned to trust the space between earth and sky held each other close and understood. Love, like flight, requires both courage and precision. The willingness to ascend, the wisdom to return, the faith that when you find the right landing you'll know it not by ease, but by the certainty that this person, this moment, this choice is exactly where you're meant to be. Sarah Olsen had wanted to fly since she was 6 years old. Now she finally understood why. Not to escape, but to return, again and again and again, to the man waiting beneath the runway light, to the love that taught her that wanting something didn't make her weak. It made her brave enough to claim it, and brave enough finally to land. The end. The avatar I fell for. The city of Luminara floated without anchor, its crystalline towers catching perpetual twilight. Maya's avatar stood at the edge of the architect's terrace, adjusting the fall of her virtual coat. Midnight blue, perfectly tailored, nothing like the shapeless clothes she wore in her actual apartment 3,000 miles away. Here, her movements were fluid. Here, she designed impossible structures that defied physics and pleased the eye. Here, she was composed. "Excuse me." The voice arrived before the avatar, warm, slightly amused. "I've been watching you build for the past hour. That cantilever shouldn't work, mathematically speaking." Maya turned. The avatar before her was tall, dressed in practical exploration gear that somehow looked elegant, with details that suggested careful customization. The username floated above, Silas, Wayfinder. Maya turned. Her own username, Lavender, rose glowing softly above her head. The avatar before her was tall, dressed in practical exploration gear that somehow looked elegant, with details that suggested careful customization. The username floated above, Silas Wayfinder. "It works because I want it to," Maya said, surprised by how steady her voice emerged. "This world isn't bound by conventional physics." "No," Silas agreed, stepping closer to examine her structure. "But it is bound by aesthetic truth, and this is truthful." A pause. Beautiful, actually. Maya felt something shift in her chest. The real one. The one attached to her actual body, sitting in dim lamplight, drinking cold coffee at 2 a.m. She'd been designing in Luminara for 3 years. No one had ever called her work beautiful. "I'm actually recruiting for a quest. The Meridian Archives puzzle. But I got distracted watching you build," Silas said. "A quest?" she asked, deflecting from the compliment. "It's not about combat. It's a puzzle. A complex architectural mystery hidden in the deep archives. Most people find that boring." "I don't find puzzles boring." "Then perhaps we should talk." They talked for 6 hours that first night. Not about the quest initially, but about design philosophy, about the difference between beauty and prettiness, about why certain proportions please the human eye even in impossible spaces. Silas spoke about exploration not as conquest, but as witnessing, about finding the hidden corners where the simulation's creators had left messages in pure mathematics. Maya didn't mention that she had a doctorate in structural engineering, or that she'd stopped practicing after a bridge design she'd consulted on developed stress fractures. She didn't mention the lawsuit, or the year she'd spent unable to enter her own office. Silas didn't mention anything about their offline life at all. When Maya finally logged off, sunlight was bleeding through her blinds. Her coffee had gone cold, her shoulders ached from stillness, and she felt more awake than she had in years. The Meridian. Quest took them 3 weeks of real time, meeting every evening after Maya's consulting work and whatever Silas did in those mysterious hours when they weren't online. The puzzle required them to reconstruct fragments of an ancient virtual city, piece by piece, reading architectural clues left in the deterioration patterns of forgotten buildings. They worked in comfortable silence broken by observations. "Look at the way the light falls here," Silas said one evening, their avatars standing in a ruined plaza. "The shadows move counterclockwise. Whoever designed this was thinking about impermanence." "Or memory," Maya offered. Time running backward to something lost. Do you think about loss often? A question hung between them. Maya's fingers hovered over her keyboard. I think about things I've built that failed, she said finally. About trusting my judgment and being wrong. But you're here, building again. This is different. This isn't real. Isn't it? Silas's avatar moved. Closer, not touching, but present. It feels real when I'm talking to you. Maya's breath caught. In her apartment, her hands trembled slightly. On screen, her avatar remained perfectly still. Tell me something true, Silas said quietly. Not facts, something true. Maya thought about deflecting. Instead, she typed, I'm afraid that if people really saw me, they'd find nothing worth seeing. The silence stretched. Then, I'm afraid that the only version of myself I like exists in here, Silas admitted, and that makes me a coward. That makes you human. You don't know that. You don't know what I am offline. I know you see beauty in mathematical decay. I know you stop to watch virtual sunsets even though you've seen thousands. I know you're patient with my questions and you laugh at terrible puns. Maya hesitated, then continued. I know I wait all day to talk to you. She could see the typing indicator appear and disappear several times. Me too, Silas finally wrote. I wait all day. They completed the quest 2 days later, unlocking a hidden garden that existed in a pocket dimension, a space only they could access, coded as a reward for those who solved it together. The garden was impossibly beautiful, trees with leaves of light, a pool that reflected constellations that didn't exist in any real sky. They stood at the pool's edge, their avatars' reflections shimmering. We could meet here, Silas suggested, when we want somewhere private. I'd like that. Silas's avatar turned toward hers. The movement was slow, deliberate. Maya watched the distance close between them. 6 virtual feet, then 4, then 2. Can I ask you something? Silas's voice was different, unsteady. Yes. When you imagine me, the real me offline, what do you imagine? Maya's throat tightened. I try not to. Why? Because, she struggled to articulate it, because I'm afraid I'll be wrong, and the wrongness will ruin this. And if you're right, that terrifies me. More! Their avatars stood so close now that Maya could see the detailed texturing on Silas's virtual clothing, the careful rendering of expression. Silas's hand lifted slowly, reaching toward her avatar's face. Maya's real hands gripped her desk. The fingertips stopped a millimetre from contact, close enough to feel impossible, far enough to preserve the boundary they'd both unconsciously maintained. I want to touch you, Silas whispered. Not this avatar. You. Maya's vision blurred with sudden tears. You don't know what I look like. I don't care what you look like. I want to know what your hand feels like, what you sound like without voice modulation, whether you drink your coffee black or if you hum when you're thinking. I do hum, Maya admitted, voice breaking, and I take my coffee with too much cream because I like it sweet even though everyone says that's not real coffee. See? That's what I want. Real coffee preferences. Real nervous habits. Why? Maya asked, desperately. Why risk it? This works. We work. Because I'm falling in love with you, Silas said, and I can't do that halfway. Maya didn't log on for 3 days. She told herself she was busy with work, with real life, with things that mattered. But she dreamed about the garden, about Silas's almost touch, about the confession that had shattered her careful construction of safe distance. When she finally returned, Silas was waiting. I thought you'd left, they said simply. I thought about it. 'Cause I scared you. 'Cause I'm scared, Maya corrected, of wanting something I can't control. They met in the garden, their garden now, though neither had claimed it aloud. The virtual stars reflected in the virtual pool and Maya's real heart hammered in her real chest. I looked into the new authentication protocols, Silas said abruptly, the ones the platform is implementing, biometric integration, real-world verification. Maya had heard about them. The virtual community was divided, some celebrating the move toward authenticity, others mourning the death of anonymity. They're optional, she said, for now, but everyone's speculating they'll become mandatory. The platform wants to position itself as a legitimate social space, not an escape. Is that what this is to you? Maya asked. An escape? It was, Silas admitted. It was the only place I could be brave. A pause. Before you. What changed? I realise bravery in here doesn't count if I'm still a coward out there. Maya felt something crumbling inside her. The careful walls she'd built between virtual and real, between the self she performed and the self she hid. I need to tell you something, she said, about why I'm here. She told Silas about the bridge, about the calculations she'd checked 3 times, the materials she'd specified, the contractor who'd substituted cheaper alternatives without telling her, about the stress fractures discovered during inspection, the investigation, the months of testimony, about being cleared of wrongdoing but not guilt, about walking away from a career she'd loved because she couldn't trust her own judgment anymore. That's why I build here, she finished, because nothing I create here can actually hurt anyone. And that's why you can't leave, Silas said quietly. Yes. What if I told you I need this place for the same reason? Maya waited. I have a chronic illness, Silas continued. Progressive, degenerative. In here, I can move without pain. I can explore, run, climb. My avatar doesn't shake or stumble. It doesn't need rest. Silas, I'm not dying, they interrupted. But I'm not who you imagine either. I'm not the person who moves like this avatar. And I'm terrified that if you meet the real me, limited, struggling, you'll only see limitation. Maya's eyes burned. You think I'm whole? You think I'm not struggling? I think you're brilliant and cautious, and you laugh at my terrible puns, and you build things that make me believe in beauty again, Silas's voice cracked. I think I love who you are in here, and I'm terrified that won't translate. So what do we do? Silence stretched between them, virtual and vast. I don't know, Silas admitted, but I can't keep pretending this is enough, and I can't keep pretending you're not real to me. I am real. Then prove it. Meet me. Offline. Maya's hands froze on her keyboard. Every instinct screamed to refuse, to protect, to maintain the boundary that kept her safe. I can't, she whispered. Then this ends here. Silas. But the avatar was already fading, logging off with a finality that felt like a door closing. Maya sat in her dark apartment, staring at the empty garden on her screen, and let herself cry. 2 weeks passed. Maya tried to return to how life had been before Silas, before late-night conversations and virtual gardens, and the feeling that someone truly saw her. She logged into Luminara occasionally, wandering the places they'd explored together, but the world felt hollow without Silas's commentary, without their shared silence. She found herself talking to empty screens. You'd like this shadow pattern. This building uses that golden ratio you mentioned. I made a terrible pun today and had no one to tell it to. On the 15th day, she received a message. Not in-game, but to her registered email. The one she'd used to create her account years ago. The one that contained her real name. Dear Lavender. Rose. If you're willing to know my real name, I'm willing to share it. If you're willing to take the risk I'm asking you to take, I'll take it with you. I live in Seattle. I don't know where you are, but I'll travel anywhere you're willing to meet. Coffee shop, park bench, virtual conference room over video if you're not ready for physical proximity. I need you to know, I've thought about this every day since we stopped talking. I've rehearsed this message 100 times. I've hovered over the send button, more times than I can count. I'm sending it because I've realised something. The courage I found in Luminara wasn't false, it was practice. Practice for this moment, where I tell you that I don't need you to be perfect or whole or fearless. I need you to be real, and I'm hoping you need the same from me. My name is Elijah Moss. I'm 34 years old. I teach music theory online. I drink too much tea. I can't cook to save my life, and I'm terrified you'll read this and delete it. But I'm more terrified of never knowing what your laugh sounds like in person. If you're willing, my number is below. Text me, call me, or tell me to leave you alone and I will. Either way, thank you for reminding me what it feels like to want something enough to risk losing it. Elijah, Silas. Maya read the message 7 times. She looked up Seattle, 2,147 miles from her small apartment in North Carolina. She thought about excuses, about reasons to refuse, about all the ways this could go wrong. Then she picked up her phone and typed, "My name is Maya Sampson. I live in Charlotte. I'm scared out of my mind, but I'd like to hear your voice." The phone rang 30 seconds later. Maya? The voice was familiar, slightly different without the virtual modulation, deeper and more uncertain, but unmistakably Silas. Unmistakably Elijah. "Hi," she managed. "Hi." She could hear him breathing. Real air in a real room somewhere in Seattle. "I can't believe I'm actually talking to you." "Me neither. Your voice is different than I imagined." "Better," Maya laughed. Shaky, genuine. "Better how?" "Warmer. More present." They talked for 3 hours. About logistics first. Safe, practical things like work schedules and travel costs and whether meeting halfway made sense. Then about harder things. What they feared, what they hoped for, what meeting even meant. "I don't want to build expectations," Maya admitted. "I don't want to show up and disappoint you." "You won't. You can't know that." "I know that I've spent 2 weeks miserable without you," Elijah said. "I know that hearing your voice makes me feel like I'm breathing properly for the first time in days. I know that whatever happens when we meet, I'd rather know than wonder for the rest of my life." "What if it's terrible?" "Then it's terrible, but at least it's real." Maya closed her eyes. Okay. I'll meet you, halfway. How about Denver? About halfway between us. Neutral territory. When?" 2 weeks. That gives me time to panic and talk myself out of it." She could hear the smile in his voice. "Promise you won't?" "I promise I'll try." Maya arrived at the coffee shop 15 minutes early, her heart performing acrobatics in her chest. She'd changed outfits 3 times, settled on something simple, jeans and a sweater the colour of her avatar's midnight coat. She ordered coffee with too much cream and sat by the window, watching every person who entered. When Elijah arrived, she knew him immediately. Moved differently than his avatar, slower, more careful, using a cane that he'd never mentioned on the phone. But the way he looked around the room, the slight uncertain smile, the careful observation of details, that was purely Silas. Their eyes met. His face transformed with recognition and relief. "Maya?" She stood, knocking over her coffee in the process. "I'm so sorry. God, yes, I'm Maya. I'm just nervous," he finished, reaching her table. Up close she could see the lines around his eyes, the silver threading his dark hair, the way his hand trembled slightly on his cane. Me too. Completely terrified, actually. "You don't look terrified. You don't look like someone who's built impossible architecture and survived engineering disasters." He gestured to the chair. "May I?" They sat. A barista brought napkins for the spilled coffee. Maya's hands wouldn't stay still. "I thought I'd know what to say," she admitted. "We've talked for hundreds of hours and now I'm blanking." "We could talk about the weather," Elijah offered. Incredibly boring, no emotional stakes. It's nice out, chilly but nice. Perfectly average Colorado spring temperatures. Maya laughed and something in her chest unknotted. This is absurd. Completely. Elijah's smile was crooked, genuine. But you're here. You're actually here. So are you. She studied him, not comparing him to his avatar, just seeing him. You have a nice face. That's the lowest bar for a compliment I've ever heard, and I'll take it. They talked through 2 more coffees. About small things first. What Charlotte and Seattle were like. What online teaching involved. How different real coffee tasted compared to the virtual approximation. Then about larger things. What living with chronic pain meant. How guilt lingered even after legal absolution. What they'd each been hiding from. I'm not whole, Elijah said at one point, his hand resting on his cane. I know in Luminara I move like... Stop, Maya interrupted gently. You move like you in there. This is also you. Both are real. You're not disappointed? Are you? That I'm this anxious person who spills coffee and can't seem to maintain eye contact? I love that you spilled coffee, Elijah said softly. It means you're as nervous as I am. The afternoon stretched into evening. They moved from the coffee shop to a park, walking slowly along a path lined with early spring flowers. Elijah's pace was measured, and Maya matched it naturally, their conversation finding the same rhythm they'd always had. Observations and silences and shared recognition of beauty. There, Elijah said, pointing to where light filtered through new leaves. That's a golden ratio. Nature does it accidentally. Nothing about nature is accidental, Maya countered. It's just mathematics we haven't discovered yet. You sound like yourself, like how you talk in Luminara. I am myself. I think that's what I was afraid of, that I'd be different, wrong somehow. Elijah stopped walking. They'd reached a small bridge over a stream, wooden, simple, built to last. Can I tell you something? He asked. Yes. I was afraid you'd be exactly what I imagined, that you'd be perfect, and I'd ruin it by being real. Maya turned to face him fully. You're not ruining anything. Neither are you. They stood on the bridge as the light shifted toward dusk. Maya thought about all the structures she'd built in Luminara. Impossible, beautiful, freed from physical constraint. And she thought about this bridge, solid and ordinary and real, built to bear weight. Can I... Elijah hesitated. May I touch your hand? Maya's breath caught. She extended her hand, palm up. Elijah's fingers were warm, slightly unsteady. They traced the lines of her palm with extraordinary gentleness, as though she were something precious and fragile. Your hands are cold, he observed. I'm nervous. Still? Different nervous. Better nervous. His thumb brushed over her knuckles. Such a small touch. Barely contact at all. But Maya felt it reverberate through her entire body. This real touch from this real person who knew her fears and built gardens with her and made terrible puns about architectural theory. I don't know what happens next, she admitted. Neither do I, Elijah said. We figure it out. Together, if you want. Maya threaded her fingers through his, tentative, then certain. I want. They stayed on the bridge as stars began to appear, talking about logistics and hopes, and how 2 people separated by thousands of miles might build something that lasted. They didn't have answers yet, but they had this. Real hands, real voices, real possibility. We should log into Luminara together sometime, Elijah suggested. Show each other our favourite places while we're actually together. I'd like that, though the garden might seem less impressive when we're sitting side by side. Or more impressive, because we'll be sharing it for real, Maya smiled. The avatar I fell for. The person I'm falling for, Elijah corrected gently. Both versions. All versions. In the weeks that followed, they learned each other's geographies, the physical ones of distance and difference, and the intimate ones of habit and history. They video called daily, visited monthly, and met in Luminara weekly, where their avatars still explored impossible spaces while they sat in their separate apartments, talking through headsets about very real plans. 6 months later, when Maya stood in Elijah's Seattle apartment, small, carefully organised, filled with sheet music and tea varieties, she helped him design a virtual building in Luminara. They worked side by side, their real hands occasionally brushing as they reached for keyboards, their real laughter filling the real air between them. "What should we call it?" Elijah asked, studying the structure taking shape on screen, a bridge spanning an impossible distance, beautiful and functional, existing in both virtual and real space. Maya leaned her head against his shoulder. "Something true. How about Pixel Span Bridge?" "Perfect." They saved the file and logged off together. Outside the window, Seattle rain fell in steady rhythms. Inside, they made tea and argued about dinner, and existed in the ordinary, extraordinary reality of being together, imperfect, uncertain, and absolutely real. The Composer's Muse. New York City at dusk is a curious, shape-shifting place. Lights flicker on in high-rise windows, cabs honk impatiently in the streets, and the hum of a million stories pulses in every direction. Hidden in one of the quieter neighbourhoods sits a small, unassuming cafe. A chalkboard sign reads, "Kira Stein's Espresso and Notes," though the subdued exterior rarely draws crowds. The reason people step inside, if they do, is whispered among the local night owls. Come for the coffee, stay for the piano. Tonight, Alex Peterson is at that very piano. He's a man defined by quiet intensity. Dressed in a black button-down shirt and simple trousers, he blends into the backdrop until he rests his fingertips on the keys. Then, the atmosphere around him transforms. His music is an undercurrent that calms the chatter, gliding through the air like an intimate secret. A few patrons pause to listen, though most remain lost in their conversations. Alex's eyes shift toward a crumpled newspaper lying beside a half-empty latte on a nearby table. The headline leaps out at him. Hazel Warner, disgraced violinist, returns to her roots. A familiar longing blooms in his chest. Once, years ago, Hazel was at the pinnacle of the classical world, a former child prodigy with a glow about her that dazzled both critics and fans. Now, the tabloids buzz with her downfall, a plagiarism scandal pinned on her by her charismatic ex-fiancé, Nathaniel Nate Caldwell. Alex exhales softly as he finishes his piece, letting the final chord linger. Then, he gently closes the fallboard of the piano. He's about to slip away from the spotlight, though to call it a spotlight is generous when barely anyone notices him, when a voice calls out. "Hey you, over here," says a man with a face that glows from the screen of his phone. "How about something more upbeat?" Alex musters a tight smile. He does not do requests, especially. Not from random men lost in their phone screens. Yet he nods politely, sits back down, and begins a tune that's lighter, a warm, melodic jazz standard he's well practiced in. It's easier this way, not stirring up too much of himself, not letting his heart bleed through the music. A few minutes later, the cafe's owner breezes by, wiping a table with brisk, confident strokes. Kira Stein, Alex's best friend since their days in music conservatory, is a petite woman with short, coppery hair that curls just at her chin. She has an uncanny ability to sense the mood of a room, especially where Alex is concerned. "You okay?" Kira asks once the last note fades. Alex shrugs, eyes darting again to the newspaper. Kira follows his glance. A sigh escapes her lips. "You know," she says, "you don't have to torture yourself reading about her. It's been how many years?" A question that hangs in the air without an easy answer. One might say 5 or 10, or maybe just enough. Years for the memory of Hazel Warner to become a continuous hum in Alex's life. He stands, carefully folds the newspaper, and follows Kira to the back of the cafe. The corridor there is narrow, walls lined with old concert posters, many from Kira's short stint as a travelling violinist. She gave that up to open this place, channeling her passion for music into the comfort of others. Alex has never fully understood how she can be so fearless in forging a new path, but maybe that's precisely why they've stayed so close. Once they reach the small kitchen, Kira hands him a mug of chamomile tea. She's well acquainted with his reluctance to drink coffee late at night. "Alex," she says, her voice low enough that the barista behind them won't overhear. "I'm serious. This obsession, it has to stop. You let yourself feel everything so deeply, and that's beautiful. But you have to remember what Hazel did. She never even noticed you, not really. Don't let her waltz back into your head now that she's all over the press again." He looks at Kira, wanting to believe her words but also unable to quiet the memories. She has no idea how many times he's replayed those old duets, the ones in the musty practice rooms at the conservatory. He still recalls the exact weight of Hazel's gaze when they performed an original piece he'd composed specifically for her. Yet, she never realised it was for her. She'd simply praised his musicianship and rushed on to the next rehearsal, her mind fixed on climbing higher and higher in her own career. And now she's back, battered by scandal, possibly more fragile than before. She might not ever glance in his direction again, but that doesn't stop the longing. "Let me worry about it," Alex finally mutters, taking a sip of tea. Kira shakes her head but decides not to push further. She knows well enough that coaxing truth from Alex is a slow dance. "All right," she concedes, "but promise me you won't bury yourself in heartbreak again. If you need to talk, I'm here." Alex sets down the mug and returns to the piano, but the mood in the cafe has shifted. Most patrons have gone. The few who remain seem content with hushed conversation. He runs his fingers over the keys but chooses not to play. No sense in pouring himself into a near-empty room. Instead, he helps Kira close up for the night, stacking chairs, wiping tables, flicking off the lights, until the cafe is silent and dark, except for the glowing green exit sign. When they step outside, the street glistens under the lampposts. Wind rustles a stray piece of trash, sending it skittering along the sidewalk. Alex feels the chill against his skin, but it's a mild evening by New York standards. Kira rummages for her keys, the jingle echoing faintly in the urban hush. She locks the door, then turns to him. "You sure you don't want to stay with me? You look like you've got a lot on your mind," she says, softly. "I'm fine," Alex insists. He wonders what time it is. Probably near midnight, maybe later. The quiet can be disorienting in a city that rarely sleeps. He runs a hand through his hair and offers Kira a small, reassuring smile. "Thanks, though. I'll see you in the morning?" She nods, and they part ways. He heads down the block, each step feeling heavier. He's turned 31, an age that feels like a tide change. No longer the bright-eyed dreamer of his 20s, but not old enough to shed that same dream. A musician in a constant state of almost discovered, almost recognised, almost loved. He can't resist one last glance at the folded newspaper under his arm. Hazel Warner's face is captured in a photograph that seems to ache with unsaid words. She doesn't know he exists as more than a faint memory from the past. And yet, for Alex Peterson, she's been the silent impetus behind every piece he's ever composed. He rounds the corner to his small walk-up apartment. The building stands tired but proud. Up the creaky stairs into the narrow hall, and finally he slips the key into his door. Inside, the living room is cluttered with sheet music, some scribbled on loose-leaf pages, others meticulously noted in bound notebooks. His baby grand piano, a well-loved Steinway, is tucked in the corner. He flips on a small lamp, letting its warm glow caress the instrument. Setting the newspaper on the piano bench, he leans against a wall scrawled with half-finished compositions pinned up like puzzle pieces. He wonders if Hazel is reading about herself with the same sense of dread. He wonders if she's thinking back to the days before everything became complicated by fame and betrayal. In this moment, the past and the present collide in his heart. He wants to shut out the memories, but the notes of an old composition drift into his mind uninvited. Quietly, as if not to disturb the intangible ghosts lurking, he hums a melody he once wrote for Hazel. It settles into the silence like a final lullaby for the night. He knows Kira's warning is wise. He knows he should let the memory of Hazel fade. But love, or something akin to it, has a way of burrowing into the soul, deeper than logic can reach. And so, with a flick of the lamp switch, he surrenders to the darkness, that intangible chord still resonating in him. He doesn't know what tomorrow holds, only that the world has suddenly tilted with Hazel's return. The shadows of unspoken feelings dance on the wall, and somewhere in the city that never truly sleeps, Hazel Warner might be hearing an echo of a past she never knew existed. A crisp morning light slices through Alex's thin curtains, waking him earlier than usual. The city hums in the background, delivery trucks roaring, car horns honking. But Alex hears another sound in his mind, the slow, melancholic chords he half composed last night before sleep claimed him. They remain incomplete, like a question begging for an answer he's not yet ready to give. He dresses, pulling on a sweater and dark jeans, and cradles a travel mug of tea on his way back to the cafe. The dawn light paints the sidewalks golden. Despite the bustle, Alex feels a sense of quiet. He wonders if Hazel is awake right now, perhaps scanning the headlines that mock her fall from grace. It's a futile thought. She's a world away, even if technically only a few subway stops separate them in Manhattan. When he steps into Kira's cafe, the place smells of freshly ground espresso beans and pastries. Morning regulars line up, bleary-eyed but hopeful for caffeine. Kira, cheerful but firm, manages them all with the efficiency of a seasoned conductor overseeing an orchestra. "Good morning," she calls, sliding a latte across the counter to a waiting customer. Then she turns to Alex, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "Sleep well?" He shrugs. Sleep was a cagey beast that refused to linger. "I'm managing." Kira arches an eyebrow. "You know, if you want real rest, you could try not reading that newspaper article 20 times. He tries to deny it, but the small, knowing tilt of her head stops him. "I just needed to see how the media's spinning it," he says. "She's back in the city, after all. Doesn't that feel surreal to you?" Kira's expression softens. "I guess," she concedes. "She was always so driven when we were all at the conservatory. The star of every show, the top of every class. It's strange to picture her now, headlined as a pariah. But maybe," she pauses, measuring her words, "this is a chance for her to figure out who she is without that perfect veneer." A knock on the glass door distracts them. A harried supplier gestures at Kira, needing a signature for a delivery. She throws Alex a quick, sympathetic look and rushes off. Alone at the counter, Alex finds his thoughts drifting again to Hazel, the way her bow once glided, across violin strings, each note luminous, filled with a rare fervour. People called her a prodigy, but Alex saw the toll of that label in the deep circles under her eyes. He'd admired her from the audience seat as much as from behind the piano stand. But she never noticed, or if she did, she chose not to say a thing. Morning moves forward in a blur of coffee orders and pastries. Alex occasionally assists, clearing tables, refilling sugar canisters. A few hours later, just as the rush dies down, Something almost fated happens. A figure slips through the door. She's shorter than he remembers, or perhaps it's the way her posture slopes inward, as if she's trying to vanish into her own coat. Her hair, once pinned in an elegant bun for performances, now falls loosely around her shoulders in unbrushed waves. Yet there's no mistaking that face. Hazel Warner stands in the doorway of Kira's cafe, scanning the room with uncertain eyes. Alex freezes. For an instant he contemplates, ducking behind the counter to avoid being seen. His heart pounds, and a rush of old emotions flood him. Admiration, yearning, fear that she'll glance right through him as if he's invisible. But she doesn't. Their eyes meet, and a flicker of recognition sparks across her features. "Alex?" she says softly, her voice cracking as though she's unsure if she's allowed to speak his name. Time seems to stutter. Kira, returning from the back, practically leaps to intercept Hazel. "Hey," Kira says in polite but guarded tones. "Long time no see. Do you need something? Coffee? A place to sit?" Hazel's cheeks flush. She steps closer to the counter, ignoring the curious stares of a few remaining customers. I saw the sign. The name was familiar. I had no idea this was your place, Kira." Her gaze flickers to Alex. "Or that you'd be here too." The room feels charged, like the moment before a pivotal note in a musical composition. A part of Alex wants to unravel every memory he's stored away. Tell Hazel how proud he was of her successes, how gutted he was when she fell from grace, how her face in that newspaper last night reignited every feeling he'd tried to bury. But he stands there, measured silence forming a barrier. Kira, stepping up, tries to dissolve the tension with a businesslike tone. "Welcome. If you'd like something, the menu's on the board. We also have fresh pastries." Hazel glances at the blackboard, though she seems more focused on Alex's face. She opens her mouth, closes it, and then tries again. "Actually, Could we talk? All of us, maybe. I know a lot has happened since forever." She gives a half laugh that lacks humour. "I just wanted to see you both. Maybe apologise." Kira folds her arms. "Apologise for what exactly?" Hazel's gaze drops to the floor. "For never being around, for shutting people out, especially after everything. You probably heard about the scandal. Nate Caldwell accused me of stealing a concerto from him. It wasn't true." Her voice tightens. "But no one believed me. I lost everything. My reputation, my bookings, sponsors, everything." A silence follows, broken only by the hiss of the espresso machine behind the counter. "I should have reached out sooner." Alex feels a pang of sympathy, then quickly reminds himself of Kira's warning. Hazel had always been too wrapped up in her own ambitions to notice the people who truly cared about her. But is it fair to blame her entirely? Or is this vulnerability genuine? Finally he lets out a breath, and in a measured voice says, "It's been a while, Hazel. Let's grab a table." The three of them settle at a corner table by the window. Passers-by rush along the sidewalk outside, glimpsing the cafe's interior without understanding the emotional undercurrents swirling in that small space. Hazel fiddles with her fraying jacket sleeve, as though searching for the right words. "I'm sorry to just barge in like this," she begins again. "I know I have no right to ask for help after everything that's happened. But the truth is, I don't know if I can play violin the way I used to. I can't trust my own instincts anymore. Everyone's eyes are on me, waiting for me to fail again." Kira's expression softens just a fraction. "What do you want from us?" Hazel looks directly at Alex and he feels his heart skip. "Back in school, you wrote a piece for me once," she says, her voice tender. "You might not remember," he interrupts. "Of course I remember. I remember every piece I've ever composed." She nods, looking grateful for a moment of connection. "It was unlike anything else. I felt a sincerity in your notes that I never felt in any other composition. After what I've been through, I want to feel that again. I need to rediscover why I love music. I was hoping, maybe, you could compose something new for me. It's the only way I know how to start over." A jolt of conflicting emotions grips Alex. Part of him bristles at the idea. Why should he cater to Hazel's request now, after years of quiet neglect? But another part of him, the composer who thrives on raw emotion, can't ignore the stirring of inspiration. The guard dog in his mind barks that this is dangerous, that he'll be hurt again. Yet the flicker of hope in Hazel's eyes is undeniable. "You're asking a lot," Alex manages to say. Hazel lowers her gaze. "I know, but I'm lost, Alex. And I thought, if anyone could help me find my way, it would be you." The sincerity in her voice, mixed with desperation, forms a chord that resonates too deeply to ignore. Kira catches Alex's eye, a silent caution passing between them. This is exactly what she was worried about. Alex stepping into the old role of caretaker, the silent composer who burns for a woman who barely registers his presence beyond his music. But now that Hazel is here, physically, tangibly broken, can he turn away? He leans back, crossing his arms. "Let me think about it," he says, trying to sound detached. Hazel nods, her shoulders slumping in what seems like relief that he hasn't outright refused. "Thank you," she whispers. They linger in an uneasy quiet until a customer approaches the counter, drawing Kira away to take another order. Alex and Hazel remain at the table, separated by a gulf of unspoken history. For a fleeting moment, Alex wonders if this is fate or a twisted encore of heartbreak. Either way, the music that once bound them together might soon play again. And if it does, Alex senses it won't be the same gentle harmony. It might be a tempest, or something more complicated. Something that could break them both. For the rest of that day, Alex is caught in a whirlwind of old melodies and new uncertainties. After Hazel's departure, he and Kira exchange few words about the encounter. She simply hands him a cloth to wipe down the counters, eyes narrowed in a stern, silent message. "I'm watching you. Don't get in over your head." That night, Alex heads home with a restless surge of creativity swirling within. The second he enters his apartment, he sits at his baby grand. His fingers hover over the keys. A phrase forms in his mind, soft, tentative. It's reminiscent of the compositions he wrote in his conservatory days for Hazel, but now there's an undercurrent of regret and longing that wasn't there before. He plays a few chords, testing the waters. An image flashes in his mind of Hazel in the cafe, her coat too big, her eyes rimmed with fatigue. He remembers how vibrant she used to be, standing tall on stage, commanding the spotlight with her violin's brilliance. Now, that bright energy seems dimmed by betrayal and scandal. The tabloids can be vicious, especially when a revered figure falls from grace. Accusations of plagiarism are a hard stain to remove, even when you're innocent. Alex shuts his eyes, letting the notes speak. When he was younger, he believed music was enough to convey his feelings, but he never found the courage to tell Hazel directly, "Hey, I love you. This composition is a testament to how you captivate my entire being." She never guessed, or if she did, she brushed it aside, too focused on her own ambitions. He wonders, is it masochistic to compose something new for her? Probably. But the thought of turning her away feels worse. He can't deny the electric thrill that runs through him at the notion of creating a piece worthy of resurrecting her spirit. Late into the night, he scrawls ideas onto staff paper, half-formed melodies, eerie chord progressions, a shift to a major key that hints at hope. By the time he looks at the clock, it's nearly 2 a.m. He rubs his tired eyes and forces himself to bed, mind racing with chord structures and harmonic layers. Over the next several days, Hazel and Alex meet in his small Brooklyn apartment. They sit across from each other, a battered coffee table between them, strewn with his handwritten sheets. Hazel traces the notes with her fingertips, as though they're braille revealing secrets. "I don't know if I can do these justice," she confesses one afternoon, setting the pages aside. She glances around at the cluttered living space. Alex's apartment is modest, but the stacks of music carry a certain magic, as if each page vibrates with potential. "I haven't performed in months, and when I do try to play, I get in my own head. My technique is shaky, my confidence is shot." Alex finds her vulnerability unsettling. The Hazel he recalls was proud, sometimes to a fault, certain of her abilities. This Hazel seems humanized by pain. A small voice in his mind warns him that heartbreak often paves the way to manipulative apologies, but he can't help feeling sympathy. "You'll get it back," he says gently. "If you want to, that is. But it'll take practice and patience." She gives him a weary smile. "Thanks for not sugarcoating it." Then she shifts her gaze. "I'm curious, Alex. Why did you even agree to help me? You could have refused, told me to figure it out on my own." The question lingers, thickening the air. He could mention that maybe it's because he spent years tethered to her without her noticing, or that Kira's protective stance only half deters him from diving headlong into a new composition for the woman who once spurred his greatest pieces. Instead, he offers a careful truth. "Because I understand what it's like to love music to the point that you can't let it die, no matter how many times it betrays you." A flicker of recognition crosses her face. She nods as though she senses the deeper layers in his words. But before either can elaborate, Kira strides in, carrying a paper bag of groceries. She's been dropping by regularly, partly to keep them fed and partly, Alex suspects, to ensure he isn't blindly falling into old patterns. "I've got fresh vegetables and some pasta," Kira announces. "Thought I'd whip up lunch." She sets the bag on the kitchen counter, pausing to look at Hazel. "You look tired. Are you resting enough?" Hazel shrugs. "I've been trying to rebuild a routine. Mornings at the library researching old compositions, afternoons practicing, evenings here with Alex." Kira raises an eyebrow at Alex. "Don't overwork her, composer boy." Alex holds up his hands in mock defense. "She sets the pace, not me." Hazel smiles faintly, sensing the playful protective tone in Kira's voice. Then she helps unload the groceries. In the next few minutes, the apartment is filled with the aroma of simmering tomatoes, sizzling onions, and fresh basil. The domesticity of it all surprises Alex. It's been ages since he's had something resembling family or close friends gathered around for a meal. As they eat, talk meanders from music to old stories about the conservatory. Hazel recounts how she once got locked in a practice room for hours because Nate Caldwell forgot she was there and left with the only key. Kira scoffs at the mention of that name, setting her fork down a little too aggressively. "Of course he did," Kira mutters, eyes narrowing. "Nate never gave a damn about anyone but himself." Hazel glances at her plate. "I defended him for years. I even believed him at first when he said he was doing it for my own good, claiming that my compositions were overshadowing his. It's all so messed up." Alex stays quiet, letting Hazel's confession sink in. He recalls seeing Nate from afar during their conservatory days, a magnetic presence who drew a crowd wherever he went. Nate had an uncanny ability to charm people, a skill that masked his darker inclinations. That same charm, ironically, is what made the world believe his lies about Hazel's plagiarism. Eventually, plates empty, and the three of them clear the table. Hazel steps to the corner of the living room where her violin case rests. Carefully, she lifts the instrument out, running her fingers over the polished wood. It's still a magnificent violin, though now bearing the emotional weight of her scandal. Alex moves to the piano. "Let's try a few bars from that piece I showed you," he suggests, flipping open the pages on the stand. Hazel nods, positioning the violin under her chin. She draws in a breath, and her bow meets the strings. The first note wavers. She stops, breath ragged. "It's okay," Alex says calmly. Again. A second attempt produces a slightly steadier sound, though far from her old brilliance. Her technique is rusty, but there's a tremor of emotion that travels from her bow into the air. It's not just skill that's missing, it's belief in herself. Alex begins to play the supporting piano line, a gentle ripple of chords meant to cradle the violin melody. It's a new composition with hints of an old longing. For a moment, Hazel meets his eyes. Something sparks, as if she recognizes that the music is built around her essence. Her timid reawakening, her heartbreak, her hope. The notes intertwine, delicate but fraught with tension. It's imperfect, but genuine. When they finish, Hazel lowers her violin, tears brimming. She blinks them away quickly, her voice shaking. It's like the music understands me better than I understand myself. Kira watches quietly, arms folded but not unkindly. "That's Alex for you," she finally says. "He hears what's unspoken." Hazel's eyes never leave Alex's face. "You once wrote for me, years ago, and I barely thanked you," she says. "But I want you to know now that it meant the world, even if I didn't say it. I just didn't realize how much I needed it." Alex's heart clenches with an odd mix of longing and frustration. He has waited so long for any kind of acknowledgement, from Hazel, yet hearing it now stings. It reminds him of the lost time, the night spent pining for a woman who was only a dream. Clearing his throat, he says, "Let's refine that second section tomorrow. The tempo shift might help you transition better." Hazel nods, cheeks flushed. Kira, sensing the emotionally charged atmosphere, speaks up. "I'm going to do the dishes. Hazel, why don't you pack up your violin for the day? We've done enough for now." Hazel lingers only a moment longer before setting her instrument down and heading to the kitchen to help Kira. Alone, Alex flips through the sheets of music on his piano stand. His eyes land on a line that reads, "Dedicated to H.W." It's an echo of the secret dedications he made back in school, though he never had the courage to show them to her. In the kitchen, he hears the murmur of Hazel and Kira's voices. They're talking quietly, maybe about him, or maybe about the scandal. He wonders if Hazel is telling Kira about the heartbreak she endured with Nate, or the raw guilt she carries for not noticing Alex's devotion all those years ago. He wonders if Kira is cautioning Hazel not to hurt him again. He closes the music folder, pressing down gently on the pages as though sealing them into his own heart. Despite his caution, he's already invested. Too much. His walls are crumbling, and the music of her presence is slipping in once more. He can't help but think, if this collaboration heals Hazel, what will it do to him? Will he finally find closure? Or is he walking straight into heartbreak for a second time? As he sits there, the lingering resonance of their duet still vibrating through the apartment, one truth emerges. Though he spent years composing in the shadows, a flicker of light has found him, and as dangerous as it might be to step into that brightness again, he knows that sometimes music is worth the risk. Tension curls like a wary cat in the corners of Alex's apartment. Though Hazel is determined to rebuild her career, she struggles under the weight of public disapproval, which she experiences even in small ways. Side glances from strangers on the subway, or hushed whispers when someone recognizes her on the street. Each new day at Alex's apartment, she tackles the violin with increasing rigor. Bit by bit, her confidence emerges, but so does a new emotion, a deepening awareness of Alex. One evening, After Kira has locked up the cafe and left Alex and Hazel alone to rehearse, Hazel notices an old spiral-bound notebook on the piano bench. Its edges are frayed, the cover faded. Without thinking, she picks it up and flips through the pages. Her breath catches. The dates go back nearly a decade, each composition titled with cryptic phrases: Moonlight Before Dawn, The Red Scarf Elegy, Her Heart's Allegro. The margins are filled with half-erased doodles, sometimes a single initial, H. The dedication lines read differently, for HW, or simply for her. It's as if the entire notebook is an ode to a mysterious muse. She glances at Alex, who's busy in the small kitchenette, washing a couple of mugs. Music from a local jazz station filters through a tinny radio on the counter. She wonders if she should ask permission to read further, but the curiosity is too strong. She turns the page. The notes swirl off the staff lines, raw, unpolished, but brimming with a fervour she recognises from their earliest rehearsals at the conservatory. In each melody she senses a confession, like love letters etched in music. Her mind whirls back to fleeting memories, the way Alex would watch her from across the practice room, the flush on his face whenever she praised his compositions. Could it be? Hazel snaps the notebook shut when Alex walks in, concern etched on his features. "Where did you find that?" he asks, drying his hands on a dish towel. She holds it out, cheeks burning. "It was on the bench. Alex, these pieces, you wrote them. For me. Didn't you?" His silence is answer enough. Slowly he sets the towel aside, tension in his jaw. "That was a long time ago." Her hands tremble. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Alex's gaze falls to the floor. "You never asked. And you never seemed interested in anything that wasn't about your own spotlight." She flinches as though struck. "That's not fair. I didn't know. I was focused," he finishes. "Driven. You were unstoppable, Hazel. I admired that. But you never looked back." For a moment neither speaks. The radio crackles out a lonely saxophone line punctuating the silence. Finally Hazel musters the courage to meet his eyes. "I see that now. I was young and foolish. I was so consumed with being the best that I didn't stop to see who was right beside me." Alex exhales, running a hand over the piano's worn finish. "Why are we talking about the past? It can't be changed." She clutches the notebook to her chest. "Because it matters to me," she confesses, voice quavering. "I thought nobody understood me or my passion, but all this time you were writing for me, fueling me, loving me through your music. And I never even thanked you." A storm brews in Alex's dark eyes. Pain, longing, frustration. "Don't read too much into it," he says, though his tone betrays him. "I was just a naive composer in love with an idea." "An idea?" Hazel echoes, feeling her throat tighten. "Or was it me?" He's silent for a long beat, then quietly responds, "I don't know any more." She sets the notebook down gently, returning it to him like something fragile. "For what it's worth, those pieces are some of the most beautiful I've ever seen. I wish I could have heard them played. Maybe one day I still can." Alex avoids her gaze, gathering the notebook and tucking it away. "We should call it a night." The next morning Hazel confides in Kira. They meet at the cafe, before opening, in that in-between time when the city is just waking. Hazel sits on a stool near the counter, arms resting on her violin case. She looks pensive, as if she hasn't slept. Kira pours them both a cup of strong coffee, ignoring Hazel's mention that she's more of a tea person these days. "Trust me, you need the caffeine," Kira jokes softly. "Now spill. What's going on in that head of yours?" Hazel hesitates, then sighs. "I found a notebook of Alex's compositions from years ago. All of them. They're dedicated to me. I had no clue he felt so strongly. My mind is reeling." Kira's expression is guarded, though not entirely surprised. I warned him not to get hurt again. He's been carrying this torch for so long. Hazel lets out a broken laugh. I never meant to be so blind. I was just so caught up in my career, in Nate, in everything. And now that I see the depth of Alex's devotion, I feel... She searches for the right word. Guilty, and more than that. Something else I can't quite put my finger on. Like I'm seeing Alex for the first time, but it's too late. Kira sets her coffee mug down. It's not too late if you're sincere, but you need to figure out if what you feel is truly for him or for the music he creates. Hazel grips her mug, the warmth seeping into her hands. I wish I knew how to separate the two. I keep hearing his compositions in my head, and they fill me with this emotion I can't describe. Is it him I love or the music? It's all so tangled. Untangle it, Kira says firmly, or at least try, because if you give Alex false hope and then realise you only wanted the music, he'll never recover. The gravity of Kira's words sinks in. Hazel nods, her eyes clouded with worry. Thank you, she whispers. I know you're just trying to protect him. And maybe protect you too, Kira replies softly. She stands, finishing her coffee in one gulp, because heartbreak, in any direction, cuts deep. Across the city, rumblings of a major gala at Carnegie Hall start making their way through the classical music grapevine. It's an annual fundraiser featuring top-tier musicians, and rumour has it the organisers are desperate for a headlining performer with a fresh story. Hazel's scandal, ironically, makes her a compelling choice. Her potential comeback could grab headlines and sell tickets. That afternoon, the call comes in. An invitation to Hazel Warner to perform at the prestigious event. She's startled by the sudden opportunity. They want me, she blurts into the phone. After everything that happened? We believe in second chances, the event coordinator says diplomatically. This could be a triumphant return, and frankly, it's good for publicity. That last line stings, but Hazel forces a grateful tone. I'll do it. Thank you. I'll do whatever it takes to make it a success. The moment, she hangs up. Her heart flutters with both excitement and dread. She calls Alex, voice trembling. They've asked me to play at Carnegie Hall next month. It's huge, but I don't feel ready to stand on that stage alone. You can do it, Alex says, though she detects uncertainty in his words. We'll work twice as hard. I'll compose something new, something bold. But you have to trust yourself. She bites her lip. Actually, I want it to be your piece, front and centre, if you're willing. Something you've been working on. Something that means everything. She doesn't mention the old notebook, but the implication is there. I'll dedicate the performance to you. A pause. When he speaks again, Alex's voice sounds guardedly hopeful. I'll finish the composition. Meet me tomorrow at the apartment. The clock ticks relentlessly toward the gala date. Rehearsals intensify. Hazel pours every ounce of her being into the new composition Alex is finalising. The tension between them simmers, unspoken truths weaving into the notes. On the surface they're a formidable duo, a rising star seeking redemption, and a composer stepping out of the shadows. But under the veneer of professional collaboration, the old heartbeat of love flickers. One night after a grueling session, Hazel musters the courage to speak up. Alex, she begins, meeting his eyes. There's something I need to say. He lowers his hands from the piano keys. The expression on his face is caution mixed with yearning. What is it? She tries to form the words, but fear knots her stomach. I love you, she wants to say. But is it him, or is it the music? In the end, she can't force the confession, not yet. Thank you, she says instead, her voice trembling with intensity, for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself, for writing what you write, for everything. His gaze lingers on her, vulnerability flickering. That's enough for tonight. He stands to walk her out. The closeness between them as they walk down the hall is electric yet unclaimed. Outside, the city's neon haze bathes them in swirling colour. She longs to reach for him, to test if the connection she feels is real. But the swirl of confusion holds her back. They say goodnight at the curb. As Hazel steps into a waiting cab, she watches Alex disappear into the shadows of his building. She wonders if she'll ever find the words, or if she'll lose him just as she's finally beginning to see him. The gala day looms, a culminating crescendo, and neither Hazel nor Alex can predict whether the final chord will strike salvation or heartbreak. Carnegie Hall stands regal under the city lights, a beacon of artistry and ambition. The night of the gala arrives, and Hazel Warner slips in through the stage door, violin case in hand, nerves jumping like frantic creatures inside her. Stagehands bustle about, directing performers, checking lights. The roar of an anticipatory audience seeps through the walls, a distant thunder that rattles Hazel's heart. Backstage, Alex sits at a piano bench, running through the final bars of his new composition one last time. The piece is raw and unfiltered, a reflection of everything he's carried for years: unrequited love, quiet devotion, and the heartbreak of being unseen. He glances up as Hazel approaches, her eyes flickering with both anxiety and determination. "You ready?" he asks softly, a note of sincerity in his voice. She exhales. "Ready as I'll ever be. I want to play your music perfectly, not just to prove something to the world, but to show you that I hear you. Finally." He nods, swallowing hard. No words come, but the moment is charged with a deeper understanding. They step onto the stage together. The hall's grand interior dazzles with chandeliers and plush red seats packed to capacity. Reporters, critics, and patrons crane their necks. The entire room crackles with the tension of this high-stakes performance. Hazel stands under the spotlight, violin at her chin. Alex takes his seat at the Steinway Grand. A hush settles, a collective inhale. Then, with a single nod, Hazel draws her bow across the strings, and the first note emerges, a trembling whisper that blossoms into a forceful lament. The composition sweeps from a plaintive melody to a fierce crescendo, each movement telling a story of regret, devotion, and redemption. As they play, Hazel feels the music flowing through her like a second heartbeat. She catches Alex's eye in fleeting moments, sensing that the lines between them, between composer and muse, between two hearts separated for too long, are dissolving. Midway through the performance, the emotion surges. The violin's cry echoes with raw intensity, and the audience leans in as though catching a confession. Hazel's vision blurs with tears she refuses to shed. She channels every ounce of feeling into the bow, her body trembling with the piece's climax. Alex's piano supports, guides, and complements every note, no longer just an accompaniment, but a duet of souls. When the final chord resolves, the silence is almost unbearable. Then thunderous applause erupts, sweeping the hall. Hazel lowers her violin, chest heaving. She searches for Alex amid the standing ovation, finds him gazing at her with a mix of awe and heartbreak. For a fleeting second, she wants to run to him, to fling her arms around him and say everything she's kept locked inside. But the curtain call pulls them both into formal bows. They step forward, and the applause crescendos, cameras flashing like frenzied fireflies. Backstage afterward, the chaos is immediate. Congratulations, interview requests, critics fawning. Hazel stumbles through it, her mind spinning. She wants to find Alex, but he's swallowed up by the crowd, ushered away by well-wishers. Someone thrusts a microphone at her, demanding a statement. Another tries to take her photograph. Over the din, she hears a familiar, contemptuous voice. "So, you've found a new composer to sponge off, have you?" The voice stops her cold. Nate Caldwell, her ex-fiancé, emerges from the throng. His tailored suit and polished shoes shine under the harsh backstage lights. His smile is razor-sharp. "Brilliant performance, Hazel. Almost had me convinced you wrote that piece yourself." Hazel's blood runs cold. "I never claimed to write it," she hisses, stepping closer to keep the conversation private. "Alex composed it, as anyone who bothered to read the program would know." Nate chuckles, low and menacing. "Ah, but they'll still talk. Word around is that your dear Alex has been inspired by your old ideas. Maybe you fed him your scraps, then let him do the grunt work. I wonder which story the tabloids will run with." She clenches her teeth. "You can't poison this, Nate. Not this time." He raises an eyebrow. "Watch me." Before he can say more, Kira arrives, practically shoving him aside. "Move!" she snaps, her voice low. Then she turns to Hazel, ignoring Nate's predatory grin. "You okay?" Hazel's heart pounds. A swirl of anger and fear grips her. "I need to find Alex," she mutters. Kira nods, leading Hazel away from Nate's spiteful presence. They wind down a backstage corridor, where a few straggling stagehands and performers congratulate Hazel. She politely nods, but keeps moving, scanning for Alex. She spots him near a side exit, slipping away from the throng. Adrenaline surging, she rushes to him, catching his arm before he can disappear outside. He turns, surprise flickering across his face. "Hazel?" She breathes heavily. "What are you doing? Everyone's looking for you. There's a million congratulations to be had." The words tumble out, breathless. "I needed air," he explains, glancing toward the exit. "It's overwhelming." Hazel studies him for a moment. "Is this about me? Or the composition? Or everything we haven't said?" Alex's shoulders sag, a weary vulnerability. "Part of me never believed this would happen," he admits. "You, on stage, playing my music, applauded by so many people who once overlooked me. It's surreal." She places her violin case on the floor and steps closer. "Then let it be real. Let this be the moment you finally acknowledge how extraordinary you are." He lowers his gaze. "I can't help feeling like you're in love with the music, not the man behind it." The corridor feels like a quiet echo chamber, the muffled claps and chatter of the gala drifting from afar. Hazel lifts a trembling hand, brushes it against Alex's cheek. "I won't lie. The music is a part of you, and it's what first spoke to me, even before I had the sense to listen. But over these past weeks," she hesitates, tears brimming, "I realized it's you I see when the music stops. It's you I ache for when I'm not holding my violin. I love what you create, but I love who you are more." Alex's breath catches, doubt wars with longing in his eyes. "Hazel?" She silences him by resting her forehead against his. A wave of relief washes through her as he leans into the contact. Then, with delicate care, she steps back just enough to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry it took me this long." He closes his eyes, exhaling as though letting go of years of pent-up emotion. "I've wanted to hear those words for so long." His voice is unsteady. "I was convinced it'd never happen." Hazel smiles through her tears. "If it's too late, tell me now." Instead of answering, Alex pulls her into a tentative hug. She melts against him, the shape of his arms around her feeling like the home she never knew she needed. The distant sound of applause continues behind them, but here, in this quiet hallway, they share a different symphony, a duet of hearts finally in tune. Kira appears at the end of the corridor, noticing their embrace. She steps back, a soft smile curving her lips. Quietly she slips away, letting them have their moment. Years later, Hazel Warner and Alex Peterson sit side by side in a high-ceilinged concert hall in Vienna. The stage is set for a performance, with spectators chatting excitedly in hushed tones. Hazel holds her violin, leaning into Alex with effortless intimacy. Their world tours have garnered both of them acclaim. Alex, once an overlooked pianist, is now recognised as a brilliant composer in his own right. Hazel, once disgraced, has risen from the ashes with the authenticity that only heartbreak and redemption can bring. A journalist from a European music magazine takes a seat beside them for a brief interview, flipping through her notes. She looks at Hazel. You're known worldwide for your electrifying performances, but in your own words, what inspires you the most? Hazel glances at Alex, a gentle laugh escaping. Gentle, her. I used to think I played music for the entire world's approval, but I realise now I was always playing for him. She squeezes Alex's hand. And once I understood that, everything changed. The journalist turns to Alex. And you, Mr. Peterson? What's it like to compose for such a celebrated violinist, and to share more than just a stage? He offers a thoughtful smile. It's like having your heart walking round outside your body, weaving your notes into magic. There's nothing quite like it. The journalist jots down a few more comments, then leaves them with a warm goodbye. As the audience begins to fill in, Hazel and Alex steal a final moment of quiet. She leans her head on his shoulder. They step onto the stage together, a married couple now, and an even stronger musical partnership. The lights dim, and a hush falls over the audience. Alex takes his seat at the piano. Hazel positions the violin beneath her chin, meeting his eyes with a look that says, "I hear you, always." The first note resonates through the hall, and it's clear to everyone listening that this music is born of two hearts that once ran parallel, never touching. Now, at last, they converge in perfect harmony, and somewhere, in the quiet corners of their souls, they remember the years of distance, the heartbreak, the unspoken dedications. For them, the journey wasn't just about reclaiming a career or proving a tabloid wrong. It was about finally discovering that what they truly needed was to recognise the love that had been in front of them all along. Patient, unwavering, ready to be embraced. They play on, each measure speaking of second chances and the beauty that comes from letting yourself be seen, not just in the glow of the stage lights, but in the silent dawn of everyday life. And as the music swells to its final chord, one truth stands above all else. Some compositions are written not just for the world, but for the one who finally hears your heart. That one summer kiss. The Richards family motorhome rumbled down I-25 toward Denver, its once pristine white exterior now bearing the dust of 17 states. Inside, 11-year-old Tyler Richards sprawled across the dinette booth, methodically arranging his growing collection of stadium ticket stubs. "Dad, how many more to go after the Rockies?" he called toward the driver's seat where Jim Richards navigated the behemoth vehicle with the casual confidence of a man who'd logged over 8,000 miles that summer. "4 more stadiums, buddy. Then we've hit all 30, Jim answered, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror where he could see his wife Catherine reviewing tomorrow's itinerary. Elitch Gardens amusement park in the morning, Coors Field in the afternoon. In the back bedroom, 9-year-old Britt sat cross-legged on her bunk, carefully applying pine tar to her baseball glove, a ritual she'd adopted after watching her father do the same. Unlike many girls her age, Britt's summer heroes weren't pop stars or movie actresses. They were sluggers, pitchers, and especially Bryce Harper, whose jersey she wore so often that her mother had to practically peel it off her for washing. "Britt, we're stopping for gas. Last chance for snacks before Denver," Catherine called back. The Richards' Great American Baseball Tour had been Jim's dream. Visit every major league stadium in a single summer, catch at least one game in each, and hit the country's top roller coasters along the way. What had seemed like an impossible logistical challenge had become their reality, fueled by Catherine's meticulous planning, a calendar gridded with game times, and a motorhome that had become more home than motor over the past 3 months. August 18th dawned clear and bright in Denver. The Richards family arrived at Coors Field 3 hours before first pitch, Jim's rule for exploring each stadium properly. While Catherine and Tyler headed to the team store, Jim took Britt to watch batting practice, her Harper jersey standing out among the purple and black Rockies gear. "Look how the ball carries in this thin air," Jim explained, his arm around Britt's shoulders. "That's why they call it a hitter's park." By game time, the Richards had found their seats along the first baseline in right field. Beside them sat another family, locals by the looks of their well-worn Rockies gear. Their son, about 10 years old, clutched a baseball glove tightly, his eyes never leaving the field. "You know Harper's the enemy today, right?" the boy said, noticing Britt's Nationals jersey. Britt raised her chin. "He's still the best player in baseball." "Nuh-uh, Trout is better." "Harper has better hair," Britt countered, which made both kids laugh, breaking the tension. Throughout the game, the two families exchanged the casual camaraderie of temporary neighbours, passing condiments, holding seats during bathroom breaks, and debating calls together. By the 7th inning, with the Nationals leading 3-2, the children had developed a comfortable rapport, comparing favourite players and arguing good-naturedly about batting averages. The moment came suddenly. Harper caught the third out on a routine fly ball to right field. As he jogged toward the dugout, he spotted Britt's jersey, a flash of Nationals red amid the home team colours. With practised ease, he flipped the game ball high toward their section. The boy saw it first. His glove hand shot up instinctively, years of backyard practice culminating in this moment. The ball landed with a satisfying thwack in the pocket of his mitt. His heart soared, until he saw Britt's face fall. The crowd murmured. Parents shifted uncomfortably. The boy looked down at the prize in his glove, then at the girl in the Harper jersey. "Here," he said, holding out the ball. "He was throwing it to you." The simple gesture, devoid of hesitation or regret, caused a ripple of approval through the nearby fans. Britt's eyes widened as she accepted the baseball, turning it reverently in her hands. "Thank you," she whispered, then leaned forward to plant a thank you kiss on his cheek. At that exact moment, the boy turned to say, "You're welcome." Their lips met in an innocent, accidental brush that lasted less than a second. Both children jerked back, faces flaming. The crowd, witnessing this unscripted moment of childhood awkwardness, erupted in good-natured laughter and applause. Seconds later, the stadium camera operator, always hunting for between-innings entertainment, broadcast the entire sequence on the massive centre field screen. Summer Kiss Cam flashed across the Jumbotron as 40,000 fans watched the replay. The catch, the generous gift, the innocent kiss. The stadium announcer chuckled warmly through the speakers. "Now that, folks, is the spirit of baseball right there." As the families left after the game, there were smiles and waves, but no exchanged information. Just two groups of strangers sharing a fleeting moment before continuing on their separate journeys. The Richards had 4 more stadiums to visit, and school was starting soon. The boy and his family disappeared into the Denver crowd, and Britt never learned his name. Neither family could have known that the clip would become a recurring feature in baseball highlight reels for years to come, filed under heartwarming fan moments, alongside proposals and first catches. The Richards motorhome was sold 3 years after the Great Baseball Tour. Catherine had lobbied to keep it. Think of the memories, but practicality won out. Jim's job transferred them from Minnesota to New Orleans when Britt was 12, and urban life made storing a 36-foot behemoth impractical. Tyler, less sentimental than his sister, had moved on from baseball to football and academic decathlon competitions. Britt, however, never abandoned her love of the game, even as she discovered her own athletic calling on the track. "You're built for speed," her high school coach had told her during freshman year. "You've got that fast-twitch fibre that can't be taught." By her senior year, Britt had broken 3 school records in the 200 and 400 metres. With her academic standing and athletic achievements, scholarship offers arrived from across the country. When Louisiana State University came calling with a track scholarship, it felt like coming full circle. A chance to return to her baseball roots at a school with a powerhouse program. Her first semester had been a whirlwind of adjustments, living away from home, balancing rigorous training with academics, and navigating the complex social ecosystem of college. By spring semester, she'd found her rhythm and her people, a tight-knit group of fellow athletes who understood the discipline required to compete at their level. The embarrassing baseball kiss had become a family legend, occasionally resurfacing when Jim stumbled across the clip, online. Britt had mostly made peace with her moment of viral fame, though she still cringed whenever it appeared in MLB Valentine's Day montages. The boy's face had blurred in her memory, just another fleeting connection in a summer filled with new stadiums and experiences. Britt and her friends collapsed onto the bleachers at Alex Box Stadium, having come directly from track practice. Her legs ached pleasantly from interval training and the familiar sounds of a baseball game. The crack of bats, the pop of balls hitting mitts, provided a soothing backdrop. "You smell like determination and sweat," teased her roommate Missy, a high jumper from Baton Rouge. "Shower break between practice and games isn't in your vocabulary, is it?" "It's baseball," Britt replied, pulling her damp hair into a ponytail. "Nobody smells good at baseball games. That's part of the tradition." As LSU took the field against Vanderbilt, Missy nudged Britt with her elbow. "Question, why don't you have a boyfriend? You've been here almost a full year now," Britt shrugged. "Just haven't clicked with anyone. Besides, when would I fit that in? Between track, classes and sleep." "Sleep is overrated," Missy interrupted. "Seriously though, there has to be someone you've noticed." Britt's eyes drifted across the field, landing on the centre fielder, number 27. She'd noticed him in her Biology 101 lecture. Always punctual, always prepared, rarely speaking unless called on, but offering thoughtful insights when he did. "Maybe him," she admitted, pointing discreetly. "We have biology together. He seems different from most of the baseball guys. Quieter, more substantial." Missy followed her gaze. "Number 27? That's Cole Nightingale. Jackson knows him through some conservation club. He's from Colorado." "Colorado?" Britt laughed. "That explains the silent intensity. Probably communes with elk in his spare time." "Want me to see if Jackson can introduce you?" "God, no," Britt replied quickly. "I'm just saying, objectively speaking, centre field is nice to look at. That's all." But Missy's matchmaking wheels were already turning. "It's not a date," Missy insisted a week later as she rummaged through Britt's closet. "It's a casual group thing that happens to include Cole." Britt sat on her bed, arms crossed. "You told me we were grabbing coffee with you and Jackson. Now you're telling me Cole's coming, and magically you and Jackson just remembered an assignment due tomorrow?" "What a coincidence," Missy replied with zero attempt at sincerity. "Wear the green top. It makes your eyes pop." "My eyes are brown." "Even more reason to wear green. Contrast." The campus coffee shop buzzed with end-of-semester energy when Britt arrived. She spotted Cole immediately, sitting alone at a corner table, his posture relaxed but alert. No baseball cap today, revealing dark hair with a slight natural wave. He glanced up, recognition crossing his face. Not surprise, Britt noted. Missy had clearly informed Jackson, who had informed Cole. Everyone knew this was a setup except her. "Hi," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I'm guessing you also got the last-minute text about a forgotten assignment." Cole's mouth curved into a half-smile. "Jackson's not subtle. I figured it out when he spent 15 minutes describing you yesterday. unless there are multiple track stars named Brit in our biology class. His directness caught her off guard. At least 3. We're having a convention later. He laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his serious face. I've seen you run. At the LSU Invitational last month, the 400 metres. You were at the Invitational? This surprised her. Baseball players rarely attended track meets. I'm interested in biomechanics. Professor Simmons suggested I observe elite runners for a research project. So I was a science experiment? Britt raised an eyebrow. You were the most impressive subject, he countered. Your form is almost mathematically perfect. The conversation flowed from there, moving from classes to childhood influences, discovering shared interests in the outdoors and similar tastes in music. Cole described growing up in Colorado, hiking 14ers with his father. Britt spoke of her family's baseball odyssey, carefully omitting the embarrassing kiss incident. Wait, Cole interrupted. Your family visited all 30 MLB stadiums in one summer? That's incredible. It was the summer before 6th grade. My dad mapped the entire thing on this giant wall calendar, coordinating game schedules with driving distances. I can't imagine seeing that much baseball in one summer. It was magical, Britt admitted, though I probably didn't appreciate it enough at the time. What was supposed to be a quick coffee stretched into dinner at a nearby noodle shop, then a walk around the campus lake as twilight descended. Cole proved to be an attentive listener, drawing Britt out with thoughtful questions, rather than steering conversations toward himself. When he walked her back to her dorm, there was a moment, a pause at the entrance where possibility hung in the air. But Cole simply smiled and said, I enjoyed this. Maybe we could do it again. Britt nodded, surprised by how much she wanted that. I'd like that. 3 dates followed over the next 2 weeks, each revealing new layers to Cole. He was methodical but not rigid, ambitious but not cutthroat, and beneath his reserve lay a subtle humour that emerged more frequently as they grew comfortable together. After their 4th date, a Saturday afternoon picnic by the lake, Cole suggested exchanging social media accounts. Not that I post much, he admitted, but it seems like the normal progression. That night, as Britt studied for finals, her phone buzzed with a notification. Cole Nightingale has followed you on Instagram. Minutes later, another notification. Cole Nightingale mentioned you in a comment. Curious, she opened the app to find Cole had commented on a post from 5 years earlier, a throwback Thursday where she'd shared the famous Jumbotron clip. She'd captioned it, TBT to that time I accidentally became a baseball meme. Summer kiss cam, first kiss fail, thanks Bryce Harper. Cole's comment simply read, Is this really you? Britt stared at her phone, momentarily confused by Cole's comment. Why was he so interested in her embarrassing childhood moment? She quickly typed back, Unfortunately, yes. Most embarrassing moment of my childhood immortalised for eternity. Why? Her phone rang almost immediately. Cole's name flashed on the screen. Hey, she answered. Everything okay? More than okay, Cole said, his voice filled with an excitement she hadn't heard before. That video from Coors Field, the boy who caught the ball and gave it to you. What about him? Britt asked, a strange feeling beginning to stir in her stomach. Britt, that was me. The world seemed to tilt sideways. What? No way. That's impossible. August 18th, 2015. Nationals versus Rockies. 7th inning. Bryce Harper caught the 3rd out and tossed you the ball, but I caught it instead. Cole, if you're messing with me... I'm not, he assured her. I still have the newspaper clipping somewhere. My family drove up from Colorado Springs for the weekend. It was right before my birthday. Britt sank onto her bed, mind reeling. Oh my God, this is insane. What are the odds? Astronomically against, Cole replied. One moment in one stadium a decade ago, and somehow we both end up here, in the same biology class, dating. We kissed, Britt said suddenly. I mean, technically we've already kissed, Cole laughed. I've been upgraded from most embarrassing childhood moment to actual boyfriend. That's progress. I need to see this evidence, right now. An hour later, they sat side by side on a campus bench, comparing memorabilia. Britt's screenshot of the Jumbotron moment saved on her phone, Cole's yellowing newspaper clipping carefully preserved from his childhood keepsake box. It really is you, Britt marvelled, studying the image of young Cole. You had the same serious expression even then. And you were fearless, Cole replied. Just walked up and planted one on me. On your cheek. It was supposed to be your cheek. Fate had other plans. They fell silent, the weight of coincidence settling around them. The same stadium, the same moment, captured forever. And now, 10 years later, they'd found each other again without even realizing what they'd lost. You know what this means, Britt said finally. Our entire relationship is built on me stealing your baseball. And me stealing your kiss. I think we're even then. Cole reached for her hand, interlacing their fingers. There's just one thing bothering me. What's that? Our second kiss should probably be better than our first. Under a blanket of Louisiana stars with the sounds of campus life humming in the distance, Cole leaned in. This time there was no accident, no crowd reaction, no cameras, just the intentional meeting of two people connected by a thread of improbable history, closing a circle that had opened a decade earlier in a baseball stadium 200 miles away. The summer of 2025 unfolded with the humid intensity that characterized Louisiana's warmer months. While many students departed campus for internships or family homes, Britt remained for track training and Cole for baseball development programs. The relative emptiness of campus provided a cocoon for their growing relationship, free from the usual academic pressures and social obligations. On a particularly sweltering July evening, they sat on the balcony of Cole's off-campus apartment, box fans creating the only breeze. Cole scrolled through his phone while Britt lay with her head in his lap, reading a novel for her fall literature course. My parents want to meet you, Cole said casually, fingers absently stroking her hair. Britt lowered her book. Mine too. My mum keeps asking for pictures. We could drive up to New Orleans next weekend. It's only an hour. What would you tell them? Britt asked. About how we met. The whole baseball kiss backstory seems like a lot for a first meeting. Cole considered this. We could start with biology class and work our way back. Probably wise, Britt agreed. Though my dad will lose his mind when he finds out you're that boy. He references that clip at least once a year. Cole's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced down, then let out a startled laugh. You're not going to believe this. He turned the screen toward Britt. An MLB social media account had posted a Throwback Thursday compilation of famous fan moments. The caption read, Summer Love Through the Years, baseball's most heartwarming fan moments. The thumbnail image showed a young Brit in her Harper jersey, milliseconds before the accidental kiss. They're never going to let us forget. Britt groaned, covering her face. Wait, Cole said, sitting up straighter. Read the comments. Britt took the phone, scrolling through responses. Most were generic. Heart emojis, memories of seeing the clips live. But one comment caught her attention. OMG, that's Britt Richards, LSU track, and Cole Nightingale, LSU baseball. They're dating now. Full circle, baseball love. How? Britt began. Missy, they said in unison. She must have made the connection and shared it, Cole reasoned. She does follow all the MLB accounts. The post was rapidly gaining traction, with more comments confirming the unlikely reunion story. By morning, several sports websites had picked up the tale, framing it as a baseball fairy tale. The children from the famous kiss cam serendipitously reuniting in college, unaware of their shared history. Britt's phone rang early the next day. Her father, calling with an uncharacteristic urgency in his voice. "Brittany Ann Richards," he said when she answered, using her full name in a way that signalled his excitement rather than disapproval. "Is it true? The boy from the kiss cam is your boyfriend? The one you've been telling us about?" Britt sighed, shooting Cole a resigned look as he entered the room with coffee. "Yes, Dad, it's true." Jim's whoop of delight was loud enough that Cole could hear it across the room. "Your mother won't believe this. Actually, everyone needs to hear this story. Thanksgiving. You're bringing him for Thanksgiving, right? Both families. We need both families there." "Dad, it's July, and we haven't even met each other's parents yet." "Details. Mere details. This is baseball destiny, honey." After assuring her father that yes, they would discuss holiday plans, and no, ESPN could not have an exclusive interview, Britt ended the call and collapsed dramatically onto Cole's couch. "My father is already planning our baseball-themed wedding," she informed him. "Hope you're ready to say vows over home plate." Cole laughed, sitting beside her. "My mum texted earlier. She found our box of memorabilia from that game. Apparently she kept the ticket stubs." The media attention faded as quickly as it had flared, their story becoming just another heartwarming internet moment before being replaced by the next viral sensation. But privately, something had shifted between them. What had been a strange coincidence had become part of their shared mythology. The story they would tell for years to come, the unlikely thread that had connected them long before they understood its significance. 2 weeks later, they drove to New Orleans to meet the Richards family. Jim greeted Cole with a bear hug and an immediate barrage of baseball questions. Catherine was more restrained but equally welcoming, showing Cole the meticulous scrapbook she'd created from their great baseball tour, including a page dedicated to the famous kiss. "We should have gotten your autograph back then," Jim joked over dinner. "Could have sold it for college tuition by now." "Jim," Catherine chided gently, then turned to Cole, "we're just happy Britt found someone who shares her love of the game. That's rare." Later that evening, as they sat on the porch swing of the Richards' modest New Orleans home, Britt rested her head on Cole's shoulder. "Well, you survived meeting my parents. Ready for round 2 in Colorado next month." Cole nodded, watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. "I've been thinking about that day at Coors Field, about all the little moments that had to align perfectly, like Harper having to catch that specific third out, and me turning my head at exactly the wrong moment, or the camera operator deciding that was worth broadcasting, or both of us choosing LSU years later." Britt laced her fingers through his. "My dad would call it baseball destiny. My science brain would call it statistically impossible. What do you call it?" Cole considered this, watching the rhythm of the fireflies' silent communication across the yard. "I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm grateful." Above them, the porch light attracted moths in hypnotic patterns, nature's own version of chance and circumstance. Inside, they could hear Jim regaling Catherine with plans for a Thanksgiving reunion with the Nightingales, a suggestion that would have seemed absurd months earlier, but now felt inevitable. "Do you ever wonder," Britt asked softly, "about all the other moments like that? The connections we miss, the people we brush against without realizing it?" "All the time," Cole admitted. "But maybe we don't miss as many as we think. Maybe the important ones find a way to circle back." As if to punctuate his point, Britt's phone buzzed with a notification. An MLB account had shared their story again, this time with a side-by-side comparison. The original kiss cam moment from 2015, alongside a recent photo of them at an LSU game, 10 years older but unmistakably the same. People. The caption read simply, "Some catches last a lifetime." Baseball love. Britt smiled, turning off her phone and leaning into Cole's embrace. The digital world could have their story, could reshape it into whatever narrative fit neatly into a social media post. But the reality, the complex improbable path that had led them from a crowded stadium to this quiet porch, belonged only to them. That and the memory of a summer kiss that had somehow, against all odds, found its way home. The Waiting Heart. The treehouse smelled of pine sap and summer dust. Lucy Brennan sat with her bare feet dangling through the slats, watching Tom Gallagher whittle a piece of cedar into something that might become a whistle, or might remain simply wood remembering the shape of a knife. She was 12 that summer, all knees and freckles and questions. He was 17, sun-darkened and quiet in the way of boys who've learned that silence often says more than words. "My mother says you'll be leaving soon," she said, not looking at him. Tom's knife paused. "Not till after harvest." "That's still leaving." He resumed his work, long curls of wood falling like wishes between the floorboards. "Graduation means something, Luce. Can't stay a kid forever." She wanted to argue that staying wasn't about being a kid, that leaving wasn't about being grown, but she didn't have the words yet. Instead, she said, "Race you to the creek," and was already climbing down before he could answer. The water ran cold even in August, spring-fed and clear enough to count stones on the bottom. They'd been swimming here since Lucy was small enough that her father carried her on his shoulders, while Tom ran ahead, all gangly limbs and laughter. Now she swam as well as he did, maybe better, and when they sat on the bank afterward with the sun pressing heat back into their skin, the silence between them felt different than it used to. "You ever think about what's out there?" Tom asked, gesturing vaguely eastward, toward horizons neither of them had seen. "Sometimes," Lucy admitted, "but mostly I think about what's here." He looked at her, then really looked, and she felt something shift in her chest like a door opening in a house she'd lived in all her life, revealing a room she never knew existed. That evening, the whole valley seemed to gather at the Havisham farm for the threshing dinner. Long tables groaned under platters of fried chicken and corn pudding, green beans, cooked with bacon, biscuits tall as teacups, pies that made the air smell like cinnamon and promise. Lucy helped serve while Tom worked with the men, their paths crossing as they always did, hands brushing as she passed him lemonade, his thanks quiet enough that only she could hear. Later, when the work was done and the musicians tuned their fiddles, Tom found her sitting on a hay bale watching couples dance in the barn's golden light. "Dance with me?" he asked. "I don't know how." "I'll teach you." His hand was calloused and gentle as he led her through the steps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and when she stepped on his feet he only laughed and said, "You're getting it, Luce. You're getting it just fine." The summer spun out in a succession of moments like beads on a string, raspberry picking that left their fingers stained purple, county fair midways bright with electric lights, Tom winning her a stuffed rabbit at the ring toss. Saturday afternoons at the soda fountain where they shared cherry phosphates and argued about which cereal was best at the picture show. Evenings around the radio in her family's parlour, listening to the Lone Ranger and the Shadow, Tom sitting close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, steady as a heartbeat. She didn't know she was memorising him, the way his hair fell across his forehead when he bent over his work, the sound of his laugh, low and easy, the particular blue of his eyes in late afternoon light. She was 12, and he was 17, and that summer was simply the way things were, had always been, would always be, until it wasn't. Tom graduated in May wearing a suit borrowed from his father, his dark hair slicked back, looking like a stranger until he grinned at her afterward and became himself again. Lucy gave him a fountain pen, saved for with months of egg money, and he turned it over in his hands like it was something precious. "For writing letters," she said. "Who am I going to write to?" "Me, when you go off, and do whatever it is you're going to do." He tucked the pen in his pocket, careful. "I'll write," he promised. "That's a promise, Luce." Summer came again, but different now. Tom worked his father's farm and picked up odd jobs in town, saving money for something he didn't name. Lucy helped her mother with the garden and the chickens and her younger brothers, but part of her attention was always elsewhere, tracking Tom's comings and goings like a compass pointing north. December the 7th arrived on a Sunday, clear and cold. Lucy was coming back from church when she heard the radio through the Gallagher's open door. Her father and Tom's father standing in the yard with faces like stone. Pearl Harbor, her father said. The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor. She didn't understand, not really, not until she saw Tom 3 days later outside the recruitment office in town. His jaw set in that way she'd learned meant his mind was made up and arguing wouldn't change it. Marines, he said, Lucy's throat closed. When? February. Basic training in San Diego then, he shrugged. Wherever they send us. She wanted to scream, to cry, to beg him not to go. She was 13 years old and the world was tilting sideways and nothing made sense anymore. Instead, she said, "You promised you'd write." "I will." He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, a gesture so tender it hurt. "Every chance I get, Luce. I swear it." The night before he left, both families gathered at the Brennans for dinner. Lucy's mother made all of Tom's favourite foods and nobody ate much of anything. When it was time to say goodbye, Tom walked Lucy out to the porch where the cold February air bit through their coats. "I don't want you to go," she said, the words finally breaking free. "I know. I don't want the war. I don't want anything to change." "Luce," his voice caught. He pulled something from his pocket, a small wooden whistle carved from cedar. "I made this that day in the treehouse, remember?" She took it, her fingers closing around the smooth wood still warm from his pocket. "I remember everything." He kissed her forehead, his lips cold and brief. "Wait for me," he said, and she didn't ask what he meant because she already knew. March 15th, 1942. Dear Luce, boot camp is harder than anything I've ever done. Up at 500 every morning, drills until we can't feel our feet, then more drills. The sergeant says we're the sorriest bunch of farm boys he's ever seen, but I think he might be starting to like us. The ocean is different than I imagined, bigger, louder. At night sometimes I close my eyes and try to hear the creek instead, but it doesn't work. How's the planting going? Your dad should put in more corn on the South 40 this year. The soil's rested enough now. Yours, Tom April 3, 1942. Dear Tom, we planted the corn where you said. Dad grumbles, but he knows you're right. Everything's different now. There are ration books for sugar and coffee and gasoline. Mother has a victory garden that takes up half the yard. I help roll bandages for the Red Cross on Thursdays. I'm 14 now. Did you remember? Sarah Miller had a birthday party and it felt silly, all of us pretending things are normal when they're not. I listen to the radio every night and wonder where you are. The whistle sits on my nightstand. Sometimes I play it and pretend you can hear it, wherever you are. Lucy. The letters became a rhythm, a lifeline stretched across an ocean. Tom wrote about heat and boredom and brief, terrifying moments of combat he described in careful euphemisms. Lucy wrote about rationing and scrap drives, about neighbours' sons who came home and neighbours' sons who didn't, about growing up in a world that seemed to be coming apart at the seams. She learned to read what he didn't say. When his letters came more frequently, she knew he was scared. When weeks passed without word, she learned to wait without breathing until the next envelope arrived. June 1943. Dear Luce, we're somewhere in the Pacific. Can't say where. It's hot enough to melt the ink right off the page. Yesterday, Johnson got a care package from his girl and shared the cookies around. They were so stale we could have used them as grenades, but they tasted like home. I've been reading a lot. Someone left a beat-up copy of Thoreau and I've been working through it slow. He writes about living deliberately, about sucking out the marrow of life. Out here, every day feels deliberate. Every moment feels like it means something. I think about the treehouse a lot, about summer, about sitting on your porch drinking your mother's lemonade, about the way the fields look in the morning when the mist is still rising. I think about you, Luce, more than I should probably admit. T. August, 1943. Dear Tom, I'm 15 now and working at the drugstore after school. Mr. Peterson's son is overseas too and he needed the help. I make sodas and wrap packages and listen to the ladies' gossip about whose victory garden is best and whose daughter is stepping out with which boy. None of the boys here are you. Mother says I'm too young to wait for anyone, that I should live my life and not put it on hold for maybes and somedays. But she doesn't understand. This isn't waiting. This is just knowing. I read your letter about Thoreau 10 times. The part about living deliberately, about meaning. You mean something to me, Tom. You always have. I think about you too. More than I should probably admit. Always, Lucy. The letters grew longer, more honest. They stopped pretending distance meant nothing, stopped acting like the war was a brief interruption in lives that would simply resume. Tom wrote about fear and faith, about the men he fought beside and the ones who fell. Lucy wrote about loneliness and longing, about the girl she'd been and the woman she was becoming. December 1944. Dear Lucy, not Luce anymore. You're not 12 and I'm not 17 and we should probably stop pretending either of us is still a kid. 3 Christmases. I've been gone now. 3 Christmases of sea rations and sand and missing home so bad it feels like a physical ache. I got your package, the socks your mother knitted, the fruitcake, the photograph of you in your Sunday dress standing by the creek. I've looked at that photograph every day since it arrived. You're beautiful, Lucy. You grew up beautiful, and I wasn't there to see it, and that might be the worst casualty of this whole damn war. I'm tired. We're all tired. But I keep thinking about after, about coming home, about whether home will recognise me when I finally get there. Will you? Tom, January 1945. Dear Tom, I would recognise you blind. I would recognise you in the dark. I would recognise you if years passed and we were both entirely different people. You're not a casualty of anything. You're the best man I know, and you're going to come home, and I'm going to be there when you do. That's not hope. That's certainty. I'm 17 now, old enough to know my own mind, old enough to say this plainly. I love you. I've loved you since I was 12 years old, and you taught me to dance in a hay-strewn barn. I'll love you when you're 80, and we're sitting on a porch drinking cold milk and arguing about corn yields. Come home to me. Lucy March. 1945. Dear Lucy, I love you too. I've loved you since you were all freckles and questions and fearlessness. I love you now, grown and beautiful and braver than any Marine I've served with. When this is over, and it will be over, it has to be over. I'm coming home and I'm asking you to marry me properly, with a ring and witnesses and everything your mother will insist on. Wait for me just a little longer. Tom, June 29th, 1947. The train station smelled like coal smoke and coffee, summer heat and metal warming in the sun. Lucy stood on the platform in a yellow dress she'd sewn herself, her dark hair pinned up in the way that made her look older, sophisticated, like the women in magazine advertisements. She felt neither old nor sophisticated. She felt 19 and terrified, and so full of hope it hurt to breathe. The train came around the bend with a shriek of brakes and hiss of steam. Doors opened, people poured out, sailors and soldiers and civilians, a flood of humanity spilling onto the platform. Lucy's heart hammered against her ribs as she searched face after face, looking for... There. Tom stepped down from the third car, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, his uniform creased from travel. He'd grown harder, leaner, his face marked with lines that hadn't been there before. But when he saw her, his whole expression transformed. And he was just Tom again. Her Tom. Finally home. She ran. Propriety be damned, she ran straight to him, and he dropped his bag and caught her, lifting her off her feet, burying his face in her neck. She felt him shaking. Or maybe that was her shaking. And then they were both crying and laughing, and she was kissing him, there in front of God and the whole town, kissing him like she'd been wanting to kiss him for 7 years. "You came back," she said against his mouth. "I promised I would." "You kept your promise." "All of them, Luce." He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands framing her face. Every single one. The celebration that night filled the Grange Hall with music and dancing and the kind of joy that only comes after sorrow. But Tom pulled Lucy outside after an hour, away from the noise and the crowd, and they walked together down the familiar road toward the creek, toward the woods where their treehouse still stood in the old oak. The summer night breathed around them, thick with the sound of crickets and the smell of honeysuckle. Tom stopped walking and turned to face her, and in the moonlight he looked young again, uncertain in a way she hadn't seen since they were children. "I need to ask you something," he said. "I know what you're going to ask." "Let me ask it properly." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, worn velvet, gone soft with handling. "I bought this in San Diego before we shipped out. Carried it through 5 years, the Pacific Theatre, then occupation duty in Japan. Kept it close through all of it, so I'd remember I had something worth surviving for." He opened the box. The ring inside was small, simple, a single modest stone that caught the moonlight and held it. "Lucy Brennan, will you marry me?" She didn't answer with words. She kissed him instead, slow and sure, and when she pulled back she said, "Yes, yes, Tom, yes." They married in August in the little white church where they'd both been baptised, where Tom's parents had married and Lucy's parents before them. Lucy wore her mother's dress, altered to fit, and carried wildflowers picked from the fields they'd run through as children. Tom wore his dress uniform because he didn't own a suit that fit anymore, and when he said his vows, his voice shook but didn't break. Their wedding night they spent in the small house Tom had been fixing up since he came home, a farmhouse at the edge of his father's land that needed paint and plumbing, but had good bones and a wide porch and windows that caught the morning light. Lucy stood in the doorway of the bedroom feeling suddenly shy. This man she'd known all her life, somehow a stranger in this moment. Tom came up behind her, his hands gentle on her shoulders. "We can wait," he said quietly. "If you're nervous, if you need time." She turned to face him, this man who'd written her letters from hell, who'd carried a ring through combat zones, who'd waited years for her, and would wait years more if she asked. "I don't want to wait any more," she said. "I've been waiting my whole life for this. For you." He kissed her then, tender and unhurried, and led her inside. The bedroom was simple, a quilt her grandmother had made, curtains that moved with the night breeze, moonlight spilling, across the floor. Tom lit the lamp on the bedside table, the flame casting everything in warm gold, then turned to face her. "You're trembling," he said softly. "So are you." He laughed, a breathless sound. "I am. I've thought about this, about you, for so long, and now that you're here, really here." His hands came up to cup her face. "I don't want to rush. I don't want to do anything wrong." Lucy reached up and began unbuttoning his shirt, her fingers clumsy but determined. "There's no wrong way to love each other, Tom." He helped her with the buttons, then with the pins in her hair, letting it fall in dark waves around her shoulders. Each article of clothing removed slowly, reverently, until they stood before each other with nothing hidden. Lucy felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with nakedness, vulnerable and seen, and somehow more herself than she had ever been. "You're so beautiful," Tom whispered, his hands skimming her shoulders, her arms learning the geography of her body with trembling fingers. She touched him in return, feeling the raised scars on his ribs, the hard muscle of his shoulders, the rapid beat of his heart beneath her palm. "So are you?" He drew her to the bed, and they lay down together, limbs tangling, skin against skin for the first time. Every touch was discovery. The curve of her hip, the hollow of his throat, the places that made breath catch and muscles tense with wanting. "Tell me if I hurt you," he murmured against her neck, his lips tracing the line of her jaw. "You won't." She pulled him closer, arching into his touch. "I trust you." They moved together slowly at first, learning the rhythm, the give and take. There was awkwardness, bodies still unfamiliar, pleasure mixed with brief discomfort, but beneath it all was something deeper. Years of longing, of letters written in the dark, of loving each other across impossible distance, all concentrated into this moment of finally, finally, finally. Tom kissed her mouth. Tom, her throat, her shoulders, whispering her name like a prayer. Lucy wrapped herself around him, holding on as if he might disappear if she let go, as if this were still a dream she might wake from. But he was solid and real, and here, and when she gasped his name, he answered with her own, and the world narrowed to just the two of them, just this. Afterward they lay tangled together, hearts still racing, skin damp with sweat. Tom traced idle patterns on her shoulder, his touch gentle now, soothing. "Are you okay?" he asked. Lucy turned her face to kiss his chest, tasting salt. "I'm perfect. We're perfect." "I love you," he said, the words fierce despite his exhaustion. "God, Luce, I love you so much." "I know." She pressed closer, feeling safe in a way she hadn't felt since before the war. "I've always known." They made love again in the deep hours of the night, slower this time, with more confidence and less urgency, learning what made the other sigh, what drew gasps and pleas, what transformed touch into something transcendent. And when they finally slept, it was wrapped in each other's arms, Lucy's head on Tom's shoulder and his hand in her hair, both of them knowing they'd found their way home at last. In the morning, Lucy woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and Tom's arm heavy and warm across her waist. She lay still, listening to him breathe, memorizing this new intimacy the same way she'd once memorized the freckles on his arms and the sound of his laugh. He stirred, his eyes opening slow. "Morning, Mrs. Gallagher," she smiled. "Morning, Mr. Gallagher. Any regrets?" "Not a single one." They made breakfast together in the small kitchen. Eggs from Lucy's mother's chickens, bread Lucy had baked the day before. They ate on the porch, watching the sun climb higher, drinking coffee rationed carefully from their meagre stores. "I was thinking," Tom said, "we should fix up that old tree house, make it safe again." "For who?" He grinned. "For our kids. Someday." Lucy laughed, the sound bright in the morning air. "Someday soon, maybe." Maybe. Life settled into new rhythms. Tom worked his father's farm and Lucy kept the house and helped her mother with the younger children. On Saturdays they drove to town in Tom's old truck and shared cherry phosphates at the soda fountain like they'd done as children. Except now he held her hand across the table and kissed her in public and nobody batted an eye. Some nights Tom woke gasping from dreams he wouldn't talk about, and Lucy held him until the shaking stopped, her presence the only answer to questions he couldn't ask. Some mornings Lucy would catch him standing in the doorway just watching her work, and when she asked what he was doing he'd say, "Just making sure you're real." They learned each other slowly, carefully, the way you learn a language or a skill, with patience and practice, and the understanding that some things take time to master. They fought sometimes, small, disagreements about money or in-laws or whose turn it was to feed the chickens. They made up quickly, neither of them willing to waste time on pride when they'd already lost so much time to distance. In October, Lucy missed her monthly. In November, Dr. Patterson confirmed what she already knew. "We're having a baby," she told Tom that night over dinner. He stared at her, his fork halfway to his mouth. Then he was out of his chair and pulling her up and spinning her around, laughing and crying at the same time. "A baby," he said. "We're having a baby. Are you happy? Luce, I'm—" He set her down carefully, his hands on her still flat stomach. "I'm so damn happy I don't have words for it." Their daughter was born in June of 1948, squalling and perfect, with Tom's dark hair and Lucy's freckles and a temper that suggested she'd inherited the best and worst of both of them. They named her Rose, after Lucy's grandmother, and raised her in the little farmhouse that Tom kept adding on, too, room by room, as their family grew. On summer evenings they sat on the porch with cold milk and listened to the radio while Rose and eventually her brothers played in the yard. Sometimes Lucy would catch Tom watching her, with an expression she couldn't quite name. Wonder, maybe, or gratitude, or just the simple contentment of a man who'd found his way home after a long journey. "What are you thinking about?" she'd ask. "You," he'd say. "Always you." The year spun out, Rose starting school, the boys learning to drive, grandchildren eventually, Tom's hair going grey, and Lucy's hands developing the same arthritis that had plagued her mother. They grew old together in the house Tom had built, surrounded by the fields they'd run through as children, listening to the radio on quiet evenings when the work was done. On their 50th wedding anniversary, their children threw them a party at the Grange Hall, where they'd celebrated Tom's homecoming. Lucy wore a new dress, and Tom wore a suit that actually fit, and they danced the way he'd taught her all those years ago in a hay-strewn barn, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, while their grandchildren watched and whispered about how romantic it all was. "You ever regret it?" Tom asked as they swayed together. "Waiting for me? Marrying me?" Lucy looked up at him, this man she'd loved since she was 12 years old, whose letters she'd treasured through a war, whose children and grandchildren filled the room with laughter. "Not once," she said. "Not for a single moment." "Me neither." He kissed her forehead the way he had the night before he left for war, gentle and reverent. "Best decision I ever made. Loving you." "Second best," Lucy corrected. "Oh?" "The best decision was coming home." Tom smiled, that slow, easy smile she'd been memorizing her whole life. "That wasn't a decision, Luce. That was a promise, and I always keep my promises." The radio played on, and they danced, and somewhere in the fields beyond the hall, the corn grew tall and green under the summer stars, and all was as it should be. "4 days in Cedar Hollow." The landslide came at dawn, a wet thunder that severed Cedar Hollow from the county road and took the power lines with it. Anna Collier heard it from her bedroom window, the groaning earth, the crack of pine, and knew before the lights flickered that the world had contracted to the size of the valley. By afternoon, the library had become what it always became in crisis, a gathering place. She lit oil lamps in the reading room and set the camp stove on the reference desk, boiling water for instant coffee that tasted like memory and ash. The regulars came first. Mrs. Havering with her knitting, Tom Wilson with his portable radio, then the stranded travellers, then the curious, and then him. He appeared in the doorway near closing, rain streaming from his jacket, a duffel bag hanging from one shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology seemed to encompass more than his wet boots on her floor. "I was told someone here might have a room." Anna looked at him properly then. 40 perhaps. Lean in the way of men who work with their hands. Dark hair, silvered at the temples, eyes the colour of creek stones. "You're the engineer," she said. "From the county?" "James Hale." He extended a hand, then withdrew it, seeing the rain dripping from his sleeve. "I was inspecting the culvert when the slide hit. My truck's on the other side." She should have felt imposed upon. The library had a small apartment upstairs. her refuge when her marriage felt too quiet. But it was hers, private, separate from the persona she maintained among the stacks. Instead, she felt something else, a quickening. "I have space," she said, "but you'll have to tolerate books." His smile was brief, transformative. "I think I can manage." That first night they were strangers observing proprieties. She showed him the narrow room, the shared bathroom, the kitchenette with its 2-burner stove. He thanked her with the careful courtesy of someone aware, of imposing. They ate soup heated over the camp stove, speaking of practical things, the roads, the weather, the likelihood of power restoration. But beneath the mundane exchange, Anna felt herself observed. Not in the way her husband observed her, cataloguing tasks, noting efficiencies, but with genuine curiosity. James asked about the library's collection, its history, her work. He listened to her answers as though they mattered. When she asked about his own life, he deflected gently. "Infrastructure," he said with a self-deprecating shrug. "Bridges, drainage, things people only notice when they fail." "But you notice them always," she said. He met her eyes then, and something passed between them, recognition perhaps of kindred loneliness. "Yes," he said quietly, "I suppose I do." Later, alone in her room, Anna lay awake listening to the drum of rain on tin. She thought of her husband, David, in their house across town. He would be fine without her. He was always fine. There, marriage had become a series of parallel routines, affectionate but separate, like neighbouring gardens that never quite touched. She thought of the stranger sleeping one wall away, and felt a dangerous heat bloom in her chest. The second day brought sleet and necessity. Without power, the library's heating system was useless. James suggested combining their efforts, closing off the upper rooms, concentrating warmth in the reading room below. They worked together in companionable silence, hanging blankets over doorways, arranging chairs near the wood stove someone had donated decades ago. "Tell me about the books," he said, running his hand along a shelf of leather spines. "What do you love most?" Anna considered this. "The ones where people say true things," she said finally, "even when the truth is difficult." He pulled down a volume, Gaskell, she noted, and opened it at random. "I wanted to see the place where Margaret grew to what she is, even at the worst time of all, when I had no hope of ever calling her mine." He looked at her, like this. "Yes." Her voice came out softer than intended, like that. They fell into a rhythm over the following hours. She catalogued water damage while he repaired what he could, tightening hinges, resealing a window frame, fixing the temperamental lock on the front door. Between tasks they talked, not the polite conversation of strangers, but the careful excavation of deeper truths. He told her about his marriage. "Sarah's brilliant," he said, admiring and sad. "We built a good life, but somewhere along the way we forgot to build it together. Now we're just efficient." Anna understood. "David and I are kind to each other," she offered. "But kindness isn't the same as seeing. I could disappear and he'd mourn the disruption more than the loss." "I doubt that's true. Don't you?" She met his gaze. "When's the last time your wife asked what you were thinking rather than what you were doing?" His silence was answer. "Enough." That evening they prepared dinner together, pasta and canned sauce luxurious in the candlelit dimness. Anna found a dusty bottle of wine in the library's storage closet, left over from some long-ago fundraiser, and they drank from mismatched mugs, talking about first loves and lost dreams and the slow accretion of compromise that defined middle age. "I used to write," Anna confessed. "Stories, poetry, nothing published, but it mattered to me." "Why did you stop?" "Life, marriage. The library needed me more than my notebooks did." She paused. "That's not quite true. I stopped because no one asked to read them. After a while, silence becomes its own answer." James set down his mug. "I'd like to read them, if you'd let me." The offer was simple, but it pierced something in her chest. When had anyone last wanted to know her that way? Not as wife, librarian, reliable presence, but as herself. "They're in storage," she said, not quite ready for that vulnerability. "But thank you for asking." Later, washing dishes side by side, their hands collided in the soapy water. They both froze. Anna felt the heat of his palm against hers, the calluses earned through labour, the gentleness of his grip. Neither moved to break the contact. "Anna," he said quietly. A warning or an invitation? She couldn't tell. She stepped back, heart hammering. "I should check the stove," she managed, fleeing to the reading room where the fire burned too hot and her face burned hotter still. News came on the third morning via Tom Wilson's radio. Power crews had reached the valley's edge. Roads would open within 48 hours, perhaps sooner. Anna should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt the walls closing in. James stood at the window watching sleet become rain. "I should be glad," he said. "I have work waiting. Sarah's probably worried." "Have you called her?" "No signal, and—" He turned to face her. "I'm not sure what I'd say." The confession hung between them, dangerous and electric. Anna knew she should deflect, return to safe territory, preserve the careful distance they'd maintained. Instead, she asked, "What would you want to say? That I've been happier these 3 days than I've been in years? That talking with you feels like remembering who I used to be? That I keep imagining—" He stopped himself. "I'm sorry. That's unfair to you." "Imagining what?" "Staying." The word fell like a stone. "Not going back. Building something different. With you." Anna's breath caught. The fantasy he'd articulated was her own, rendered sudden and real, and terrifying. "You don't mean that," she said, backing away. We're just..." "What? Lonely? Bored? Taken advantage of proximity?" His voice was gentle but unyielding. "I know what I feel, Anna. I've felt it since you handed me that first cup of terrible coffee." "Stop." The word came out sharp. "You can't say these things. We're married. We have lives. Lives we've been performing rather than living. That doesn't give us the right. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about truth." She turned away, gripping the back of a chair. "The truth is that feeling something doesn't make it permissible. Marriages are built on more than attraction." "I'm not talking about attraction." He moved closer but didn't touch her. "I'm talking about recognition, about finding someone who sees you clearly and doesn't look away." The ache in his voice nearly undid her, because he was right. In 3 days, James Hale had seen her more completely than David had in 15 years, but that recognition came with a price she wasn't sure she could pay. "I need you to leave me alone," she whispered. "Please." To his credit, he did. He retreated to the upstairs room, and she heard the floor creak as he paced. She sank into a chair, trembling. What frightened her most wasn't his confession. It was how desperately she wanted to say yes. They avoided each other for the rest of the day. Anna threw herself into unnecessary tasks, reorganizing the fiction section, scrubbing floors that didn't need scrubbing. James stayed upstairs, and she heard the sound of hammering as he repaired things that had gone unbroken. By evening, the silence had grown unbearable. She climbed the stairs and found him in the small study, replacing a cracked window pane. "You don't have to do that," she said. "I know." He didn't look at her. "But I need to be useful. It's what I know." "James, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have put that on you." "You didn't say anything I haven't thought." That made him look up. The longing in his eyes was naked, undefended. "Then what are we doing, Anna? Why are we pretending this isn't real?" "Because real doesn't mean right." But even as she said it, she moved closer. "Because we've made promises. To people who stopped choosing us years ago. That doesn't absolve us." "No," he agreed. "It doesn't." but it doesn't make this less true either. They stood a foot apart, the air between them charged. Anna knew she should leave, should retreat to safety, to the familiar contours of denial. Instead, she stayed. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. "Nothing you're not willing to give. But Anna," his voice roughened, "if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you." Her heart hammered. "I know." Neither moved. The moment stretched, taut as wire. Then the window pane he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and shattered. They both jumped back, the spell broken. James cursed. Anna laughed, a shaky, half-hysterical sound, and suddenly the tension transformed into something else. Not safety, but reprieve. "I should clean this up," he said. "I'll get the broom." But as she turned to leave, his hand caught her wrist, gentle, questioning. "Tomorrow," he said, "when the road's open, I'll leave. But tonight, can we just be honest? No pretending, no performing, just us." She should have said no, should have protected them both from the precipice they were approaching. Instead, she nodded. "Just tonight," she whispered. It was a promise and a lie, and they both knew it. The fourth night arrived with a silence that felt sacramental. Rain had stopped. The world outside held its breath. They sat in the reading room, candles burning low, speaking the truths they'd been circling. He told her about the morning he'd woken next to Sarah, and realized he felt nothing. Not anger or resentment, just absence. She described the evening David had cancelled their anniversary dinner for a departmental meeting, and she'd felt relief rather than hurt. "When did we become people who settle?" Anna asked. "When it seemed easier than fighting for something more." "Is that what this is? Fighting?" James was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "This is remembering what fighting for looks like." She rose and moved to the window, watching moonlight silver the wet street. He followed, standing close enough that she could feel his warmth. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Of what?" "That tomorrow you'll leave and this will have been a beautiful lie. That I'll have risked everything for a moment. And if it's more than a moment?" She turned to face him. "How can it be? We live different lives. We have commitments. Even if we wanted." "I want." The words were raw. "Anna, I want so much it terrifies me. But I won't lie to you about what's possible. I can't offer you a future. I can barely offer you tonight." "Then why?" "Because some truths matter even when they're temporary. Because I'd rather have one honest night with you than a lifetime of pleasant pretending." Her eyes burned. "That's not fair." "No," he agreed. "But it's true." They stood in the candlelight, the weight of impossible choices pressing down. Anna thought of David, of the life they'd built. Comfortable, predictable, kind. She thought of the woman she'd become in that life. Competent, contained, fundamentally unseen. And then she stopped thinking. She reached up and touched James's face. His breath caught. For a heartbeat, neither moved. "Anna, don't." Her thumb traced his cheekbone. "Don't ask me if I'm sure. Don't give me reasons to stop. Just—" He kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. Gentle at first, almost tentative, as though they were both afraid of shattering something precious. Then deeper, hungry, years of loneliness finding voice in the press of lips and the tangle of breath. When they broke apart, both were trembling. "We can't," she whispered against his mouth. "I know. I know." But neither pulled away. Instead, Anna took his hand and led him upstairs to the small room where, in the candlelight, they undressed each other slowly, not with the practiced efficiency of long marriage, but with reverence and discovery. Each button, each whisper of fabric felt ceremonial. James's hands trembled as he traced the curve of her shoulder. "You're beautiful. I'm 43 and ordinary. You're neither." He kissed the hollow of her neck. "You're extraordinary. You always have been." Anna had forgotten what it felt like to be seen this way, not as function or convenience, but as desire itself. When James lowered her to the bed, his body covering hers, she felt a decade of numbness crack open. Their lovemaking was slow and deliberate. He learned her by touch, the places that made her gasp, the rhythm that made her arch into him. She discovered him in turn, the scar on his ribs, the catch in his breath when she kissed his collarbone, the way he whispered her name like a prayer. There was no pretense between them. When she asked him to slow down, he did. When he asked if something felt good, she answered honestly. They negotiated pleasure with the same care they'd negotiated conversation. Each moment a choice, each touch a question answered with trust. "Look at me," he said when she closed her eyes. "Anna, look at me." She did, and saw herself reflected in his gaze, wanted, known, real. When release came, it came for both of them together, a cresting wave that left them gasping and intertwined. Anna's face pressed to James's shoulder, his hand cradling her head. Afterward they lay in the twisted sheets, limbs entangled, hearts slowing. "I love you," he said into the darkness. "I know I have no right. I know it changes nothing. But I love you." Anna felt tears slide down her temples. "I love you too. God help me, I do." They held each other through the night, knowing morning would bring separation but unable to imagine being anywhere else. Rishi'd slept alone so many nights and closed the door behind them. The power returned at dawn with an industrial hum that felt obscene. Anna woke to find James already dressed, his duffel packed, standing at the window. "Roads are open," he said without turning. "I checked the radio." She sat up, pulling the sheet around her. "So that's it." What else can it be? But his voice cracked on the question. She rose and went to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. For a moment he leaned into her touch. Then carefully he disentangled himself. "If I don't leave now," he said, "I won't leave at all. And we both know what that costs." Anna wanted to argue, wanted to say that love mattered more than vows made in youth to people they'd outgrown. But she thought of David, kind, dependable David, and knew she couldn't unmake 15 years on the strength of 4 days. "What happens now?" she asked. "We go back to our lives. We try to be better than we were. And this? Us?" James turned to face her, cupping her cheek in his palm. "This was real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not your husband, not your conscience, not the years that'll try to convince you it was just a storm-drunk fantasy. It was real, and it mattered. Will I see you again? I don't know. Maybe that's not the question. Then what is? Whether what we found here changes how we live there." Kissed her once more, long, aching, final, and then he was gone. Anna returned home that afternoon to find David making soup. He hugged her, asked if she was all right, told her he'd been worried. She answered carefully, honestly where she could. That night, lying beside her husband, she thought about James's question. Could 4 days change a lifetime? She didn't know yet. But the next morning, when David mentioned a faculty lecture he wanted to attend, Anna said, "I'd like to come with you." He looked surprised. "Really? I thought you found them boring." "I do, but I'd like to understand what matters to you." It was a small beginning. Perhaps it would lead nowhere. Perhaps the gap between them was too wide to bridge. But for the first time in years, she wanted to try. 3 weeks later, a package arrived at the library. Inside was a book, a vintage edition of North and South, its spine carefully repaired. In the margin of chapter 19, penciled in a hand she recognized, were 7 words. Some lights are meant to be remembered. Anna pressed the book to her chest and let herself cry. not for what she'd lost, but for what she'd briefly held, and for the truth that James had given her, that she was capable of being seen, of being loved, of being more than the comfortable role she had accepted. She would carry that truth forward, not as license for abandonment, but as a standard by which to measure her life. And in the quiet of the library, surrounded by stories of people who'd said true things even when truth was difficult, Anna Collier began to write again. The end. The voice between us. The air in the archival basement held its breath. Emma Wolfe had learned to work in silence, the kind that settled between heartbeats, that made the scratch of her restoration tool sound like thunder against the perpetual hush. Temperature, 65 degrees. Humidity, 40%. Light, minimal. Everything calibrated for preservation, for keeping the dead from crumbling further into dust. Down here, 3 stories beneath the university library, time moved differently. Slower, more reverent. Emma had been restoring early 20th century recordings for 4 years now, her days spent in the company of voices that no longer belonged to bodies, singing songs for audiences long turned to ash. She'd learned to treat sound as artifact, to separate the technical from the emotional, to hear a voice without imagining the throat that produced it. Until today. She lifted the shellac disc from its sleeve with gloved hands, noting the wear patterns, the slight warp, near the centre. 1936. Unmarked. Someone, probably her predecessor, who'd had no patience for incomplete cataloguing, had labelled it simply as unidentified soprano, Vienna, Puccini aria. The kind of mystery that should have intrigued her professionally, but instead sat in the to-be-researched pile for months. She almost hadn't played it, had a dozen other restorations waiting, each with proper provenance, each with actual historical value. But the sleeve was beautiful, Art Nouveau flowers fading into brown paper, and she'd been curious about the weight of it, the way it sat heavy in her hands like grief. Emma placed the disc on the turntable, set the needle with the precision of surgery, adjusted the horn's angle for optimal acoustics. She'd performed this ritual thousands of times. It should have felt routine. But the moment the needle found its groove and the voice emerged from the gramophone's brass throat, Emma knew. The voice was imperfect, breath audible between phrases, vibrato barely controlled, a hairline crack in the upper register where the soprano pushed too hard, wanted too much. Technically, it shouldn't move anyone. Technically, by every measure of professional training Emma had received, it was flawed. But Emma's hands stopped moving. The cotton swab she'd been using to clean another disc fell from her fingers, rolled across the workbench, dropped to the floor. She didn't notice. She knew this voice. Had heard it hum absently over breakfast tea, murmur recipes in German while kneading bread, go abruptly silent when memory pressed too close. For 26 years she'd lived with a grandmother who spoke little and sang never, who seemed to prefer the company of books to people, restraint to revelation, who wore silence like other women wore pearls. But this was her grandmother's voice, 50 years younger, unguarded, singing Tosca's desperate prayer, as though she believed someone was listening, as though love might be returned simply for being offered, as though the future hadn't yet taught her that some things once given could never be reclaimed. Vici d'arte, vici d'amore, the voice sang. I lived for art, I lived for love. The past tense felt like prophecy. Emma played it again, and again. By the 4th repetition, she'd stopped pretending she was doing restoration work and admitted she was eavesdropping on a version of her grandmother she'd never been allowed to meet. That evening, Emma climbed the 3 flights to her grandmother's apartment with the unmarked sleeve in her bag and her heart performing arrhythmias. The building was pre-war, with radiators that clanked like percussion, and hallways that smelled of cabbage and old carpet. Helene had lived here for 40 years, in the same rent-controlled two-bedroom with the same furniture Emma remembered from childhood. Everything precisely placed, nothing excessive, each object earning its space through utility or beauty. Helene Wolfe sat by the window with her usual tea in her usual chair, spine straight as a blade, hands folded in her lap like a prayer no one would answer. At 73 she remained handsome rather than beautiful, her face all elegant bones and discipline. She wore her silver hair in a bun so severe it looked painful. Her posture suggested a woman who'd learned young that to bend was to break, so she'd simply stopped bending. She looked up when Emma entered, and something in her granddaughter's face must have signalled danger, because she set down the book she'd been reading, Rilke in German, always Rilke, without marking her place. "I found something today." Emma didn't sit, couldn't sit. She felt like she was confessing to a crime, though she couldn't name which one. A recording from Vienna, 1936. Helene's teacup paused halfway to her lips. The pause lasted 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than necessary. 2 seconds during which Emma could see her grandmother calculating what to admit, what to deny, what truths could survive exposure to air. "Did you?" Not a question. Helene's voice remained steady, but her hand trembled microscopically against the china. Tea rippled like a seismograph detecting distant earthquakes. The singer used a false name, or no name at all. Emma waited, watching her grandmother's face for cracks. "But I know your voice, Oma. I've known it my entire life. It's you." The cup completed its journey. Helen drank, swallowed, set the china down with the precision of someone who'd learned to control everything but her past. When she finally met Emma's eyes, there was no denial in her face, only a stillness so complete it felt like confession, like the moment before a building collapses when all the weight shifts and everyone inside knows but cannot yet move. "What do you want to know?" Helene asked. "Everything," Emma thought. "Why you stopped? Why you never told me? Why you fled Vienna? Who was listening when you sang like that? Who taught you to sound like your heart was breaking in 3/4 time?" But what she said was, "Why does it sound like you're singing to someone who can't answer?" Helene's mouth softened at the corners. Not quite a smile, too knowing for grief, too ancient for mere sadness. Her eyes went distant, focusing on something 50 years past and an ocean away. "Because I was." The restoration became Emma's obsession, though she pretended otherwise. She told herself it was professional curiosity, a musicological puzzle, a mystery of attribution that needed solving. She submitted paperwork requesting extended access to specialized equipment. She drafted research proposals about anonymous Vienna performers. She created elaborate spreadsheets of plausible matches, but nights found her hunched over the workbench long after her colleagues had gone home, headphones pressed to her ears until they ached, learning to hear what lay beneath the notes, learning to hear her grandmother as a stranger, as a woman, as someone who'd once been young enough to believe in happy endings. Between the phrases she heard breath, not the controlled breathing of professional technique, but something more raw, more desperate. In the vibrato, hesitation. The aria was Puccini, Vici d'arte, Tosca's prayer before she murders the man who would rape her. But her grandmother sang it like a question no deity would answer. Like a woman asking why love and devotion must guarantee suffering, why purity of heart cannot protect against pain. Emma began to notice things a casual listener would miss, how the tempo pulled against itself, as though the singer wanted both to rush forward toward some imagined resolution and to linger in these last moments of not yet knowing. How certain words received more air, more weight. Vici d'arte, I lived for art. Vici d'amore, I lived for love. Non feci mai male ad anima viva, I never hurt a living soul. The past tense mattered. The defensive tone mattered more. On her third visit to her grandmother's apartment, each one scheduled now, formal, Emma bringing pastries from the Austrian bakery, Helene pretended not to care about but always ate. Helene started talking. I was nobody, she said, stirring sugar into tea with methodical precision. Daughter of a watchmaker in Graz. He fixed timepieces for people who could afford to care about minutes. Voice lessons paid for by a patron who heard me sing in church and thought I had potential worth investing in. I had technique but no connections, no name that mattered, no family with money or influence. So when the Staatsoper offered me small roles, walk-ons, understudies, chorus work, I took them. I was grateful. Do you understand? Actually grateful to scrub floors in exchange for the chance to sing Carmen Cigarette Girls. And the alias? Protection. For him, primarily, but also for myself. Helene's fingers traced the rim of her teacup, around and around, a gesture. So unconscious, Emma wondered how many thousands of times she'd performed it, working anxiety into porcelain. In Vienna, reputation was currency. A soprano who sang well and behaved properly might advance, might catch the eye of important directors, might be invited to auditions that mattered. A soprano who loved unwisely would disappear, not dramatically, not with scandal, just quietly. No more roles, no more recommendations. The opera world is small, Emma. Everyone knows everyone. Shame travels faster than talent. Emma heard the edit in that sentence, the word scandal replaced with something softer, the way you learn to talk around old wounds. Who was he? The conductor. Helene said it without hesitation, as though the secret had been aging so long in silence it no longer stung to speak aloud, as though after 50 years the statute of limitations on heartbreak had finally expired. Maximilian Adler. Everyone called him Max. Married, prominent, Jewish, though this was 1935, 1936, and such things weren't yet openly dangerous the way they would become. He conducted with the precision of a mathematician and the heart of a poet, which shouldn't be possible but was. I fell in love with his hands first, how they shaped silence into meaning, how they could make an orchestra breathe as one body. Emma tried to picture it, her grandmother young, in love, singing night after night for a man who couldn't claim her, couldn't even applaud her without revealing too much. Did he know? Oh, he knew. Helene's smile turned rueful. Music doesn't lie, Emma. You cannot sing Puccini for a man and pretend indifference. Every rehearsal was a conversation we couldn't have in words. Every performance was a love letter I couldn't send. The intimacy of it struck Emma physical. How desire could live entirely in the space between baton and breath, between his direction and her voice. How two people could be lovers without ever touching. Did you ever kiss him? Helene asked. Almost. Once. After a particularly successful Tosca, I'd sung better than I ever knew I could. Found notes I didn't know I possessed, sustained phrases that should have been impossible. The audience wouldn't stop applauding. 14 curtain calls, flowers covering the stage. The director was ecstatic, already talking about extending my contract. She paused, poured more tea with hands that still, after all these years, knew exactly how to avoid trembling. But all I could think was that Max had pulled that performance from me, had conducted me into transcendence. I'd watched his hands all night, followed every gesture, every subtle shift in tempo, and somehow he'd made me more than I was. That's what a great conductor does. He doesn't just lead, he transforms. What happened after? We were alone in the rehearsal room. The orchestra had packed up and left. The stage crew was striking sets, but the music wing was empty. We stood in this bubble of aftermath, both of us still trembling with adrenaline, with the memory of what we'd just created together. Helene's eyes closed, and Emma knew she was seeing it again. Not remembering, but actually seeing. the way trauma stays vivid but joy fades unless you tend it. He stood close enough that I could smell the pomade in his hair, bay rum, old-fashioned even then. Could see where he'd cut himself shaving that morning. There was a tiny piece of tissue paper still stuck to his jaw, brown with dried blood. I wanted to remove it, wanted to touch him so badly my hands actually ached. Did you? No, but I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. His hand came up. She demonstrated, palm hovering beside her own face, fingers extended but not quite making contact. He was going to cut my cheek. I could see the intention in his body, the way his weight shifted forward, and I knew if he touched me, I would lean into it, would turn my face into his palm, would cross whatever boundary we'd been maintaining between professional and personal. So what stopped you? He did. His hand just stopped, hung there in the air between us, close enough that I could feel the heat of his skin across the gap, could hear his breathing change, deepen. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably 30 seconds. Time does strange things when you're that close to something you want but can't have. Then what? Someone applauded from the balcony, one of the cleaning staff who'd stayed late to watch rehearsal, an old woman, probably 60, 70. She'd seen the whole thing, or enough of it, and just like that, we remembered where we were, who we were, what we couldn't be. Max dropped his hand, took 2 steps back, said, "Excellent work tonight, Fräulein Weber," in this perfectly professional voice, and walked away. Did he look back? No, neither of us did. Looking back would have been acknowledgement, and we couldn't afford that. How long did this go on? Season. Autumn through spring. September 1935 to May 1936. Helene's voice went distant, as though reading dates from a ledger that had been locked away for decades. 8 months of singing with a man who heard me more clearly than anyone ever has before or since. 8 months of being known in a way that had nothing to do with words. She refilled both their teacups, though neither had finished the first pour. That was the real intimacy, you understand. Not touch, but recognition. He knew my voice better than I knew it myself. Could tell from the first warm-up note of rehearsal whether I'd slept well the night before, whether I was happy, whether I was thinking of him. And I could read him through his conducting. Desire in the tempo he set, always slightly faster when he was agitated, when he'd been thinking about me. Frustration in how hard he struck the downbeat. Longing in the spaces he left between movements, the silences that lasted 1 beat too long. You never talked about it? Once. Only once. It was December, snowing. Vienna was beautiful in that way that makes you forget about politics and danger. We were in his office after everyone had left. He was marking scores and I was supposed to be leaving, but I lingered. Finally he said, without looking up, "This cannot continue." What did you say? I said I know, because I did know. We both knew. It was unsustainable, this thing we were doing, this almost love, this maybe affair that existed only in music. But knowing something should end and being able to end it are 2 different things. So it continued. For 5 more months, through Christmas, I spent it alone in my boarding room, imagining him with Eva and her family. Through carnival season, when the whole city pretended to be happy. Through Lent, when we sang more sacred music and I had to pretend Handel's passion settings weren't about the agony of unconsummated love. And then came March, the Anschluss. Everything changed. Emma waited. This was the part of history she knew from textbooks, but she'd never considered how her grandmother had lived through it, what it had meant personally. The Nazis marched in on March 12th. Within days, Jewish musicians were being dismissed. Max got his notice on March 15th. He had 2 weeks to settle his affairs and leave the country. The Philharmonic, this orchestra he'd built, musicians he'd trained, they just Let him go. Some of them had been his friends. They gave him a farewell dinner, shook his hand, wished him well, and went back to work under new management. Her voice had gone flat, factual, as though emotion would complicate the telling. He came to find me 3 days before he was supposed to leave for London, asked me to come with him, said he'd leave Eva with her family. They had money, connections, she'd be safe. We could go to London together, to America, anywhere. He said, "I love you," for the first time out loud after 8 months of saying it, through music. What did you say? I said no. Emma found the conductor's name in a margin note on a score tucked inside the recording sleeve. For H, you sang like you understood. Signed, M. Adler, Maximilian Adler. She found him in the Vienna Philharmonic archives, conductor from 1933 to 1938, when he fled to London ahead of the Anschluss. Married to Eva Adler, née Blumenthal, daughter of a prominent banking family, no children. Emma brought the score to her grandmother's apartment on a Thursday evening. Helene took it in her hands like it might detonate. "You knew Eva," Emma said. It wasn't a question. Everyone knew Eva. Helene's thumb traced the margin note. Beautiful, intelligent, fragile in ways that weren't visible until you looked closely. Her family had already lost one daughter to melancholy, the kind that ends in bathtubs and opened veins. Eva was delicate. The marriage protected her in multiple ways. Did she know about you? I don't know. Max never said. But I think, yes. I think she knew and chose to say nothing because the alternative was worse. Helene set the score down carefully. He loved her, Emma. Not the way he loved me, perhaps, but love nonetheless. He loved her gently, protectively, the way you love something precious that might break. And you? I loved recklessly, completely, the way you love when you're 23 and believe desire alone can remake the world. Helene's laugh was soft, bitter. He asked me to leave with him in March of 1938, when it became clear what was coming. He said we could go to London, to America, anywhere. He would leave Eva with her family's money and protections. We would be free. But you didn't go. No. Why? Helene stood, walked to the window. Outside, rain had started. The kind of thin, persistent rain that made the city look like a memory of itself. Because Eva would have died, she said finally. Not metaphorically, not eventually. Within the year, I think. And Max would have known it was our fault. Mine and his, and that knowledge would have poisoned everything we built together. Love cannot survive that kind of blood. Emma felt something shift in her chest, a recalibration of what she'd thought was a romance into something more complex, more devastating. Did you tell him that? I told him I wouldn't be the reason he became a man who could abandon his wife to her death, that some loves cannot be consummated without destroying what makes them worth having. Helene turned from the window. He wept. I'd never seen him weep before. Then he kissed me, once, on the forehead, like a benediction, and left. And the recording, made the week before. He wanted something to remember me by. I wanted something to remember who I'd been when I could still choose love over survival. The weight of that sentence settled over the room like snow. 3 weeks after learning about Eva, after understanding the full architecture of her grandmother's sacrifice, Emma confronted the question she'd been avoiding. Why had Helene given up music entirely? Not just the false name, not just Vienna, not just Max Adler, but singing itself. The voice that had moved audiences, that had made a man willing to remake his entire life. She found Helene in the small shared garden behind the apartment building, deadheading roses with surgical precision. It was early September, the air carrying that particular combination of warmth and melancholy that comes just before autumn. Helene wore gardening gloves and her usual cardigan despite the heat, as though she needed armour even against flowers. Tell me about the last time you saw him, Emma said without preamble. Helene's hands stilled on the shears. A bloom, half dead, hung suspended from her fingers. She didn't turn around. I wondered when you'd asked that question. Was it the night you made the recording? No, that was professional, formal. We both knew we were creating an artifact, preserving something that was already past tense. Helene set down the shears with deliberate care, removed her gloves finger by finger. The last time was 3 days before he left Vienna, April 10th, 1938. I remember because it was a Sunday, and the churches were full of people praying for things prayer couldn't fix anymore. The weather was unseasonably warm, spring pretending summer would last forever. She sat down on the garden bench, and Emma sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. He came to my apartment, my boarding room really. One room, shared bath down the hall, the kind of place where ambition lives before it either succeeds or starves. We'd never been alone there before. It felt dangerous, improper, exposing. But propriety seemed absurd given what we were about to lose. Helene's voice dropped, became almost private, the way you speak when confession requires quiet. He stood in my doorway and said, "One night, give me one night, to remember when I'm old and you're a stranger." And I knew what he was asking, not for comfort, not for conquest, for the right to hold one perfect thing before letting it go forever. Emma held her breath, afraid that speaking would break whatever spell was allowing her grandmother to finally tell this. So I let him in. The garden seemed to lean closer, the roses bending as if to listen. We didn't speak much at first. Words would have made it negotiable, conditional, subject to second thoughts we couldn't afford. Instead, we moved like we were still in the opera house, him conducting, me responding, both of us performing the most important scene of our lives. Helene's hands clasped in her lap, and Emma saw they were trembling, as though the memory still had physical weight. He touched me the way he conducted, precisely, reverently, as though I were music made flesh. Started with my face, traced my cheekbones, my jaw, the line of my neck, memorizing, then my hands, turning them over, examining my fingers, the way they curved and rested. "Beautiful," he said. Just that one word. Beautiful. Emma felt heat rise in her own chest. Not embarrassment, but recognition. This was what love looked like when it finally found its body after months of pure restraint. I'd thought intimacy was knowing someone's mind, understanding their thoughts, Helene continued. But that night I learned it's also knowing someone's body, how they breathe when desperate, what sounds they make when careful control finally breaks. He undressed me slowly, his hands learning the geography of skin the way his ears had learned my voice. Every touch felt like permission granted, like a question answered yes. She paused, choosing her words with care. We made love on my narrow bed with the window open and Vienna's spring air cooling our skin. He moved inside me like he was trying to memorize the rhythm, and I found myself singing, actually singing, soft and wordless, against his shoulder. Not performance, not technique, just pure sound, pure feeling. Afterwards we lay tangled together, his hand over my heart, feeling it slow back to normal. Helene opened her eyes, looked at Emma directly. "This," he said, "this is what I'll remember. Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And I knew he was right. We'd taken one perfect thing from a world determined to destroy us, and we'd made it ours. No regime could take that. No distance could erase it. Did he stay the night? Until dawn. We didn't sleep much. Mostly we talked. Actually talked. For the first time without codes or music. He told me about growing up in Munich, about the first time he heard Mahler and realised sound could be architecture. I told him about singing in my father's watch shop, how the ticking used to drive me mad until I learned to use it as rhythm. She smiled, and it was genuine. When the sun came up, he got dressed, kissed me once, properly this time, deeply, then he walked to the door and said, "If there's a recording someday, will you listen and remember I loved you?" And I said yes. And he left. I watched him from the window until he turned the corner. He didn't look back. We'd agreed he wouldn't. "And you never sang again." Helene smiled. A real smile this time, sad but not broken. I sang that night. For him. With him. In a way that had nothing to do with audiences or applause. That felt like enough. Emma understood then. Her grandmother hadn't given up music. She'd transformed it, made it private, made it holy. What happened to Eva? She survived. Max got her to London, then to New York. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she lived until 1965, longer than anyone expected. They never divorced. He never remarried after she died. I think he kept his promise to her, in his way. And you? I came to America, changed my name. Helene instead of Helena, Wolf instead of Weber. Learned to be ordinary, married your grandfather because he was kind and didn't ask about my past, raised your mother, raised you, lived quietly. She picked up the shears again, returned to the roses. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hum that aria, and I'm 23 again, singing for a man who heard everything I meant. That doesn't fade, Emma. Love like that doesn't diminish with age. It just becomes part of your architecture. Emma spent 2 months restoring the recording to the best fidelity, 1936 technology and 2025 digital restoration could achieve. She removed surface noise, balanced the frequencies, brought her grandmother's voice forward from the static. But she left in the breath, the hesitation, the places where emotion fractured technique. Those imperfections were the truth. She presented it to Helene on a Sunday morning, in the garden where roses bloomed despite the late season. The recording was now digitized, remastered, saved to a simple USB drive. "I'm going to archive this properly," Emma said. "Not under your false name, not as unidentified, as Helene Wolf, née Weber, soprano, Vienna, 1936. "No," Helene said gently. "Keep the alias. That woman, Helena Stern, she belongs to that moment, to him. Let her remain there." Emma understood. Some loves were too large to be filed correctly, too private to be made public record. "Then I'll file it as anonymous soprano, Vienna 1936, rare recording, and I'll put in the notes that it's technically imperfect but emotionally devastating." Helene laughed, a real laugh, bright and unexpected. Emotionally devastating. Yes, I like that. They sat together in the garden, 2 women separated by decades but connected by understanding. Emma thought about all the loves that never made it into history books, all the intimacies preserved only in silence and memory. "Do you regret it?" she asked, "not going with him?" Helene considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "No, because the love I had with Max was perfect, precisely because we didn't try to make it domestic. It stayed wild, immediate, untested by years and arguments and the small erosions of daily life. We got to love each other at our best. That's rare. But you gave up so much. I gave up one future for another. I gained your mother, you, this garden, a life that was mine, not borrowed or stolen. That's not nothing." Emma reached for her grandmother's hand, the same hand that once gestured so precisely on stage, that later kneaded bread and braided hair, and held her when she cried. "Thank you for telling me. Thank you for asking," Helene squeezed back, "and for understanding that some stories take a lifetime to be ready for telling." That afternoon, Emma returned to the archive. She catalogued the recording with its anonymous designation, filed it in the temperature-controlled vault where fragile things were kept safe from decay. But she also made a copy, unofficial, unmarked. She gave it to Helene on her 80th birthday, along with a small, expensive record player. "In case you ever want to hear yourself young again," Emma said. Helene accepted it with hands that trembled slightly. Age, not emotion. That night, alone in her apartment with a cup of tea going cold on the side table, Helene played the recording once. Just once. Her younger self sang Tosca's prayer with desperate, imperfect beauty, asking why love and art must hurt so much, why devotion guarantees suffering, why giving everything still isn't enough. She listened to the end, to where the orchestra swelled and her voice climbed towards something transcendent despite the technical flaws. Then she turned off the player and sat in the dark, remembering not the opera house with its velvet and gilt, not the audience with their applause and flowers, but a small boarding room in Vienna with spring air coming through the window and a man's hand over her heart, counting her pulse like it was the only music that mattered. "This is what I'll remember," he'd said. "Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And sitting there in the dark, 80 years old and alone but not lonely, joints aching with the ordinary betrayals of age, Helene realised he'd been right. Some loves don't need completion to be perfect. Some intimacies don't require possession to be real. Some music sounds better for being imperfect, for showing the breath and effort and humanity behind the notes. The recording existed, flawed, anonymous, filed away where almost no one would ever hear it. The memory existed, private, perfect, preserved not in shellac but in the architecture of her bones. The garden bloomed outside her window, roses she'd planted, tended, dead-headed season after season, making beauty out of the ordinary work of living. Her granddaughter knew her story now. Not all of it, perhaps, but enough to understand that silence isn't always weakness, that some loves survive precisely because they were chosen, consciously and devastatingly chosen. That was enough. More than enough. It was everything. And somewhere across an ocean and 50 years she imagined Max Adler, long dead now, his hands that once shaped sound stilled forever, had thought so too, had kept his one perfect night as she had kept hers, had lived a good life, a kind life, a life that honoured both his promises, the one he made to Eva at an altar, and the one he made to Helena in a shabby boarding room with spring air cooling their skin. Some loves, Helen thought, you carry in your chest like a second heartbeat, and that's exactly where they belong. The end. The quiet return. The airport smelled of burnt coffee and recycled air, underlaid with something else, jet fuel perhaps, or the accumulated exhaustion of 10,000 travellers passing through. Margaret stood with her hands clasped before her, watching their son's back disappear into the security line. He was 20 now, confident in his shoulders, wearing the backpack they'd bought him just last week. When he turned to wave, just once briefly, his smile held no uncertainty, no shadow of homesickness. He was ready. He had always been ready. She felt David shift beside her, heard the small intake of breath that meant he was fighting something down. After 23 years of marriage, she knew all his tells, the way he pressed his thumb against his forefinger when he was anxious, the particular stillness he assumed when emotions threatened to overwhelm him. He was doing it now, going very quiet beside her, a man turned to stone. He didn't look back twice, she said, and was surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. No, David's voice was quiet, careful. That's good, isn't it? That's what we wanted. They had wanted it, had raised all 3 children to be sturdy and self-sufficient, to leave without tearing, without the terrible clinging that had marked Margaret's own departure from her mother's house 30 years ago. But now, standing in Terminal B while strangers rushed past with their urgent destinations and rolling suitcases and crying babies, Margaret felt the absence of urgency in herself like a physical thing, a hollowness. She and David had nowhere they needed to be, nothing pressing waiting for them at home. For the first time in 2 decades, they were simply unnecessary. "Coffee?" David asked. "I've had 3 cups already. My hands are shaking." "So have I." They stayed anyway, sitting at a small table near the windows, watching planes lift into the colourless dawn. The chairs were uncomfortable, moulded plastic designed to discourage loitering. The other patrons were mostly business travellers, typing urgently on laptops, their faces illuminated by blue screen glow. A janitor pushed a mop across the floor in wide, methodical arcs. Neither spoke. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. They had lived together for 23 years, had learned the architecture of each other's quiet, but it was no longer full. It was simply present, like furniture, like wallpaper, like all the things in a house you stop seeing because they've been there too long. Margaret watched a mother across the terminal trying to wrangle 2 small children into submission. The woman looked exhausted, her hair escaping from its ponytail, a stain of something, juice, yogurt, on her shirt. One of the children was crying, that particular pitch that goes straight through the skull. The mother's face held a grimness Margaret recognised, that expression of someone enduring rather than enjoying, just trying to get through the next 5 minutes and then the 5 minutes after that. "That was us," she said, nodding toward the woman. David followed her gaze. "God, yes. Remember that flight to Florida when Emma was 2? She screamed for 4 hours straight. The man in front of us actually asked if we could make her stop, as if we were choosing not to. You were so angry. I thought you might hit him. I wanted to." David's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. But then Emma threw up on him instead, and that seemed like justice enough. Margaret felt herself laugh, actually laugh, a sound that surprised them both. I'd forgotten that part. "I haven't. His face was—" David shook his head. "Pure poetry." The memory sat between them, warm and strange. When was the last time they'd laughed together? Really laughed. Not the polite chuckle that accompanied some shared observation about the news or the neighbours. When they finally rose to leave, David's hand briefly touched the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd. It was an automatic gesture, husbandly and protective, the kind of touch that meant nothing except habit. But Margaret felt the warmth of it through her coat, and wondered when touch had become so rare between them that she noticed it. When had his hand on her back become remarkable instead of ordinary? The drive home took 40 minutes through thickening traffic. David handled the morning rush with the same steady competence he brought to everything. Bill paying, dinner conversation, the careful architecture of their separate lives under one roof. Margaret watched the suburbs slide past, the same route they'd driven 1,000 times, ferrying children to practices and friends' houses and orthodontist appointments and birthday parties at bowling alleys, where the pizza was always terrible and the noise was always deafening. "I should start dinner early," she said as they pulled into the driveway. "Emma has that presentation tomorrow." David turned off the engine but didn't move. He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw something in his face she couldn't quite name. Sadness, maybe, or recognition. "Margaret," he said gently, "Emma's at college." She blinked. The garage door stood open before them, dark and empty. "Of course, I meant—" But she hadn't meant anything. The habit of feeding children, of planning meals around their schedules, had simply filled her mouth with words. Her brain still ran on the old rhythms: wake, feed, organise, manage, endure, even though there was no one left to feed. Inside, the house seemed larger. Thomas would be home from university in 3 months. but his absence had been familiar for 2 years now. Emma's room still smelled faintly of her perfume, but she called only twice a week, her voice bright with new independence. And now James, the middle child, the easy one, the boy who had never given them a moment's worry, was gone too. Margaret stood in the kitchen, staring at the refrigerator. She had bought groceries yesterday. Chicken breasts, fresh vegetables, the ingredients for meals that now seemed absurdly large. "We could order in," David said from the doorway. "We could. Or I could make pasta, the simple kind." She turned to look at him. He had loosened his tie, and in the afternoon light filtering through the window, she could see the grey threading through his hair more clearly than she had in years. When had that happened? When had she stopped looking? "I'll help," she said. They worked in the kitchen together, moving around each other with long practice. David chopped garlic while Margaret set water to boil. He had good hands, she noticed, careful and precise. Hands that had held their babies, built bookshelves, steadied her elbow when she slipped on ice. "Do you remember," David said, not looking up from the cutting board, "when James was 3 and he insisted on wearing his Superman cape to the grocery store?" Margaret felt herself smile. "He wore it for 6 months straight. I had to wash it at night while he slept. You cried the day it finally fell apart. I didn't cry. You did. I saw you." David scraped the garlic into the pan, and the kitchen filled with its sharp, warm scent. "You were standing at the washing machine holding that tattered red thing, and your shoulders were shaking." Margaret remembered. She remembered everything. The weight of that small cape in her hands, the knowledge that James would wake up and ask for it, and she would have to tell him it was gone, that he was too old for it anyway, that growing up meant letting things fall apart. "I should have sewn it," she said quietly. "You couldn't have saved it forever." The pasta water began to boil, too loud for conversation. Margaret measured out the spaghetti, watching it soften and bend in the heat. They ate at the kitchen table, just the two of them, and the silence was different now. Not empty, but full of things, unsaid. That night, Margaret couldn't sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to David's steady breathing beside her. They had shared this bed for more than 2 decades, but somewhere in the endless nights of infant feedings and childhood illnesses and teenage anxieties, they had learned to sleep separately within it. She on her side, he on his, an ocean of sheets between them. She thought about James at the airport turning to wave. She thought about the way David's hand had felt on her back. She thought about the last time they had touched each other with intention. 2. The days developed a new rhythm, slow and uncertain. Margaret still woke early. Her body, trained by years of infant feedings and school drop-offs, refused to sleep past 6:30. But instead of packing lunches and signing permission slips, she found herself reading the newspaper over coffee. Actually reading it, not just skimming headlines while simultaneously making breakfast and finding lost shoes and arbitrating sibling disputes. The silence of the house was profound. She could hear the refrigerator humming, the creak of the floors settling, the distant bark of the Hendersons' dog 3 houses down. David came down later, his hair still damp from the shower, smelling of soap and shaving cream. He would pour his coffee and sit across from her at the kitchen table, and they would exist in the same space without the buffer of children's chatter, without the blessed distraction of other people's needs. It should have been easy. They had longed for this, hadn't they? Those exhausted nights when the baby wouldn't sleep, and the toddler had an ear infection, and the preteen was having a meltdown about some social crisis at school. "Someday," they used to say to each other, "someday we'll have time for ourselves again." But now that someday had arrived, and neither of them quite knew what to do with it. "The Hendersons are selling their house," Margaret said one morning, pointing to the real estate section. The newspaper crinkled under her finger, and she noticed absently that her nails needed trimming. "Already? They only moved in, 5 years ago?" 6. right before Emma started high school. Everything was measured that way, Margaret realised. Before Thomas went to college, after James got his driver's licence, when Emma had braces. Their kids are grown, they're downsizing. She said it neutrally, but the word hung between them. Downsizing. As if children were inventory that had been sold off. As if the space they took up could simply be eliminated like clearing out a storage closet. David looked at her over his coffee cup. Do you want to downsize? I don't know what I want. It was the most honest thing she'd said in years. The conversations began to unspool after that. Small admissions, tentative and testing. Margaret told him about the book she was reading. Not a summary, but what it made her feel. David described a piece of music he'd heard on the radio, how it had made him pull over to the side of the road just to listen. I'd forgotten, he said, that you could do that. Just stop and pay attention to something beautiful. They went for walks in the evening, circling the neighbourhood while the light faded. David pointed out houses they had admired when they first moved here, when everything was new and full of possibility. Margaret remembered the way they used to walk then, his hand in hers, talking about the family they would build. We did it, she said one evening, pausing beneath a maple tree. We built what we imagined. We did. So why does it feel like we lost something along the way? David was quiet for a long moment. A car passed, its headlights briefly illuminating his face. I think we lost ourselves, he said finally. Or maybe we just forgot to look. That night they sat together on the sofa, not at opposite ends as they usually did, but in the middle, their shoulders nearly touching. They were watching some forgettable programme, but Margaret was acutely aware of the small distance between them, the warmth radiating from his body. When David's hand moved to rest on the cushion between them, she stared at it. Long fingers, a callus on his thumb from where he held his pen. She remembered those hands on her skin, remembered the way he used to trace the curve of her hip in the darkness, wordless and reverent. Margaret, he said, and his voice was rough. I miss you. I'm right here. Are you? She turned to look at him then, really look at him, and saw something she hadn't expected. Desire, naked and uncertain in his eyes. It frightened her, that look, not because it was unwelcome, but because she felt it echo in her own chest, fierce and terrifying. I don't know how to do this anymore, she whispered. Neither do I. But when he reached for her hand, she let him take it. His palm was warm, familiar and strange at once. They sat like that, hands joined, watching the television neither of them was seeing, and Margaret felt something unlock inside her chest. The fear came later, as she knew it would. Margaret lay awake at 3 a.m, David asleep beside her, and felt panic rising in her throat like water filling a drowning person's lungs. What were they doing? They had survived years of parallel living by not asking too much of each other, by accepting that love could be quiet and steady and safe, that it could exist in the margins of child-rearing and bill-paying and all the mundane necessities of a shared life. This new thing between them, this wanting, was none of those things. It was dangerous. She thought of all the ways they could hurt each other, all the ways they had already hurt each other, with silence and absence and the slow erosion of intimacy. The night she'd gone to bed crying about something. She couldn't even remember what, and he hadn't noticed. The year he'd been so consumed with work that she'd felt like a single parent, managing everything alone. The 1,000 small abandonments that had taught them both to stop reaching. What if they tried and failed? What if this rekindling was just the shock of the empty nest, a grief-stricken grasping at what used to be? What if they were two people who had grown so far apart that physical proximity couldn't bridge the distance? Worse, what if she opened herself to him again, let herself want him again, need him again, and he left? Not physically, but emotionally. What if he pulled away the moment she became vulnerable? Outside, rain had begun to fall, tapping against the windows. The sound was almost comforting, but not quite. Nothing was comforting at 3 a.m. when your heart was racing and your thoughts were spiraling, and the person sleeping peacefully beside you seemed like a stranger. The next morning, she was careful, polite. She made coffee and toast and kept her hands busy, wiping down counters that were already clean, reorganizing the spice cabinet, anything to avoid looking at him directly. David noticed. Of course he noticed. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Margaret." "I have errands to run." She left the house and drove aimlessly, ending up at the park where they used to take the children. The playground was full of young mothers, their toddlers shrieking with joy on the swings. Margaret watched them and felt impossibly old. Her phone buzzed. A text from David. "Wherever you are, it's okay. Take your time." She sat on a bench and cried. When she came home, David was in the garden, pulling weeds from the flower bed she had neglected all summer. He looked up when he heard the car but didn't come to her, didn't demand explanations. He just went back to his work, patient and present. Margaret stood at the window and watched him. His shirt was damp with sweat, his movements steady and methodical. He had always been like this, reliable, constant there, and she had mistaken reliability for the absence of passion, had thought that because he didn't speak of desire, he didn't feel it. But she remembered now, David had never been a man of words. He spoke in actions, in small gestures, in the way he noticed what she needed before she asked. He spoke in the garden he was tending because she had once mentioned loving roses. She went outside. The afternoon sun was warm on her shoulders, and the scent of earth and growing things filled the air. "David." He looked up, squinting against the light. "I'm afraid," she said. He stood slowly, brushing dirt from his hands. "Of what?" "Of wanting you. Of wanting this. Of everything changing." "Everything has already changed." "I know." She took a step closer. "That's what scares me." David crossed the space between them in 3 strides. He didn't touch her, but he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of him, could see the pulse beating in his throat. "I'm afraid too," he said. "I've been afraid for years. Afraid that you'd wake up one day and realize you'd wasted your life on someone who couldn't give you what you needed. Someone who turned love into a list of responsibilities and forgot about joy." "David, let me finish." His hands were shaking. "I know I failed you. I know I let the marriage become something hollow. But Margaret, I never stopped wanting you. I never stopped loving you. I just stopped believing I had the right to ask for more." Margaret felt something crack open inside her. All the careful control, all the years of managing and enduring and surviving. She reached for him, and he caught her hands, and they stood in the garden like that, holding on, neither of them quite brave enough to close the final distance. "What if we break?" she whispered. "What if we don't?" The sun slanted through the trees, painting everything gold. Margaret looked at her husband, his lined face, his gentle eyes, his hands still holding hers like she was something precious, and made a choice. She kissed him. It was tentative at first, a question more than an answer, but David made a sound low in his throat and pulled her closer, and suddenly they were 23 again, standing in his college apartment, drowning in each other. Except this was better because it was earned, because they knew what they had nearly lost. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, David rested his forehead against hers. "Come inside," he said. "I fee." They moved through the house like sleepwalkers, hands joined, not speaking. Margaret felt her heart hammering against her ribs, felt the blood rushing in her ears. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, painting everything in shades of honey and amber. She was acutely aware of everything. The creak of the stairs under their feet, the smell of the jasmine candle she'd lit that morning, the particular way David's thumb moved across her knuckles as he led her upstairs, the bedroom. Door closed behind them with a soft click, and then they were alone in the dimness, the curtains drawn against the afternoon. Dust motes danced in the thin bar of light that escaped through the gap. David cupped her face in his hands, his palms warm against her cheeks. "Are you sure?" The question undid her. After 23 years, he was still asking permission, still treating her like someone whose answer mattered. She had forgotten this about him, this fundamental gentleness, this respect that had never wavered even when everything else between them had. She answered by kissing him again, deeper this time, her hands finding the buttons of his shirt. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she fumbled with the second button. He helped her, shrugging out of it, and she pressed her palms to his bare chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat, the warmth of his skin, the slight roughness of hair beneath her fingers. "I'd forgotten," she murmured, "how warm you are." His laugh was shaky, breathless. "I'd forgotten everything. How you taste, how you feel." He kissed her neck, her collarbone, the hollow at the base of her neck. "How you make that sound when I—" She did make a sound then, surprise and pleasure mingled, because his mouth had found the spot just below her ear that had always undone her, that he apparently still remembered after all these years of not touching. They undressed each other slowly, reverently, relearning the landscape of familiar bodies. Margaret traced the scar on his shoulder from the bike accident when James was 5. He'd been teaching the boy to ride without training wheels and had somehow ended up going over the handlebars himself. David kissed the stretch marks on her belly, the evidence of the children they'd made together, the silver lines she had once hated and now wore like battle scars. "You're beautiful," he said against her skin, his breath warm. "I'm older. So am I. We earned this." His hands moved, up her sides, making her shiver, making her arch toward him. "We earned each other, every line, every mark, every year." When they finally came together, it was not the frantic coupling of their youth, all urgency and inexperience. It was deliberate and intense, a conversation conducted in touch and breath, and the sounds they made without words. David moved above her with aching slowness, watching her face, and Margaret met his gaze and did not look away. This was not performance. This was recognition. She traced the line of his jaw, roughened now with afternoon stubble, the corner of his mouth, the small crescent scar above his eyebrow where he'd been hit with a baseball in 3rd grade. He caught her hand and kissed her palm, then her wrist, then the inside of her elbow, his mouth hot against her skin, and she felt herself unravelling, all the careful distance she had maintained for years dissolving in the heat of his attention. "Margaret," he breathed, and her name in his mouth was a prayer, a claim, a promise. God, Margaret. When they peeked together, it was like a door opening onto a room she had forgotten existed. A room full of light and air and the possibility of joy. She cried out, and he swallowed the sound with his mouth, his body shuddering against hers, his hands fisted in the sheets beside her head. Afterward they lay tangled in the sheets, sweaty and breathless, David's hand moving idly through her hair. She could feel his heart still racing against her side, could feel the tremor in his fingers. "I love you," he said, his voice raw. "I need you to know that. Not past tense, not in spite of everything. Just love, present, ongoing, you." Margaret turned in his arms to face him. His eyes were very blue, very clear, and there was something naked in them that made her chest ache. "I love you too," she said. "I think I forgot how to say it out loud, how to believe anyone wanted to hear it." "Then we'll practice." He kissed her forehead, her nose, her mouth. "Every day, We'll practice until it feels normal again." They made love again as the sun set, slower this time, exploratory and playful. Margaret discovered that David was ticklish behind his knee. David discovered that she liked having her hair pulled, just a little. They laughed and touched and learned each other again, and the years fell away like old skin. The house was quiet when Margaret woke. Early morning light filtered through the curtains, painting everything in shades of pearl and rose. David was still asleep beside her, one arm flung across her waist, his breath warm and steady against her shoulder. In sleep, his face looked younger, the worry lines smoothed out, his mouth soft. She lay very still, afraid to move, afraid to break whatever spell had been cast. Her body ached in unfamiliar places, good aches, earned aches. She felt tender and open, like something long frozen had finally thawed. But as the light strengthened and the world outside began to wake, birds singing in the oak tree outside their window, a car starting somewhere down the street, she understood that this was not a spell. This was not some temporary enchantment that would dissolve with daylight. This was a choice they would have to make again and again, every day for the rest of their lives. The choice to reach instead of retreat, to speak instead of silence, to risk instead of protect. David stirred, his eyes opening slowly. When he saw her watching him, he smiled. A real smile, unguarded and warm, the smile she remembered from their early days when everything was new and terrifying and wonderful. "Hi," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "Hi. Still here?" "Still here." He pulled her closer, kissing her temple, her cheekbone, the corner of her mouth. "Good. That's good." They rose eventually, moving through the morning routine with a new awareness of each other. Every casual touch was electric, his hand on the small of her back as he reached past her for the coffee mugs, her fingers brushing his as she handed him the milk, the way their knees touched under the table. David made coffee while Margaret showered, and she came down to find him standing at the stove making eggs, humming something under his breath. She paused in the doorway just watching him. He had put on an old sweater, the navy blue one with the fraying cuffs that she'd been threatening to throw away for 3 years. His hair was still messy from sleep, standing up in tufts at the crown where she'd run her fingers through it last night. "You're singing," she said. He turned, spatula in hand, looking sheepish. "I am, aren't I? Can't even carry a tune. I haven't heard you sing in years. I haven't had anything to sing about." He said it simply, without drama, but the words landed between them with weight. Margaret crossed the kitchen and wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She could feel the solid warmth of him, the rise and fall of his breathing. He covered her hands with his, and they stood like that while the eggs cooked, just breathing together, just being. The days that followed were not perfect. They still had difficult conversations, still navigated old hurts and new uncertainties. Margaret found herself angry one afternoon about something David had said, something thoughtless about her mother, and instead of swallowing it, she told him, actually told him. And instead of getting defensive, he apologized. Actually apologized without qualifications or excuses. "You're right," he said. "That was unkind. I'm sorry." She'd stood in the kitchen, dish towel in hand, staring at him like he'd spoken a foreign language. They talked about money, about retirement, about whether they should finally replace the ancient water heater. They talked about the year Emma was 12 and had stopped speaking to Margaret for a month, and how terrified Margaret had been that she'd lost her daughter forever. They talked about the night Thomas called from college, drunk and crying, admitting he'd failed 2 classes, and how David had driven 4 hours in the dark to bring him home. They talked, and in talking they remembered who they were, not just parents, not just co-managers of a household, but people with histories and fears and desires all their own. Margaret caught herself smiling at odd moments, folding laundry and remembering the way David had kissed the inside of her wrist that morning, driving to the grocery store and thinking about the way he'd looked at her across the breakfast table, reading in bed while David worked beside her, and feeling a contentment so profound it was almost painful. David touched her constantly, casually, a hand on her shoulder as he passed, fingers tangling with hers while they watched television, kisses dropped on the top of her head for no reason at all. As if he were making up for lost time, as if he were afraid she might disappear if he didn't keep reaching. When Emma called on Sunday, she heard it immediately. "Mum, you sound different. Are you okay?" Margaret looked across the room to where David sat reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, completely absorbed in whatever article had caught his attention. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up and winked. Actually winked, like they were conspirators in some delicious secret. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Better than fine. Is Dad there?" "Yes," Margaret said, warmth flooding through her. "He's here." She thought about telling Emma everything, about the airport and the garden and the way they had found each other again in the wreckage of an empty nest. About how sometimes the things you think you've lost forever are just waiting for you to remember they exist. But some things were too private, too precious to share. Some things were just for them. "We miss you," Margaret said instead. "Both of us. Very much. I miss you too. But Mum, you really do sound happy. Really happy." After she hung up, David came to sit beside her on the sofa, close enough that their thighs pressed together. "Everything all right?" "Everything's good." Margaret leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, breathing in the scent of him, laundry, detergent and coffee and something essentially him that she'd loved since she was 22 years old. "Emma thinks I sound happy." "Do you? Feel happy?" She considered the question seriously. Happiness seemed too small a word for what she felt, this deep, abiding sense of rightness, of having come home to herself and to him, of having been lost and found herself found. "Yes," she said finally, "I do. Terrifyingly happy. Terrifyingly. Because I could lose it again. Lose you again. Lose us." David was quiet for a moment, his arm tightening around her. "You could," he said. "We could. That's always the risk, isn't it? That's what makes it worth something, knowing it's fragile, knowing we have to tend it." That evening they stood together in the kitchen, cooking dinner side by side. It was an ordinary moment, vegetables sizzling in a pan, music playing softly on the radio, the smell of garlic and wine in the air. But Margaret understood now that ordinary moments were the ones that mattered, that a marriage was not built on grand gestures, but on the small daily choice to be present with each other, to show up, to try. David set down his knife and turned to her, his expression serious. "I want to do this right," he said. "Not perfectly. I know we'll stumble. I know there will be days when we're tired or frustrated or when old patterns try to reassert themselves. But I want to really try, to really live with you, not just alongside you. I want that too. Then we'll figure it out, together." He picked up her hand, studied it like he was memorizing it. "We'll keep figuring it out every day until we get it right, and even then we'll keep trying." He kissed her, and Margaret tasted wine on his lips, tasted promise and commitment and the sweetness of second chances. When they pulled apart, she saw her whole future in his eyes, not the future she'd imagined at 20, full of romance and adventure and passionate declarations, but something better, a future built on honesty and effort and the deep knowledge of what they had almost lost, a future built on choosing each other again and again and again. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet and deep rose. The house was quiet around them, full of memories and possibility. Their children were out in the world, becoming themselves, strong and capable and ready, just as they'd hoped. And here in the kitchen, in the golden light of evening, two people who had loved each other for half their lives were learning to love each other again. It was enough. It was everything. It was just the beginning. The end. After the silence clears. The mountain town of Ridgeline existed in a state of perpetual waiting. Not the anxious kind that frayed nerves, but the patient vigilance of people who understood that fire season was not a question of if, but when. Pine smoke threaded through the valley even in April, a ghost of summers past and a prophecy of summers to come. Elena Marsh had chosen Ridgeline for its silence. 3 years ago her voice had been everywhere. Morning drive time, podcast clips, viral moments dissected by strangers who had never met her but felt entitled to her shame. The breakdown had lasted 47 seconds on air. The fallout had lasted considerably longer. She'd driven west until the cell towers thinned and the radio stations faded to static, then kept driving. Ridgeline had no local station. It barely had internet. It was perfect. The cabin she rented sat at the edge of town, close enough to walk to the general store, but far enough that she could pretend the rest of the world had forgotten her. Most days she almost believed it. The first time she saw him was at the Bluebird Cafe, the only place in town that opened before 6. Eleanor had developed a routine. Wake before dawn, walk the half-mile into town while the stars still held, order black coffee from whoever was working, and sit by the window watching the mountains materialize from darkness. He was always there first. She noticed him the way you notice a chair that's always occupied, a fixture of the landscape rather than a person. He sat in the corner booth, thermal cup already half empty, reading incident reports with the kind of focus that suggested the words mattered. Volunteer firefighter she'd gathered from snippets of conversation. His name was something simple. Tom. No, Theo. Theo Brennan looked like he'd been carved from the same granite as the surrounding peaks. Solid, weathered, built to endure. Grey threaded his dark hair at the temples. His hands, when they wrapped around the coffee cup, bore the calluses of someone who worked with them. He never looked at her directly, which made him safe. 6 weeks into her residency in Ridgeline, Eleanor's propane tank developed a leak. She'd stood in her driveway, staring at it with the particular helplessness of someone whose expertise lay entirely outside the realm of practical maintenance when a truck pulled up. Need a hand? His voice was lower than she'd expected, with a texture like creek stones worn smooth. Eleanor nodded, not trusting her own voice. She still rationed words like a resource that might run out. Theo climbed from the truck with unhurried efficiency. He examined the tank, retrieved tools from his truck bed, and had the leak patched in 20 minutes. When he finished, he stood, wiping his hands on his jeans. Should hold until you can get a replacement. I'd call Morrison's in Cedar Falls. They'll deliver. Thank you. The words emerged rusty. She cleared her throat. I'm Elena. Theo. He extended his hand. When she took it, his grip was warm and certain, held exactly long enough before releasing. You're in the old Garrett cabin. For now. Good bones on that place. Foundations solid. He glanced at the woodpile beside her porch. You'll want more firewood before October. Fire season's coming, but after that, winter hits fast. She followed his gaze. I'm not sure I'll still be here. Something shifted in his expression. Not disappointment exactly, but a kind of recognition. Well, if you are, let me know. I'll bring some by. He left before she could respond, his truck disappearing down the gravel road in a cloud of dust that caught the morning light. That night, Eleanor lay in bed listening to the silence. In Los Angeles there had always been sound, traffic, sirens, the particular hum of a city that never quite slept. Here, the quiet had depth and texture. Wind through pine, the distant call of an owl, the settling of old wood. She thought about Theo's hands on the propane valve, competent and sure. About the way he'd looked at the mountains when he mentioned fire season, like a sailor reading weather in distant clouds. About how he hadn't asked her why she was here or what she was running from. They developed a pattern without discussing it. At the Bluebird, they occupied separate tables but acknowledged each other with nods. When the town held a community meeting about fire preparedness, she sat in the back row while he stood near the front, and their eyes met once across the crowded room with a recognition that felt almost electric. In June, the volunteer fire department organised a brush clearing day. Elena showed up because it seemed like the thing a good neighbour would do, not because she'd overheard Theo mention it at the cafe. She told herself this firmly. He found her struggling with a pile of manzanita, its branches twisted and stubborn. "You want to cut low, where it's newer growth," he said, kneeling beside her. "The old wood's too dense. Here." His hand covered hers on the loppers, guiding the angle. Heat radiated through the contact point, his palm against her knuckles, spreading up her arm like spilled whiskey. "Like this," he murmured, and together they made the cut. When he released her hand, the absence felt significant. They worked side by side for 3 hours, speaking little but moving with increasing synchronization. He'd gesture toward a section that needed clearing. She'd begin before he finished pointing. She'd drag cut branches to the pile. He'd already have moved to the next area. As the sun climbed toward noon and other volunteers began to drift toward the shade and the coolers of water, Theo straightened, pulling off his gloves. "You're good at this." Following instructions, reading terrain, knowing what matters. He took a long drink from his water bottle, his throat working. Most people rush it, miss things. Eleanor felt something loosen in her chest. "I'm good at paying attention." "Yeah." He studied her with those steady grey eyes. "I noticed." The moment stretched between them, taut as a wire. Someone called his name from across the clearing and the spell broke. "I should..." He gestured vaguely toward the voice. "Of course." But he paused before leaving, turning back. "There's a weather watch tonight. Wind's supposed to shift. I'll be up at the fire tower if you want to see what we look for." It wasn't quite an invitation. It was an open door. "What time?" "Sunset. I'll be there until midnight." Eleanor nodded, not trusting herself to say more. The fire tower stood at the highest point in ridgeline, accessible only by a narrow trail that switched back through dense pine. Eleanor climbed it as the sun descended, her heart beating harder than the altitude alone could explain. Theo was already there when she arrived, leaning against the railing with binoculars around his neck. The entire valley spread below them, mountains stacked like waves toward the horizon. "You came. You invited me. I mentioned it. That's not quite the same thing." But he smiled, and it transformed his face, revealing a warmth she'd only glimpsed in fragments. He taught her how to read the wind, the way it bent the trees, the patterns it made in the grass, the smell it carried from distant places. He showed her the burn scars on far ridges, explaining how fire moved, what it consumed, what it left behind. "That one was 5 years ago," he said, pointing to a swath of silver snags. "I was on the line when it jumped the creek. Thought we had it contained, but wind came up out of nowhere, and suddenly we were running instead of fighting." Eleanor heard what he didn't say. The fear, the chaos, the impossibility of control. Did everyone make it out? "Most of us." He lowered the binoculars. "My partner didn't. Went back for gear we didn't need. Couldn't get out fast enough when the crown fire came through." The weight of it settled between them. "I'm sorry," Elena said quietly. "It was a long time ago." But the way he said it suggested time hadn't done the work people claimed it did. They stood in silence as the sun touched the mountains, bleeding gold across the sky. The wind had died to almost nothing, and the world felt suspended. "Can I ask why you don't talk much?" Theo's voice was careful. "You don't have to answer." Elena's throat tightened. She'd known this would come eventually. "I used to talk for a living. Radio host. Morning show in Los Angeles." She forced herself to continue. "I had a panic attack on air. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. It went viral. People made it into memes, reaction videos. My voice became entertainment. Jesus. I haven't been on microphone since. Haven't wanted to be heard." Theo was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his words were deliberate. "The thing about fire is, it doesn't care about your intention. You can do everything right, clear the brush, wet the perimeter, watch the wind, and it'll still surprise you. Find a way through you didn't anticipate." He turned to face her. "But that doesn't mean you stop trying. Doesn't mean the trying wasn't worth something." Eleanor felt tears press hot against her eyes. "What if I can't?" "Can't what?" "Speak without breaking." He reached out slowly, giving her time to refuse, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered against her temple. "You're speaking now." The touch was everything. Permission and restraint. Desire and patience. Elena leaned into it fractionally, and Theo's breath caught. They stood like that, balanced on the edge of something neither had named, as the stars began to emerge overhead. Then his radio crackled, and they stepped apart. Summer deepened. The town held its collective breath as temperatures climbed and rain became memory. Elena found herself spending more time with Theo. Not dates exactly, but shared moments that felt more intimate than anything she'd experienced in years. They repaired her porch railing together, their hands brushing as they passed tools. He taught her to identify tree species by bark and smell. She taught him that silence could be comfortable, not just the absence of noise, but a presence of its own. One evening, as they sat on her porch watching twilight claim the valley, Theo asked about her radio work. What did you love about it? The question surprised her. Everyone else had asked why she'd left, what had gone wrong, whether she'd ever go back. No one had asked what she'd loved. "The immediacy," she said slowly. "The way you could create connection across distance. Someone alone in their car going through something hard, and suddenly they're not alone. Your voice becomes company. You were good at it. How would you know? I looked you up." He said it without apology. "After you told me. Listened to some of your old shows. You had this way of making people feel seen, like you actually cared about their stories." Eleanor's chest constricted. Past tense. Only if you choose it to be. Before she could respond, he stood. "I should go. Early shift tomorrow." But he paused at the porch steps, turning back. The look in his eyes was naked hunger barely restrained. "Elena?" "Yes?" "I'm trying to go slow here. Trying to do this right. But you should know. I think about you constantly. When I'm on shift, when I'm trying to sleep, when I'm doing anything else. You're there." The confession hung between them, trembling with potential. "I think about you too," she whispered. Theo closed his eyes briefly as if steadying himself. "Good. That's good." He left before either of them could say more, but Elena sat on the porch long after his truck disappeared, her heart a wild thing in her chest. In August, everything changed. The fire started 20 miles north, sparked by lightning from a dry storm. Within 2 days, it had consumed 15,000 acres and was spreading fast. Evacuation orders went out for the northern reaches of the valley. Theo was assigned to the front line. Eleanor saw him briefly at the command post, suited up in yellow Nomex, his face already streaked with ash. Their eyes met across the chaos of trucks and shouting and radio chatter. He came to her, ignoring protocol. "If the order comes for Ridgeline, you leave. Don't wait. Promise me." "Theo, promise me, Elena." She nodded, unable to speak around the fear lodged in her throat. He touched her face just once. thumb tracing her cheekbone. Then he was gone, swallowed by smoke and duty. 3 days later, a news crew arrived in Ridgeline. Eleanor was at the cafe when they walked in, cameras and entitlement, looking for human interest stories about the fire. The reporter was young and ambitious, scanning the room with predatory efficiency. Her eyes landed on Elena. Recognition flickered. Elena watched it happen in slow motion. The double take, the narrowing focus, the cruel delight of discovery. Oh, my God, you're Elena Marsh, the radio host who... Elena was moving before the woman finished, out the door and into a truck, hands shaking so badly she could barely get the key in the ignition. She drove home in a blur, locked herself inside the cabin, and did something she hadn't done in 3 years. She pulled out her old recording equipment. The microphone sat on her desk, accusatory and patient. Eleanor stared at it, breathing hard. Somewhere 20 miles north, Theo was fighting fire. Somewhere in town, that reporter was probably already making calls, crafting her story, preparing to resurrect Elena's shame for another round of viral attention. She could run again, pack up, disappear, find another quiet place to hide. Or... Eleanor's hand trembled as she reached for the microphone. The evacuation order for Ridgeline came at dawn on the 7th day of the fire. Eleanor had already packed. She loaded her truck with methodical efficiency, clothes, laptop, the few possessions that mattered. The recording equipment went in last, carefully wrapped. But instead of driving west away from the fire, she drove north toward the command post. She'd spent 3 sleepless nights recording. Not a radio show, not entertainment, something else. Stories from Ridgeline residents about fire and survival, about community and resilience. She'd interviewed the cafe owner, the librarian, families who'd lost homes in previous fires and rebuilt. She'd even, in a moment of reckless courage, recorded her own story. Not the breakdown, not the viral clip, the whole story. What came before, what came after, what she'd learned in the silence. At the command post, chaos reigned. The fire had jumped containment and was racing toward Ridgeline faster than anyone had predicted. Firefighters moved with controlled urgency while incident commanders shouted into radios. Elena found Theo near the map tent, exhausted and ash-covered, deep in conversation with his captain. Eleanor, he looked shocked, then angry. You're supposed to be evacuated. I know, I will, She thrust the hard drive at him. This is for afterward. Stories from Ridgeline. When people ask what was lost, this is part of what was here. He took it, confused. You recorded this? Yes. But you don't... I do now. She met his eyes. You were right. About trying mattering even when you're afraid. I was afraid of my voice because I'd let other people own it, define it, but it's mine. And silence isn't safety. It's just another kind of surrender. A gust of wind carried ash and heat across the clearing. Someone shouted about wind shift. The urgency ratcheted higher. You need to go, Theo said urgently. Now, Elena. Come with me. You know I can't. Then promise you'll come back. Her voice broke. Promise me. Theo pulled her against him, crushing her into an embrace that smelled of smoke and sweat and fear. His mouth found hers, and the kiss was everything they'd been, restraining, desperate and claiming and tender all at once. I'll come back, he murmured against her lips. I'll always come back to you. She forced herself to release him, to climb back into her truck, to drive away while every instinct screamed to stay. In her rearview mirror, she watched him grow smaller, a solitary figure silhouetted against smoke and flame. The fire burned for 11 more days. Elena waited in Cedar Falls with 100 other evacuees, glued to updates and incident reports, watching the fire's perimeter expand and contract on digital maps that reduced everything to coloured lines and acreage. Theo checked in once, a brief text. Still here. Stay safe. She replied, You too. I'm waiting. On day 18, the fire was declared contained. On day 20, residents were allowed to return. Ridgeline had survived, though the surrounding forest bore deep scars. Homes on the northern edge were gone. The community centre had burned. But the town centre stood, smoke-stained, but intact. Eleanor drove back in a caravan of returning residents, her heart in her throat. Theo's truck was parked at the fire station. She found him in the equipment bay, exhausted beyond words, cleaning gear with mechanical precision. When he looked up and saw her, something crumpled in his expression. You came back. So did you. They met in the middle, and this time there was no restraint. His hands tangled in her hair as he kissed her like a man claiming breath after drowning. She pressed into him, needing to feel him solid and real and alive. My cabin or yours? She whispered against his mouth. Yours is closer. They barely made it through her door. Theo kissed her against the wall, his hands spanning her waist, pulling her flush against him. Eleanor gasped at the contact, at the solid heat of him, at the way her body responded with an urgency that felt both terrifying and inevitable. Tell me if you need me to stop, he murmured, his mouth tracing her jaw, her throat. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop. He made a sound low in his chest, something between a groan and a prayer, and lifted her. She wrapped her legs around him as he carried her to the bedroom, their mouths never separating. They tumbled onto the bed in a tangle of limbs and desperate hands. Theo pulled back long enough to strip off his shirt, and Elena's breath caught at the sight of him. Broad shoulders, scarred torso, the evidence of a life lived in the path of flame. She traced one scar with trembling fingers. Tell me about this one. Later. His hands found the hem of her shirt. Right now, I need... Yes. They undressed each other with fumbling urgency, barriers falling away until skin met skin and the world narrowed to touch and breath, and the exquisite discovery of each other. Theo's hands were reverent as they learned her body, mapping each curve and hollow with calloused palms that made her shiver. He kissed her collarbone, her chest, the soft skin of her stomach, each touch a question answered with her gasps and murmured encouragement. When he finally moved over her, his eyes found hers in the dim light. Eleanor, just her name, but it held everything. Desire and tenderness and the promise of something beyond this moment. I'm here, she whispered. I'm here. They came together slowly, and Elena felt something fundamental shift. This wasn't just physical joining, it was trust made tangible, silence transformed into the most profound kind of communication. Their bodies spoke what words couldn't capture: need and surrender, strength and vulnerability, the exquisite terror of being truly seen. Theo moved with controlled intensity, building sensation until Eleanor thought she might shatter from it. Her fingers dug into his shoulders as pleasure spiraled higher, and when she finally broke, crying out his name, he followed, his face buried against her neck as they trembled together. In the aftermath, they lay tangled in sheets in each other, hearts gradually slowing. I love you, Theo said into the stillness. I've loved you since you showed up at that brush clearing in completely impractical shoes and worked harder than anyone else there. Elena laughed, the sound rusty but genuine. I love you too, since the propane tank probably, maybe before. He propped himself on one elbow, studying her face with infinite gentleness. What now? Now? She traced the line of his jaw. Now we rebuild. The town. Ourselves. Together. Together, he agreed, and kissed her again, slow and deep and full of promise. 6 months later, on a February morning, crystalline with cold, Eleanor stood in front of a microphone in what used to be the community centre. The fire had taken the building, but the town had rebuilt it better. Larger meeting space, better acoustics, a small broadcast booth that had been Elena's suggestion. Ridgeline was launching a community radio station, and they'd asked her to host the inaugural broadcast. Theo stood at the back of the room, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a smile playing at his lips. Elena looked at the microphone, then at the faces gathered around her. Neighbours, friends, people who'd become family in the wake of shared disaster and recovery. "Good morning, Ridgeline," she said, her voice steady and sure. "Welcome to Mountain Voices. I'm Elena Marsh, and I have some stories to share with you." She spoke about the fire, about loss and rebuilding, about the strength found in community. She played the recordings she'd made, stories of resilience and hope, and she told her own story, not the viral clip version, but the whole truth. Breakdown and recovery, silence and return. The man who taught her that being heard could be an act of love. When the broadcast ended, Theo was there. "How do you feel?" he asked, terrified, exhilarated, myself. "Good." He pulled her close. "Come on, I have something to show you." They drove to the fire tower as the sun climbed higher. In winter, the valley lay pristine under snow, the burn scars softened by white. They climbed the trail together, their breath misting in the cold air. At the top, Theo pulled out his phone and pressed play. Eleanor's voice filled the tower. Not from the broadcast, but from a recording she didn't remember making. She was laughing, telling some ridiculous story about her first attempt at splitting firewood, her happiness audible and unguarded. "I recorded this last week," Theo said, "while you were practicing for today. I wanted you to hear what I hear. Joy, strength, your voice the way it's meant to sound." Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. "When did you become such a romantic?" "When I met a woman worth being romantic for." He cupped her face in his hands. "Marry me, Elena. Build a life with me here in this absurd mountain town where the silence has weight and the fire always comes, but so does spring." "Yes." She kissed him, tasting snow and promise and the future they'd build together. "Yes, absolutely yes." Below them, Ridgeline stretched out in winter peace, and the mountain stood witness to what fire had tested and love had proven true. The silence between them was no longer absence, it was presence, chosen, shared, and profound. It was home, the end. Still you. The dashboard clock read 3:27 a.m. when Ivy Monroe decided her life as she knew it was over. Not literally, of course, though the tabloids would certainly frame it that way. They'd splash her face across their covers tomorrow. Pop Princess melts down mid-concert. The video was probably already viral. Ivy Monroe, frozen centre stage at Portland's Moda Centre, staring blankly at 20,000 fans before dropping her microphone and walking off. No explanation, no apology, just gone. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel of her vintage Thunderbird convertible, the one purchase her management team had fought her on. Too recognisable, they'd said, too impractical. Perfect for someone escaping south down Highway 101 in the grey pre-dawn hours. "Breathe," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind and the rumble of the engine. When had she last driven herself anywhere? 3 years. 4. Her phone buzzed for the 47th time since she'd left. Delia, her manager, her friend. The only person who might actually be worried rather than just concerned about their investment. The only one who might understand that after 7 years, 3 world tours and 5 platinum albums, Ivy Monroe, the construct, the brand, the carefully calibrated machine, had finally crushed Olivia Jameson beneath its weight. The last text read, "Liv, please, just tell me you're safe." She typed back with one hand, "I need air, space, time. I'm okay. I promise." Then she silenced the phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat. The sky was beginning to lighten when the first sputters rattled through the car. The engine coughed, then whined, then died completely, leaving her coasting to a stop along a stretch of coastal highway, bordered by wind-gnarled pines on one side and the vast, indifferent Pacific on the other. "Perfect," she muttered, letting her forehead rest against the steering wheel. "Just perfect." 3 hours and 1 tow truck later, Ivy stood in the main street of Port Isabel, Oregon. Population 2,883 according to the weathered welcome sign. The mechanic, Walt, according to his oil-stained name patch, had delivered the news with apologetic resignation. Custom part, from Italy. 2 weeks, minimum. She'd nodded, numb. 2 weeks. Her tour had 18 dates left. Delia would be filing missing persons reports by nightfall. "Any place to stay around here?" she'd asked, adjusting her oversized sunglasses. Her hair was tucked under a baseball cap, her famous face bare of makeup and half hidden behind the dark lenses. No one had recognized her yet, a miracle that felt like taking a full breath after years of shallow ones. Walt had directed her to Greta's cafe, where she now stood in front of a corkboard cluttered with community notices. Most were faded and sun-bleached, but one caught her eye, a handwritten note on crisp cardstock: "Room for rent, month to month, private bath, ocean view, no smokers, no drama." The no drama part made her smile grimly. If only they knew. She copied down the number and walked to the cafe counter. "Excuse me," she said to the silver-haired woman wiping down the espresso machine. "Could I use your phone? Mine's dead." The woman, Greta presumably, gave her an appraising look. "Sure, honey. Local call?" "Yes, about a room." 10 minutes later, she was sitting at a corner table with a mug of surprisingly excellent coffee when the bell above the door chimed. The man who walked in made several heads turn, not because he commanded attention, but because he seemed so completely at ease in his own skin that it was almost magnetic. Tall, with warm brown skin and close-cropped dark hair going silver at the temples, he wore paint-splattered jeans and a faded Henley pushed up to the elbows. His eyes found hers immediately. "You called about the room?" His voice was quiet, deeper than she had expected. She nodded. "Rowan?" "That's me." He didn't offer his hand, just tilted his head slightly. "You're not from around here?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "No, just passing through. Car trouble." She hesitated. "I'm Lee." Almost Liv. Close enough to her real name to feel honest, distant enough from Ivy Monroe to feel safe. If he found the single name strange, he didn't show it. "The room's nothing fancy. It's above my studio, separate entrance. I teach during the day, so I'm not around much." "You're a teacher? Art? High school?" He shifted, a flicker of something crossing his face. Wariness, perhaps. "Look, I should be up front. I'm not renting for the money. I'm renting because this town gossips, and having someone staying in my guest room shuts down speculation about the poor widower who can't move on." The blunt honesty stunned her. When was the last time someone had spoken to her without calculation? "I don't gossip," she said finally, "and I mind my own business." Something in his expression softened minutely. "Good. That's good." He glanced at his watch. "I need to get back for 5th period. If you want to see the place, I can show you after school. Around 4? She nodded, and he wrote an address on a napkin. "The key's under the blue pot if you get there before me. Look around, see if it works for you. If not, no hard feelings." He left without another word, leaving Ivy staring after him. For the first time in years, someone had looked at her, really looked, and seen nothing but a stranger needing a place to stay. No expectations, no projections, no recognition. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was exactly what she needed. The room was better than she had expected. Simple but beautiful. Whitewashed walls, wide plank floors, a wrought iron bed with crisp white linens and windows that framed the ocean like a living painting. She'd found the key exactly where Rowan said it would be, and spent an hour just sitting on the small balcony, watching waves crash against the rocky shore. Below, she heard him before she saw him, the sound of boots on wooden steps, a door opening and closing downstairs. She tensed, suddenly uncertain. Was this insane? Renting a room from a stranger in a town she'd never heard of, while the world wondered where Ivy Munro had disappeared to. A knock at the door interrupted her spiral of doubt. "It's open," she called. Rowan entered, carrying a small tray with 2 mugs and a plate of what looked like homemade cookies. "Thought you might want some tea. It gets cold up here when the sun starts going down." The simple kindness caught her off guard. "Thank you." She accepted the mug gratefully, warming her hands around it. "So?" He gestured around. "Will it work?" She nodded. "It's perfect, actually." She reached for her bag. "I can pay you now." "Tomorrow's fine," he said, waving it off. "House rules are simple. Quiet after 10. No parties. The door at the bottom of the stairs locks automatically. Your key works for it. Kitchen. Downstairs is shared if you want to use it, but no obligation." He turned to leave, then paused. "You said your car's in the shop. Do you need a ride somewhere tomorrow? I can drop you off on my way to school." "Actually," she said, "is there anything in town? Places that might be hiring? Just temporary work?" The idea had formed gradually throughout the afternoon. If she was staying for 2 weeks, she needed something to occupy her time. Something normal. Rowan raised an eyebrow. "Few places, maybe. The school's always looking for volunteers, particularly in the arts program. Budget cuts." He studied her face. "What do you do? Usually, I mean." The question should have been simple. What did she do? She performed. She recorded. She smiled for cameras and answered the same questions 1,000 different ways. She existed for consumption. "I write," she said finally. It wasn't a lie. She'd written most of her early songs before the label started pairing her with professional songwriters. "And I play music. Teach it sometimes." Also true, once upon a time. Something in Rowan's expression shifted. Interest, maybe. "We lost our music teacher last semester. Been trying to keep the program alive with parent volunteers, but..." He shrugged. "If you're interested, I could introduce you to the principal. Even a couple of weeks would help." "I'd like that," she said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. The next morning she found herself walking alongside Rowan to Port Isabel High School, a low-slung building of brick and large windows perched on a bluff overlooking the ocean. The principal, a brisk woman named Martinez, had taken one look at Ivy's driver's license. Olivia Jameson, her real name practically foreign to her now, and offered her a 2-week volunteer position on the spot. "Music rooms down the hall from Rowan's art studio," she explained. "Nothing formal, just keep the kids engaged. Previous teacher left lesson plans. You play piano?" Ivy nodded. 15 years of classical training before she'd ever stepped on a stage. "Perfect. Start tomorrow if you can." That afternoon, Ivy wandered into Rowan's classroom during his planning period. The space was alive with colour. Student artwork covered the walls. Clay sculptures in various stages of completion lined the shelves, and large windows let in streams of natural light. Rowan sat at a large wooden desk, bent over what appeared to be a massive sketch. "Is that for the school?" she asked, nodding toward the paper. He glanced up, seeming unsurprised by her presence. "Town, actually. I paint murals between semesters. This one's for the community centre." He hesitated, then turned the sketch toward her. "What do you think?" The design was stunning. A lighthouse on rugged cliffs, its beam transformed into musical notes that swirled into the silhouettes of dancing figures. Something about it caught in her chest, the way the light became music, the way the music created movement. "It's beautiful," she said softly. A small smile, the first she'd seen from him, curved his mouth. "Thanks." He rolled up the sketch. "How'd it go with Martinez?" "I start tomorrow. Thank you for suggesting it." He shrugged. "Selfish of me. The kids have been using my room for impromptu jam sessions. Now they can bother you instead." She laughed, a genuine laugh that startled her with its unfamiliarity. When had laughter become something choreographed, something performed rather than felt? A whirlwind of activity burst through the door. A small girl with a cloud of dark curls and Rowan's same warm brown skin, carrying a backpack almost as big as she was. "Uncle Rowan, Miss Patel let me leave math early because I finished all my problems and—" She skidded to a stop when she spotted Ivy. "Oh, hello." "Sophie, this is Lee," Rowan said. "She's staying in the guest room for a couple weeks. Lee, this is my niece, Sophie." "Do you like art?" Sophie asked, eyeing her with frank curiosity. "Uncle Rowan only lets people who like art come to his classroom." "I do," Ivy said, charmed by the girl's directness. "And music." Sophie's eyes widened. "Really? What kind?" "I like all kinds, but especially pop music, even though Uncle Rowan says it's all auto-tuned commercials these days, which is not fair because Ivy Monroe writes her own songs. At least she used to, and her voice is really pretty without any computers helping." Ivy felt the blood drain from her face. Rowan must have noticed because he gently interrupted. "Soph, why don't you set up at your usual table? Lee's going to be helping with the music program while Ms. Winters is on leave." As Sophie bounced away, Rowan gave Ivy an apologetic look. "Sorry about that. She's enthusiastic." "It's fine," Ivy managed. "She's sweet." That night, Ivy sat on her balcony watching the sunset paint the ocean in shades of gold and violet. For the first time in years, no one knew where she was. No cameras followed her. Movements. No fans asked for selfies. No handlers directed her day. She felt invisible in the most liberating way possible. The sound of guitar chords drifted up from below. Simple at first, then more complex. Curious, she leaned over the railing. Rowan sat on his back deck, head bent over an acoustic guitar, playing with the absent focus of someone who played for themselves rather than an audience. She recognised the song, one of hers ironically. Not a radio hit, but a ballad from her second album, one she'd written alone in a hotel room after her first major tour. It was about homesickness for a place you'd never been. Without thinking, she began to hum along, the melody rising with the evening breeze. The guitar faltered for a moment, then continued, softer now, as if inviting her voice to take the lead. She closed her eyes and let herself sing, quietly, just for herself and the moon and the distant crash of waves. When she opened them again, the guitar had stopped. Rowan was looking up at her balcony, his expression unreadable in the gathering darkness. "Sorry," she called down. "Didn't mean to interrupt." "You didn't," he answered. After a pause, he added, "You have a beautiful voice." "Thank you," she hesitated. "That song, just something that's been stuck in my head," he said. Then with a small smile, "Good night, Lee." "Good night, Rowan." She watched him disappear inside, guitar in hand, and wondered if anything would ever feel as honest as this moment. Singing to the ocean with a stranger who didn't know her name but somehow played the song of her heart. Days slipped into a rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar, like returning to a childhood home you'd forgotten you missed. Each morning Ivy walked to school with Rowan, the silence between them comfortable rather than awkward. She spent her days in the music room, guiding students through scales and chord progressions, rediscovering the joy of music without the weight of expectations. Afternoons often found her at Greta's cafe, where the owner kept her supplied with coffee and minimal conversation, a kindness Ivy deeply appreciated. Evenings were for long walks on the beach or quiet reading on her balcony, occasionally punctuated by impromptu duets when Rowan played guitar below. A week into her stay, she found herself helping Sophie with piano practice in the living room of Rowan's house, a space she'd initially avoided to maintain boundaries but had gradually been welcomed into. "Uncle Rowan says you're a writer," Sophie said, fingers picking out a simple melody. "Do you write songs?" Ivy tensed slightly. "Sometimes." "Could you help me write one? For the talent show next month?" Before Ivy could answer, Rowan appeared in the doorway, flour dusting his hands. "Soph, don't pressure Lee. She's already volunteering at school." "It's okay," Ivy found herself saying. "I'd be happy to help." Sophie beamed. "Can we start now? Please." The next hour dissolved into laughter and music as Sophie dictated increasingly fantastical lyrics about mermaids and treasure, while Ivy helped shape them into an actual song. Rowan moved around them, preparing dinner, occasionally offering a rhyme or chuckling at his niece's dramatic vocal flourishes. It felt like family. The thought struck Ivy with such force that she missed a chord, her fingers faltering on the keys. "You okay?" Rowan asked, noticing immediately. "Fine," she managed. "Just tired." Later, after Sophie had been picked up by her mother, Rowan's sister, Ivy learned, they sat on the back deck sharing a bottle of wine. The night was clear, stars scattered like diamond dust above the dark expanse of ocean. "Thank you," Rowan said quietly, "for helping Sophie. Music was her mother's domain before." He trailed off, taking a sip of wine. "Before your wife passed," Ivy finished gently. He nodded. 3 years ago. Cancer. Fast and brutal. His voice was steady, but pain shadowed his eyes. Sophie was 5, too young to lose an aunt she adored. "I'm sorry," she said, meaning it more deeply than the platitude usually allowed. He shrugged slightly. "Life continues. Not the same life, but it goes on." He turned to look at her directly. "What are you running from, Lee?" The question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm running?" "The way you flinch when someone takes a photo, even if it's not of you. The way you check exits in rooms. The way you're clearly comfortable with money but took a volunteer position. The way you've never once mentioned friends or family wondering where you are." His voice remained gentle, without accusation. "I recognize the signs of someone who needs space. I'm just wondering what from." The moment balanced on a knife's edge. She could lie, had become expert at crafting palatable versions of truth. Or she could tell him everything. Who she was, why she'd fled, how the person he'd come to know this past week was more real than the version of herself that filled stadiums. "Expectations," she said finally. "I'm running from who everyone needs me to be." He studied her face, then nodded slowly. "Fair enough." He didn't push further, and the relief of that simple acceptance nearly undid her. They sat in companionable silence until Rowan spoke again. "There's a bonfire on the beach tomorrow night. Town tradition before tourist season starts. Would you like to go? With me?" He added, "As friends, of course." The clarification made her smile. "I'd like that." The bonfire was magical. Driftwood flames casting blue-green light over laughing faces, local musicians trading instruments and songs, children roasting marshmallows and chasing each other through shallow waves. Ivy found herself drawn into conversations, included in jokes, pulled into an impromptu dance circle by Sophie and her friends. Rowan stayed nearby, a steady presence that somehow both grounded and freed her. When the unofficial band took a break, he nudged her toward the abandoned guitar. "They'd love to hear you play," he said quietly. "I don't think... just one song, for yourself, if not for them." Somehow she found herself seated on a driftwood log, guitar settled familiarly in her lap. She began to play, not one of Ivy Monroe's hits, but a new melody that had been forming in her mind these past days. No lyrics yet. just a haunting progression that spoke of finding something you didn't know you were seeking. The crowd grew quiet. In the firelight she caught Rowan's expression, a mixture of admiration and something deeper that made her heart skip. When she finished, the applause was genuine and unpretentious. No one asked for selfies or screamed for encores. They simply appreciated the music for what it was, a gift freely given. Later, walking home along the moonlit beach, Rowan took her hand. The simple contact sent warmth spiralling through her chest. "That was beautiful," he said. "Something new?" She nodded. "Still working. On it." They stopped, facing the ocean. His eyes, when they met hers, held no demand, no expectation. Only a question she wasn't sure she was brave enough to answer. "Rowan, I—" The flash came from their left, bright, unmistakable. A camera. She turned instinctively, raising her hand to shield her face, but it was too late. A young woman lowered her phone, eyes wide with recognition. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You're Ivy Monroe." The name fell like a stone between them. Ivy felt Rowan's hand slip from hers, felt the careful piece she'd constructed begin to fracture. "I'm such a huge fan. Can I get a picture? No one will believe—" "I think you should go," Rowan said, his voice cool. The fan blinked, confused. "I just want—" "Please," Ivy managed. I'm not working right now." Something in her tone must have registered, because the young woman nodded slowly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." She backed away, but the damage was done. The photo existed, and in the age of social media, that was all it took. The walk home was silent, heavy with unspoken questions. At the base of the stairs to her room, Ivy finally turned to face him. "I can explain." Rowan's expression was carefully neutral. "You don't owe me an explanation." "I do," she insisted. "I lied to you about who I am." "Did you?" He looked at her steadily. "Or did you just tell me the parts that matter?" She didn't have an answer for that. After a moment he sighed. "It's late. We should both get some sleep." He turned to go inside, then paused. "For what it's worth, I don't care about Ivy Monroe. I care about the person who helps my niece write songs about mermaids and sings to the ocean when she thinks no one's listening." The door closed softly behind him, leaving Ivy alone with the weight of a truth she'd tried to outrun, and the dawning realization that perhaps, with Rowan, she didn't need to run at all. By morning, everything had changed. Ivy woke to the sound of car doors slamming, and voices outside. Too many voices for the quiet street. One glance out her window confirmed her worst fears. 3 vans with satellite dishes, reporters setting up cameras, locals gathering to stare. Her phone, which she'd finally charged and checked sporadically for messages from Delia, was exploding with notifications. The photo had gone viral overnight. Pop star Ivy Monroe found in coastal hideaway with mystery man. The headlines made her stomach churn. A text from Delia stood out among the chaos. "I'm coming to get you. This is out of control." She didn't bother replying. Instead, she dressed quickly and made her way downstairs, dreading the conversation to come. Rowan sat at his kitchen table, coffee mug cradled between his hands, looking out at the growing crowd with a resigned expression. He glanced up when she entered. "Your secret's out," he said mildly. "Rowan, I'm so sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I never thought—" "That anyone would recognize you?" Raised an eyebrow. "You're kind of hard to miss, even incognito." The lack of anger in his voice confused her. "You're not upset?" "About the press circus on my lawn?" "A little," he shrugged. "About you being famous? Not really my business. But I lied to you." "Did you? You said your name was Lee. Short for Olivia, I'm guessing." She nodded, stunned that he'd made the connection. And everything else. The music, the writing. That was true, wasn't it? "Yes, but—" Then what's the problem? He stood, moving to refill his coffee. Look, I get it. Everyone needs space sometimes. You found yours here. I'm just sorry it got interrupted. A knock at the door cut through the moment. Rowan sighed. That'll be Chief Mendez, town's only police officer. Good guy, but he's probably here about crowd control. The conversation with Mendez was brief but definitive. The situation was escalating. More press was arriving. Fans had discovered her location. The quiet town was rapidly becoming overwhelmed. Ms. Monroe, Mendez said respectfully, I understand you value your privacy, but this is disrupting the whole community. Is there someone who can help manage this situation? She thought of Delia, already on her way, of the tour she'd abandoned, of responsibilities she couldn't outrun forever. Yes, she said quietly. My manager is coming. She'll handle it. When Mendez left, silence settled heavily between them. Finally Rowan spoke. So you're leaving? It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. I have to. I can't let this circus continue. Not here. Not around you and Sophie and everyone who's been kind to me. Something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, perhaps, or understanding. When? Today, as soon as Delia arrives? She hesitated. Rowan, these past 2 weeks, they've meant more to me than I can explain. He nodded slowly. For what it's worth, I think Ivy Monroe is pretty amazing, but Lee, she's extraordinary. The simple statement nearly broke her. I don't know how to be both, she whispered. I don't know if I can. Maybe you don't have to choose. He moved closer, his hand finding hers. Maybe you just need to remember which one is real. When Delia arrived 3 hours later, immaculate as always in her tailored suit, expression a mixture of relief and exasperation, Ivy was waiting on the porch with her small bag packed. The press had been temporarily contained behind barricades at the end of the street, but cameras with long lenses caught her emergence, the flashbulbs like lightning in her peripheral vision. You look terrible, Delia said by way of greeting, pulling her into a fierce hug. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? How close we came to filing a missing persons report? I texted you. Once. 2 weeks ago. Delia stepped back, eyes scanning her face. Are you okay? Really? Ivy nodded. I am. Or I was. Delia's expression softened slightly. Was it worth it? This little vacation? Ivy looked past her friend to where Rowan stood in the doorway, his face carefully neutral. Yes, she said quietly. It was worth everything. The drive away from Port Isabel was surreal, moving from the cocoon of peace she'd found back into the harsh light of her real life. Delia filled the silence with updates and plans. We've rescheduled the tour, told everyone you had laryngitis, needed complete vocal rest. New dates start next month. The label's actually thrilled. All this mystery has generated more buzz than any planned publicity stunt. Ivy stared out the window, watching the town recede in the side mirror. I can't go back to how things were, Del, she said finally. I won't. Delia glanced at her sharply. What are you saying? I'm saying I need changes, real ones. I want control of my music again, my image, my life. She turned to face her oldest friend. I've been writing again. Real songs, my songs. That's good? But honey, we have contracts, obligations. I don't care. The steel in her voice surprised them both. Figure it out. That's what I pay you for. But I'm done being whoever everyone else needs me to be. The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of negotiations, legal meetings, and carefully controlled press appearances. Ivy refused all interview requests, instead releasing a simple statement apologising for the disruption to her tour and promising something new was coming soon. In her rare moments alone, she wrote. Song after song poured out of her, raw, honest reflections on fame, identity, and the quiet revelation of being seen for who she truly was. When she had 12 that felt right, she booked a small studio and recorded them in 3 days. Just her voice, a piano, and occasionally a guitar. No production tricks, no auto-tune, nothing but truth. The EP was titled simply Still You. The night before its surprise release, she stood on the roof garden of her Portland penthouse, phone in hand, staring at the contact she had added but never called. Gathering her courage, she pressed dial. "Hello?" Rowan's voice, slightly wary. "It's me," she said softly. "Lee, or Ivy, or Olivia. I'm still figuring that part out." A pause, then, "I wondered if I'd hear from you again. I'm releasing something tomorrow. Something new. Something real." She took a deep breath. "I wanted you to hear it first." "Why?" "Because it exists because of you. Because you saw me when I couldn't see myself anymore." The silence stretched between them, charged with unspoken words. "I'll be in Portland tomorrow," she continued, "at the secret garden on Jefferson Street, 8 o'clock, if you wanted to hear it in person." She didn't ask if he'd come, didn't want to pressure him, didn't know if she deserved another moment of the peace she'd found in his presence. "Good night, Olivia," he said finally. Just that. No promise, no rejection. It would have to be enough. The secret garden was exactly what its name suggested. A hidden rooftop sanctuary in the heart of the city, all fairy lights and potted trees and intimate corners. She'd rented it for the evening, invited no press, no industry people, just herself, a piano, and the hope that one particular art teacher might appear. At 8:15 she began to play. The first song on the EP, called Lighthouse, was inspired by his mural sketch, the one where light became music, became movement. Her voice, stripped of stadiums and spectacle, filled the small space with a vulnerability she'd hidden for years. She was midway through the chorus when she felt it, the subtle shift in the air that told her she was no longer alone. She didn't look up, didn't falter, just continued to sing the truth she'd finally found the courage to speak. When the last note faded, she finally raised her eyes. Rowan stood at the entrance, wind-tousled and beautiful in his simple way, watching her with an expression that made her heart stumble. "You came," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted to hear the song." He moved closer, steps measured. "It's beautiful, like everything real about you." "Rowan, I never fell for Ivy Monroe," he interrupted gently. "I fell for Olivia, the woman who sings to the ocean, who helps little girls write songs about mermaids, who sees beauty in broken things." She stood, moved toward him as if drawn by gravity. "Is that who I am? Olivia?" His smile was soft, warming his eyes. "That's who you've always been. The rest is just noise." When he kissed her, it felt like coming home to a place she'd never been. Familiar and new all at once, like finding the missing chord in a song she'd been trying to write her entire life. "Stay," she whispered against his mouth. "Not forever. Just stay a while." His arms tightened around her. "I'm not going anywhere." The music room at Port Isabel High School had transformed over the past year. Walls now covered with student artwork depicting sound waves and musical notes, instruments arranged in careful clusters, large windows thrown open to catch the ocean breeze. Ivy, though the world still knew her as Ivy Monroe, she felt more like Olivia with each passing day, sat at the piano, guiding a small group of students through a complicated arrangement. Her short EP had become a full album, had won critical acclaim if not the massive sales of her earlier work. She didn't mind. Quality over quantity, in fans, in music, in life, had become her new measure of success. Ms. Monroe, one of her students, a shy girl with remarkable talent, raised her hand. "Will you play something from your new album? Please?" The request was frequent but always genuine. These kids, who had initially been starstruck but now treated her with the casual respect of any beloved teacher, never tired of hearing her perform. One song, she agreed with a smile, then back to work. She had just finished the final chorus when she spotted Rowan in the doorway, leaning against the frame with that quiet smile that still made her heart race. The students followed her gaze and a chorus of Mr. Blake rose from the group. "Don't let me interrupt," he said, but Ivy was already dismissing the class 5 minutes early. As the room emptied, Rowan crossed to where she sat, bending to kiss her softly. "Ready for this afternoon?" She nodded, fingers nervously twisting the simple engagement ring he'd given her 3 months earlier. Today was the official unveiling of his latest mural, the one she'd first seen as a sketch over a year ago. The lighthouse whose beam became music became dancing figures. Only now the central figure in the dance bore a subtle resemblance to her. "Nervous?" he asked, taking her hand. "A little. It's still strange sometimes, letting the two worlds overlap." She smiled up at him, but in a good way. The ceremony was small, just the town council, some students, and a handful of locals who had become friends rather than fans. Rowan spoke briefly about the inspiration behind the mural, the way art and music intertwined in the town's identity. He didn't mention Ivy Monroe or her fame. He didn't need to. Sophie, now 9 and more exuberant than ever, bounced at her uncle's side as the mayor cut a ceremonial ribbon. The crowd applauded, then dispersed to examine the mural more closely and enjoy the refreshments Greta had provided from her cafe. Ivy found herself standing slightly apart, watching Rowan accept congratulations with his characteristic quiet grace. A year ago she couldn't have imagined this life, teaching music in a small coastal town, planning a small wedding with the man who had seen through her carefully constructed persona, weekends filled with Sophie's recitals and long walks on deserted beaches. "It suits you, you know?" She turned to find Delia beside her, elegant as always in her city clothes that looked slightly out of place in Port Isabel. Her former manager visited occasionally, still handled the business side of Ivy's now scaled-back career, and had become an unexpected ally in her transformation. "What suits me?" Ivy asked. Delia gestured vaguely at everything, the town, the school, Rowan. "Peace, authenticity, whatever you want to call it." She smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I always knew Ivy Monroe was killing Olivia Jameson. I just didn't know how to stop it." Ivy squeezed her friend's hand. "Neither did I." She paused, looking back at the mural, at the lighthouse beam that transformed into musical notes, at the dancing figures finding joy in its light. "But I'm learning." Later that evening they gathered on Rowan's back deck, now their deck, since she'd officially moved in 6 months ago. Sophie was there with her mother, Greta and Chief Mendez had stopped by, and even Walt from the garage had come bearing a bottle of surprisingly good whiskey. As twilight settled over the ocean, Rowan quietly tuned his guitar while conversations ebbed and flowed around them. Without fanfare, he began to play the opening notes of Lighthouse, her most personal song from the album. A hush fell over the small gathering. He looked up at her, a question in his eyes, and she nodded, joining him in the chorus. "And still you see me, through the dark and stormy nights. Still you find me, when I've lost my own guiding light. In a world of echoes, your voice rings clear and true, and the miracle of miracles, I'm still me and still you." When the song ended, Sophie clapped enthusiastically while the adults exchanged knowing smiles. No one asked for selfies or autographs. No one treated the moment as special beyond the simple joy of music shared among friends. Later, after everyone had gone and they were cleaning up together in comfortable silence, Rowan paused, dish towel in hand. "Happy?" he asked simply. Ivy considered the question. Not just the easy answer, but the complex truth of it. Was she happy? Fame still occasionally interrupted their life. Her music reached fewer people now, but touched them more deeply. She missed performing sometimes, but had found a different kind of fulfillment in teaching. She had traded spotlights for starlight, stadiums for classrooms, adulation for understanding. Yes, she said finally, meeting his gaze with absolute certainty. I'm happy. Not because I escaped Ivy Monroe, but because I found Olivia Jameson again. She moved into his arms, resting her head against his chest. And because you see me, all of me, and love me anyway. His arms tightened around her. Not anyway, he corrected gently. Because of who you are. All the versions, the star and the teacher, the celebrity and the woman who helps my niece with piano lessons, the singer and the person who laughs at my terrible jokes. They're not terrible, she protested automatically. They're pretty bad, he chuckled, but you laugh anyway. Because I love you. And I love you. Ivy, Olivia, Lee, whatever name you choose. I love the person beneath all the noise. Outside, waves crashed against the shore in their eternal rhythm. Inside, in the quiet kitchen of a home that had once felt borrowed but now felt entirely her own, Ivy Monroe, pop sensation, volunteer music teacher, fiancé, friend, finally felt the fractured pieces of herself mending into something whole, not perfect, not flawless, but authentic, real, still her. August on Silver Lake. The cabin smelled the same as it always did. Pine, old cedar, the faint mineral breath of the lake coming through the screen door. Clara Whitmore set her grocery bag on the counter and stood very still, listening to the particular silence of the place. Somewhere out on the water, a loon called once, then again, the second cry rising into the question the first had asked. 15 Augusts. She'd been 27 the first time she came. She was 42 now. The cabin had not changed. The blue enamel coffee pot still sat on the back burner of the stove. The braided rug had faded another shade closer to the colour of dust. The bookshelf still held the same paperbacks, left by guests who had stopped finishing things. A Maeve Binchy with a broken spine, a Wallace Stegner with a pressed leaf at page 61, a Mary Oliver whose cover was soft as cloth from handling. She unpacked slowly. Tea, pencils, the wool blanket her grandmother had knitted before Clara was born, the one she brought everywhere and used nowhere except here. 3 novels she would probably not finish, a box of watercolours, a sketchbook with a cracked leather cover, half filled with last August drawings. Outside, a car door closed. She paused, a sleeve of crackers in her hand. The neighbouring cabin had stood empty every August she could remember. Once or twice she'd seen a caretaker checking the shutters, but no one had stayed there. The emptiness had been part of the gift, a buffer, a silence, permission to be alone without witness. She set down the crackers and stepped onto the porch. A man was lifting a canoe paddle from the trunk of a dark green Subaru. He had his back to her, tall, lean, a flannel shirt rolled to the elbows, hair the colour of wet bark, threaded heavily with grey at the temples. He turned, perhaps feeling her there, and the paddle paused in his hand. For a second he simply looked at her. Then something shifted across his face. Surprise, recognition, a slow, disbelieving smile. Clara Whitmore? She blinked at him. 15 years collapsed inward like a folded map. Will? My God! He laughed, the way people laugh when they have been startled into honesty. I almost didn't. You have more grey, she said, because it was the first true thing that came to her. You have less of everything else. He shook his head, still smiling. I mean, you look the same. You look exactly the same. Forgive me. I haven't spoken to a person in 2 days. I've lost the thread. You're staying here? 3 weeks, maybe 4. He glanced at the cabin behind him as though confirming it was still there. And you? All of August. I come every year. Every year. He repeated it softly, as if turning a stone over to see what was underneath. They stood 10 feet apart on the pine-needled ground between their cabins, and neither of them seemed quite able to move. A breeze came off the lake and lifted a strand of hair across her face. She tucked it behind her ear and was surprised to find her fingers unsteady. "Coffee," she said. "In the morning, if you'd like." "I'd like." She nodded once, retreated into the cabin and closed the door behind her with the careful quiet of someone who had just been handed something fragile. She stood in the middle of the kitchen for a long moment. Then she pressed her palm flat against the countertop, as though to verify that she had not dreamed the last 3 minutes. 15 years ago, she had sat on a dock with a young married history teacher, and they had talked about Borges and roof pitches in the constellation Lyra, and at the end of 4 days she had walked back to her fiancé and never said his name aloud again. She had not forgotten him. She had simply set him on a shelf in a part of her mind she did not visit often. The shelf, it turned out, had been load-bearing. He came at 7, because she had not specified a time, and 7 seemed honest. She was already on the porch with the kettle on, wearing a grey cardigan over a linen shirt, her hair pinned up in the loose knot she favoured when no one was looking. The morning was cool and silver. Mist sat low on the water, and the far shore had disappeared into it entirely. "I didn't know if you took anything in it," she said when he climbed the porch steps. "Black. Still." "I remembered. I just didn't trust the memory." He sat in the wicker chair across from her and accepted the mug with both hands the way people do when they want the warmth as much as the drink. The screen door creaked behind her in the small breeze. A jay scolded something in the pines. "You're an architect now," he said. "I was an architect then." "Apprenticing. You said the firm in Chicago. Has it been—" "The same firm, yes." "And the houses you wanted to build? Warm rooms, low ceilings in the right places?" She set her cup down. "You remember that?" "I remember most of it." She didn't know what to do with that, so she looked at the lake. Mist was beginning to lift in long, slow ribbons. A loon surfaced near the dock, looked at them with one red eye, and dove again. "And you," she said, "teaching. 23 years now. Same school. I keep meaning to leave, and I keep not leaving. Columbus. A pause opened between them, the kind that 15 years earlier would have been awkward, and now was simply space. She'd forgotten that some silences were not empty, some were furnished. "Emily," she said carefully, because his ring finger was bare and because the air around him had a quality she recognised. 4 years ago," he said, "ovarian cancer. It was fast." He turned his mug in his hands. "She always wanted to come here. I never brought her. I don't know why. I keep thinking about it. I'm sorry, Will. Thank you." He looked up at her, and his hazel eyes were tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. "And you? You were engaged." "He left," she said, and was surprised at how easily it came. 9 years ago. There was no one else. He just stopped being in love with me. He was very kind about it." "That's the worst kind." "Yes." They sipped their coffee. The mist on the lake had begun to glow from underneath, as though some lamp had been switched on beneath the water. "I won't ask if you're seeing anyone," he said, "because I've decided to stop asking questions like that. They make people lie." "I'm not." "All right." "Are you?" "No." "All right." It should have been heavier than it was. Instead, it felt the way it had felt 15 years ago, like sitting down after standing for a long time. By the end of the first week, the rhythm had set itself without either of them naming it. Mornings, coffee on her porch, because the sun came in on her side first. Late mornings, a walk along the rocky beach where she gathered flat stones for no reason, and he told her the geological history of glacial moraines as though she had asked. Afternoons, he read on his porch. She sketched on hers, and the distance between them was a kind of conversation. Evenings, they ate together, sometimes at her small table, more often at his larger one because his kitchen had better light. He cooked simply. Pasta with butter and pepper, trout he had not caught from the marina freezer, eggs at any hour. She had not eaten with another person at home regularly in 9 years. She had forgotten that the act itself was a kind of touch. On the 4th evening he played a record. Bill Evans, something slow and full of pauses. She had not heard the album in 20 years, and the opening bars surprised her into stillness with her fork halfway to her mouth. "Sunday at the Village Vanguard," she said. "You know it." "My father had it. He used to play it on Sundays." "It's a Sunday record. He had taste. He had Sundays." He smiled at her across the table. Outside, the light was beginning to turn the colour of weak tea. He refilled her glass without asking. "What do you draw these days?" he said. "Houses mostly. Elevations, sections. I don't draw for myself often." "What did you used to draw?" She thought about it. "People. When I was young. I stopped." "Why?" "They moved," she said, and was surprised at her own joke. He laughed, and it was a real laugh, surprised and warm, and she watched it move across his face and felt something inside her chest unclench by a single notch. On the 8th day they took out the rowboat. He rowed. She trailed her hand in the water. The lake was so still that the pines on the far shore lay doubled beneath them, green over green, and the boat seemed to be suspended in the middle of a long-held breath. "Do you still draw when you are unhappy?" he said. She lifted her hand from the water. Drops fell back, making slow ripples that spread until they touched the boat. "You remember that? You told me once, 15 years ago, on the dock. You said drawing was the only thing that didn't expect anything from you." "I said that. You said that." She looked at him. He'd stopped rowing. The oars rested across his knees, dripping silver into the lake. His face was open and patient. "I draw less now," she said. "I think because I am less unhappy, or I have agreed to be less unhappy. I'm not sure those are the same thing." He didn't answer for a moment. Then he said, "I think they are not the same thing." She looked away, at the shoreline, at a single pine that leaned toward the water as though trying to read its own reflection. Her throat felt tight in a way that had nothing to do with crying. "You're a dangerous person, Will Bennett," she said lightly, because she had to say something. "Why?" "Because you listen." He picked up the oars again. "I'll try to be worse at it." "Please don't." The storm came on the 12th night. It had been building all afternoon. The lake had turned the colour of pewter. The air had grown thick and the loons had gone quiet. By the time she crossed the grass to his cabin for dinner, the first drops were falling, fat and warm, raising small explosions of dust on the path. They ate by the window and watched it come. By the time he was clearing the plates, the rain was a wall, white and roaring on the roof, and then the lights flickered, dimmed, and went out. "Ah," he said in the dark. "Lantern." "Lantern. Hold on." She heard him moving in the kitchen, the scrape of a drawer, the small mechanical sound of a match. A glow bloomed against the cabin wall and steadied. He brought the lantern to the low table by the fireplace, lit a second one, and sat down on the rug with his back against the couch. After a moment she joined him, tucking her feet beneath her. The cabin was suddenly very small. Amber light pooled around them. The rain pressed in from every direction. The world outside had been abolished. "I should read aloud to you," he said. "It's that kind of weather." "Please don't pick a history book." "I was absolutely going to pick a history book," she laughed. He reached behind himself and pulled a thick volume from the bottom of a stack, a worn green hardcover with gilt lettering rubbed nearly to nothing. A Brief History of the Lake Country, he announced solemnly. Volume 1. There's a Volume 2? There must be, otherwise it wouldn't say 1. He opened it at random and began to read in the voice of a Victorian explorer, all rolled R's and unwarranted gravitas, about the migration patterns of the common loon. She tried to keep a straight face. She lasted 40 seconds. By the time he reached the second paragraph, in which a loon was described as conducting itself with considerable dignity for a waterfowl, she was laughing so hard her eyes streamed. "Stop," she gasped. "Stop. I'm going to choke. I am reading you literature. You're reading me a county pamphlet. It's a county pamphlet with feeling." She put her face in her hands and laughed until she had to lean her forehead against his shoulder for balance. He went still beneath her, the book lowering slowly in his hands. She felt the small, careful breath he took. She did not move away. The rain came down, the lantern light flickered. After a moment he set the book aside and rested his cheek for 1 second, just one, against the top of her head. Neither of them spoke for a long time after that. The next morning he found her on her porch and said, "Your hair is loose. I forgot to pin it." "Don't pin it." She didn't. On the 16th night around the fire he told her about Emily. He had not meant to. They had been talking about something else, about a teacher of his from graduate school, a man who quoted Thucydides at dinner parties, and the story had drifted, the way stories do beside fires. And then he was inside the year that Emily had been ill, and she was listening, and he could not seem to stop. He told her about the diagnosis, delivered in an office with a poster of a kitten clinging to a tree branch. He told her about the way Emily had laughed in the parking lot afterward, not because anything was funny, but because she did not yet know what else to do with her face. He told her about the 14 months. He told her about the night she died, and the strange, terrible relief of it, and the worse guilt of the relief. He told her about the 2 years after, in which he had not played music, had not fished, had not driven anywhere new, had taught his classes and come home and sat in the kitchen until it was time to sleep. Clara did not interrupt. She did not offer the small consolations people offer when they are uncomfortable with grief. She sat with her knees drawn up under her chin and her arms around her shins, and she watched his face in the firelight, and when he was finished she said, "You loved her very much." "Yes." "And you don't know what to do with the part of you that's still alive." He looked at her. His eyes shone wet in the firelight but didn't spill. "No," he said, "I don't." She reached across the small distance between their chairs and put her hand on his. He turned his hand over and laced his fingers through hers. They sat like that for a long time, not speaking, while the fire burned down and the loons called once across the water and were answered far away by another loon she could not see. The next week was the happiest week of her adult life, and she knew it while it was happening, which she had not known was possible. They swam in the mornings before the wind came up. He was a stronger swimmer than she was. He would float on his back beside her, his hair dark and slick, his arms making small lazy sculls, and tell her about his students, about a girl who had written a paper arguing that the Peloponnesian War had been Sparta's fault, about a boy who came in early every day to read poetry he would not admit to liking. They drove into town on the rough washboard road, and he bought her a cinnamon roll the size of a salad plate from a bakery, run by two sisters who treated him as though they had known him for years, because they had. She bought him a used copy of a Sand County almanac from a junk store with a goat in the yard. They argued about whether the goat had been included in the asking price. They sat on the dock at night and counted satellites. He knew the names of more constellations than she did, but she knew the names of the lake's small islands, having walked their shorelines for 15 Augusts. They traded. She caught herself, on the 22nd day, sketching him. He was asleep on the porch in the late afternoon, a book fallen open on his chest, one arm dropped over the side of the chair, the grey at his temples catching the light. She'd begun the sketch before she'd decided to begin it. She drew the line of his jaw, the hollow of his throat, the slight smile that was on his face, even sleeping, as though some part of him had been told good news and was thinking about it. She closed the sketchbook before he woke. She did not put it back on its usual shelf. She put it in her suitcase between two folded sweaters and zipped the suitcase shut. She did not know why. She knew exactly why. The phone call came on the 25th day. He took it on his porch. She was on her own, watercolouring a study of the dock, and she could hear his voice but not his words. The tone was polite and surprised. The call lasted a long time. When he came over afterward, he sat in the chair across from her and rubbed the back of his neck, and she set her brush down because she already knew. "They've offered me the assistant principal job," he said. "I'd been on the list. I didn't think anything would come of it." "That's wonderful, Will." "It starts the day after Labour Day. I'd have to drive home day after tomorrow. There's training." "That's wonderful," she said again, and smiled, and felt the smile reach her mouth and stop there. He looked at her for a long moment. "Clara, it's a good thing. Promotions are good things." "Clara, look at me." She looked at him. She made her face do the thing she had spent 15 years training it to do, which was to be calm. "This doesn't change anything," he said. "It changes when you're leaving." "It changes when I'm leaving." "Yes, it doesn't change." He stopped, frustrated with himself. "I want to say something, and I can't find the words for it without sounding foolish." "Then don't say it." She had meant it as mercy. She heard too late how it landed. He sat back in the chair. The animation went out of his face slowly, like a lamp being turned down. After a moment he nodded once, stood up and said, "I'll let you finish your painting." "Will..." But he was already crossing the grass to his cabin. She sat with the brush in her hand for a long time. The water in the jar had gone the colour of weak tea. She didn't look up when she heard his screen door close. She didn't go to him the next day. She told herself in the morning that she would let him have the day to think. She told herself by noon that she did not want to interrupt his packing. She told herself by evening that he had not come to her either, which meant he did not want to be interrupted, which meant the choice had already been made, which meant the kindest thing she could do for both of them was to let August end the way August ended. She told herself many things. Each of them was a small, careful brick. By nightfall she'd built a wall. In bed, in the dark, she lay with her hands folded on her stomach and stared at the ceiling, and the wall did not hold. It came down all at once, the way walls do. She had done it again. She had done it the way she always did it. He had not left her. She had left him first in advance, preemptively, the way one closes a window before a storm one has not yet seen. She had become so good at it she had not even noticed she was doing it. She thought of Ethan, 9 years ago, sitting on the edge of her bed with his hands between his knees, saying, "I love you deeply. I just don't think I'm in love with you anymore," and how she had nodded and said, "I understand," and how a part of her had been relieved, because she had spent the last 2 years of their engagement preparing for exactly that sentence. She had rehearsed her grief so thoroughly that when it came it had nowhere new to go. She thought of all the years since. She had built a life. She had built a beautiful life. She had told everyone, including herself, that it was enough. It had not been enough. It had been a waiting room. She had been 42 years old and sitting in a waiting room, and she had not even known what she was waiting for. And now she knew, and he was 3 cabins away packing a car. She got out of bed. He had built a fire by the lake. She had not been sure he would. She had walked down through the wet grass in her bare feet. carrying her sandals in one hand and the wool blanket in the other, and she'd seen the orange flicker before she'd cleared the trees, and her relief had been so complete it had almost dropped her where she stood. He was sitting on the log they always sat on. He did not turn when she came up behind him. He had heard her, she thought, and was giving her the option of turning back. She sat down beside him. She put the blanket across both their laps without asking. He did not move, but after a moment he gathered the edge of the blanket in his hand slowly, like a man holding onto a railing. "I'm sorry," she said. He didn't answer. "I got scared. I do that. I have done that for a long time. I am very good at it. I am so good at it that it is the first thing I do before I have time to know I am doing it. I am sorry." The fire popped. A small ember rose and went out in the air. "You were leaving," she said, "and in my head you were already gone, and I thought if I went first it would not hurt as much. I have thought that about everything for 9 years. It has not worked even once." He turned his face toward her. The firelight moved on his cheekbones. He was not smiling, but he was not closed either. He was waiting. "I liked my life," she said. "I told everyone I liked my life." "Did you?" "No." She heard herself say it, and she did not take it back. The words sat in the air between them and did not move. "I have been alone for a long time, Will. I have been alone in a way that I thought was safe. It was not safe. It was just empty. And then you sat on my porch and drank coffee and remembered things about me that I had forgotten about myself, and I started to want things. I started to want a winter. I started to want a phone that rings in the evening. I started to want—" Her voice caught. "I started to want to be wanted, and I do not know how to do that without being terrified. And so when you told me about the job, all I heard was, 'Here is the part where he goes.' And I went first. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Will." She was crying. She had not meant to cry. The tears were coming hot and silent, and she did not bother to wipe them. He reached across the blanket and took her hand. He did not say anything for a moment. He turned her hand over in his and looked at it as though it were something he had not seen for a long time. "I wasn't leaving you," he said. "Clara, I would have driven 6 hours every Friday. I would have learned to do it in 5. I had already started thinking about it in the car on the way back from the marina yesterday. I was trying to figure out how to say it to you without sounding like a man who has lost his mind, and then you said don't say it, and I thought maybe you didn't want me to. I wanted you to. I know that now. I am very stupid, Will. You're not stupid. You're frightened. Those are different." She laughed, wetly, and pressed her free hand against her mouth. He lifted the hand he was holding and pressed his lips against her knuckles. He kept them there for a long moment. His eyes closed. "I have been frightened too," he said against her hand. "Do you know what I have been most frightened of all summer? Tell me. That I was happy, that I had not been allowed to be happy and I was being happy anyway, and that somewhere Emily was watching and—" He stopped. He breathed out. "And then last week I was reading on the porch and you walked past, you didn't even see me. You were going down to the dock with your sketchbook, and you had that look on your face, the one where you are thinking about something far away, and I thought, she would have loved you. I thought Emily would have loved her. And the thought did not hurt. It was the first thought about Emily in 4 years that did not hurt. And I knew then. I didn't know how to say it." Clara was crying harder now, quietly, her shoulders moving under the blanket. "I don't want another August memory," he said. "I have enough memories. I want a Tuesday. I want a January. I want to know what you look like asleep. Will, stay." She turned to him. Her face was wet and her hair was loose, and she didn't look like a woman who had spent 15 years arranging her face. She looked like a woman who had finally put the arrangement down. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. He kissed her. It was not the kiss either of them had imagined, in the small private way both of them had been imagining it for weeks. It was slower than that, and more careful, and it tasted of salt because she was still crying. His hand came up and cupped the side of her face, and his thumb moved once gently beneath her eye. She made a small sound against his mouth that was not quite a word. He gathered her in. She went. The fire burned down. The lake lay silver beneath the moon. Somewhere across the water a loon called, and was answered again. After a long time she rested her forehead against his and breathed him in. "I used to think this place existed outside real life," she said. "And now?" She thought about it. She watched the firelight on his face. She watched her own hand resting against his chest as though it had been put there to keep him from going anywhere. "Now I think," she said slowly, "that the lake never existed outside real life. I did." He didn't answer. He only tightened his arm around her. Above them, very high, a star fell. Neither of them saw it. They were not looking up. They were, for the first time in many years, looking at exactly where they were. The last bus to Odessa. The bus smelled like 18 years of spilled coffee and broken dreams. Kimberly Ramirez pressed her fingers against her temple, willing away the headache that had been building since O'Hare. She'd specifically chosen the last bus to Odessa because she thought it would be empty, a chance to decompress before facing her family's inevitable questions about why she was arriving at her sister's wedding alone. Again. "Ladies and gentlemen," the driver's voice crackled through the intercom, "we're experiencing some mechanical difficulties. We'll be pulling into Cedar Falls for emergency repairs." Through the frost-laced window, Kimberly watched the landscape transform from urban sprawl to endless Iowa farmland, now being swallowed by what the weather app euphemistically called winter precipitation. She counted exactly one other passenger, a guy in his late 20s wearing a thrift store sweater, hunched over a notebook like it contained state secrets. When the bus lurched into the station, a glorified shack with peeling paint, she finally got a better look at him. Scruffy brown hair that definitely hadn't seen a professional in months, wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew, and the kind of expression her divorce clients wore when they still believed in happy endings. "Folks, I'm afraid we're looking at an overnight stay," the driver announced, his voice carrying the weariness of someone who'd delivered this news too many times. "There's a waiting room inside. Heat works most of the time." The poet, she'd decided to call him that based on his notebook, bounded off the bus with an optimism that made her teeth ache. He held the door open for her, offering a smile that was either genuine or insane. In her experience, the two often overlapped. "Thanks," she muttered, pulling her coat tighter. The wind hit like a personal insult. Inside the depot, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sickly green tint. The poet claimed a bench near an ancient space heater, while Kimberly chose the opposite corner, maximising distance and minimising the chance of conversation. Her phone displayed 17 missed calls from her mother and a text from her sister. "Where are you?" "Could be worse," the poet called out, apparently mistaking her visible distress for an invitation to chat. "At least we're not camping." Kimberly studied him over her phone. Up close she noticed flour dusting his sweater cuffs and a callus on his middle finger that spoke of excessive pen use. "You do this often? Get stranded in Iowa." "First time, actually. I usually fly, but..." He gestured vaguely at his notebook. Writer's retreat in Nebraska got cancelled. Decided to turn the trip into material. "Ah, a writer." She loaded the word with all the disdain 8 years of family law had equipped her with. In her experience, artists and alimony rarely mixed well. "Jake Morrison," he offered, extending a hand she didn't take. Kimberly. The lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied, as if the building was gathering courage for what came next. "So," Jake said, apparently immune to social cues, "what's your story? Business trip? Family obligation? Secret rendezvous? Wedding? Sisters? Tomorrow?" She punctuated each word like separate sentences, hoping he'd get the hint. Ah, the classic wedding anxiety. Been there. Well, not to my sisters. I don't have one. But weddings in general. Emotional minefields. Her phone battery dropped to 15%. Perfect. "Look," she said, turning to face him properly for the first time. "I'm not great at small talk. I'm going to sit here, try to figure out how to explain to my sister why I'll probably miss her wedding, and generally contemplate my life choices. You're welcome to do whatever poets do in blizzards." He blinked, then laughed. Not the nervous kind she expected, but something genuine and warm. Fair enough. Though for the record, poets in blizzards mostly think about how snow is a metaphor for everything. Despite herself, her mouth twitched. Everything? Purity, death, new beginnings, the blank page, this silence between words, the way, okay, I get it. But she was almost smiling now, which annoyed her. She didn't smile at poets. She barely smiled at opposing counsel when they finally conceded. Her phone died with a tiny chime that sounded exactly like resignation. "Oh no," she whispered. "Blessing in disguise," Jake offered. "Now you can't check your emails. Now I can't call my sister, or my mother, or anyone." True. He considered this. But also, now you have to be here. Really here. With Iowa, and me, and... He gestured around the depot. "Whatever this is." A rat scurried across the floor. The lights flickered again. The heater made a concerning grinding noise. "This," Kimberly said slowly, "might be the worst night of my life." "Might be," Jake agreed cheerfully. "Or we could make it. Interesting. Want to hear about the dream I had last week about a bakery that sells temporal pastries?" She stared at him. Really stared. This guy, this broke-looking, overly optimistic poet, was suggesting they pass time with bedtime stories like children at a sleepover. "You're insane," she declared. "Probably, but I'm also not wrong. We've got..." He checked his phone. 8 hours minimum. Could wallow in misery. Could practice small talk about the weather. Or we could tell stories. Real ones. Weird ones. The kind you usually keep locked away. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, Kimberly heard herself laugh. Not the bitter bark she used in depositions, but something rusty and surprised. "You know what? Why the hell not? But I'm warning you, my stories aren't pretty." "Good," Jake's voice came through the dark. "Neither are mine." The emergency lighting kicked in 20 minutes later, bathing them in an amber glow that made everything look sepia-toned and unreal. Jake had migrated closer, carrying the space heater like a peace offering. "So," he said, settling onto the bench beside her. Not close enough to be presumptuous, but close enough that she could see his notebook up close. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, sketches, coffee stains. Ground rules for story time? Kimberly considered this. In her profession, everything had rules, boundaries, clearly defined terms. No lies of omission, and nothing we wouldn't tell our therapists. Brutal honesty. I like it. He flipped through his notebook. Ladies first? Or should I lead with the temporal bakery? God, start with the bakery. I need to warm up to brutal honesty. Jake's face lit up with a kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for children and religious converts. Okay, so picture this. There's this bakery, right? Hidden between a dry cleaner and a shop that only sells left shoes. Don't ask why, that's a different story. The sign just says, yesterday's tomorrow, and the hours are flexible. Flexible how? They open when you need them to, not when you want them to, when you need them. Anyway, They don't sell regular pastries. They sell moments. Like you bite into a croissant and suddenly you're 5 again, sitting in your grandmother's kitchen while she teaches you to fold paper airplanes. Or you take a sip of their coffee and you're experiencing your first kiss, except this time you don't bump noses. Despite herself, Kimberly was leaning in. What's the catch? The catch is you can't choose which moment you get, and sometimes... He paused, his enthusiasm dimming slightly. Sometimes you bite into something that tastes like goodbye, like the last time you saw someone you loved, and you didn't know it was the last time. The heater hummed between them. Outside, the storm was picking up, rattling the windows in their frames. My mum, he continued quietly, had dementia, Alzheimer's, and for the last 2 years, I kept thinking I'd go to that bakery if it existed, buy a whole tray of eclairs or whatever, just to have one more real conversation with her. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable shifting in her chest. When did she die? 8 months ago. She didn't remember me for the last 6 months, but I kept visiting anyway. Read her poetry, mine and others. I think she liked the rhythm of it, even when the words didn't mean anything to her anymore. They sat in silence for a moment, the kind of silence that felt necessary rather than awkward. My turn? She asked finally. Your turn. She took a breath. Okay, real story. About 5 months ago I had this case. Divorce, obviously. 22 years of marriage, 2 kids, the whole suburban dream. The wife came to me because she'd found texts on her husband's phone. But here's the thing, the texts weren't what you'd expect. Not an affair? No, he was texting his dead brother, like full conversations. Hey Jim, kid got into college. Jim, Sarah made meatloaf again, count your blessings. Jim, I think I'm losing myself in this marriage. Jake was quiet, processing. Was he talking to someone pretending to be his brother? No, he had his brother's old phone, charged it every night, would write these texts but never send them, just saved them in drafts, for 3 years, after the accident. Jesus! The wife thought he was having some elaborate affair. Turns out he was just grieving, still. But she couldn't understand why he'd never told her, and he couldn't understand why she'd snooped. And I'm sitting there thinking about all the things I don't tell people, all the conversations I have with ghosts. What happened? They're still married, counselling. The husband keeps texting his brother, but now the wife reads them sometimes. Says it helps her understand him better than 20 years of actual conversation. Jake nodded slowly. My dad left when I was 12. I wrote him letters for years. Never sent them. Still have them in a shoebox somewhere. What do they say? Mostly questions. Why he left. Whether it was because of something I did. Whether he thinks about us. Whether he knows I tried to be the man of the house at 12 and failed spectacularly. The lights flickered again, and this time they heard a transformer explode somewhere in the distance. They were fully committed to emergency lighting now. Your turn, Kimberly said, and make it weird. Jake grinned, and she realised she liked his smile. Not in a professional networking way, but in a way that made her stomach do something complicated. Okay, weird story. True story. When I was 16, I got a job at this movie theatre in Des Moines. Wait, you're from Iowa? Born and raised. Don't hold it against me. Anyway, this theatre had been there since the 50s, and on slow nights, I'd sneak into Screen 7 to do my homework. Screen 7 was weird. The movies changed. Changed how? Like you'd put in The Princess Bride, but the movie that played would be The Princess Bride if Wesley had actually died, or if Buttercup had married Humperdinck out of spite, or if the whole thing was a metaphor for the Cold War. That's impossible, right? That's what I thought. So I started documenting it, bringing friends, testing different movies. Turns out Screen 7 showed alternate endings. Not just alternate versions. It showed what would happen if the characters made different choices. And nobody else noticed. The manager knew. Said it had been happening since 1967. Said some nights the screen would just go blank for 20 minutes and people would emerge crying or laughing or completely silent. Said management kept it quiet because it was good for business. Kimberly raised an eyebrow. You're making this up. Am I? I can draw you a map. Fine. What did you watch? Everything I could get my hands on. But there was one rule. You could only watch each movie once. After that, Screen 7 would just show the regular version, no matter how many times you tried. What was your favourite alternate ending? It's a Wonderful Life, where George Bailey decides to leave Bedford Falls, becomes a travel writer, sees the world, falls in love with a war correspondent in London, comes back 20 years later as a stranger, walks through town, realises most people are better off without him. Not bitter, just different, more complex. That's dark. No, that's the thing. It wasn't dark. It was true. Like brutally, uncomfortably true about how sometimes the best thing you can do for people is not be their everything. She looked at him then. Really looked. This scruffy poet with flour on his cuffs and stories about magic bakeries was saying something she'd never heard from anyone else. Not from her clients who clung to marriages like life rafts. Not from her mother who still asked when she was going to settle down. Not from herself in 17, years of dating men who made sense on paper. My turn, she said. Really weird story. Also true. Hit me. I keep a list. On my phone. Well, kept, before it died. A list of all the couples I've divorced and why they split. Not for legal reasons, just personal curiosity. How many couples? 347. And you know what the number one reason is? It's not infidelity. It's not money problems. It's not even the in-laws. What is it? They stop being curious about each other. Like truly curious. Not how was your day curious. More like, what do you dream about when you dream in colour curious. They start seeing each other as functions. Wife function. Husband function. And then one day they realise they're living with a stranger who just happens to share their Netflix password. Jake was quiet for a long moment. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard. Is it? I always thought it was hopeful. How? Because curiosity isn't finite. You can get it back. If you want to. If you're brave enough to admit you don't know everything about the person you've been sleeping next to for 20 years. The storm outside had turned into something biblical. Snow pressed against the windows until they couldn't see out anymore. The depot felt like a spacecraft, untethered from the real world. Tell me something you've never told anyone, Jake said suddenly. For real. Kimberly hesitated. This was dangerous territory. The kind of conversation that happened in therapy or AA meetings or 3 a.m. phone calls you regretted in the morning. I've never been in love, she heard herself say. Not really. I thought I was, a few times, but it was always strategic. Like I picked men the way I pick cases. Good chance of success. Limited risk of catastrophic failure. Why? Because, she said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears. My dad left when I was 9. Just vanished. No note, no forwarding address. And my mum fell apart. Completely. Couldn't get out of bed for months. I had to feed my little sister, check her homework, lie to teachers. I swore I'd never let anyone have that much power over me. So you became a divorce lawyer. So I became a divorce lawyer, and I'm very good at it. I protect people from the fallout of failed love. Document it, quantify it, divide it into equitable portions. But you don't let yourself feel it. Feeling it is the problem. That's what breaks people. The feeling. Jake reached into his bag and pulled out a thermos. Coffee? It's probably awful. Bus station vending machine, but at least it's warm. She accepted the cup, their fingers brushing briefly. The coffee was indeed awful, but the warmth was perfect. My turn for radical honesty, Jake said. I'm not really going to a poetry retreat. Colour me shocked. No, I mean, there is no retreat. I made it up. I'm actually Running away. My ex-fiancée married my brother 6 weeks ago. Big wedding. Whole family there, except me. I told them I had a retreat. Booked a bus ticket to nowhere. Been riding buses for 3 days. Kimberly felt her lawyer instincts kicking in. Your brother? My older brother, Seth. The responsible one. The one who took over the family farm. The one everyone always said would make something of himself. Unlike me, the artsy loser who went to college for creative writing. When did you find out? About them? 6 months ago. Grace, my ex, said she needed space to think. Then she started spending time at the farm, getting to know my family better. By the time I realised what was happening, they were engaged. And your family knew? Mum called it a blessing. Said Grace had always fit in better with them anyway. Said maybe now I'd come to my senses and settle down. Jesus. The worst part, she's right. Grace does fit in. She laughs at Seth's jokes about crop yields. She makes perfect dinner rolls from scratch. She never once complained about living in a town with one stoplight. She's everything I'm not. Kimberly found herself getting angry on his behalf, which was new. And what does she do? First grade teacher, she's amazing with kids, patient, nurturing, the kind of person who knows how to make Halloween costumes from scratch. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? I meant, does she write? Does she see the world like you do? Does she understand why someone would drive 500 miles for a poetry reading, or stay up until 3 a.m. because the words are finally coming, right? Jake blinked at her. No, she doesn't. Then she's not amazing. She's just someone else. Someone who probably needed to marry your brother more than she needed to understand you. When did you become a relationship counsellor? I've been one for years. I just usually see people after everything's already broken. At 2 a.m, the space heater gave up with a sound like a dying robot. The temperature dropped immediately, visible breath forming between them in the amber light. Well, Jake said, rubbing his hands together, this is cosy. That's one word for it. Kimberly was already shivering. Her business-appropriate wool coat hadn't been designed for Iowa blizzards. Here. Jake dug into his backpack and produced a mess of scarves, what appeared to be a spare sweater, and several bus blankets he'd apparently hoarded. Emergency supplies, Boy Scout training, die hard. You were a Boy Scout? Eagle Scout, actually. Which is ironic considering I can't tie my shoes properly half the time. She accepted a scarf and watched him create a nest of sorts on the bench. Despite everything, the cold, the circumstances, the fact that she was about to miss her sister's wedding, she felt oddly calm. Kimberly, Jake said carefully, we should probably share. Body heat. Purely practical. She raised an eyebrow. Smooth. No, I mean, God, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant, Jake. Yeah? Shut up and make room. She settled next to him, careful to maintain some distance even as they arranged the blankets. The intimacy felt strange. She hadn't shared space like this with anyone in... She couldn't remember how long. Better? He asked. Better? They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching their breath mist in the cold air. Kimberly found herself studying his profile in the dim light. He had the kind of face that was interesting rather than conventionally handsome. Too angular, features too thoughtful, but there was something about the way he held himself that suggested he was comfortable with exactly who he was. Can I ask you something? She said finally. After everything we've shared tonight, you're still asking permission? Fair point. Why poetry? Jake considered this, absently tapping his pen against his notebook. My mom used to read to me, not just kids' books, real poetry. Neruda, Dickinson, Hughes. I was maybe 6 and I didn't understand most of it, but I loved the sound, the rhythm, the way words could stack on top of each other and suddenly mean something completely different. And then Dad left and she kept reading. More, actually. Like poetry was the only thing that made sense when nothing else did. I started writing my own when I was 12. Terrible stuff. But it helped. What did you write about? Everything 6-year-olds write about when they're trying to make sense of the world. Why the sky's blue, where the dogs dream, why dads sometimes don't come home. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable in her chest. Not pity exactly, but recognition. I started planning when my dad left. Everything. Every day mapped out. Homework schedule, meal plan, chore chart. Control was my poetry. Did it help? Yes and no. I never missed a deadline, never forgot anything. But I also never relaxed. Never let things just be messy and uncertain. Until tonight. Yeah, until tonight, when I'm literally stuck in Iowa with a poet and no phone, and my entire family probably thinks I've been murdered. There are worse fates. Are there? But she was smiling. Jake pulled his notebook closer. Want to hear something I wrote tonight? While you were glaring at your dying phone? Let me guess. Haiku about blizzards being metaphors for the human condition? Worse. Free verse about accidental companionship. Oh God. Yes, absolutely. Hit me with your worst. He cleared his throat dramatically. Stranded, an ode to Cedar Falls Depot, by Jake Morrison. Two strangers walk into a blizzard. Sounds like the start of a bad joke, but here we are, trading stories like currency while winter holds us hostage. She counts broken marriages like rosary beads. I collect metaphors like other people collect stamps. Neither of us planned this unexpected confession booth, this Arctic waiting room of truth. But sometimes the best stories are the unplanned ones, the detours that force you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Kimberly was quiet for a long moment. That's not terrible. High praise from a divorce lawyer. I mean it. It's... She struggled to find the right words. It's honest. And honesty is rare in my line of work. Honesty is rare everywhere. True. She hesitated. Can I tell you something? And promise not to psychoanalyze it or turn it into a poem? Promise. I think I engineered this. Subconsciously. Engineered what? Missing the wedding. I took the last bus when I could have flown. Didn't leave myself any backup options. Like part of me wanted to have an excuse not to be there. Why? Because watching other people get married is hard when you've spent 8 years helping people get divorced. Because my sister is perfect and I'm not. Because she's getting everything our mother wanted for us. And I'm 35 and still don't know what I want for myself. Maybe that's not a bug, it's a feature. How so? Maybe not knowing what you want means you're still open to possibilities. Maybe perfection is overrated. Maybe... He stopped abruptly. What? I was about to say something disgustingly optimistic and poetic. Caught myself just in time. She laughed. A real laugh this time. Don't hold back on my account. I'm stuck here anyway. Fine. Maybe the universe stuck us here because we both needed to stop running. You from the idea that love equals catastrophe. Me from the idea that I'm not good enough for anyone who actually knows me. That's the most disgustingly optimistic thing I've ever heard. I warned you. They were sitting closer now, the cold and the conversation drawing them together incrementally. Kimberly noticed details she'd missed before. The way Jake's hands moved when he talked, the small scar on his left eyebrow, the fact that he smelled like coffee and something else, maybe lavender soap. Jake, she said softly. Yeah? I'm glad we're stuck here. He turned to look at her and something passed between them. Not quite a decision, but an acknowledgement. The space between them felt charged, electric. Kimberly, don't talk, she said and leaned in. The kiss was tentative at first, then deeper. Jake tasted like terrible coffee and hope. Kimberly felt something crack open in her chest, not breaking, but opening. Like a door she'd kept locked for years finally giving way. When they pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. That was, Jake started. Yeah. Are we... I don't know. She rested her forehead against his. I haven't done this in a very long time. Done what? Kiss someone without a 3-year plan, he laughed softly. How does it feel? Terrifying. Also, she paused, considered lying, decided against it. Also right. They kissed again, slower this time, hands finding their way under sweaters and scarves. The depot felt like their own private universe, the storm outside creating a bubble where normal rules didn't apply. We should probably, Jake murmured against her neck, talk about what this means. Or, Kimberly said, surprised by her own boldness, we could not talk for a while. I like the second option better. They didn't sleep much that night. Between kisses and whispered conversations and the increasingly creative ways they found to share body heat under the thin blankets, sleep seemed less important than this moment, this connection, this unexpected gift they'd been given by a broken-down bus and a Midwest blizzard. Around 4 a.m., wrapped in Jake's arms with the snow still falling outside, Kimberly had a thought that would have terrified her 12 hours earlier. Maybe her sister's wedding wasn't the most important thing happening that weekend after all. You're thinking too loud, Jake murmured, half asleep. Sorry, just processing. Process later. Sleep now? Yeah, she said, settling more comfortably against him. Sleep now. But she didn't sleep. Instead, she lay there listening to Jake's breathing, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and marvelling at the fact that she wasn't panicking. For the first time in years, she wasn't making contingency plans or exit strategies, or calculating the probability of disaster. She was just here, present, with this man who wrote poems about melancholy bakeries and alternate movie endings and who kissed like every moment mattered. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside their makeshift shelter, Kimberly felt warmer than she had in years. The replacement bus arrived at 7:15 a.m., its headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. Kimberly woke to the sound of an engine and the feeling of Jake's arms still around her. For a moment she stayed perfectly still, trying to hold on to the dreamlike quality of the night. Then reality crashed in like cold water. Jake, she whispered, shaking him gently. The bus is here. He blinked awake, momentarily confused, then seemed to remember where he was. His smile was soft, intimate in a way that made her stomach flip. Morning, he said, voice rough with sleep. Morning. They disentangled themselves awkwardly, gathering scattered scarves and blankets. Kimberly caught a glimpse of herself in the depot's dusty mirror and winced. Her carefully styled hair was a disaster, makeup smudged, business clothes rumpled beyond repair. You look beautiful, Jake said, as if reading her mind. I look like I spent the night in a bus station. Exactly. Beautiful. Her phone had regained just enough battery to turn on, immediately buzzing with a cascade of missed calls and texts. 43 missed calls from her mother, 17 from her sister. Text messages filled with increasing panic. Oh God, she muttered, scrolling through them. Mum thinks I'm dead. Rosa thinks I've been abducted. Someone apparently called the police. You should call them. I know, but... She looked at him helplessly. How do I explain this? How do I explain you? Something shifted in Jake's expression. You don't have to explain me. That's not what I meant. But it was too late. The magic of the night was already evaporating, replaced by the harsh light of morning and all the complications they'd temporarily forgotten. Look, Jake said, pulling on his jacket. We should probably talk about what happened, what it means. Jake, no, it's okay. I know this was just circumstance. We were stuck. We got caught up in the moment. I'm not expecting... Would you shut up for a second? Kimberly surprised herself with her vehemence. You're doing that thing where you decide what other people feel before they get a chance to tell you. He closed his mouth, looking uncertain. I don't know what last night means, she continued. I don't know how to integrate made out with a poet in a bus station during a blizzard into my regular life. But I know it wasn't just circumstance. I don't do that. I don't kiss people because I'm bored or cold or emotionally compromised. So what was it? I don't know. The admission came out louder than she intended. I plan everything, Jake. Everything. And this, none of this was planned. And it should terrify me, but it doesn't. And that terrifies me even more. Jake was quiet for a long moment. Then, what if we don't figure it out right now? What? What if we get on the bus and you go to your sister's wedding and I continue my journey to nowhere and we just see? See what? See if this feeling survives outside of this depot. See if curiosity is enough to bridge whatever gap exists between a divorce lawyer from Chicago and a runaway poet from Iowa. She studied his face, looking for signs of false hope or naive optimism. But his expression was clear, honest. I have to go to the wedding, she said finally. I know. It's important to my family. I know. But after... Kimberly took a deep breath. This was insane. Everything about this was insane. But standing there in the cold morning light still, tasting coffee and possibility on her lips, she couldn't make herself care about being sensible. Come with me, she said. Jake's eyes widened. To the wedding? No, God no. That would be complicated. But to Odessa. We're both going there anyway. We could continue this conversation. Maybe grab dinner. See if anything we said at 3 a.m. still makes sense in daylight. You want to date me? I want to see you again. Beyond that, I have no idea. A slow smile spread across Jake's face. I accept your terrifying lack of a plan. We're doing this. We're seeing what happens. Small distinction, but important for commitment-phobic divorce lawyers. She punched him in the arm. Don't psychoanalyze me. Wouldn't dream of it. Come on, our chariot awaits. On the bus they sat together but didn't talk much. The other passengers, more of them this time, created a buffer of reality that made late-night confessions seem impossible. Kimberly called her mother, managed to calm the worst of her fears, and arranged to meet her sister at the church. Jake wrote in his notebook, occasionally showing her snippets. Observations about the landscape, fragments of poems, a sketch of her profile that she secretly loved but pretended to hate. When they reached Des Moines for the connection, Jake stood to transfer to a different bus. This is me, he said. My bus to Nebraska leaves in 20 minutes. No, Kimberly said, making a decision she'd been mulling over for the last hour. This is us. What? I'm getting off here too, taking the next bus to Odessa, with you. But your sister's wedding. We'll survive without me for a few more hours, and I'll still make the reception, which is the part with the open bar anyway. Jake stared at her. You're sure? I mean, I wasn't actually going to Nebraska. I just picked a direction. I'm not sure about anything, but I'm doing it anyway. They switched buses together, settling into seats near the back. This time Jake took her, hand openly, threading their fingers together. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For taking a chance, for being curious, for not running away from whatever this is. Kimberly squeezed his hand. Don't thank me yet. You haven't met my family. Fair point. How terrifying are we talking? On a scale of 1 to root canal? Yeah. Full-on dental surgery without anaesthesia. Great, can't wait. But first we need to establish some ground rules. More rules? This sounds serious. It is. No mentioning that we met because you were running away from your brother's wedding. Check. No poetry about anyone named Rosa or Kimberly Sr. Check. And absolutely no hand-holding in front of my great-aunt Teresa. She asks invasive questions. How invasive? Last family wedding, she asked my cousin Rebecca when she was planning to give her parents grandchildren approximately 18 times in 3 hours. Noted. No hand-holding. Unless I initiate it. Complicated rules. For pretend not dating. We're not pretending anything. We're just being discreet about our lack of plan. Jake laughed. the sound attracting attention from other passengers. Has anyone ever told you that you're incredibly endearing when you're trying to maintain professional distance? No, usually people just find me intimidating. Oh, you're definitely intimidating, but also endearing. It's a compelling combination. The bus rolled on through the Iowa countryside past farms covered in fresh snow that sparkled in the morning sun. Kimberly found herself relaxing into the journey, into the uncertainty, into the warmth of Jake's hand in hers. At 11 a.m, her phone rang. Rosa. "Where the hell are you?" her sister's voice shrieked through the speaker. "On a bus. I'll be there for the reception, I promise." "That's not good enough, Kim. Mum is having a meltdown. I don't have anyone to hold my flowers during the ceremony and—" "Are you with someone?" Kimberly glanced at Jake, who was pretending not to listen while clearly hanging on every word. "Define with someone." "Oh my God, you are. Kim, if you're bringing some random hookup to my wedding reception..." "He's not a random hookup. He's..." She paused, looking at Jake. What was he? "He's Jake." Rosa's tone shifted, sensing something different in her sister's voice. "Who the hell is Jake?" "Someone I met last night. It's complicated." "Complicated how? Are you having a midlife crisis? Did you join a cult? Are you in witness protection?" "Rosa, breathe. Everything's fine. I'll explain everything when I get there." "You better. And Kim?" "Yeah?" "Don't let Mum corner you alone. She's on a rampage about your biological clock." "Thanks for the warning." After she hung up, Jake raised an eyebrow. "Witness protection?" "My sister's imagination tends to run wild." "Runs in the family, apparently." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. Just that your whole no-plan plan is pretty imaginative for someone who schedules everything." She considered this. "Maybe I'm having a midlife crisis. At 35? Quarter life was at 25. Midlife is negotiable." "Fair point. How's the crisis treating you so far?" "Well, I'm on a bus to Iowa with a poet I kissed in a snowstorm, so probably better than anyone's midlife crisis involving a motorcycle. Less expensive too." "True, though the emotional therapy bills might even out." The wedding reception was held in the community centre of Odessa, a town smaller than the bus depot in Cedar Falls. Jake stayed in the bathroom while Kimberly made her entrance, figuring she needed time to smooth over her absence with family before introducing her "it's complicated" situation. Rosa spotted her immediately and pounced. "You missed the ceremony," her sister hissed, pulling her into a corner. "Mum spent the whole time alternating between crying about your broken phone and muttering about your inability to commit to anything." "I'm sorry. Really? The bus broke down. I got stuck." "Save it for Mum. Tell me about Jake." "I told you it's complicated." "Uncomplicate now." Kimberly glanced around the crowded hall, buying time. Through the window she could see Jake pacing outside, running his hands through his hair, probably writing mental poems about community centres and last-minute wedding crashes. "We met on the bus, got stranded together during the blizzard, found out we were both running from things, talked all night, kissed a little, decided to see what happens next." Rosa's eyes widened. "You kissed someone you just met. Don't sound so shocked." "Kim, you haven't brought anyone to a family function since David from law school, and you dated him for 2 years before we even knew he existed. This is different." "How?" "I don't know. It just is. He's present, really present, and he makes me want to be present too." Rosa studied her face carefully. "You like him?" "I do." "And he likes you back?" "Apparently." "Then bring him in. Let's meet this mystery poet who's got you acting like a human being instead of a client management system." "Rosa, Kit Kat, for once in your life, just do something without overthinking it to death. Kit Kat." Her sister hadn't called her that since they were kids, sharing a king-size chocolate bar and plotting revenge against the neighbourhood bully. "Fine, but if Mum starts planning our wedding before the salad course, you're running interference." "Deal." Kimberly found Jake still pacing outside, now on a phone call. No, I'm fine. Yes, at a wedding? No, not Seth's wedding, a different wedding. What do you mean, who brings poets to weddings? He spotted her and smiled, wrapping up quickly. I gotta go. Love you too, Mum. Everything okay? My mum, she's apparently heard through the family grapevine that I'm gallivanting around Iowa with a mystery woman. Small towns have surprisingly efficient intelligence networks. Oh God, I'm sorry. Don't be. It's the most interesting thing that's happened in our family since, well, you know. Ready for this? As ready as anyone is for being the +1 at a wedding filled with strangers who will definitely judge my thrift store sweater. They'll love you. You're charming. I'm weird. Charmingly weird. Is that the same as weird? Jake. Yeah? Shut up and come inside. The reception was everything Kimberly had expected. Loud, crowded, filled with relatives she saw twice a year, and neighbours who'd known her since she was in diapers. Jake handled it all with surprising grace, engaging in small talk about weather and farming, with people who would normally make him want to hide behind his notebook. He was like a social chameleon, she realised, adapting to each conversation while never losing that slightly bemused artist quality. Her mother, Carmen, was a different story. So, she said, cornering them at the punch bowl, you're the poet. Yes, Ma'am, Jake replied, politely. And you're not a lawyer. No, Ma'am, or an accountant. Definitely not. Good. Kimberly dates too many men in suits. She turned to Kimberly. This one's scruffy, but he has kind eyes. Mum? And he looks at you the way a man should look at a woman he's interested in. Like you're something rare. We're not. It's not, Kimberly floundered. Relax, Miha. I'm not planning your wedding. Yet. But I like that he makes you flustered. You're always so in control. Jake caught her eye over her mother's head and winked. The casual intimacy of it made her stomach flip. The evening progressed in a blur of introductions, careful explanations. We met on the bus, and increasingly ridiculous questions from relatives. By the time they cut the cake, Kimberly had heard theories about their relationship ranging from secret long-distance romance to arranged marriage gone rogue. During the father-daughter dance, Rosa pulled her aside. He's perfect for you, her sister whispered. We've known each other for 12 hours. So? David practically lived with you for 6 months before I knew he existed, and look how that turned out. Rosa, I'm just saying, maybe for once don't calculate the risks. Don't build a dossier on his credit score and long-term compatibility. Just see what happens. When did you become a relationship counsellor? When my sister finally showed up to my wedding looking happy instead of professionally competent. Kimberly glanced across the room where Jake was entertaining her Tio Miguel with what appeared to be an elaborate hand gesture story. Her uncle was laughing, actually laughing, which hadn't happened at a family function in years. He fits, she admitted quietly. He does, even in that ridiculous sweater. It's a poet thing. The sweater or the fitting in? Both. Around 9 p.m, as the party was winding down, Jake found her on the porch, looking out at the snow-covered town. Pretty crazy day, he said, sliding his arms around her waist from behind. Crazy month. Crazy year. Crazy decade, if we're being honest. How are you holding up? Better than expected. Your charm offensive was impressive. I think my great-aunt Teresa wants to adopt you. She offered. I'm considering it. Don't you dare. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the occasional car drive past on Main Street. Kimberly? Yeah? What happens now? It was the question she'd been avoiding all day. In the bubble of the wedding, surrounded by family and celebration, it had been easy to pretend that tomorrow didn't exist. But Jake was leaving for wherever unemployed poets go, and she had to drive back to Chicago, to her office, to her perfectly organised apartment and her colour-coded calendar. I don't know, she admitted. That's okay. You don't have to know. But I want to. I want there to be a plan, a strategy, some way to make this work without completely upending both our lives. What if we don't need a plan? What if we just keep being curious? Curious how? Curious about each other, about what we want, about whether this feeling survives in daylight, in different cities, in the real world. She turned in his arms to face him. The real world is complicated. Everything's complicated if you think about it too much. I always think about it too much. I know, it's one of your more endearing features. Jake? Yeah? Kiss me. He did, slow and sweet and tasting like wedding cake. When they broke apart, Kimberly had made a decision. Chicago, she said. What about it? Come to Chicago with me for a week. Let's see what happens when we're not stranded, when we have actual beds and working phones and real life intruding. Jake blinked. Seriously? This is crazy. We've known each other for 36 hours. I know. Everything before this felt slower somehow. She took a breath. I'm not saying forever. I'm saying let's try normal and see if this feeling survives. Are you offering me a place to stay? I'm offering you a chance to date me properly, with planning and scheduling and probably spreadsheets. Spreadsheets sound romantic. They're not, but they're honest, and you said honesty was important. I did say that, didn't I? So, what do you think? Jake pretended to consider, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Well, I do love spreadsheets, and I've never actually been to Chicago in winter. It's terrible, freezing and grey and everyone's miserable. Sounds perfect for a poet. Jake. Yeah? Is that a yes? Kimberly Ramirez, divorce attorney extraordinaire, creator of spreadsheets and slayer of romantic illusions. I would love to come to Chicago and see what happens when we try to turn a bus station meet cute into actual reality. Good answer. I have my moments. 6 months later, they were living together in Kimberly's apartment. She'd cleared out her home office to make room for his writing desk, an adjustment that would have been unthinkable before a broken-down bus and a snowstorm changed everything. Jake's poetry collection, Terminal Stories, launched to modest success. The title poem was about accidental companionship in unexpected places, though he never admitted to Kimberly that she was the inspiration. Kimberly shifted her practice toward collaborative divorce, helping couples separate without destroying each other. The change reduced her income by 30% and increased her job satisfaction by impossible to measure amounts. They met every Wednesday at Delilah's Diner on Lincoln Avenue, a 24-hour place with terrible coffee and excellent pie. Jake would write, Kimberly would review cases, and they'd compare notes on how many of their bus station stories had come true. They fought sometimes, about Jake's tendency to avoid confrontation, about Kimberly's need to control outcomes, about whose turn it was to do laundry. But they also got really good at apologising, at checking in, at maintaining the curiosity that had brought them together. On the anniversary of their meeting, Jake surprised Kimberly with a gift, a collection of bus tickets, arranged in a frame. Your backup plan, he explained, in case you ever want to run away. And go where? Anywhere. Everywhere. Nowhere in particular. Jake? Yeah? I'm good right here. And for once in her life she meant it without qualification or contingency planning. Sometimes the best stories were the unplanned ones, the detours that forced you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Sometimes the last bus to Odessa turned out to be exactly where you needed to be. (11:11) Natalie Carter didn't believe in signs. At 38, she'd constructed her life with the precision she brought to her architectural designs. Clean lines, purposeful spaces, and absolutely no room for superstition. Her corner office overlooking Chicago's skyline was a testament to her rational approach to existence. 20 years of hard work had earned her a partnership at one of the city's most prestigious firms. She had a sleek downtown condo, A small circle of loyal friends and enough frequent flyer miles to circumnavigate the globe 3 times over. What she didn't have was an explanation for the numbers. It started 3 months ago. She'd wake at night, inexplicably alert, eyes drawn to her bedside clock. 11:11. She'd check her phone during lunch. 11:11. Receipt totals, hotel room numbers, subway car identifiers, all 11:11 or some variation thereof. Even this morning her coffee had cost exactly 11:11. You're just noticing it because you're looking for it, her assistant Marcos had said when she pointed out the barista's timestamp on her cup. It's like when you buy a blue Honda and suddenly see blue Hondas everywhere. Except Natalie wasn't looking for it. The numbers were finding her. She swiped through her emails, determined to focus on the Henderson proposal due tomorrow. The building was her most ambitious design yet, a sustainable mixed-use tower that would redefine the Chicago riverfront. Her thumb paused mid-scroll. The client's last message had arrived at 11:11 a.m. Enough, she muttered, tossing her phone into her desk drawer. She needed fresh air. 15 minutes later, Natalie stood at the railing of the Michigan Avenue Bridge, watching tour boats slice through the river below. Chicago in October painted itself in gold and amber, the afternoon light refracting off glass towers like fragments of captured sun. She inhaled deeply, feeling the first real moment of peace she'd had in weeks. "Sorry," a voice said, as someone bumped her shoulder, the contact brief but startling. She turned, catching only the retreating figure of a man, tall, with dark hair curling against the collar of a worn leather jacket. He carried a camera bag slung across his back, his pace unhurried as he continued across the bridge. Something about his profile tugged at her memory, but before she could place it, her phone vibrated. Another email from Henderson. Meeting moved to 11:11 tomorrow. Hope that works. Oops, 11:15. Natalie laughed, a sound caught between amusement and surrender. Maybe Marcos was right. Maybe she was creating connections where none existed. But as she watched the stranger with the camera disappear into the crowd, an inexplicable feeling settled in her chest, as if she'd just missed something important. 2,000 miles away in Santa Fe, Jake Bennett framed the desert sunset through his viewfinder, capturing the moment the light transformed the mountains into silhouettes of deep purple. At 42, he'd built his reputation as a photographer who could find beauty in desolation, empty landscapes, abandoned buildings, places where humanity had retreated, leaving only ghostly impressions behind. His phone buzzed. His agent, again. Third call today. "Mira, I told you I'd have the portfolio ready by next week," he answered without preamble. "That's not why I'm calling," Mira's voice crackled through spotty reception. "Remember that teaching position at Columbia College? The one you said you weren't interested in?" Jake readjusted his tripod, watching the colours deepen over the mesa. "I'm still not interested." "Well, they're interested in you. Dean called personally, said they'd accommodate your travel schedule, let you structure the advanced photography seminar however you want." Mira paused. "It's in Chicago, Jake. You could have a home base again." Home? The word felt foreign after 15 years of perpetual motion. Airports, hotels, short-term rentals, the impermanence had suited him, until recently. "I'll think about it," he said, knowing Mira would hear the reluctance in his voice. "Do more than think. You've been wandering long enough, Jake. Even nomads need somewhere to return to." After they hung up, Jake checked his watch, a habit formed from years of calculating exposure times and golden hours. 11:11 p.m. Again. Every day for the past 3 months the same numbers kept appearing, on hotel room doors, flight times, timestamps on his photographs. At first he'd dismissed it as coincidence, then it became unsettling. Lately it had begun to feel like a countdown, or perhaps a summons. He'd never been superstitious, but his grandmother, with her Appalachian roots and belief in signs, would have had a field day with this one. Universe doesn't waste time on coincidences, she would say. It's trying to wake you up to something. In the darkening desert, with stars emerging overhead, Jake packed up his equipment and headed back to his rental car. Maybe it was time to wake up. Maybe Chicago was calling him home, though he couldn't remember when he'd started thinking of the city that way. He'd left at 22, diploma in hand, determined to see every hidden corner of the world. But lately, his photographs had changed. The desolate beauty that had defined his work had shifted. His most recent images contained evidence of human presence: a forgotten glove on a park bench, footprints along a shoreline, lights in distant windows, as if he was no longer content with emptiness. Back at his rental, Jake scrolled through his calendar. A wildlife assignment in Montana next week, a magazine shoot in Vancouver after that, then nothing. An unusual blank space in a schedule he normally kept packed to avoid thinking too much. He opened his laptop and began typing an email to Mira. "Tell Columbia I'm interested, available to start in January." Before he could reconsider, he sent it, then checked the timestamp on the outgoing message. 11:11 p.m. Natalie didn't remember her dreams often, but this one lingered like morning fog. She'd been standing on a bridge, not the Michigan Avenue Bridge, but somewhere coastal, with salt air and gulls circling overhead. Someone stood at the opposite end, a figure she couldn't quite make out, but who seemed achingly familiar. Every time she took a step forward, the bridge lengthened, keeping them at the same distance. "We keep missing each other," the figure had called, voice carried on the wind. She woke with the words still echoing in her ears, a hollow feeling in her chest. Ridiculous. Missing someone she'd never met. Her morning routine proceeded with mechanical precision. Shower, coffee, news headlines. She'd just poured her second cup when her phone rang. Karen, her oldest friend from college. "You're never going to believe this," Karen said without preamble. "Remember Professor Hayward's special topics seminar our junior year? The one on urban development?" "Vaguely," Natalie replied, shuffling through papers for the Henderson meeting. "Why?" "I was going through old photos for Mum's 70th birthday slideshow, and I found our class picture. You won't believe who was sitting in the back row. Jake Bennett." "Who?" "Jake Bennett, the photographer, the one whose exhibition we saw last year at the Modern Wing. His work made you cry, Nat." Natalie paused. She remembered the exhibition, stark landscapes that somehow captured a profound sense of solitude without feeling empty. One photograph in particular had stopped her in her tracks. A single red door in an abandoned mining town, partially open, sunlight spilling through the crack like an invitation. "He was in our class? I don't remember him," Karen laughed. "Neither did I. But there he was in the back row, hiding behind that mop of curly hair. Anyway, I thought it was a weird coincidence because I just saw that he's going to be teaching at Columbia starting next semester. It was on their alumni newsletter." Something prickled at the back of Natalie's neck. "Columbia here in Chicago?" "Yeah. Crazy small world, right? Maybe you should look him up, reconnect. He's divorced according to that feature in Art News last month." "Sure, I'll just call up a famous photographer I don't remember meeting 20 years ago and ask him to coffee," Natalie said dryly. "I'm sure that wouldn't be weird at all." After hanging up, she found herself Googling Jake Bennett. The image search loaded and she nearly dropped her phone. The man from the bridge, the one who had bumped into her. His official portrait showed the same dark curls now streaked with silver at the temples, same thoughtful eyes, hazel with flecks of gold. A face that managed to look both weathered and youthful simultaneously. Coincidence, she told herself firmly. A city of 3 million people was bound to produce random encounters, but as she gathered her things for the Henderson meeting, her rational mind couldn't quite silence the whisper that had followed her from her dream. We keep missing each other. The bookstore, tucked between a vintage record shop and an artisanal bakery on North Downman Avenue, was Natalie's secret refuge. Carter and Sons booksellers had no relation to her family, just a serendipitous name match that had drawn her inside the first time. With its labyrinthine shelves and worn leather reading chairs, it offered sanctuary when her apartment felt too empty or her mind too full. Today she'd escaped here to avoid the November rain that had turned Chicago into a blur of grey. The forecast promised the first snow by evening. Unusually early, the meteorologist noted, another aberration in a season that felt increasingly off-kilter, like her life lately. The Henderson project was moving forward, but Natalie found herself distracted during meetings, her usually laser-focused mind wandering to impossible questions. Why did she keep seeing 1111 everywhere? Why had a man she'd never met appeared in her dream? Why did she feel like she was waiting for something without knowing what it was? She ran her fingers along book spines, letting herself get lost in the architecture section. Her phone, set to silent, vibrated in her pocket. Karen again, with a link to an article about Jake Bennett's return to Chicago. Natalie ignored it. The lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the store into darkness. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice called out, "looks like the storm knocked out power in the neighbourhood. We have emergency lights coming on shortly. Please stay where you are." Natalie froze, suddenly disoriented in the familiar space turned foreign by darkness. She took a cautious step forward and collided with someone. Solid, warm, the scent of coffee and rain. "Sorry," a male voice said, hand steadying her shoulders. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I..." The words died in her throat, replaced by a jolt of recognition. Not visual, she couldn't see his face in the darkness, but something deeper, as if her body remembered something her mind had forgotten. "We have to stop meeting like this," he said, humour warming his voice. "First the bridge, now here." So he had noticed her that day. Before she could respond, emergency lights blinked on, casting everything in a pale blue glow. The man standing before her was indeed Jake Bennett, looking more approachable in person than in his professional photographs. Worn jeans, a navy sweater with a hole in one elbow, glasses pushed up on his head. "You remember me?" she asked, suddenly aware of his hands still resting lightly on her shoulders. He dropped them quickly, looking embarrassed. "I noticed you that day on the bridge. You seemed, I don't know, peaceful. I almost asked if I could photograph you, but that would have been weird." He extended his hand. Jake Bennett. Natalie Carter. She accepted the handshake, trying to ignore the strange familiarity of his palm against hers. "Actually, I recently found out we were in the same class at Northwestern 20 years ago. Urban Development with Professor Hayward." His eyes widened. "No way. I barely attended that class. Always sat in the back." "And I was always in the front row," she said, smiling despite herself. "Ships passing in the night, I guess." The overhead lights suddenly blazed back to life, making them both blink. Around them, other customers resumed their browsing as if nothing unusual had occurred. But something had shifted. A door cracked open that Natalie hadn't realised was there. "Listen," Jake said, running a hand through his hair. "This might sound strange, but would you want to grab coffee? I just moved back to Chicago after 15 years away, and I could use a friendly face," Logic said to politely decline. She had meetings, deadlines, a carefully structured life that didn't include spontaneous coffee, with strangers who weren't really strangers. "I'd like that," she heard herself say. The coffee shop they chose was crowded with people escaping the rain, but they managed to find a small table by the window. Outside, water streamed down the glass, turning the world beyond into an impressionist painting. "So, an architect," Jake said, warming his hands around his mug, "creating spaces for people to inhabit. That's pretty much the opposite of what I do, capturing places people have left behind." "I've seen your work," Natalie admitted. The exhibition at the Art Institute last year. The abandoned mining town series. Something flickered across his face. Pleasure, perhaps, or surprise. What did you think? I thought they were beautiful, but sad, like you were documenting absence rather than presence. He studied her with newfound interest. That's exactly what I was trying to convey. Most people just see pretty pictures of old buildings. I'm not most people, she said, then felt immediately self-conscious. I mean, no, I can see that. His smile transformed his face, softening the angles. So why architecture? They talked easily, the way people do when discovering unexpected connections. Northwestern, it turned out, was just the beginning. They'd both spent a summer in Barcelona studying abroad, though different years. Both had briefly lived in New York, he in Brooklyn, she in the Village. Both had stood at the same outlook point in Kyoto, Japan, admiring the maple trees in autumn. It's strange, Jake said after they'd exchanged these coincidences. I feel like we should have met before now. Maybe we did and forgot, Natalie suggested, only half joking. I don't think I would have forgotten you. The directness of his gaze made her look away. Her phone buzzed with a calendar alert. A meeting in 30 minutes back at the office. Reality intruding. I have to go, she said reluctantly, gathering her things. But this was nice. Can I see you again? Jake asked, no pretense in his voice. Maybe dinner this time? She should say no. Her life was complicated enough without adding mysterious connections and unexplainable coincidences to the mix. But as she looked at him, this stranger who somehow didn't feel like a stranger, Natalie felt a certainty she couldn't explain. Yes, she said simply. Outside, the rain had stopped, though clouds still hung heavy overhead. As they parted ways on the sidewalk, Jake turned back suddenly. Natalie? This might sound odd, but have you been seeing 11:11 everywhere? On clocks, receipts, random places? The question froze her in place. How did you know that? Because it's been happening to me too, for about 3 months now. Before she could respond, snow began to fall. Large, perfect flakes drifting between them like messengers from another world. They stood silently, watching winter arrive early, both understanding that something extraordinary had just begun. Natalie had never been the type to dive headfirst into relationships. She preferred to wade in slowly, testing the depth and temperature before committing herself to the current. Her marriage at 29 had followed nearly 2 years of dating. Even then, she'd harboured doubts that manifested 3 years later as an amicable but necessary divorce. Since then, her relationships had been carefully managed affairs with clear boundaries and pragmatic expectations. Nothing in her experience had prepared her for Jake Bennett. 2 weeks after their coffee shop encounter, she found herself sitting across from him at a small Italian restaurant in Lincoln Park, marvelling at the ease between them. Tonight was their 4th dinner together, not counting the afternoon they'd spent wandering the Art Institute or the morning walking the lakefront despite the December chill. I still don't understand why you left Chicago, she said, twirling linguine around her fork. Most photographers would kill for your career trajectory, and this city has always had a vibrant art scene. Jake considered this, taking a sip of his wine. I was running, he admitted. My father died my senior year of college. Heart attack completely unexpected. We weren't close. He was disappointed I chose photography over law, but his death untethered me somehow. He shrugged. So I left. Convinced myself I was pursuing my craft, but really, I was just avoiding standing still long enough to feel anything. The honesty in his voice resonated with something in Natalie. I understand avoidance strategies, she said quietly. After my divorce, I buried myself in work. Designed 3 award-winning buildings in 2 years, barely slept, never processed what happened. My therapist called it achievement as anesthesia. And now? His eyes, warm in the candlelight, held genuine curiosity. Now I'm sitting in a restaurant with a man I barely know, talking about things I usually don't share until the third month, not the third date. She smiled to soften the observation. It's disconcerting. Good disconcerting or bad disconcerting? I haven't decided yet, Jake laughed, the sound rich and unguarded. Fair enough. He hesitated, then said, Can I show you something? You'll think I'm crazy, but it feels important. He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his photo gallery and handed it to her. The image showed a New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square. Crowds in winter coats, confetti falling like snow. New Year's 2015, he explained. I was on assignment for National Geographic. Spent 4 hours in that crowd capturing the celebration. Okay, Natalie said, unsure what she was meant to see. Look at the right edge of the frame, by the hot dog vendor. She zoomed in, and her breath caught. There, partially turned away but unmistakable, was her own profile. Younger, with longer hair, wearing the red wool coat she'd loved until it had finally worn out 2 years ago. That's me, she whispered. I was there with my college roommate. We decided on a whim to drive to New York for New Year's. We were literally 10 feet apart, Jake said softly. 8 years ago. Natalie stared at the photo, a strange vertigo washing over her. This could still be coincidence, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. There's more. Jake took the phone back, opened his notes app and began reading. October 18th, 2011. Lake Geneva, small coffee shop near the water. Woman in blue sweater reading architecture magazine at corner table. Her hand trembled slightly as she set down her fork. I used to have a cottage in Lake Geneva. Spent every October there working on designs. August 3rd, 2017. Chicago O'Hare. Delayed flight to San Francisco. Woman sleeping against window in gate K12. Blueprint tube beside her. I was presenting at a sustainable design conference in San Francisco that year, she said, voice barely audible. Jake set down his phone. I kept these notes over the years. Random observations, potential photograph subjects. Never took pictures of any of these women, just noticed them. It wasn't until I went through my old journals last week that I realised, I think they were all you, Natalie. The restaurant around them continued its symphony of clinking glasses and murmured conversations, but Natalie felt suspended in a pocket of impossible stillness. Logic and reason, her lifelong companions, offered no explanation for the evidence before her. What does it mean? She finally asked. I don't know. Jake reached across the table, his fingers lightly touching hers. But I think we've been orbiting each other for years, missing each other by minutes, sometimes seconds. Until now. She turned her hand over, allowing their palms to meet. Until now, he echoed. Later, standing outside her apartment building, snowflakes catching in her hair, Natalie made a decision that felt both reckless and inevitable. She kissed Jake Bennett under the golden glow of a street lamp, feeling a sense of homecoming so profound it brought tears to her eyes. When they finally broke, apart, Jake looked down at his watch and smiled. 11:11 p.m., he whispered. Of course it is. Over the next month, they pieced together their parallel lives like detectives assembling evidence of a beautiful conspiracy. Each discovery, a concert they'd both attended in 2009, a delayed flight they'd shared without knowing in 2016, a comment from Karen that she'd actually tried to introduce them at a gallery opening 4 years ago, only to have Natalie leave early with a migraine, added to the growing certainty that something extraordinary was happening. Jake moved into a loft in Wicker Park, close enough to Columbia to commute easily when his teaching position began in January. Natalie helped him unpack, bemused by his minimalist possessions, mostly camera equipment and books, after years of transient living. You know what's strange, she said one evening as they sorted through his collection of photography volumes. I don't see 11:11 anywhere anymore, not since we started dating. Jake looked up from the shelf he was organising. Just once, after our first kiss. It's like it served its purpose. Which was what? To get us to notice each other? Maybe. He sat beside her on the floor, their backs against the couch. Or maybe to get us to notice patterns, to pay attention. Natalie leaned her head against his shoulder, allowing herself to accept what still seemed impossible by any rational measure. My grandmother would have called it fate. And what do you call it? I don't know, but I'm glad for it, whatever it is. On New Year's Eve, they stood on Natalie's balcony watching fireworks bloom over the lake. Jake's arm wrapped around her waist, his warmth a shield against the winter night. I have something for you, he said, pulling a small wrapped package from his pocket. Inside, Natalie found a silver pendant, a delicate clock face with the hands permanently fixed at 11:11. So we don't forget, Jake explained, helping her fasten it around her neck. Even when the signs stopped appearing, something led us here. Some cosmic clockmaker winding the timepieces of our lives to finally synchronize. Natalie touched the pendant, cool against her skin. It's beautiful. Thank you. I have something else too. He hesitated, uncharacteristically nervous. I've been offered a major assignment, a year-long project documenting climate change impact on coastal communities around the world. It starts in March. Oh. She felt a cold that had nothing to do with the January air. That's a big opportunity. It is, he agreed, but I'm turning it down. What? Jake, no, you can't. This is exactly the kind of work you've always wanted to do. It was, he acknowledged, before. But now, his eyes held hers. Now there are other things I want more. I would never ask you to give up your work for me, Natalie said firmly. You didn't ask. I'm choosing. Jake took her hands in his. I spent 15 years running from place to place, capturing moments but never living in them. I'm done running, Nat. The fireworks reached their crescendo, golden sparks raining down over the black mirror of Lake Michigan. As the city erupted in cheers welcoming the new year, Natalie made a resolution she'd never anticipated, to believe in something beyond reason, beyond evidence, beyond the tangible world she'd built her career understanding, to believe in them. Spring came early to Chicago that year. By mid-March, tree buds swelled with promise, and Lake Michigan's steel-grey waters softened to blue. Jake's photography seminar at Columbia had become the department's most popular offering, while Natalie's Henderson building broke ground with mayor and media in attendance. Outwardly, their lives had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Inwardly, Natalie struggled with a growing unease she couldn't name. You're quiet tonight, Jake observed as they walked home from dinner, the evening air unexpectedly mild. Henderson troubles? No, the project's fine. She hesitated, then asked the question that had circled her mind for weeks. Do you ever wonder if we're real? This connection between us? Jake stopped walking. What do you mean? I mean, Natalie searched for words. What if we've constructed this narrative, this cosmic love story? Because the alternative is admitting we're just two people who happen to bump into each other in a bookstore during a power outage. She traced the pendant at her throat, a habit she'd developed. What if 11:11 was just a coincidence, and we've built this elaborate mythology because it's more romantic than random chance? Jake studied her face, no defensiveness in his expression, only thoughtful consideration. Would it matter if it began as coincidence but became something meaningful? It would to me, she admitted. I've spent my entire life believing in what I can see, measure, design, concrete things, and now I'm building my happiness on what? Mystical number, patterns, near misses that may or may not have been you and me. It feels like standing on a foundation I can't verify. They resumed walking, silence stretching between them. Finally Jake spoke. When I photograph landscapes, I'm capturing a moment that will never exist exactly that way again. Light, weather, season, everything changes constantly, but the photograph remains, evidence of something fleeting made permanent. He glanced at her. Maybe that's what love is, taking something as transient as two people finding each other and making it real through belief and commitment. That's poetic, Natalie said, but it doesn't answer whether what we're feeling is genuine or manufactured from a series of coincidences. Does it have to be one or the other? Jake asked. Can't it be both? A coincidence that became meaningful because we chose to give it meaning? But Natalie, trained to see the world in blueprints and load-bearing calculations, found herself craving certainty. The more she examined their relationship, its rapid intensity, the ease that seemed almost unnatural, the more she questioned its foundation. 2 days later, she cancelled dinner plans, claiming work demands. The next week, she suggested taking some space to think. Jake accepted her retreat with a grace that only made her question deepen. Shouldn't he fight harder if what they had was so extraordinary? In her empty apartment, Natalie removed the 1111 pendant and placed it in her jewellery box. She worked late, attended a conference in Seattle, resumed her pre-Jake routine with determined focus. When her mother called to ask about that photographer you were seeing, Natalie responded with deliberate vagueness. We're taking a break. But in quiet moments, in the elevator ascending to her office, waiting for coffee to brew, lying awake at 3 a.m, Natalie found herself listening for something she couldn't name. A clock ticking somewhere just beyond hearing, a countdown resuming. You're miserable, Karen declared, setting down her mimosa with unnecessary force. Their monthly brunch had become a tradition over 20 years of friendship, through marriages, divorces, career shifts, and life's unpredictable turns. I'm busy, Natalie corrected, picking at her uneaten Belgian waffle. The Henderson project is entering a critical phase. Bullshit. Karen's bluntness was why Natalie loved her. You're hiding in your work because you're scared. Of what? Of being happy. Of believing in something you can't control with your architect's precision. Karen softened her tone. Nat, I've known you since we were 18. I've never seen you look at anyone the way you looked at Jake. Why are you running away from that? Natalie traced the condensation on her water glass, forming patterns that disappeared as quickly as she created them. What if it's not real? What if we convinced ourselves of this cosmic connection, and 5 years from now we wake up next to each other and realise we're strangers who fell for a pretty story? That's a risk everyone takes, Karen said gently. There are no guarantees in love, whether you meet through mysterious number patterns or a dating app. I need some kind of proof, Natalie admitted. Something beyond coincidence and feeling. Karen studied her friend with exasperation and affection. For someone so intelligent, you can be remarkably dense. Love isn't a building, Nat. You can't ensure structural integrity with the right materials and calculations. It's a leap of faith. Always has been, always will be. After brunch, instead of returning home, Natalie found herself walking without destination. The April afternoon embraced the city in golden light, trees along the boulevard unfurling tender green leaves. She ended up at the Chicago River, standing on the same bridge where she'd first encountered Jake 6 months ago. Leaning against the railing, she watched tourist boats glide beneath, guides pointing out architectural features she could name in her sleep. The city she loved, built on precise measurements and careful planning, yet still capable of surprising beauty. Her phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. Look up. Natalie raised her head and gasped. Above the buildings opposite the river, a massive digital billboard had been commandeered to display a single image. The photograph of her on the bridge that day in October, face tilted toward the sun, eyes closed in rare serenity. Below it, a simple message. 11:11, when time stood still. She spun around, searching the crowded bridge, and found him standing 20 feet away. Jake, camera in hand, watching her with an expression of such open vulnerability that her certainty wavered. "What is this?" she asked when he approached. "Evidence," he said simply. "I took this photograph the day we bumped into each other on this bridge. I never showed it to you because, well, it felt too personal, too revealing of what I felt, even then." Natalie looked up at the billboard again, seeing herself through his eyes. Not just her physical appearance, but something deeper he had captured. A woman caught in a moment of perfect presence, unaware she was being observed, genuine in a way posed photographs never could be. "How did you get it on the billboard?" Jake smiled. "Well, I have been waiting for the perfect moment, and I know people in advertising. Called in some favours. It's only up for 5 minutes. That's all they could give me." "Why?" "Because I needed you to see what I saw." His voice grew serious. "Natalie, I understand your doubts. I've had them too. But whether fate brought us together or random chance, what matters is what we choose to do now." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small worn notebook. "This is my journal from 2009. Read the entry for April 21st. With trembling fingers, she opened the bookmarked page. April 20th, 2009. Chicago lakefront at sunrise. Mist rising off the water. A woman in a red coat standing at the edge, arms outstretched like she's embracing the horizon. I didn't photograph her. Some moments aren't meant to be captured, only witnessed. I wonder what her story is. I wonder if I'll ever know." "That was my 30th birthday," Natalie whispered. "I went to the lake at dawn because I'd promised myself I'd start embracing life more fully." She looked up at him. "You were there." "I was always there, Natalie. In 100 moments neither of us recognized as significant until now." Jake took her hands. "I don't know if that's fate or coincidence or something in between, but I know what it feels like, and it feels like finding a home I didn't know I was searching for." Above them, the billboard changed, returning to its regular advertisement. The moment of public testimony passed, leaving them with what remained. 2 people on a bridge, choosing what to believe. "I'm still scared," Natalie admitted. "Me too," Jake said, "but I'm more afraid of missing this, of spending another 15 years almost finding you." Natalie closed her eyes, feeling the spring sun warm on her face, the gentle pressure of Jake's hands in hers, the solid bridge beneath her feet. In architecture, she knew, even the most carefully designed structures required a leap of faith. That moment when theory became reality, when drawings became dwelling places. Perhaps love demanded the same courage. "Okay," she said, opening her eyes to meet his. "Let's try again, but this time, eyes wide open. No mystical explanations, no fate narratives. Just us, choosing each other every day because we want to, not because the universe decreed it." Jake's smile bloomed slowly. "Just us," he agreed. Although, he glanced at his watch. "It is 11:11 right now." Natalie laughed, the sound carrying across the water like a promise. "Of course it is." Summer in Chicago arrived with a vengeance. Humid days where the air hung like warm syrup and nights alive with street festivals and outdoor concerts. Natalie and Jake moved through these months with tentative joy, rebuilding what had briefly fractured in spring. Natalie kept her apartment while spending most nights at Jake's loft, his minimalist space gradually accumulating evidence of her presence. Architectural journals on the coffee table, her favourite tea in the cupboard, a pair of reading glasses perpetually forgotten on the windowsill. They established routines, Sunday brunches at a corner bistro, evening walks along the lakefront, quiet mornings where they worked side by side, she on building designs, he sorting through photographs. By unspoken agreement, they avoided discussion of cosmic alignments or fate. The 11:11 pendant remained in Natalie's jewellery box, though sometimes she caught herself touching the hollow of her throat where it had rested. The numbers no longer appeared with supernatural regularity, and both pretended this was a relief rather than a loss. "I've been thinking about that lighthouse," Jake said one evening as they sat on his balcony, watching fireflies blink in the small park across the street. "What lighthouse?" Natalie asked, her attention half captured by a challenging structural problem in her latest design. "The one in your dream. The bridge that kept stretching, preventing you from reaching the person on the other side." Natalie set down her tablet. "I never mentioned a lighthouse, just a bridge." Jake's brow furrowed. "You did. You said it was a coastal bridge leading to a lighthouse." "No," she said slowly. "I didn't." They stared at each other, the summer night suddenly charged with something neither had wanted to acknowledge. "I've seen it," Jake finally said. "In my own dreams. A stone lighthouse on a rocky peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow bridge. I've dreamed about it for years." Natalie's pulse quickened. "Have you ever found it? In real life?" "I've looked, even photographed dozens of lighthouses along the eastern seaboard and Great Lakes. None matched," he hesitated, "until last week." From beneath the coffee table he retrieved a manila envelope and spread several photographs across the surface. "These came from a location scout I know. He was researching sites for a film shoot in northern Michigan." Natalie's breath caught. There it was, a weathered lighthouse rising from a craggy headland, its white tower stark against a stormy sky. A wooden bridge extended from the shore to the rocky peninsula, crossing a narrow channel where waves crashed against stone. "Muscalong Point," Jake said quietly. "Built in 1869, decommissioned in 1952. Remote, even by Upper Peninsula standards. The bridge is newer, added in the 1980s when the site became a state park." "You've never been there?" Natalie asked, unable to take her eyes from the image. "Never, but I know it, Nat, and I think you do too." This was exactly the kind of conversation they'd been avoiding, veering too close to mystical explanations. Neither was comfortable embracing. Yet the evidence lay before them, undeniable in its specificity. "What does it mean?" she whispered. Jake touched the photograph gently, as if it might dissolve under his fingers. "I don't know, but I think we need to find out." 3 weeks later they left Chicago before dawn, driving north through Wisconsin as the sun rose over foggy fields. Jake handled the wheel while Natalie navigated, their conversation flowing easily about work, friends, plans for fall, everything except their destination and what it might signify. By mid-afternoon, they crossed the Mackinac Bridge into Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the vastness of Lake Superior soon appearing to their left, a limitless blue stretching to the horizon. The roads narrowed, civilization thinned, until they were travelling through dense forest broken occasionally by glimpses of the greatest of the Great Lakes. "It should be just ahead," Natalie said, checking the map on her phone. Reception had grown spotty over the last hour, the signal bars dwindling as they ventured further from populated areas. The park entrance appeared suddenly, a modest sign announcing Muscalong Lake State Park. They followed the winding road through pine forest until it ended in a small parking area facing the lake. The lighthouse stood half a mile away across a rocky headland, connected by the wooden bridge from the photographs. "It's exactly as I dreamed it," Jake said softly. They sat in silence, neither moving to exit the car. Now that they had arrived, Natalie felt a curious reluctance. What if this place held no answers? What if it was simply an unusual coincidence, the final proof that they had constructed meaning where none existed? "We don't have to do this," Jake said, reading her expression. "We can turn around, go back to Chicago, continue our lives without whatever this is." Natalie looked at him, this man who had somehow woven himself into the fabric of her existence, whose absence she could no longer imagine. "No," she said firmly. "We came all this way. Let's see it through." The July afternoon embraced them as they walked the path to the headland. Lake Superior stretched endlessly to the north, its surface glittering with diamond light. The wooden bridge creaked beneath their feet, water churning 20 feet below where the lake had carved a channel through the rocky point. And there, at the end of the bridge, stood the lighthouse, weathered stone and peeling paint, more modest in person than it appeared in dreams, yet unmistakably the same. "It's open to visitors," Jake noted, pointing to a small sign listing tour hours. "Last tour at 4 a.m. They checked their phones simultaneously. 3:55 p.m. Inside, the lighthouse keeper's quarters had been preserved as a small museum. A silver-haired docent greeted them with surprise. "Don't usually get visitors this late," she said. "You're just in time. I'm Eleanor, by the way." "I'm Jake, and this is Natalie. We drove up from Chicago today." "Long journey for a quick visit," Eleanor observed. "Must be lighthouse enthusiasts." "Something like that," Natalie said. "The building is beautiful. How long have you worked here?" "Oh, nearly 30 years now. My husband was the park manager until he passed in '05. I stayed on, giving tours, keeping the old stories alive." Eleanor led them through the compact living quarters. A simple kitchen, a bedroom with a narrow iron bed, a sitting room with views of the lake. The last keeper left in 1952, but people say the lighthouse was never truly abandoned. Jake, who had been photographing the interior details, looked up. "What do you mean?" Eleanor smiled mysteriously. "Local legend says this lighthouse exists in multiple times simultaneously. That's why it was built here, at a thin place where the veil between moments stretches transparent." Natalie exchanged a glance with Jake, her skepticism wrestling with irrational hope. "That seems unlikely." "Oh, I'm not asking you to believe it," Eleanor laughed. "But the stories persist. Fishermen claim to see lights in the tower decades after the lamp was extinguished. Visitors report meeting people here who couldn't possibly be present. And then there's the clock." She led them up the narrow spiral staircase to the lamp room at the top of the tower. A massive Fresnel lens dominated the circular space, with windows providing a 360-degree view of Lake Superior and the surrounding shoreline. In the centre of the room, mounted on a pedestal, stood an ornate clock with an astronomical face. Not just hours and minutes, but phases of the moon, planetary positions and symbols Natalie didn't recognise. "This isn't part of the original lighthouse equipment," Eleanor explained. "It appeared sometime in the 1920s. The keeper at that time claimed it simply manifested one morning. No record of its delivery, no explanation for its presence." Jake approached the clock cautiously. "It's beautiful craftsmanship. It's also perfectly accurate, despite never being wound." Eleanor pointed to the mechanism. "No one knows how it works. Horologists from the Smithsonian examined it in the 1970s and found no power source, yet it keeps perfect time." Natalie's attention caught on the clock face. "The hands are showing 11:11. "They always do," Eleanor said, "from this angle at least." Jake and Natalie moved to stand beside her, viewing the clock from where she stood. The hands clearly showed 4:17 p.m. "That's not possible," Natalie whispered, circling to her original position. From there, the hands unmistakably pointed to 11:11. "Optical illusion," Jake suggested, his voice uncertain. Eleanor shook her head. "Something more interesting, I think. The clock shows different times to different viewers. Always has. Some people see their birth time. Others see the moment of a significant life event. Wedding, child's birth, parents passing. And some see 11:11, Natalie said, softly. "Yes, that's quite common." Eleanor studied them with newfound interest. "You're a pair, then?" "A pair?" Jake asked. "The clock shows 11:11 to those whose lives touch across time. Soulmates, if you believe in such things. Or perhaps just two people whose connection transcends ordinary constraints." Eleanor's eyes crinkled with a smile. My Harold and I saw 1111 when we first visited this lighthouse in 1974. Been together ever since, until he passed over. Natalie wanted to dismiss this as superstition, the kind of folk tale that accumulated around remote places, but the evidence of her own eyes, the precision of her recurring dreams, the impossible journey that had led them here, all stretched the boundaries of her rational mind. "There's one more thing you should see," Eleanor said, leading them down the spiral staircase to the keeper's sitting room. She unlocked a cabinet and withdrew a leather-bound visitor log. "This stays out of public view for obvious reasons." She opened the book to a page marked with a red ribbon. There, in faded ink, 2 entries stood side by side. August 17th, 1994, Natalie Carter, Chicago, visiting with family. Dreamed of this place before coming. Strange feeling of waiting for someone important. August 17th, 1994, Jake Bennett, Rochester, NY family vacation. Keep having the feeling I've forgotten something crucial. The lighthouse seems familiar, though I've never been here before. Natalie gripped the edge of the table, her knees suddenly weak. I don't remember writing this. I don't even remember visiting this lighthouse as a child. Jake's face had gone pale. Neither do I, but that's my handwriting and my hometown. Eleanor closed the book gently. Memory's a fluid thing, especially in places like this where time doesn't flow quite straight. She glanced at her watch. The park closes at sunset. I should lock up soon. They followed her outside in stunned silence. The afternoon light had softened to gold, creating long shadows across the headland. Lake Superior stretched before them, ancient and inscrutable. "Eleanor," Natalie said suddenly, "was there ever a time when the bridge wasn't here? When the lighthouse was completely isolated?" The older woman considered this. "Before the 1980s, you'd need a boat to reach it. The channel's not wide, but the currents are treacherous." She smiled. "Some say that's why the lighthouse has its legend. Isolation creates its own kind of magic." After Eleanor left, they stood alone at the base of the tower, watching the sun begin its descent toward the horizon. "We were here," Jake said, breaking the silence. "Both of us. On the same day. When I was 12 and you were 10. And neither of us remembers it." Natalie felt unmoored, her carefully constructed worldview tilting. This defies every logical explanation. "Does it matter?" Jake turned to face her. "Logic, explanation, reason. We've been hiding behind these because we're afraid. I spent 15 years running from place to place, and you built walls of work and routine. But what if this, whatever it is offering us something extraordinary?" The setting sun painted his face in gold and shadow, highlighting the sincerity in his eyes. Natalie thought of all the near misses, the parallel paths, the inexplicable currents that had finally brought them together on a Chicago bridge when the time was right. "You know," she said slowly, "in architecture there's a concept called harmonic resonance. It's when a structure's natural frequency aligns perfectly with external forces. Most times that's dangerous. Bridges collapse, buildings fall. But sometimes, when it's designed correctly, that resonance creates something remarkable. Something that couldn't exist without that perfect alignment." Jake took her hands. "Is that what we are? Harmonic resonance?" "Maybe," Natalie smiled. "Or maybe we're just two people who kept missing each other until we didn't." "I still don't know if I believe in fate," Jake admitted, "but I believe in us, and I believe in now." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small box. "Which is why I brought this." Inside lay a ring, simple platinum band, small diamond that caught the sunset light. Not a traditional engagement ring, but something more fitting for them. Elegant, understated, with depth beneath its surface. "Jake," Natalie breathed. "I'm not asking because some cosmic clock brought us together," he said. "I'm asking because I love who you are. Your brilliance, your caution, your courage in facing what you don't understand. I love the life we're building, and I want to keep building it, moment by moment, choice by choice. Behind them, waves crashed against the lighthouse foundation, ancient rhythms that had witnessed countless human dramas unfold against their backdrop. "The last time I stood on a bridge with you," Natalie said, her voice steady despite her racing heart, "I promised no more mystical explanations, just us choosing each other every day. That promise still stands, but maybe I can accept that there's more to this world than I've allowed myself to see, more patterns to life than just the ones we design." Jake's smile broke like dawn. "Is that a yes?" "It's a yes," Natalie confirmed, "now and at every 11:11 to come." He took the ring from its box, slid it onto her finger, a perfect fit as if designed for her hand alone. As they crossed the bridge back to shore, hand in hand, Natalie glanced back at the lighthouse silhouetted against the deepening sky. For a moment, just a heartbeat, she thought she saw two children on the rocky shore below, a boy with dark curls and a girl with serious eyes, looking up at the tower with wonder. Then the vision vanished, leaving only the certainty that some journeys begin long before we recognize the path. In the car, heading back towards civilization and the life they would continue building together, Jake reached for her hand. "You? No," he said. "I never believed in perfect timing before you." Natalie smiled, watching the first stars appear above the pines. "Neither did I," she admitted. "But I'm starting to think that time, like love, isn't something we measure so much as something we create, moment by moment, choice by choice." The lighthouse disappeared behind them, its mystery neither fully explained nor necessary to explain. Some questions, Natalie realised, were more valuable for their asking than their answers, and some connections, whether forged by fate or free will or something in between, transcended the need for explanation altogether. All that mattered was that after years of near misses and parallel paths, they had found each other at exactly the right moment, and every moment since had confirmed what both now accepted, that out of all the possible lives they might have lived, they had somehow found their way to the one where they existed together, not because the universe demanded it, but because they chose it. The end. Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Lanterns on the Lake. The town had no name worth remembering. It sat at the edge of a lake so still in autumn that the water seemed less like water than a held breath. Dark, patient, waiting to be told what to do next. The pines crowding the shore leaned inward like listeners. By 4 in the afternoon the light was already failing, and by 5 the lake had swallowed it entirely, and the world reduced itself to the sound of cold air moving through needles and the occasional, careful creak of ice forming at the margins. Helen Marsh had driven 3 hours to get here. She told herself it was for the story. That was true, as far as it went. The Lantern Festival was genuine, the kind of small ritual that made editors lean forward in their chairs and say, "This is what we need more of." A piece about impermanence, about grief made portable, about a town that understood, without being told, that some things could not be kept. But she had also come because she needed to be somewhere that did not know her, somewhere that would not ask. She checked into a pension at the edge of the lake road, a narrow place, clean and austere, run by a woman who handed over the key without a word and pointed toward the stairs with a chin that said up there, "Second door, don't ask questions." The room was small, a single bed, a window facing the water, a writing desk beneath it with nothing on it but a square of folded paper and a pencil. Helen set her bag down and stood at the window for a long time, watching the lake go dark. She was 42. She'd been writing other people's stories for 18 years. She was very good at it. good enough that people sometimes called her work luminous, which she understood was a word editors used when they meant the writer had disappeared so completely into the subject that the prose itself seemed to glow with borrowed life. She had profiled a widow in coastal Maine who spoke of her dead husband in the present tense. She had written about a boy in Guatemala who carried his younger sister 11 miles to school each morning without complaint. She had made readers weep, laugh, feel the texture of lives they would never live. She had never once written about her own. There was a grief inside her that she carried the way one carries a stone in a coat pocket, always aware of its weight, always adjusting her posture around it, never setting it down. It had been there for 4 years. She did not name it. She did not write about it. She had decided, in the way one decides such things, that language would cheapen it, that to put it into sentences would be to admit it was something that could be contained, and it could not. It was not a thing with edges. It was a condition of the air. She unpacked her notebook, her recorder, her good pen. She told herself, observe, listen, leave before it touches you. She saw him the next morning at the paper folding station. It was set up in the town's single gathering hall, a room that smelled of pine resin and old wood, with long tables laid with stacks of thin, translucent paper, in colours so pale they were almost white. Volunteers moved quietly among them, showing newcomers how to fold, how to press, how to write. There was no music, no banners, just the sound of paper turning and beneath it the occasional murmur of a voice explaining something with care. He was standing at the end of one of the tables, waiting. Not for paper. There was paper in front of him, still folded. He was waiting for something else, or perhaps for nothing at all. He had the posture of a man who had learned to occupy space without demanding it. Shoulders slightly forward, hands at his sides, eyes moving over the room with a quietness that was not indifference but something more deliberate, as though he had made a decision long ago to stop expecting anything from the world, and the world had rewarded him for it with a kind of stillness. He had the quality of certain old buildings, solid, rooted, quietly significant. The kind of presence that doesn't announce itself but changes the weight of a room simply by being there. Helen felt it before she consciously registered him. A steadiness, a centered quality that made the nervous energy of the volunteers around him seem suddenly louder by contrast. He was broad-shouldered, with dark hair, and seemed to have a casual quality about him. Helen noticed him the way one notices a particular tree in a forest. Not because it is the tallest, but because it is the one the light falls on in a way that makes you stop. She did not approach him. She went to her own place at the table, took a sheet of paper, and began to watch the room, the way she always watched, with her journalist's attentiveness, cataloguing details she might use later, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the light came through the high windows in long, thin bars, the way the paper, when held up to that light, became almost luminous. You could see the shadow of your own fingers through it. A child appeared at the man's side. A girl, perhaps 7 or 8, with dark hair pulled back in a braid that was already coming undone. She tugged his sleeve and said something Helen could not hear. The man looked down at her with an expression so unguarded, so quietly devastated by tenderness, that Helen looked away, the way one looks away from something private, something not meant to be seen. She did not speak to him that day. They met properly on the second evening at the dock. It was an accident, or it seemed like one. Helen had come down to the water at dusk, notebook in hand, intending to write. The festival's main event was still 2 days away, and she wanted to capture the town's atmosphere before it changed, the way it held itself in these preparatory days, taut and quiet, like a breath being drawn in before speech. He was already there, standing at the end of the wooden dock with his hands in his pockets, looking out at the water. The girl was not with him. He did not turn when she approached, but he shifted slightly. an acknowledgement without words, and she understood that he was making room for her on the narrow platform without being asked. They stood in silence for several minutes. The lake was black now, absolutely black, and the sky above it was the deep violet blue of high-altitude winter dusk. A single star had appeared, faint and uncertain, as though it were not yet sure it wanted to be seen. "You were at the paper station today," he said, without turning his head. His voice was low, unhurried. It was the voice of someone who had spent a long time alone and had stopped rushing his sentences to fill the space. "I was," she said, "writing or watching." She almost smiled. "Both." "For what?" "A story about the festival." He nodded, as though this confirmed something he had already suspected. "And is it interesting? The festival?" "It's very quiet," she said. "Quieter than I expected." "Did you expect noise?" "I didn't know what to expect. I was told it was a ritual. I imagined something more elaborate." "It used to be," he said. "There were lanterns hung from the trees, music, a bonfire. My wife—" He stopped. The word landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The silence that followed was not awkward. It was simply full. Helen did not say, "I'm sorry." She'd been interviewing grieving people long enough to know that the phrase, however well-intentioned, was a door closing, a way of marking the conversation as finished, of telling the other person that their loss had been acknowledged and could now be set aside. Instead, she said nothing, and let the silence remain open, like a window left unlatched. After a moment, he said, "They stripped it back, years ago. Someone decided the simplicity was the point. Just the paper, the water, the letting go." He paused. "I think they were right." "Do you come every year?" "No." A long pause. "This is the first time in a while. Why now?" He looked at her for the first time. His eyes were light blue, and there was something in them that she recognized. Not sadness exactly, but the particular wariness of someone who had been sad for so long that it had become a kind of intelligence, a way of reading the world. "My daughter asked me to," he said, simply, as though that were the only explanation that mattered, and it was. His name was Thomas. He told her this the next afternoon, when they happened to find themselves sitting near each other during one of the volunteer explanations. A quiet woman in a grey cardigan describing, in a voice barely above a whisper, how the lanterns were meant to be released. "You write what you need to release," she said, "not what you want to keep. The lake does not return what you give it. That is the point." Thomas listened with his head slightly tilted, the way one listens to something one already knows but wants to hear again anyway. Afterward they walked together along the shore, not quite side by side. There was a foot of space between them, enough to maintain the fiction that this was not a companionable walk, but merely two people moving in the same direction. The air was bitterly cold. Their breath came out in small white clouds that vanished almost instantly. "Her name is Maren," he said, without preamble, as though continuing a conversation they had already begun. "She's 8. She has her mother's stubbornness and my terrible sense of direction." Helen smiled. A real smile, not the careful one she wore in interviews. "Is that why you got lost?" "I'm not lost," he said, with a faint, dry humour that surprised her. "I simply don't know where I am." They walked in silence for a while. The lake moved beside them, dark and slow, making small sounds against the rocks. Not waves exactly, but a kind of breathing, a rhythm that had nothing to do with wind. "What do you do?" she asked. "When you're not being lost?" "I teach," he said. "History, adolescent history specifically, which is mostly about convincing 16-year-olds that the past is not boring." He paused. "I am not always successful." "What kind of history?" "The kind that doesn't make it into textbooks. The private kind. Letters. Diaries." The record of what people actually felt, as opposed to what they were supposed to feel. Helen looked at him. There was something in his voice when he said this, a quiet passion, a conviction, that she had not heard before. It was the first time he had spoken about something other than grief, and the difference was striking, as though a light had been switched on in a room she'd assumed was dark. "That sounds like what I do," she said, from the other side. "How do you mean?" "I find the private record, the thing no one else saw, and I put it into a story that other people can read." She hesitated. "I'm not sure whether that's a gift or a theft." He considered this. "It depends," he said, "on whether the person knows you're there." Myron found Helen on the third morning. She appeared at Helen's elbow while Helen was sitting alone at one of the folding tables, staring at a blank sheet of paper and trying to write down her observations. The girl simply materialized, the way children do, without announcement or preamble, and sat down beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "What are you writing?" she asked. "Notes," Helen said, "for a story." "What kind of story?" "About this place, about the lanterns." Myron considered this with the gravity that children bring to questions adults have long since stopped taking seriously. "What do people usually write on them?" she asked. "On the lanterns?" Helen thought about it. She had read the volunteer's explanation, had heard the older residents talk about it in careful ritualistic language. Release, surrender, letting go. But the girl was asking something different. She was asking what actually happened, what people actually wrote, when they were alone with a piece of paper and the knowledge that no one would ever read it. "Anything," Helen said, "whatever they need to say." "But where do they go, after you put them in the water?" "They sink," Helen said. "Eventually, the paper dissolves." "So nobody ever reads them?" "No." Maren was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I'm afraid mine won't reach anyone." Helen looked at her. The girl's face was very serious. Not sad exactly, but holding something that was too large for her small frame. Something she'd been carrying without complaint, the way children carry things that adults have failed to take from them. "It doesn't have to reach anyone," Helen said. And then, because this felt insufficient, because the girl deserved more than a platitude, "The writing is the reaching, the act of putting it down. That's the part that matters. The water just carries it away." Maren nodded slowly, as though this were a piece of information she'd been waiting for someone to give her. Thomas appeared at the edge of the table a few minutes later, looking slightly breathless, slightly embarrassed. "She escaped," he said, with a half-smile that was also an apology. "I turned around for 30 seconds. "She's good company," Helen said. "We were talking about lanterns." "Were you?" He looked at his daughter with an expression of such naked tenderness that Helen had to look away again, not from embarrassment this time, but from something else, something that felt dangerously close to recognition. That evening, after Maren had been put to bed in their shared room at the pension, Thomas came down to the common area where Helen was sitting by the wood stove, her notebook open on her knee. He did not sit beside her. He sat across from her, in the other armchair, with the fire between them, a deliberate distance that acknowledged what was happening without naming it. "She told me what you said," he said, "about the writing being the reaching." "Did she?" "She seemed relieved by it." He paused. "She's been very quiet about all of this, about her mother. I didn't know how much she was holding until tonight." Helen said nothing. She knew from years of interviewing grieving people that this was a moment that required stillness, that the wrong word, even a kind one, could seal something shut. "Can I ask you something?" he said after a long silence. "Of course." "You write about other people's grief, professionally, skillfully." He chose his words carefully, the way a man chooses his footing on uneven ground. "But you don't write about your own." It was not a question. Helen looked at him across the fire. The flames moved between them, casting shadows that shifted and reformed, and for a moment she could not see his face clearly, only his eyes, as blue as the sky, watching her with an attention that was not intrusive but simply present. He was not pushing. He was simply seeing her and letting her know that he had. "No," she said, "I don't." "Why not?" The question was so direct, so without ceremony, that it bypassed all her defences, the journalist's deflections, the careful reframing she used in interviews when someone turned the questions back on her. She sat with it for a moment, feeling its weight, and then she said the truest thing she knew how to say, "Because I'm afraid that if I put it into words it will become a story, and stories have endings, and this doesn't have an ending, it just continues." Thomas was quiet for a long time after that. The fire crackled. Outside the lake was invisible, but she could hear it, that slow, patient breathing against the shore. "I know what you mean," he said finally, and she believed him. The lantern release was scheduled for the evening of the 4th day, the last evening of the festival, after which the town would fold back into itself, and the visitors would drive away along the mountain roads, and the lake would return to its ordinary silence. Helen had spent the afternoon alone, sitting at the dock with her notebook, trying to write the piece her editor was expecting. She had pages of observations, beautiful ones, she thought, the kind of precise, luminous description that had made her reputation, the way the light fell on the paper, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the town itself seemed to hold its breath in the days before the release, as though it were bracing for something it could not quite name. But when she tried to write the emotional centre of the piece, the thing that would make it more than a portrait, the thing that would make it matter, the words would not come. She kept circling it, approaching from different angles, and each time she found herself writing around it rather than into it. There was a wall inside her, and she had built it carefully over years, and she did not know how to get to the other side without demolishing something she was not sure she could rebuild. She closed her notebook and watched the water go